Wen Zhuying unexpectedly traversed to the apocalyptic realm, only to discover that the world she once inhabited was merely a narrative, wherein she played the role of the vile and deceitful foe Heiress. After enduring a decade of life in the apocalypse, Wen Zhuying returned, determined to venture boldly into the entertainment industry to amass wealth. A scheming rival deliberately ensured she missed a ride, prompting her to seize a pig by the roadside, riding it triumphantly back. During a surprise morning appearance, she inverted herself over a wall and commenced 1,000 abdominal crunches. A feeble male star dared to provoke her, but with a mere finger, she executed a pull-up, dazzling the entire audience. Regardless of their strength, she remained invincible. Unbeknownst to her, a detractor transformed into a fervent admirer, while her adversaries morphed into devoted fans. Even the aloof, genuine Heiress became infatuated. Simultaneously, a prestigious family approached her, claiming she was their long-lost affluent daughter. In the capital city, the Bai family boasts a cherished youngest son, Bai Jingyu, a natural charmer with a temperament as unpredictable as the weather. For Wen Zhuying's sake, he was willing to masquerade as a gentle and innocent young master, drawing her into his embrace. Alas, she was far too oblivious to fall for his ruse. One fateful day, Bai Jingyu succumbed to darkness, confining Wen Zhuying within a gilded cage, declaring malevolently, "You can only belong to me." As Wen Zhuying caressed the golden embellishments of her cage, her eyes sparkled with delight, exclaiming, "Wow, if you possess such wealth, why didn't you mention it sooner? Had I known, I would have moved in on my own." The darkened Bai Jingyu thought to himself, "Had I known, I would have acted differently." Chapter 01. The White Lotus arrives riding a pig. This world is akin to an expansive novel. This revelation struck Wen Zhuying unexpectedly as she traversed to the apocalyptic realm. She was but a false heiress in a tale of true and false riches, never favored by her parents, only to realize in adulthood that she was not their biological child. Upon the return of the genuine heiress, she was showered with affection from all and ascended to become a celebrated actress with 3 prestigious awards. Meanwhile, the false heiress embarked on a self-destructive path, facing public scorn that drove her to despair, culminating in her tragic demise, while her adoptive parents criticized her for her choices, failing to provide even a gravestone for her. Regrettably, her tragic narrative had only progressed halfway when she unexpectedly found herself in the apocalypse, where she uncovered the truth of this world. A decade. A full 10 years. After enduring 10 years of hardship, she finally returned. Wen Zhuying's eyes glistened with excitement, eagerly gazing at the world before her. Not far off, a crew member shifted the camera from behind to the front, aiming it at her face, momentarily taken aback. The girl was breathtakingly beautiful, her oval face so fair it seemed to glisten with dew, with bangs framing her large eyes and her long, lustrous black hair cascading down her back. Clad in a white dress, she appeared even more delicate, and the slight flush at the corners of her eyes resembled a pristine, unblemished lotus. How captivating, thought the crew member. Alas, she was a mere imposter, a parasite feasting off the true heiress's legacy, relentlessly besmirched online, and it could only be said that she deserved her fate. The black fans glued to their screens echoed similar sentiments. Wen Zhuying's current standing in the industry had plummeted to the point of having no fans, save for these detractors who only tuned in to berate her. Their remarks were far from kind. When would Wen Zhuying exit the entertainment world? I am exhausted from my tirades. Has she not yet tired of her antics? What a waste of such a lovely face. How unfortunate. I shall take my leave. How can one blame others for missing the ride back to the village? Such an annoyance. Could she not exit the show sooner? As long as Wen Zhuying lingers in the entertainment industry, none of you present are putting in your full effort. Just as the crew member admired her striking beauty, Wen Zhuying suddenly turned her gaze towards him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She inquired, "Are we currently filming a show?" The crew member, momentarily flustered by her beauty, nodded and replied softly, "Yes, this is Season 1. Episode 2 of Joyful Living." This variety show emulates a previously successful lifestyle program, live-streaming the lives of celebrities in the countryside, where they must complete tasks to earn their meals. However, its popularity is dismally low, which is why they resorted to inviting someone like Wen Zhuying, who is reviled by the entire internet. "Could you lend me some money? I am so eager to eat," Wen Zhuying pleaded, her stomach grumbling pitifully. In the apocalypse, she subsisted solely on nutrient solutions, to the point of questioning her existence. Back in this world, the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air, luring her incessantly. She craved sustenance, hearty meals. "No, I cannot lend you money," the crew member stammered, adding, "but they are currently cooking. You can still make it back in time for dinner." It is approximately 10 kilometers to the village. 10 kilometers? Such a distance. Where is the vehicle? I must return, Wen Zhuying exclaimed eagerly, her eyes shimmering with hunger. You have fallen behind and missed the last bus back to the village. How am I supposed to return? I cannot say. You must devise a solution on your own, replied the staff member with utmost sincerity. The audience in the live stream mocked her, eagerly anticipating her tears, as she would even miss dinner. All right then, Wen Zhuying pouted, choosing not to succumb to the tears everyone expected. Instead, she turned and set off to find a way back. The staff member wondered, what could she be planning? Uncertain, he decided to follow her. In the village, a man and a woman stood at the gate of the courtyard. Song Ziji, possessing a fair degree of beauty, gazed anxiously at the intersection with reddened eyes, filled with worry. It's already mealtime, and Wen Zhuying has yet to return. I should have kept a closer eye on her and prevented her from going to buy garlic. Now that she is missing, I feel so disheartened. Should we not go look for her? Beside her was Yi Wenyi, who tenderly embraced her shoulders, his brow furrowing in distaste. You are simply too kind-hearted. Allowing her to buy garlic was meant to make her feel useful, rather than just consuming without contributing. Who could have known she would create such a ruckus and intentionally go missing? The comments flooded in, all expressing sympathy for Song Ziji. Dear, do not blame yourself. Someone like her is merely a white lotus, capable of harming the genuine heiress, and she is certainly not a good person. Do not cry. It pains me to see you so troubled, especially at the hands of someone as wicked as Wen Zhuying. Why does she not just disappear? What are you waiting for? It is not your fault. She is an adult. Surely, she can find her way back on her own. Comforted by Yi Wenyi's words, Song Ziji lowered her head to wipe her tears, a glimmer of pride and disdain flashing in her eyes. When she lifted her gaze again, she gently extricated herself from Yi Wenyi's grasp, her tone resolute. I shall go find her. The chef for the day, Bai Yi, poked his head out, his fair and handsome face displaying confusion. Sister Ziji, you have been standing here for 10 minutes saying you will go look for her. Why have you not moved yet? It was indeed peculiar. Were Ziji and Wen Zhuying not friends? If she intended to search for her, why was she merely standing at the entrance, chattering without taking action? A hand reached out from behind, pulling him back with a sigh. Dinner is ready. Let's go search for her together. Everyone nodded in agreement, ready to set off, when suddenly, a melodious voice echoed from a distance. No need to search any longer. I have returned. They looked up and in the next instant, were left utterly astonished. On the broad concrete road, a pink pig was sprinting desperately. Perched atop the pig was a stunning woman clad in a flowing white dress, her long hair billowing like a delicate white lotus. A white lotus, riding a pig as she approached. She squeezed the pig's back and shouted, "Giddy up," with great enthusiasm. Then, excitedly waving at everyone, her hair danced in the wind as she joyfully exclaimed, "Family, I am back." Meanwhile, the staff member trailed behind with a camera, running in despair, his face a portrait of disillusionment. The scene was so surreal that a moment of silence enveloped them. The comments briefly hushed before erupting into chaos. My goodness! My goodness! Who taught her to return galloping on a pig with such an ethereal, delicate visage? I am on the verge of hysterics. How utterly hilarious. This is too amusing. She returned riding a pig. I am dying of laughter. I thought she would return in tears, but instead, she galloped back on a pig? I have seen celebrities ride horses and cows, but never a pig. She actually returned this way. Bai Yi could no longer contain his laughter, and soon, the others joined in the merriment. Chapter 2. I say the button moved first with a sigh, when Zhuying clutched the pig's ear, pausing at the entrance. She leaped down from the pig's back, wiped her face, and was just about to speak when a figure rushed out, none other than the mistress of the courtyard where they resided. My pig. It has run away again. Finally found it. Wen Zhuying's heart raced as she dashed forward, wrapping her arms around the pig's neck protectively, exclaiming, "It came looking for me." The mistress, her face a canvas of confusion, uncertainly inquired, "It was looking for you?" Wen Zhuying fervently nodded, affirming, Yes, I can attest. It was indeed the pig that sought out Wen Balian. Today, she had the luck of a lifetime. Not only did she avoid being trampled by the pig, but she nearly trampled it instead. Trust her, the pig sought her out, no doubt about it. The spectators could discern the astonishment and helplessness within their hearts through the text. Wen Zhuying's detractors recalled events from half an hour prior, still somewhat dazed. They had gathered before the screen, eager to witness Wen Zhuying in a moment of despair, weeping and helpless, when a pig suddenly charged into the crowd, startling everyone. And then barreled toward Wen Zhuying, they shouted excitedly, hoping the pig would indeed end her. They had imagined that Wen Zhuying would be the first participant to meet her demise at the hands of a pig. However, with remarkable agility, Wen Zhuying leapt up, grasping the pig's ear with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Let us go! Let us go! I found the car!" The motion was incredibly swift, and her posture displayed exquisite familiarity. Alas! Even they, her detractors, had misjudged her capabilities. The mistress had not anticipated such a response from Wen Zhuying and, with a gentle tone, said, "This pig's tail has been partially severed. It happened when I caught it before. I would greatly appreciate it if you could return it to us." Wen Zhuying glanced back at the pig's tail, indeed noticing the truncated end, confirming the mistress's words. In a post-apocalyptic world, such concerns would be disregarded. Strength dictated ownership. Yet, in this peaceful realm, one must return what belongs to another. Reluctantly, she pouted. "If I give it to you, I won't have any meat left to eat." The mistress chuckled, reassuring her, "There's plenty of meat for dinner tonight." "Meat? There's meat. Where?" Wen Zhuying's eyes sparkled with excitement as she instantly released the pig's neck, springing up and racing towards the enticing aroma wafting from the courtyard. As she passed the entrance, Song Ziji caught a whiff of pig droppings and immediately waved her hand in front of her nose, scrunching her face in distaste. Noticing Bai Yi's curious gaze upon her, she quickly donned a gentle smile and declared, "As long as everyone is back, let us eat." Bai Yi responded with a no, following her into the courtyard. Wen Zhuying had intended to sit and eat immediately, but an elder reminded her to change into a different outfit before dining. She endured her hunger, changing into a buttoned shirt and trousers before rejoining the others. At the dining table, they formed a circle, and once Wen Zhuying took her seat, everyone began to serve themselves. Today it was Bai Yi's turn to cook. The 4 dishes and soup were rather unappealing, and after tasting, the expressions of the diners turned awkward, leaving them unable to take a second bite. Bai Yi, who had yet to touch her chopsticks, eagerly asked, "How is it? Is it delicious?" The eldest regular guest, Fuyu, wanting to spare the young ones from embarrassment, prepared to exaggerate, "It's actually quite tasty." The one speaking was Wen Zhuying. She scooped a mouthful of rice and a generous chunk of pork, gulping it down with delight. The rice was fragrant. The pork was delectable. This world was splendid, allowing her to savor white rice and fragrant meat. Wen Zhuying devoured her meal with gusto, her beauty accentuated by her unrestrained, carefree demeanor, her eyes squinting in enjoyment. The audience watching from the screen felt their own hunger pangs. Is it really that delicious? Starvin. Why hasn't my mom called me to dinner? Is it reasonable to feel hungry watching when Balian eats? Is she pretending? I'm guessing she is trying to play the food lover role. Hungry, hungry, get it. Bai Yi, receiving compliments for her cooking, beamed with pride. And she too took a piece of meat from her plate and stuffed it into her mouth. Ugh. She spat it out, exclaiming, "So terrible." Turning to gaze at the savoring Wen Zhuying, she felt a rush of emotion and said, "I understand now. You are truly kind. To eat such awful food with such relish, just to spare the chef's feelings. Just look at the chef's expression to gauge the taste. When Balian truly has no standards, if the chef can't even eat it, she still can? This is hilarious. Does anyone not know Bai Yi is the kitchen assassin? Even dogs want to eat his cooking." For those unaware, Wen Balian is currently eating in a whisper. "You're really hungry, aren't you? You can eat this?" As they spoke, Wen Zhuying had finished an entire bowl of rice. She glanced at Bai Yi's untouched food and asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" Bai Yi shook his head vigorously, like a rattledrum. The next moment, a hand reached over and took his bowl, pouring its contents into her own. "If you're not eating, I'll have it." Bai Yi was nearly moved to tears. Before coming, he had harbored misconceptions about Wen Zhuying, thinking she was truly as malicious as the internet suggested. But now he realized how kind she truly was. Wen Zhuying polished off 5 whole bowls of rice, nearly depleting the dishes on the table. After finishing, she set her bowl down and let out a satisfied burp, cheerfully asking, "Will there be more food tomorrow?" Bai Yi nodded, "Yes." A nearby man swiftly covered his mouth, thinking, "We can't let this boy cook again." Tomorrow it would be Fuyu in charge of the kitchen. The named Fuyu, fearing Bai Yi would create another disastrous meal, quickly nodded, "I'll cook tomorrow. You can have whatever you wish. I want to eat meat." Wen Zhuying licked her lips, still yearning for more. Fuyu, softened by her sparkling eyes, smiled and agreed. The mere thought of more meat tomorrow filled Wen Zhuying with joy, and she stood to stretch. Crack. One of the buttons on her belly, stretched taut by her round stomach, popped open. The button rolled across the table, spinning twice before coming to a halt. Wen Zhuying tugged at her shirt. Crack. The second button also burst open, landing in her bowl. Wen Zhuying glanced at the buttons, then at her protruding belly, and, raising her head with genuine sincerity, playfully argued. I say the button moved first. Do you believe me? The others struggled to suppress their laughter. They recalled their own moments of sorrow, yet they couldn't help but laugh. Their shoulders shaking with mirth. Button. Who do you say moved first? Tss. This is hilarious. Wen Balian, do you even remember you're a celebrity? 5 bowls. A whole 5 bowls. Are you a pig, Wen Balian? Please stop. I'm embarrassed to tell others that I'm a fan of such an ostentatious star. Button, you'd best keep both eyes open while you sleep tonight. Stand guard, and smile upside down. Chapter 3. The big goose sits in the grand swing after dinner. Everyone settled in the pavilion to relax and chat, while Wen Zhuying, puffed with frustration, retreated to her room to change clothes. This time, she specifically chose an outfit devoid of buttons. Upon emerging in her new attire, she found only Fu Yu and Zhang Ji, the 2 elders, remaining in the pavilion, while the others were nowhere to be seen. Fu Yu, having taken a liking to the young girl, noticed her confusion and explained, the others are in the backyard feeding the geese. You should join them. Geese? Wen Zhuying hadn't seen such creatures in 10 years, and her interest piqued as she hurried off to the backyard. In the backyard, a wide expanse was enclosed by a fence, where a dozen large geese honked menacingly, stretching their necks in an intimidating manner as if to bite anyone who dared approach. Those who have encountered such geese know all too well the pain of their bites, which are indiscriminate. Anyone is fair game. Standing at the gate, Song Ziji trembled in fear at the sight of the outstretched-necked geese, letting out a shriek before swiftly diving into Yi Wenyi's embrace. Why must we feed these geese? It's terrifying. Yi Wenyi wrapped his arm around her shoulder, offering gentle comfort. Fear not, I am here. The chemistry between the two of them was one of the few highlights of the show, prompting the audience to express their delight. Only Bai Yi genuinely wished to feed the geese and fulfill the task. He rolled up his sleeves, carrying a basin filled with dry corn, and ventured inside. However, the moment he stepped in, he was besieged by a horde of aggressive geese, running frantically around the yard while emitting horrified screams. Help! The geese are attacking. His cries echoed throughout the entire backyard. Haha, who hasn't been bitten by these creatures in their childhood? Run faster. That one behind you is going for your pant leg. Only those from the countryside understand the terror of rural geese. I always have to take a detour when I see them. I'm coming to rescue you. Wen Zhuying dashed over. Song Ziji feigned concern, grabbing her arm. Don't go in there. Those geese will bite, and it hurts. Excitement sparkled in Wen Zhuying's eyes. It's fine, I just want to play with them. Song Ziji hesitated, wanting to advise her against her bravado for fear of injury. It's alright, I know my limits. Wen Zhuying waved her hand dismissively and charged in. Yi Wenyi, exasperated, remarked, leave her be, she always seeks danger. We're not her parents, and why should we babysit this giant toddler? If she gets bitten, it's on her. Song Ziji's gaze flickered, and with a sigh, she closed the gate behind them. Wen Balian is at it again, my dear one. I kindly advise you to reconsider. Do you truly fear for your life? Wen Balian remains unchanged, perpetually courting disaster. She wouldn't deliberately go in there hoping to emerge crying into my brother's arms for comfort, would she? My brother would never pity this white lotus. Just wait to hear her screams from the geese's bites. Come, geese, show her your might. Upon entering, Wen Zhuying dashed straight to her target, pulling Bai Yi behind her, bending down with excitement to ask the geese, do you want to ride the big swing? The geese responded with a cacophony of honking. The geese, however, were not conversationalists and could only nip at intruders. One of Wen Zhuying's thighs received a nip, and with one hand gripping a goose's leg, she exclaimed, you little rascal. I knew you'd enjoy this. Bai Yi reached out to pull her back, exclaiming, no, we should escape quickly. With 2 geese in her grasp, she began spinning in place at a dizzying speed. The geese flailed helplessly, their wings flapping in panic as she twirled. The hem of her skirt billowed in the wind, and the geese, wailing, flailed about. Round and round they went, horizontal, vertical, diagonal, and then back to front. The other geese scattered in terror, overwhelmed by the chaos. Bai Yi, with his hand outstretched, stood frozen, wide-eyed at the spectacle before him. Could this truly be the legendary big swing? The previously lively commentary from the viewers fell astonishingly silent for a moment, only to erupt again with, "Who understands? I'm watching geese ride the big swing on a variety show. Goose, 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 goose." I'm now honking louder than the geese did moments ago. For the first time, I've seen panic on a goose's face. Ha ha ha, help. Why is this so amusing? The screen was flooded with laughter and honks. The director, nearly dozing off in front of the camera, was abruptly awakened by the laughter of the staff beside him. He picked up a thermos and took a sip, perplexed. What is going on? Why is everyone laughing like lunatics? The staff, barely containing themselves, pointed at the screen. As the director looked over, he was met with a barrage of comments. Upon closer inspection, he squinted, incredulous. What on earth? He muttered, leaning in and rubbing his eyes, only to burst into laughter as he realized it was indeed the fragile White Lotus, Wen Zhuying. At the scene, Wen Zhuying had already rendered the two geese she caught dazed, tossing them aside before pursuing other geese. The once formidable geese were now in utter disarray, scurrying about the yard in a frenzy. The small yard had become a stage for Wen Zhuying's antics, and she had subjected every last goose to her version of the big swing. The only word to describe the outcome was tragic. As she prepared to leave, Wen Zhuying, still craving more fun, stealthily pocketed 2 goose eggs, declaring, "I'll treat you to a game. This is your reward." The geese lay sprawled on the ground. "You're silent, so I'll take that as agreement," she continued, her words a question, yet the eggs were already snug in her pocket. At the gate, Song Ziji and Yi Wenyi, who had anticipated a spectacle, exchanged glances, bewildered by Wen Zhuying's behavior. Is she out of her mind? The 2 prized goose eggs were presented to Fuyu, who readily accepted them for a meal the next day. After a brief conversation, it was time for bed. However, Song Ziji lingered, expressing to the director her desire to switch rooms. With limited accommodations, the men were all sharing a single room, each with their own blankets. The women were originally arranged to share a room as well, but when they first arrived, Song Ziji had suggested that Wen Zhuying get a separate room for her own good, claiming it was better for Wen Zhuying. Consequently, it turned out that Fuyu and Song Ziji shared a room, while Wen Zhuying slept alone. Now, her request to switch rooms seemed to imply a wish to swap with Wen Zhuying. Everyone turned to look at Wen Zhuying, who was perplexed. "Why are you all staring at me?" Chapter 04. The might of when Song Ziji gazed at Wen Zhuying with feigned vulnerability. "Zhuying, I'm not quite accustomed to the feng shui here. I've been having trouble sleeping and might be ill. Could you?" Her trailing words were a familiar tactic, designed to evoke sympathy, and she often succeeded in garnering the support of others. "My goodness, why didn't you say something sooner? If you're unwell, you should seek treatment. Carrying this burden alone must be exhausting. Go see a doctor and get better." Wen Zhuying looked at her with genuine concern, the kind reserved for a not-so-familiar friend. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Was Song Ziji hoping she would assist with medical expenses? Alarm bells rang in her mind, and she quickly replied, "You're not avoiding the doctor because of financial constraints, are you? I can't help you there, as I'm broke too." Song Ziji's smile faltered, feeling as though Wen Zhuying was subtly mocking her. "It's nothing serious, just an allergy perhaps. I believe switching rooms would suffice." She looked at Wen Zhuying with hopeful anticipation, playfully sticking out her tongue and sweetly imploring, "Zhuying, we're friends. Could you please switch with me?" A good person will enjoy peace throughout their life. Once again invoking friendship and the notion of being a good person, she wielded moral persuasion with finesse. To decline would cast the other party as somewhat petty. Wen Zhuying tilted her head slightly and replied earnestly, "I never claimed to be a good person. Should you doubt, simply inquire among the netizens about my true nature. Sincerity remains an eternal trump card." Her notorious reputation precedes her, having been vilified across the internet. She scarcely qualifies as a virtuous individual. Thus, does Song Ziji appear to be merely feigning affection while actually engaging in moral coercion? Let me clarify that I am a detractor. Spare her the moral high ground, for it seems she possesses none. Damn it! I find myself utterly unable to counter her words. If Wen Balian is deemed a good person, then surely there are no good people left in this world? Attempting to morally coerce Wen Balian, you've truly struck a hard place. You must have misunderstood. Our precious one is indeed kind-hearted. Merely discussing matters with a friend, how could that be construed as moral coercion? Exactly, it must be a misunderstanding. When with friends, is it not common to negotiate? Upon hearing Wen Zhuying's words, Song Ziji's charming demeanor twisted slightly, clearly taken aback. Initially, when no one paid attention to Wen Zhuying, She had made an effort to engage with her, and Wen Zhuying had long regarded her as her sole good friend, willing to listen to whatever she said. Yet today, she had learned to rebut her. Surely, it must be an anomaly. Furrowing her brows, Song Zhiji spoke in a low tone, pleading, "Is there truly no way to change this?" Yi Wenyi, unable to bear it any longer, cast a disdainful glance at Wen Zhuying and coldly retorted, "What a shame that Zhiji, the only one willing to befriend you, is not cherished. Is she truly that remarkable? Then I shall forgo her friendship. Do take her away." Wen Zhuying smiled at him, her tone as light as if she were gifting a kitten or puppy to another. She was not naive enough to be oblivious to whether someone genuinely wished to be her friend. In the past, when her father was indifferent and her mother neglectful, her status as a wealthy heiress was nothing more than a sham. She yearned for companionship and did not care for sincerity. After enduring a decade in the apocalypse and encountering those who truly cared for her, she no longer craved such false companionship. She is now Wen Zhuying. Yi Wenyi's expression darkened. Glaring at Wen Zhuying with palpable anger and gritting his teeth, he admonished, "Zhiji is not an object. Why speak so harshly? What do you mean by take her or leave her? Surely you do not mean to imply that you yourself do not desire her? If you do not want her, then I certainly do not." Wen Zhuying instinctively stepped back, her posture defensive, muttering to herself, "I am no longer a child. If you intend to deceive me, think again." Every gesture was infused with disdain. Yi Wenyi felt his expression might split, forcing out each word. Wen Zhuying. Wen Zhuying, perplexed, replied, "I am here. What troubles you?" Yi Wenyi retorted, "Do you still have the audacity to ask what troubles me?" Meanwhile, Song Ziji's face turned ashen, her teeth grinding in frustration while she had to maintain her persona, unable to lash out. Bai Yi, hidden in the corner, stifled laughter, internally cheering for Wen Zhuying. Though he did not discern the underlying intricacies, he simply detested Song Zhiji and her constant expression as if the world owed her a debt. "Go, Wen. You are fierce and dignified." The barrage of comments had already begun to denigrate Wen Zhuying, an onslaught of harsh words flooding the screen. "Bah. What a joke. With your standing, our precious one befriending you is an elevation of your status. How ungrateful." "Ah. Merely a wretched creature." "Ah. Why doesn't Wen Balian just go die? Do you not see that, compared to Wen Balian, Song Zhiji resembles a white lotus even more? Due to the campaign against online harassment, many accounts spewing vulgarities were swiftly banned, yet the comments dominated by Song Zhiji's fans were hardly any better. The atmosphere had grown tense, and Fu Yu, feeling somewhat awkward, took the initiative to diffuse the situation, suggesting, "How about I take a room for myself? And you two share one? Perhaps my late-night habits disturb Zhiji. If I sleep alone, there will be no such troubles." Song Zhiji felt an acute impatience. Fu Yu had once been a prominent star, but that was in the past. Now, she was merely a has-been, of little value. Song Zhiji had no desire to indulge her in pleasantries, offering instead a forced smile of apology. "Teacher Fu, I truly apologize. I sought solitude and inadvertently troubled you." Fu Yu, seasoned in the entertainment industry, was not blind to these petty maneuvers. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Ultimately, Wen Zhuying exchanged rooms with Song Zhiji. If given a choice, she would much prefer to reside with the gentle Fu Yu than with Song Zhiji. Dragging her suitcase into Fu Yu's room, Wen Zhuying was met with Fu Yu's eager assistance in unpacking, her face etched with guilt. "Little Wen, I'm truly sorry. I've put you in this situation." The room was spacious and well-decorated, a far cry from the stench and rust that had mingled in the apocalyptic environment, 1,000 times more pleasant. Wen Zhuying felt no sense of grievance. Instead, she beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling like clear waters. "Teacher Fu, residing in such a splendid room is a stroke of fortune for me. The bed is so soft, the room smells delightful. I adore it. Yay, yay, yay." She bounced about like a lively monkey. Fu Yu's lips twitched slightly. This child, her energy was almost excessive. She contemplated saying something but, upon witnessing Wen Zhuying's exuberance, opted to remain silent, only smiling with a mixture of affection and exasperation. She mused, "Well, let us observe her character over the next few days. After all, one can maintain a facade for only so long." Chapter 05. Terrifying, truly terrifying in the dead of night, Wen Zhuying awoke to the sound of rustling. Having endured the apocalypse, where zombies could emerge at any moment and ambush was ever present, she remained perpetually vigilant. Hearing the noise, She held her breath and turned her head to investigate. The source of the sound was none other than Fuyu, who had stealthily risen from her bed. Glancing over at Wen Zhuying, seemingly believing her to be asleep, she cautiously settled at the table. There, facing a makeup mirror, Fuyu retrieved a small bottle from the drawer. Then, she tugged at her hair, causing a wig piece to fall away, revealing her scalp. Moonlight streamed through the curtain, illuminating her head, where several conspicuous bald patches glimmered in the night. Indeed, those patches were rather shiny. This was precisely the reason Song Jiji had insisted on changing rooms. In the dead of night, catching sight of Fuyu stealthily removing her wig, with her head gleaming like a ghost, was truly unsettling. For someone timid, it could have been enough to scare them to death. When Zhuying rose, positioning herself behind Fuyu, her small hand gently poking at Fuyu's head, curiosity getting the better of her, "Teacher Fu, is that alopecia?" In the stillness of the night, her voice resonated unexpectedly.
Fuyu. Oh.
Every hair on her body stood on end, a chill racing from her feet to her head. Her hand trembled involuntarily, the bottle she held slipping from her grasp and rolling across the floor. What a fright! Fuyu was drenched in cold sweat as she bent down, trembling to retrieve the bottle. When Zhuying, ever helpful, picked up the fallen item and handed it back, still brimming with curiosity. "Teacher Fu, do you get up every night to check on your alopecia?" In that moment, the initial shock morphed into a sense of sorrow over her baldness. "Why are you so silent, child?" Fuyu accepted the bottle, exhaling sharply, casting Wen Zhuying a reproachful glance, her voice tinged with concern. "I don't know what's happening lately. I've inexplicably lost patches of hair and have been shedding excessively, so I get up at night to apply some medication. During all other times, cameras are directed at them, except during their sleeping hours when they are turned off." She can only seize this moment to apply her medication. However, the efficacy of the solution is painfully slow. Her scalp remains reflective, necessitating the use of a wig during the day, for otherwise, she cannot bear to face anyone. "Actually, you don't need to apply the medication. I know a method to promote hair growth," Wen Zhuying remarked. Fuyu was immediately intrigued, her curiosity piqued as she eagerly inquired, "What method?" Wen Zhuying lowered her voice, feigning an air of mystery. "My method is guaranteed to work. You should sleep now, and I will reveal it to you in the morning." Fuyu glanced at Wen Zhuying's hair, which was voluminous and glossy, undoubtedly the result of some secret formula. Thus, she wholeheartedly believed in Wen Zhuying's words. Without hesitation, she set aside the small bottle, climbed into bed with Wen Zhuying, tucked herself under the covers, and began to drift off to sleep. During this period, she had been restless due to her baldness, tossing and turning. Yet today, buoyed by Wen Zhuying's assurance, she fell asleep surprisingly quickly. Wen Zhuying, initially vigilant, soon succumbed to the comfort of the soft, warm bed and fell into a deep slumber. A night filled with sweet dreams ensued. The following day, it was Song Jiji who roused everyone from their slumber. The previous night, she had proposed an impromptu activity to showcase everyone's most authentic morning states to the audience. It was a splendid opportunity for some fun, and the director readily agreed. Naturally, the first target was Song Jiji herself. She had applied a light makeup, her skin appearing smooth and refined, and had deliberately chosen a flattering dress, pretending it was a nightgown. As the camera focused on her, she threw off the covers, greeted the audience with a smile and a yawn, and exclaimed, "Good morning, everyone in the live stream, all 301 of you." Her fans erupted in admiration. "I'm about to be dazzled by her beauty. Which other female celebrity can look this stunning without makeup? This is why I adore my precious idol. Her bare face obliterates all other female stars, doesn't it? Is this my reward for waking up early today?" Seeing the barrage of compliments directed at her, Song Jiji smiled contentedly, stretching lazily before taking the camera and addressing the audience. "Today, I'm the one waking them up. Would you like to see how the others look upon rising? I'm quite eager. Who can outshine my precious idol? Honestly, I don't want to see them. But if my idol wishes to, I shall oblige." Song Jiji first approached Bai Yi's door, knocking before entering. Bai Yi, who had just turned 18, was an exceptionally handsome young man, his face brimming with youthful collagen, his hair a chaotic mess reminiscent of a bird's nest, yet his aristocratic demeanor could not be concealed. Having debuted only a few months prior, his fans were drawn solely by his looks. Upon being startled awake, his appearance remained acceptable, though he bore a frown indicative of his annoyance at being disturbed, prompting some to comment on his poor attitude. Next, Yi Wenye and another elder, Zhang Ji, emerged from under their covers. Upon waking, Both had a sheen of oil on their faces, which, under the camera's scrutiny, detracted from their appeal, rendering them quite ordinary.
Subsequently,
Song Zhiji made her way to the room shared by Fu Yu and Wen Zhuying, located at the end of the corridor. She felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of seeing the freshly awakened Fu teacher and Wen Zhuying. Standing at the door, she knocked. Barely able to contain her eagerness, "Fu teacher, it's me. May I come in?" "Wait a moment." Fu Yu's voice sounded somewhat rushed. Song Zhiji, fully aware of the reason, twisted the doorknob and entered without hesitation. Inside, Fu Yu was frantically securing her wig, her expression dark as she glared at Song Zhiji. "How dare you enter without permission?" "Teacher Fu, this is the program's rule. We're doing a surprise raid today, surprise. Aren't you thrilled?"
Fu Yu forced a smile.
Song Zhiji quickly scanned a room for Wen Zhuying. Where is Wen Zhuying? Why isn't she here? It's only 7 in the morning. Where could she be? Fu Yu glanced at Song Zhiji. Xiao Wen went downstairs, probably in the yard. Oh, really? I must go check. Song Zhiji could hardly wait to find Wen Zhuying. Having shared a room with Fu Yu, Wen Zhuying must have been terrified and unable to sleep all night, right? A sleepless night would surely leave her skin sallow. With dark circles under her eyes, she was eager for everyone to see Wen Zhuying's bare face. In the yard, Song Zhiji wandered around until she finally spotted Wen Zhuying against the wall. She pointed the camera in Wen Zhuying's direction, her smile instantly freezing in place, her expression turning comically bewildered. Wen Zhuying was indeed against the wall. However, she was neither sitting nor leaning nor crouching. Instead, she was hanging upside down over the wall, her feet hooked around the edge, her body inverted, clad in adorably loose sportswear. With her hands behind her head, she effortlessly performed crunches, counting with nonchalance, 399, 400, 401. The viewers in the live stream felt as though they had just been dealt a devastating blow, while they struggled to even rise from bed, akin to paralyzed individuals. Wen Zhuying was gracefully hanging from the wall, effortlessly executing her workout. Absurd, truly absurd. Can we have a moment of respite for us lazy folk? Seeing this first thing in the morning warms my heart. It's delightful. As I lay paralyzed in bed, I hastily began to stretch. Who understands? After running 800 meters and feeling half my life slip away, what can I say? Did she do 400 already? No exaggeration, if I were to try, I couldn't even hang on. Song Zhiji never expected that Wen Zhuying, this early in the morning, would not be lazing about but rather engaged in such vigorous activity. She took a deep breath and approached. "Wen Zhuying, you are truly disciplined. Reflecting on our days of exercising together, I feel quite nostalgic." As she spoke, she unexpectedly thrust the camera towards Wen Zhuying's face to show everyone how unglamorous she appeared at that moment. Just as she thought this, her expression faltered, standing awkwardly in place. Wen Zhuying's face was not the sallow and haggard visage she had anticipated after a sleepless night. On the contrary, her features were soft and harmonious, her skin fair and smooth, her delicate and exquisite features strikingly beautiful. After her workout, her fair skin glowed with a rosy hue, adorned with glistening beads of sweat that radiated health. Song Ziji's carefully crafted light makeup was indeed lovely, but Wen Zhuying's post-exercise rosy complexion was utterly captivating.
Wow.
I've never observed one by Lian up close. How is she so stunning?
Bara
She truly excels, not only in beauty, but in health as well. My goodness. Her face is simply flawless, so beautiful. This can't be blackened. Let us find another angle to critique her. She is lovely, but her posture is too bold to match such a face. Is this ugly? Certainly not. This is beauty.
Why?
After spending a night in the same room as Fu Yu, did she not appear haggard, but rather brimming with vitality? Song Zhiji felt as though she had inadvertently shot herself in the foot. She had intended to use others' flaws to highlight her own beauty, yet unexpectedly, she stumbled and fell with Wen Zhuying. Once she realized, she promptly directed the camera elsewhere, forcing a smile as she laughed. Haha. Today we have 2 stunning beauties to feast your eyes upon. Now, let us prepare breakfast. Let us see what us for breakfast. Wen Zhuying continued her crunches with utmost dedication, aiming for 1,000 today. Song Zhiji came and went, inadvertently garnering some fans for her. But Wen Zhuying paid her little mind. After completing 1,000 goals, she leapt down from the wall, wiping her sweat with a sense of satisfaction. It was splendid. The physique honed in the apocalypse had been brought back to this world, and all the efforts had not been in vain. Breakfast was prepared by the host family, who rose with the dawn to tend to their farming duties. Each morning, they would conveniently whip up breakfast for the stars before heading out. A large table was laden with buns and porridge, half of which was consumed by Wen Zhuying alone. Stars must face the camera, and to maintain their figures. Everyone ate with moderation. Song Ziji had only half a bun, while Yi Wenyu managed just one. In contrast, Wen Zhuying devoured 5 hefty meat buns, still holding one as she munched away. Although teenagers can have such a substantial appetite, they are in a growth phase, burning through energy rapidly. For adults, overeating would be conspicuously apparent on camera. At this rate, how could Wen Zhuying avoid gaining weight? Yet, she did not dwell on such thoughts. If she felt like eating, she indulged. Being well-fed and satisfied was truly blissful. Fuyu sat beside her, initially taken aback, but then recalled the 5 bowls of rice she had consumed the previous night, deeming 6 buns hardly significant. Xiaowen, do you remember what we discussed last night? Fuyu whispered to her. Of course. Wen Zhuying replied, rubbing her belly.
And?
Fuyu looked at her expectantly. I left the secret recipe at home. I didn't bring it with me, Wen Zhuying said nonchalantly. Once we finish recording the show, I will surely share it with you. Fuyu could hardly contain her anticipation. Would it take a long time? Could you possibly share it sooner? Wen Zhuying chuckled. Don't worry, Teacher Fu. It will certainly be useful. There will be time to use it later.
All right.
Fuyu wanted to say more, but the director called for everyone to gather quickly for the drawing of tasks. To ensure fairness, daily tasks were determined by drawing lots, with one side of the card displaying the task while the other was uniform for all. Fuyu would be responsible for cooking today, so she did not need to draw. Song Ziji drew a card and her expression soured. It read, the firewood in the kitchen is depleted. Please go to the designated hill to fetch firewood to ensure a week's supply. Yi Wenyu's task was comparatively light. The cabbages in the front yard are ripe. They need to be harvested for pickling. When Zhuying glanced at her card's content, seemingly unimpressed, the faucet in the yard is broken. Please find a plumber in the village to repair it. By E. Drew. Congratulations, you are fortunate. You can choose to team up with someone to work together. Each card's content was displayed on the screen, and while these tasks seemed simple, they required significant effort and were exhausting, prompting the audience to exclaim that the director was being unreasonable. Director, can the drawn tasks be exchanged? Song Ziji inquired. The director chuckled. If both parties agree, exchanges are permitted. Song Ziji looked at Yi Wenyu, hoping he would swap with her. Fetching firewood was the most crucial task of the day and had to be completed before noon. Otherwise, they would have nothing to cook and would go hungry. If this task was poorly executed, they would surely face complaints and backlash from viewers. Yi Wenyu felt conflicted. Although he wanted to put on a good show, he was reluctant to chop wood, aware of its importance. Who knew where the production team had designated the hill? It certainly would not go smoothly. I'll exchange with you. When Zhuying volunteered, finding her task too simple to be engaging, she wanted to venture to the mountain. Thank you so much. You are truly wonderful. Song Ziji looked at Wen Zhuying as if she were a savior, fearing she might change her mind, and immediately swapped cards. By E, who had been indecisive about whom to partner with, seized the opportunity upon seeing their exchange, exclaiming, "One, I'll team up with you." Chapter 07. Lin Dayu pulls up the willow after shouting. He realized everyone was staring at him, having inadvertently voiced his inner thoughts about Wen Zhuying. He quickly covered his mouth, pretending he had not spoken. Hearing this, Wen Zhuying inexplicably felt a sense of responsibility as the older sibling. Previously, she had always been under the protection of others. Now, it was her turn to look after someone else. With a bright smile, she eagerly nodded, "Perfect. I need your help." Bai Yi's eyes sparkled as he rolled up his sleeves to showcase his well-defined arm muscles, confidently assuring her, "Wen, you can count on me." Why do I have a bad feeling about this? He would have been better off not making promises. Now I'm worried. A husky and a white lotus flower, what a peculiar combination. The two cheerfully gathered their belongings. And Song Ziji also lent a hand by placing a hatchet into the backpack, along with buns and water. Handing it to Wen Zhuying with a concerned yet grateful expression, "Zhuying, thank you for your hard work. Just fetch some firewood and come back." As she spoke, she noticed Wen Zhuying's attire, a pure white dress adorned with exquisite lace trim. It had been 10 years since Wen Zhuying had worn such a dress, and she adored it, wishing she could change into several outfits each day. On the other hand, the only clothes she had brought, apart from her nightgown, were white dresses, leaving her with no other options. However, wearing such a dress, while chopping wood, seemed rather impractical. Song Ziji recognized this and frowned, advising, It's quite hot on the mountain, and there are many mosquitoes. Wearing a dress might not be advisable. Would you like to borrow my clothes? No need, no need. Wearing a dress won't hinder my performance, Wen Zhuying firmly declined. She then bent down to carefully check the hatchet in the backpack, ensuring the handle was intact and the blade unbroken before placing it back inside. This clearly indicated her distrust of the equipment prepared by Song Ziji. Upon witnessing her actions, Song Ziji felt a slight pang of embarrassment but said nothing, watching Wen Zhuying depart, simply saying, "Come back soon." Not every forest is suitable for logging. The woodland selected by the production team was relatively distant, requiring a 40 to 50-minute walk to reach. The path up the mountain was not overly overgrown, but it was strewn with brown pine needles and fir leaves, making footing treacherous. Upon arriving at their destination, Bai set down the backpack and eagerly offered the hatchet, saying, "Wen, please give it a try." The accompanying cameraman and PD were left speechless by his eagerness, struggling to reconcile this version of him with the haughty and arrogant young master from the beginning. Wen Zhuying lifted her chin, grasped the hatchet, and assumed a determined stance. With both hands gripping the handle, she swung down with all her might. The tree remained utterly unmoved, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. Bai's hand, poised to applaud, hung in the air, caught between action and inaction. Those who had already been critical of Wen Zhuying for attempting to chop wood in a white dress seized the opportunity to mock her. Does this not scream for a slap in the face? How can she claim that wearing a dress won't affect her performance? Is this really her idea of performance? Women are weaker. Such tasks should be left to men. This is truly absurd. In a bid to steal the spotlight, she volunteered for chopping wood. Yet she couldn't even make a dent. Let Bai take over and not waste our time. Bai, momentarily taken aback, immediately reached for the hatchet, suggesting, "Perhaps I should do it. I have a bit more strength." Wen Zhuying did not relinquish the hatchet. Instead, she drew it closer and ran her fingers along the blade. This action startled Bai, causing his heart to skip a beat, prompting him to shout, "Wait, don't." The blade isn't sharpened. Wen Zhuying turned her head to look at him. She had suspected that Song Ziji was untrustworthy, so she had inspected the hatchet thoroughly. Little did she realize that in her meticulousness, she had overlooked the fact that the blade was indeed dull. Bai immediately reached out to touch it, but after doing so, a shadow of discontent clouded his fair and delicate face as he gritted his teeth and sneered. How could she be so malicious? You kindly exchanged tasks with her, and yet she wholeheartedly seeks to undermine you. After the task exchange, Song Ziji's seemingly sincere concern had led him to mistakenly believe that she was genuinely grateful to Wen Zhuying and had turned over a new leaf. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Song Ziji not only harbored no gratitude, but actively sought opportunities to cause trouble. Nevertheless, blaming Song Ziji now seemed futile. The immediate concern was to address the issue of the firewood knife. The journey back was long, and the sun blazed overhead. Bai suggested, "How about I go down to the foot of the mountain and borrow a firewood knife from a nearby household?" "No need, I'll handle it. You step aside." Wen Zhuying casually tossed aside the knife and rubbed her palms together. Bai, unsure of her intentions, obediently moved aside. The cameraman cleverly directed the lens towards Wen Zhuying, capturing her sweet visage, reminiscent of a white lotus blossoming in the morning dew. The sight of such a delicate woman undertaking such laborious tasks evoked a sense of incongruity. However, that thought was shattered in the next moment. Wen Zhuying stood with her feet apart, inhaled deeply, and placed her hands on the massive tree root. With a simultaneous exertion of force in one direction, she yanked.
Bang!
She uprooted the tree. Uprooted it, indeed. They were reluctant to admit it, but they had witnessed Wen Zhuying pull up a large tree as effortlessly as one would a radish. As everyone stood in stunned silence, Wen Zhuying shook the dirt off the tree root, quite pleased with herself as she hoisted the tree onto her shoulder, showcasing her accomplishment. Her voice rang out clear and bright. "Isn't this quite simple?" She exuded pride, leaving those present and the live audience feeling a chill run down their spines. Even the cameraman instinctively took a few steps back, watching her actions with trepidation. There was no trace of fragility in her demeanor. Instead, she radiated an aura of formidable strength. Lin Dayu pulling up willow branches. "I admit, I may have spoken a tad too loudly. This task can only be handled by our sister here," smiling upside down JPG. "Sister, having pulled up the tree, you won't pull us up too, will you?" How did she discover this new path of prowess? "I declare from this day forth, Wen Balian is my Wen Yi. Wen Yi is mighty. Wen Yi is domineering. I raised the banner for Wen Yi. Bai Yi stared wide-eyed, gasping in awe, unable to conceal his admiration. Like a large dog, he eagerly ran up to Wen Zhuying, his tall and robust figure radiating a clean, sunny disposition, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of foolishness as he exclaimed, "Wen Yi, you're truly incredible." He then patted his shoulder, signaling Wen Zhuying to let him carry the tree. "I'll help take it down." Chapter 08. The unfortunate child. Wen Zhuying felt a tad embarrassed by his enthusiastic address of Wen Yi. Since he wished to assist, she obliged, placing the great tree onto Bai Yi's shoulder. He had braced himself, but as soon as the tree rested on him, he found himself unable to sustain it, crashing to the ground with a thud. "I lost my balance. Let us try again." Bai Yi flexed his arms, determined to showcase his masculine strength. On the second attempt, he held his breath, yet still fell to the ground, his face turning crimson. "Perhaps I'm not quite ready?" He made a third attempt, only to tumble once more. Bai Yi thought to himself, no pain, no gain. After several unsuccessful tries, he looked at Wen Zhuying in bewilderment. Why was she able to lift it with such ease while he could not manage it at all? At this moment, the realization of Wen Zhuying's extraordinary strength dawned upon the onlookers, their eyes widening in astonishment, casting her complex glances. Wen Zhuying was indeed terrifying. Had she been concealing her power all along? Seeing Bai Yi's pitiful state, she felt a slight disdain for his weakness. However, as the older sibling, was it not her duty to protect the weaker younger brother? "I'll handle the tree. You gather some pine needles for kindling from the ground and place them in the backpack," she instructed, pointing to the pine needles and then to the backpack.
Bai Yi,
Eager to prove his worth, promptly abandoned the tree and diligently began his task, showing no signs of slacking off. In just 20 minutes, they completed their work. Wen Zhuying, not in a hurry to return, noticed a vine between two large trees and climbed up to swing. Her white skirt traced whimsical arcs in the wind. Bai Yi looked up, saw her swinging, and immediately stood up, brushing off the dirt from his pants. "Wen Yi, may I join you?" Wen Zhuying halted her swing, beckoning him with her foot. "Hurry up." Bai Yi quickly climbed up, mimicking her posture, securing himself with his waist and abdomen on the vine. "I'm ready," he declared. "Then I shall begin." Wen Zhuying pushed off with her feet, and the two soared into the air. They hung from the vine, swaying in the breeze, their joyous laughter echoing through the tranquil mountains. In a live broadcast, if there are no captivating moments, the audience can easily lose interest, resulting in a rapid decline in viewership. Song Ziyi and Yi Wenyi had the largest fanbases, and with their subtle attempts at stirring up a romantic connection on the show, they initially attracted many viewers, becoming the most popular stars. However, the extensive duration of the live stream inevitably led to monotony, prompting some viewers to flit between various channels. Upon entering this particular live stream, they were startled, genuinely startled. On their screens, sparse sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a dim glow on the ground. Two figures swung from the vine, one clad in a white dress with long, straight black hair. Their hearty laughter reverberated through the stillness of the forest. The scene appeared increasingly eerie. Thank goodness it was broad daylight. Had it been nighttime, witnessing such a sight would have likely frightened them to the point of not daring to venture to the restroom. Isn't this a variety show? Why does it feel so creepy? What on earth are these two doing? Is it necessary to be this terrifying? This is too surreal. Their laughter gives me goosebumps. Is the production team doing this on purpose? I find this thrillingly sinister. The crew members could not help but rub their arms, musing. If we say this wasn't our arrangement, would you believe us? They were present on site and felt quite apprehensive themselves. Some viewers, startled, contemplated exiting the live stream, only to pause when they witnessed the vine snap under the strain. The two figures hanging from it emitted a resounding crash as they plummeted to the ground. The surface, blanketed with a thick layer of pine needles, proved soft, allowing them to tumble down the slope unscathed, rolling to a stop at the bottom. Wen Zhuying was the first to rise, adjusting her skirt slightly as she extended her hand toward Bai Yi. "Are you all right?" Bai Yi, seeing stars, instinctively reached out for Wen Zhuying. Upon grasping what he thought was her hand, he realized it was not her hand at all, but rather the tail of a cow. The cow, startled by the grip on its tail, turned its head and snorted. Bai Yi shuddered and promptly released his hold, apologizing. "I'm sorry, brother cow." The cow flicked its tail, releasing a foul wind that tousled Bai Yi's bangs. His expression darkened instantly. "Wen Yi, it bullied me." He reached out to point at the cow and exclaimed, "You, it reeks terribly, truly unbearable." Wen Zhuying patted her chest reassuringly. Don't worry. I'll help you teach it a lesson. She gently kicked the cow. The cow, incensed, raised its tail and let out a prolonged, odorous fart. Bai Yi's face turned as dark as a soot-covered pot. When you. He was retching quite dramatically, yet the audience found it utterly hilarious. Although it felt rather unkind to laugh at that moment, they simply couldn't help themselves. Just a moment ago, they had been frightened and ready to leave. But now the comments were flooding in. These two are going to make me die laughing in the live stream, ha ha ha. Bai Yi really looks unfortunate. But I can't help but laugh, ha 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 ha. Rolling in bed, laughing like a worm. That poor kid is just too unlucky, ha ha. Why didn't you two team up earlier? You two should have your own show. I'll definitely follow along. In contrast to the merriment on Wen Zhuying's side, another live stream exuded a tranquil, idyllic ambience. After Song Ziji had arranged for someone to repair the water pipe at the village entrance, she found herself with plenty of free time and chose to assist Yuanya with his work. The field had only a modest yield of cabbages, and they quickly filled 4 baskets before sitting at the door to strip the outer leaves from the cabbages. The entire process was not time-consuming and required little physical effort. A normal adult could easily complete it. However, they were not typical adults. To maintain their figures, they had only eaten half a bun that morning, and by this time, their stomachs were growling with hunger. Yuanya asked Fuyu, "Teacher Fu, when can we eat?" Fuyu emerged from the kitchen, shaking off the water from her hands, and replied, "The vegetables are ready. We just need to wait for the firewood to return and get a fire started." Yuanya, feeling anxious from hunger, displayed a hint of dissatisfaction, wondering when Wen Zhuying would return. Chapter 09. Riding the cow. Song Ziji rubbed her stomach, looking rather uncomfortable and filled with regret. Had I known, I wouldn't have swapped with Zhuying. A little hardship is nothing compared to letting everyone go hungry. Yuanya's eyes flashed with irritation. Such an important task should never have been entrusted to Wen Zhuying. The sooner she returned, the sooner they could eat. The more he thought about it, the more upset he felt, and the sight of the cabbages before him only added to his annoyance. Noticing his expression, Song Ziji gently suggested, "This waiting isn't a solution. Shall we go find Zhuying? If we can't locate her, we can chop some firewood to get through today. That's her job. Why should we help?" Yuanya slammed the cabbage he was holding down and went inside. Song Ziji quickly stood up and followed him, softly trying to soothe him. Under her gentle coaxing, Yuanya finally calmed down, heading to the kitchen to grab the leftover bun from breakfast, breaking it in half to stave off his hunger. Though it was Song Ziji who had ignited the fire, she ended up being the peacemaker. A smile crept onto her lips. Just as she lifted the corners of her mouth, she caught sight of Fuyu, who gazed at her with an intense, penetrating look, as if she could see right through her. Fuyu found no utilitarian value in her, but had no intention of creating enmity. She smiled and called out,
"Teacher Fu."
Fuyu merely glanced at her with indifference, nodded, and walked away, her demeanor as cold as ice. Song Ziji paid it no mind. Just a washed-up star. What did she have to boast about? After another half-hour passed, and it was nearing 11 o'clock, the time for cooking, still no sign of Wen Zhuying and Bai Yi. Everyone was hungry, their stomachs growling in protest, and they unanimously decided to go search for them, to help chop firewood. Otherwise, they would risk going without dinner as night fell. At the entrance of the courtyard was a long road, and as the group was locking up, they heard a distant sound of friction growing nearer. Turning around, they found themselves frozen in place. At the end of the road, an old yellow cow was trotting along, dragging 2 large tree trunks, with 2 individuals perched atop. Their hair was tousled, with a few stray grasses tangled in, their clothes dirty, yet both were strikingly handsome, sitting in a rather unrefined manner as if they had just returned from rummaging through trash. Bai Yi urged, "Cow brother, hurry up, we're almost there." The cow instinctively raised its tail, prompting Bai Yi to shield her face, desperately pleading, "Cow brother, could you refrain from farting?" Wen Zhuying sat atop the cow, one hand gripping the animal while the other waved at them, flashing a bright, pulley smile as she cheerfully shouted, "Hello comrades, thank you for your hard work." Behind them trailed a breathless stranger, hands on his hips, running while weakly shouting, "Wait, stop,
"Hold on."
Yet the front pair paid him no heed, shouting, "Cow brother, faster." The scene was utterly comical, leaving everyone astonished as they observed this peculiarly whimsical tableau, their lips twitching before they burst into laughter. This was indeed a unique return. Yesterday riding a pig, today riding a cow. Truly, you are Winbalian. This method of returning home is nothing short of sensational in the entire entertainment industry. Ahahaha, I'm going to die laughing. These two are a perfect pair of clowns. Where's your idol's image? Oh, neither of you have that. Bye, E. Just let it go, as long as you're happy. Oh no, I've completely forgotten what Winbalian used to be like. All I remember is this comical girl riding pigs and cows, covering her face. Fuyu couldn't help but chuckle, momentarily forgetting the facade of an esteemed artist. Waving her hand and calling out, not a hardship. Serving the people. Even the usually taciturn Zhang, she was grinning, with his eyes squinted in delight. The group erupted into joyful chaos. This was the happiest day they had experienced in quite some time, finally finding joy even in this remote countryside. Upon reaching home, Wen Zhuying jumped off the cow's back and proceeded to untie the ropes binding the tree trunks, unloading the two sizable logs. These logs would last them quite a while. And with lunchtime still not upon them, they needed to chop firewood and light the fire quickly to prepare the meal. The mere mention of cooking made her eyes gleam with excitement. Fuyu's eyes softened with affection as she smiled and gently plucked the grass from Wen Zhuying's head, saying warmly, "The vegetables are all prepared. We just need to get the fire going to stir-fry and cook." Little Wen is truly remarkable. With such large logs, not even a week's worth would suffice, and they wouldn't need that much even by the end of the entire recording period. Earlier, some had doubted Wen Zhuying's capabilities, feeling she had wasted everyone's time and made them wait hungrily. Yet now, with the two large tree trunks on the ground, they had undeniably proven their worth. Song Ziji and Yi Wenye exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with a hint of awkwardness. At that moment, the stranger who had been trailing behind finally caught up, panting heavily. Drenched in sweat. "You two, you're a couple of cow thieves," he exclaimed, pointing an unsteady finger at Wen Zhuying and Bai Yi. Laughter gradually subsided as everyone turned their attention to him, curiosity piqued, trying to comprehend the situation. What cow thieves? Was this cow stolen? Wen Zhuying blinked innocently, her eyes bright and clear, and declared earnestly, "We merely borrowed it. Consider it compensation for cow brother bullying my little brother, right, cow brother?" Although she genuinely wished to sample some beef, she constantly reminded herself not to act like in the apocalypse, where might made right. When in a place, one must abide by its rules. However, cow brother had bullied her little brother far too mercilessly. Surely some compensation was warranted. And wasn't this a perfect way to bring them back? Bai Yi promptly raised her hand to assert her presence, declaring, "I can attest that Brother Niu indeed consented." Brother Niu, with an air of pride, lifted his chin and emitted a series of grunts from his nostrils, before attempting to raise his tail. Bai Yi was immediately startled, her complexion shifting as she hurriedly sought refuge behind Wen Zhuying. When it comes to matters of intellect, one must not show cowardice. Rather, one should be a discerning individual who recognizes the times. The man, his expression laced with skepticism, scrutinized the two individuals before him, noting their refined demeanor and attire, which seemed ill-suited for those who would covet his bovine companion. As he glanced around at the multitude of onlookers and cameras, realization dawned upon him. This was a filming set. Grateful to these two, he found himself in the enviable position of witnessing the spectacle firsthand. His irritation dissipated, replaced by a casual ruffling of his hair and a dab at his perspiration, as he leaned towards the camera, eagerly inquiring, "Will I be on television?" Chapter 10. Retribution arrives. The production team noted that this unintentional interlude had provided amusement for the viewers. "You've already made your debut, big guy. I never realized. The big guy's obsession with image is heavier than those two fools. As I said, those two are fools. What image concerns could there be? When did this show become so entertaining? Even a passerby, is this amusing?" The staff repeatedly apologized, urging him to take his cow home promptly. The man, still eager to showcase himself, found his aspirations thwarted by the production team. With a sense of disappointment, he approached the stubborn bovine, which resolutely refused to budge. As he prepared to deliver a swift slap to its head, he was halted by Song Ziji. "Animals are our companions. We must be gentle," she advised, stepping forward. The man regarded her with an incredulous expression, hesitating to voice his thoughts, before ultimately stepping aside, muttering, "If you think you can handle it, go ahead." Song Ziji approached the yellow cow, her delicate fingers caressing its back as she softly implored, "I know you don't want to leave us, but it's time to return to your owner." Those who admired her found her kind-hearted and gentle, while her detractors were left cringing in embarrassment. Wen Zhuying, feeling the awkwardness, whispered to Bai Yi, "Is she always like this? Does she really not need to see a doctor?" Bai Yi rolled her eyes and replied in a hushed tone, "Compared to her, I believe you, who can befriend her, should be the one to see a doctor." Wen Zhuying shot her a glare, What did you say? Bai Yi quickly lifted her chin, diverting the conversation. Look, it's about to get even more awkward. As Song Ziji finished speaking, the yellow cow remained unresponsive, leaving everyone present feeling quite embarrassed. She gently patted the cow's back, as if speaking to a petulant child. Don't be stubborn. It's time to go home. Finally, the yellow cow stirred. It lifted its hind leg and kicked out forcefully. Song Ziji was sent sprawling into the field, her beautiful dress marred by a large hoofprint. The scene was one of utter disarray. Yi Wenyi, feeling sympathetic, could not help but express his concern upon seeing Song Ziji in such a state, angrily chastising the man. Can you not control your cow? In an instant, the yellow cow moved again, lifting its leg and kicking out. Yi Wenyi fell to the ground in a perfect arc, joining Song Ziji on the ground. You were concerned, right? Now you can both sit together. The man mockingly echoed Song Ziji's earlier words. Oh, animals are our friends. We should be gentle with them. You won't blame it, will you? The words she had spoken returned to her like a boomerang, striking her with irony. All right, I admit I enjoyed this moment. This is painfully awkward, but finally, I witnessed what I wanted to see. Heartless and ungrateful, deliberately providing an unusable tool to Wenbalian. You deserve to be kicked by the cow. Hee, this is what we call retribution. No matter how vile and disgusting Wenbalian is, she was willing to exchange tasks with you, yet you repaid her kindness with malice, and now you face the consequences, don't you? Some of Song Ziji's fans attempted to defend her, claiming she was kind-hearted but occasionally too naive, resulting in well-meaning actions that backfired. It was certainly unintentional. However, those who believed her were far outnumbered, as not everyone is a fool. Gasping for breath, Song Ziji forced a smile and assured the man that it was all right before slowly rising. The man scoffed, giving a sharp slap to Brother Nyo's head, and sternly asked, Are you coming home or not? To his surprise, the rebellious Brother Nyo actually lowered its head, nuzzling against the man's arm, and obediently followed him home. It seemed that a slap was indeed necessary for the cow to comply. Song Ziji and Yi Wenyi, both rising from the ground, prepared to clean themselves up. Fuyu noticed Wen Zhuying staring longingly at the retreating figures of the man and the yellow cow. Curious, are you reluctant to part with that cow? It hasn't been long, and already you seem attached. You are quite sentimental. Wen Zhuying licked his lips, feeling a twinge of regret. It must taste delicious. Fuyu found himself at a loss for words. Not far from the courtyard, in the finest house in the village, the director was grinning ear to ear before the monitor. The popularity of this particular variety show had surged into the top 100, a feat he had never dared to dream of, and it might even trend on social media in the future. He marveled. It was truly worth it to invite Wen Zhuying for 10,000. Just then, he felt a gaze upon him, sending chills down his spine and raising the hair on his arms. The smile on his face froze as he turned to face the man beside him. No matter how many times he looked, he remained astonished by this face. In the capital, the Bai family had a favored young gentleman named Bai Jingyu, the designated heir cultivated from an early age, who dabbled in various industries, establishing his own thriving company before reaching adulthood, becoming a rising star in his circle. Just as everyone expected him to conquer the business world, Bai Jingyu suddenly vanished for a time. Upon his return, he became increasingly elusive, shunning the limelight. Speculation abounded in the media, yet none were substantiated. Few had encountered him, and there were no circulating photographs. But it was said that anyone who had seen him could not deny his breathtaking beauty. The director initially thought such claims exaggerated, but upon meeting him, he realized those descriptions were far from hyperbole. With features that were startlingly exquisite, soft black hair that framed his face, and an androgynous beauty, he appeared ethereal. Due to his delicate health, his skin bore a pallor that added an air of innocence and tranquility. His eyes, a light hue, resembled a crystal-clear lake when illuminated, embodying a serene beauty that seemed worthy of careful preservation. Nestled in his lap was a pure black cat, and his slender, fair fingers absent-mindedly stroked its fur with a languid grace. He appeared so innocent and harmless, yet the director dared not treat this gentleman lightly. Wealth commanded respect and required attentive service. Young Master Bai, what troubles you? The director inquired, his voice trembling with apprehension. Wen Zhuying's remuneration is merely 10,000? Bai Jingyu's expression was inscrutable. The director's heart raced as he gauged Bai Jingyu's mood, hastily suggesting, Shall I increase her pay?
Yet.
He mused internally. Young Master Bai is Bai Yi's cousin, who invested in this venture for his sake. Could it be he was angered by the sight of the delicate young master being led astray by Wen Zhuying? But that couldn't be right. He had just seen young Master Bai smile, indicating he was satisfied with Wen Zhuying. Chapter 11. The male protagonist. Before the director could deduce the situation, Bai Jingyu spoke. Raise it a bit more. Increase it. I will raise her pay tenfold. The director responded, eager to please. Tenfold would amount to 100,000 after all. Bai Jingyu felt that the amount was too meager, his brows slightly furrowing. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that an excessive increase would indeed raise suspicions. He exhaled softly. All right. You may leave. The director dashed out, as if granted a reprieve. As Su Yong entered, he caught sight of the director fleeing in a state of trepidation. With a few strides, he perched himself on the coffee table, propping himself up in a rather unrefined manner, and teased, Our esteemed Bai has shattered his facade before outsiders. Look at how frightened he has made the poor man. He and Bai Jingyu were university roommates. During their freshman and sophomore years, Bai Jingyu spent little time on campus, and their encounters were scarce. However, after their third year, they grew more familiar. With Su Yong accompanying Bai Jingyu into the business world, witnessing its myriad complexities, eventually becoming one of the primary workers. He was among the few who understood the dark heart that lay beneath Bai Jingyu's noble and aloof exterior. Bai Jingyu cast a casual glance at him. Is everything resolved? All sorted. Su Yong replied, a hint of boredom in his tone as he scanned for water. He ultimately seized a new bottle, quenching his thirst while rambling on with a lengthy monologue. Yet, when he turned to look at Bai Jingyu, he realized that his friend was utterly engrossed in the screen, captivated by a group of people filled with laughter. His gaze was unwavering, a gentle smile gracing his lips, exuding an unexpected warmth. He must be watching Bai Yi.
Su Yang Muset.
What could possibly be so captivating about that insufferable brat? Peering closer, he discerned that Bai Jingyu's attention was not on Bai Yi, but rather on Wen Zhuying. In disbelief, he inquired, Brother Yu, are you watching Wen Zhuying? Do you fancy her? Bai Jingyu shook his head. As he lowered his gaze, long lashes obscured his eyes, and within their depths lay a murky intensity, hinting at a possessive obsession that bordered on the pathological. It is not a matter of liking, he clarified, but of love. She is the only one for me. No one else will suffice. Su Yong believed him to be prideful, too proud to admit his feelings. And thus provoked, Oh, so you don't like her, yet you go to such lengths to handle her scandals? Establishing a clean image for her. Are you not concerned she might be criticized too harshly? But I find it curious that besides you, there is another helping her maintain this clean slate. Does that not imply a rival in love? You ought to step up your game, lest she be taken by someone else. Bai Jingyu shot him a cold glance. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Su Yong promptly fell silent, his previously anxious heart now at ease.
Indeed.
Brother Yu had lofty standards. It was improbable he would ever be interested in someone like that. He had heard about Wen Zhuying, an exceedingly cliched narrative of a false heiress, who, unable to rise above her humble beginnings, resorted to scheming against the true heiress only to meet a bitter end, becoming the target of public scorn. In contrast, the genuine heiress, Wen Zhuying, while somewhat aloof, was ambitious and exceedingly polite, embodying the elegance expected of a socialite. After accidentally preparing too much for lunch, Fu announced, anything left uneaten, we shall finish tonight. However, she was overthinking. With Wen Zhuying present, there was no way they would have leftovers. The table was laden with a variety of dishes, both meaty and vegetarian, stir-fried and soupy, spicy and mild, not overly similar to the previous day's offerings, making it an enticing sight. Wen Zhuying savored Bai Yi's rather unpalatable cooking, yet even that whetted her appetite. One could only imagine the delight of indulging in Fu Yu's culinary creations, while others hesitated, barely managing half a bowl of rice. Wen Zhuying had already devoured 5 or 6 bowls. Her eating was not rushed or gluttonous, but each mouthful was taken with pleasure, and after swallowing, her eyes radiated satisfaction. The others, who initially intended to feign restraint, were somewhat influenced by her, and those who typically consumed only half a bowl found themselves polishing off 2 full bowls instead. Surely, indulging once in a while would not lead to weight gain, would it? Even the viewers were not immune to her influence, their mouths watering in response to her appetizing display. Why hasn't my mom started dinner yet? Why, isn't she?
Starting.
Dinner. How many bowls is this? Are you a pig? Is it really necessary to eat so much? But it looks so delicious. Teacher Fu is consistently impressive. Where's the napkin? Where's the napkin? Everyone, don't get the wrong idea. I just want to wipe my drool. Smirking, I was merely trying to kill time. But now it seems I won't be able to lose weight today. I'm infuriated, banging the table. Once satiated, not a single vegetable remained on the table. Had they not been mindful of appearances, they might have licked the plates clean. Everyone rubbed their full bellies, feeling a tinge of regret for overindulging. Yet the satisfaction of being full brought immense joy. Their carb-induced euphoria was undeniable. As a chef, witnessing all her dishes being devoured was an irreplaceable source of pride and fulfillment. She resolved to make even more delightful dishes tomorrow. After lunch, everyone felt thoroughly exhausted from their labor. They chatted casually for about an hour before a spontaneous decision was made to conclude the day's live stream, allowing everyone a chance to rest. Even a hard-working ox must have its moments of respite. How much more so for humans? Once the director announced that all cameras had been turned off, the stars relaxed, with the exception of Wen Zhuying. Since her return to this world, she had remained quite at ease. Song Jiji and a rather inconspicuous little star boarded the shuttle bus, hastily attending to their appearances. Meanwhile, 2 older celebrities and a regular person headed to a local farmer's field to inspect the vegetables for tomorrow. Before boarding the shuttle, Yu Anin cast a lingering glance at Wen Zhuying. Before she could comprehend the meaning behind his gaze, Bai Yi whisked her away with his eccentric chatter. They stopped in a nearby wooden cabin on the 2nd floor, which served as the staff's break room, currently empty as everyone else had gathered in the pavilion to eat. "What did you bring me here for?" Wen Zhuying asked. "When you've injured your calf, I'll fetch you some medicine." Wen Zhuying glanced at her calf, which bore a nasty scrape, bright red and somewhat alarming, though she felt no pain. "Is that all? It'll heal on its own in a couple of days." She waved her hand dismissively. "That won't do. Not even for a minute." Bai Yi insisted, and immediately began searching for the first aid kit. Squatting down and rummaging around, muttering, "I remember it being over here." After a few minutes, he finally unearthed the first aid kit and placed it on the table. A sudden appearance of a black cat startled him, but soon his eyes sparkled with joy and affection as he extended his hand. "Little Shadow, what are you doing here? Is my brother with you?" The latter question was rather redundant. In their circle, who didn't he know that Bai Jingyu cherished his black cat, taking it everywhere with him? If the cat was here, the man could not be far behind. Chapter 12. Old friends meet as strangers. This cat is named Little Shadow. Wen Zhuying was taken aback, feeling that the name did not quite match the feline's regal demeanor. Indeed, though it wasn't he always called that. Before Bai Yi could finish, Little Shadow squirmed free from his outstretched hands and swiftly vanished. Though the cat was rather proud, after much coaxing from Bai Yi, it would allow for a cuddle. Today, inexplicably, it refused to be held. Bai Yi instructed Wen Zhuying to wait a moment while he searched for the cat. Shortly after he left, the cat leaped in through the window, approached Wen Zhuying, and rubbed its soft body against her leg, purring contentedly. Looking up, its beautiful eyes sparkled like precious gems, melting the hearts of those who gazed upon it. This was a stark contrast to the monstrous, mutated cats from the apocalypse that would devour humans on a whim. Yet, instinctively, Wen Zhuying recoiled slightly, and the cat's eyes reflected a wounded look. How could such an adorable creature be made to feel sad? As the tender pangs of sympathy welled up within Wen Zhuying, she promptly bent down to embrace the little cat, tentatively calling out, "Little Shadow?" The cat responded with a soft meow. Wen Zhuying found herself increasingly enamored with the feline, cradling it in her arms and affectionately rubbing her face against its head. The cat, ever so docile, remained still in her embrace. Just as Wen Zhuying was lost in her delight, a faint cough echoed from the doorway. She glanced up to find a strikingly delicate figure standing there, having just lowered his hand. In that fleeting moment, Wen Zhuying stood frozen. Before her was a breathtakingly frail beauty, with smooth contours and skin as white as parchment. His lips bore a gentle hue, and tousled strands of hair cascaded down to partially obscure his forehead, emanating an aura of innocence and fragility that tugged at one's heartstrings. The soft afternoon light enveloped him, casting a delicate golden sheen that seemed to suggest he was always meant to bask in such warmth. As if even the sun favored him. "Sister Whale." Wen Zhuying gasped, her mouth agape, as she instinctively stepped forward. The man tilted his head, his eyes reflecting a mix of bewilderment and confusion as he inquired, "Do I resemble a woman?" Wen Zhuying halted abruptly, pouting slightly, her gaze unwavering from Bai Jingyu. She ultimately confirmed that this exquisite individual was indeed a man, and not her beloved Sister Whale. Though their features bore a resemblance, Sister Whale was a formidable presence. radiating an aura that could rescue her from peril and ensure her survival in a post-apocalyptic world. In contrast, the man before her possessed a delicate and refined demeanor, akin to a fragile porcelain figure that required careful nurturing. A wave of disappointment washed over Wen Zhuying as she gazed at Bai Jingyu with a hint of longing, and timidly posed a request, "May I hold you?" This audacious plea seemed to leave Bai Jingyu momentarily taken aback. A brief silence enveloped them. Just as Wen Zhuying considered retracting her request, Bai Jingyu had already opened his arms, allowing for a brief embrace. Her face lit up with joy, and without a moment to spare, she lunged forward, nearly knocking him off balance. Thankfully, Bai Jingyu steadied himself, his hands gently resting at her waist without making full contact. As Wen Zhuying inhaled deeply, she detected no distinct scent, just an extraordinary freshness that mirrored his character. Courteously, she withdrew, her last flicker of hope extinguished. Sister Whale always emanated a subtle citrus fragrance that brought her immense comfort and tranquility. In the past, whenever fear gripped her at night, she found solace in curling up in Sister Whale's embrace. Regrettably, her teasing about Sister Whale's modest chest and her restless sleeping habits had led to a cessation of their shared slumber. Reflecting on it now, she felt a pang of remorse, wishing she had been more agreeable then. What of a modest chest? How can one maintain peace in the world with such a disparity? Sensing her despondence, Bai Jingyu spoke up, "I am Bai Jingyu, but you may call me Whale." "No, I shall simply call you by your name. You may refer to me as Wen Zhuying," she replied resolutely, unwilling to bestow Sister Whale's cherished title upon another. As if on cue, the cat wriggled and leapt from Wen Zhuying's arms into Bai Jingyu's embrace. "Little shadow, why do you wander off again?" Bai Jingyu gently scratched the cat under its chin, and it nestled comfortably in his arms, its eyes darting back to Wen Zhuying. "Is it your cat?" Wen Zhuying inquired. "Yes, a bit mischievous," Bai Jingyu acknowledged, his gaze inadvertently falling upon her calves, where scratch marks reminiscent of feline claws marred her skin. A shadow of concern crossed his face. "I apologize, it seems he has scratched someone again." Wen Zhuying tilted her head, perplexed.
Ah?
"This is not from him. I got this while recording a show on the mountain." "No need to defend him. I am aware of his temperament," Bai Jingyu responded. Little Shadow raised its head, meow. Bai Jingyu bent down to set the cat down, and then sat beside the medical kit, beckoning to Wen Zhuying, "Sit down. I shall apply some medicine for you." Wen Zhuying waved her hands dismissively. No, I'm tough-skinned. There is no need for medicine." Bai Jingyu, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Your skin is delicate. Though it may look good even when injured, it would look even better without any wounds." Flattered by the compliment, Wen Zhuying felt her cheeks flush. She bashfully retorted, "Oh, that's not true." Yet her actions betrayed her as she took a seat and propped her injured leg on the chair's crossbar. Bai Jingyu couldn't help but smile, his lips curving like a flower in full bloom, captivating and enchanting. His method of applying the medicine seemed somewhat unpracticed. Yet he completed the task with a deliberate slowness. Once finished, he politely excused himself, clearly harboring no ulterior motives, which endeared him to Wen Zhuying even further. Perhaps augmented by his striking appearance. Bai Yi, drenched in sweat, rushed in, leaning against the doorframe, exclaiming in exasperation, "Little Shadow has gone too far. Running off so quickly that I couldn't find him, wasting all the cat treats I bought." Wen Zhuying gestured toward the doorway. "His owner just came and took him away." "My brother came?" Bai Yi's expression brightened, devoid of any pretense. "Yes, but he has already left." Wen Zhuying replied with a smile. "He even applied medicine for me. He truly is a wonderful person." Something in her choice of words seemed to trigger a reaction in Bai Yi. He shivered slightly, his eyes widening in terror as he hurried to sit beside Wen Zhuying. "Miss Wen, don't be deceived by my brother. It's all a facade. He's a fraud, a master deceiver." His affection and reliance on Bai Jingyu were genuine, as was his fear. "Did he deceive you?" Wen Zhuying countered. Bai Yi faltered, momentarily at a loss, then shook his head. "Not exactly." "Then why call him a fraud?" Wen Zhuying pressed. "It's hard for me to explain, but I assure you I'm not misleading you. My brother is no good. Anyone who crosses him meets a grim fate." As he spiraled deeper into his narrative, Wen Zhuying interrupted, "Bai Yi, if you speak ill of Bai Jingyu again, I shall no longer play with you." Chapter 13. A couple's salute. Bai Yi's anger flared. "Look, you two have only just met, yet you've exchanged names. I've never seen him treat anyone like this. It's over for you." Wen Zhuying's temper flared in response. "What about you?" Bai Yi immediately capitulated. All right. I won't say anything more. Satisfied, Wen Zhuying nodded. This time I shall forgive you, but you mustn't tarnish your brother's reputation before others. Bai Yi scoffed inwardly. Oh, just wait until you discover my brother's true nature. It will frighten you. He could never have anticipated the other possibility. For several days, the weather remained splendid. Yesterday, everyone drew lots to select tasks. Those fortunate enough drew light duties, while the less fortunate faced heavier burdens. Today, tasks were assigned, all of similar difficulty. Whoever finished first could rest, reconvening in the main area by 3 o'clock for games. Should they fail to complete their work by then, they would be judged by how much they had accomplished, with fans inevitably comparing performances and elevating some while disparaging others. As each individual was led to their designated plot, a collective wail arose at the sight before them. Each plot was vast, manned by a farmer tasked with guiding their efforts, yet the field seemed to stretch endlessly. With the previous day's experience weighing heavily on them, they surveyed the expansive land with growing despair. What a farcical notion of joyful living! It should be termed grueling existence. Where was the promised enjoyment of life, when each day seemed more exhausting than the last? The director, rather unsympathetic, had no intention of genuinely imposing laborious tasks upon them. Rather, he sought to amplify their emotional responses for entertainment value. With a megaphone in hand, he stood before them and proclaimed, I trust you all rejuvenated after yesterday's lengthy intermission. Today, you shall surely be brimming with vitality. Having savored the local fare for so long, it is time we contribute something in return, wouldn't you agree? The crowd responded in unison. Indeed. Remember, you must heed the farmer's guidance, diligently tending to the crops. Do not rush to complete tasks for the sake of appearances, or else the farmers will require you to redo everything, increasing your workload. Do you understand? The crowd collectively echoed, yes. Each person merely had a single plot of land. Did they not possess confidence? The response was sparse, lackluster, no. Yet, one voice resounded with remarkable clarity. Yes. They turned to see Wen Zhuying, her fist clenched in one hand, her gaze fixed upon the vast expanse of land. Her eyes resolute, radiating an indomitable spirit. She had just declared her confidence. Did she comprehend the duration required for each plot to bear fruit? If it were that simple, farmers would have long since prospered. The director smirked slyly and reiterated, Does everyone have confidence? Wen Zhuying replied with vigor, Yes. The crowd murmured, The foolish child is beyond saving. I know you are confident, but perhaps it is best to temper that confidence. Her gaze is steadfast, as if she aspires to join the party. My family has always told me that while one can be lacking in many things, one must never lack in discernment. The director, with a beaming smile, gave a fist bump to Wen Zhuying. I await your good news. Wen Zhuying responded firmly, All right. The plots of land were closely spaced, not wide laterally, but seemingly endless longitudinally. A camera pulled back to capture the entire scene, framing everyone within its view. The farmers leading the initiative were all compensated, diligently imparting their knowledge. The elder sister guiding Wen Zhuying wielded a device that reached up to her chest. Featuring 4 sharp iron blades resembling a shovel at the base, a tubular structure beneath, a foot pedal, and at the top, a funnel with a handle. Stepping on the pedal, it penetrated the soil, and upon pressing the handle, the 4 blades opened, allowing seeds to cascade down the funnel and into the earth. Lifting it again would cover the seeds with soil. The elder sister demonstrated, one hand holding seeds, the other the device, explaining that with each exertion, she would throw the seeds and pull it out. Upon completion of the demonstration, she added, You must exert ample force. Otherwise, the hole will be too shallow, and the rain will wash the seeds away. Do you understand? Got it. Must use strength. Wen Zhuying's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is so much fun. As soon as the elder sister handed her the machine, she eagerly jumped onto it. She recalled the elder sister's advice to apply force. However, the device was surprisingly spring-loaded, and with her considerable strength, one leap sent her soaring. She traced a rainbow-like arc through the air, landing right in front of Bai Yi's plot. Though she was agile enough to stabilize herself, she had prepared a striking landing pose to dazzle the crowd. Yet, the freshly tilled soil was exceedingly soft, causing her to slip upon landing. In an unexpected kneeling position, she found herself before Bai Yi. Startled, he knelt in return, both of them facing each other in a comical tableau. Their eyes widened in astonishment. The comments flooded in. Come listen to me. A couple kneeling in homage. Bai Yi. Hee hee. Good thing I'm clever. My wife just flew in out of nowhere. Screenshot taken. suddenly realizing this duo has an undeniable chemistry. I'm truly amazed at everyone. How can this be a ship? Shipping is fine, but it shouldn't be absurd. Elsewhere, a handsome man lounged on a sofa, draped in a lightweight blanket, with a small shadow nestled in the hollow of the fabric, exuding an air of relaxed elegance, akin to a painting. The live stream cast its glow on the white walls. His long fingers had been cradling a cup filled with perfectly warm water. As the comments about the couple's homage scrolled by, the cup shattered with a loud crack. Zhuying, sprawled out beside him, jolted awake, his drowsy eyes fixated on the shards. With agility, he sprang up, grasping Bai Jingyu's wrist, urging him to relax his grip, allowing the remaining fragments to fall to the ground. Good heavens, have you lost your mind again?
No.
Bai Jingyu flicked the droplets from his hand, casually wiping his fingers with a couple of tissues. His gaze floated over the screen, his tone as cool and dispassionate as ever, seemingly nonchalantly inquiring. Has Bai Yi's mother called again? His mother was a formidable figure, having divorced her betrothed during pregnancy, inheriting her family business and expanding it into a formidable enterprise. A powerful matriarch, she held great affection for Bai Yi, feeling a sense of debt towards him, allowing him the freedom to pursue his desires, yet ultimately insisting he return to inherit the family legacy. Aware of the close bond between Bai Yi and Bai Jingyu, who financed every one of his shows, she would periodically call to check on her son. Chapter 14. I want to raise. Zhuying shook his head. The month has just begun. She isn't called yet. Probably in a few days. Bai Jingyu replied. Next time she does. Just tell her Bai Yi is thriving in the entertainment industry and doesn't he wish to return to inherit the family business. Zhuying responded. You can perceive that?
Can't you?
Bai Jingyu smiled faintly at him, a smile so exquisite it ensnared the heart, leaving one willingly entranced. Alas, such beauty bore a perilous edge. Why is it that the most captivating can also be the most dangerous? Why does love lead to such frailty? Zhuying mentally recited a few lines, but outwardly replied, I see it. I'll just respond normally. Bai Jingyu reconsidered, his concerns overly cautious. With him around, she would not fall for someone as foolish as Bai Yi. Zhuying remarked, this person is always so capricious and contradictory. If it weren't for the generous compensation you provide, I would have quit. Bai Yi, however, had no ulterior motives. He simply lacked the courage to make Wen Yi kneel before him and, in a moment of inspiration, returned the gesture. Wen Yi, please rise. Bai Yi extended his hands to assist her. Wen Zhuying, leveraging his support, stood and dusted off her skirt, determined to maintain her dwindling dignity before her only subordinate. I was merely demonstrating how far I can fly. Did you observe it clearly? Bai Yi, momentarily stunned, then comprehended and admired her. So that's how it is.
Wen Yi.
You're incredible, soaring so far. One dared to declare it, and the other dared to believe. Their combined discernment amounted to a negative. Others hesitated, words unspoken. When Zhuying picked up the device, proudly raising her chin, I've demonstrated it for you. Why not give it a try? Bai Yi, adopting a pose akin to Tang Sung, declined. No, I cannot. When Zhuying reclaimed the device, huffily returning to her plot. As she rejoined her task, the elder sister struggled to contain her laughter, wiping away tears of mirth. Little one, your strength is simply too much. This time, use a little less force. It's not necessary to be so vigorous. That was an accident. I was merely showcasing my true capabilities. I can farm. When Zhuying attempted once more, exclaiming, look. Though her technique was imperfect, the outcome was commendable. Precisely, just like that. The elder sister offered encouraging words, handing a large bag of seeds to Wen Zhuying, instructing her to plant them alone while she supervised. The seeds were encased in plastic, and after examining them, Wen Zhuying tied a knot and hung the bag around her neck. The elder sister, puzzled, noted that while hanging it around her neck was indeed convenient, the knot seemed unnecessary. After securing the seed bag around her neck, Wen Zhuying stepped into the soil, placing her feet on the pedal, fully standing on it. She then leaned down, making a thumb-sized hole in the plastic bag and resting it atop the funnel. The elder sister, bewildered, felt a pang of concern. Recalling that these seeds were preserved from last year and were precious, they should not be wasted. When Zhuying flashed a bright smile, her teeth gleaming like flowers. I truly can farm. I won't waste anything. After securing the hole, she placed her hands on the handle, pressed down, and gave a little shake. The director, with keen insight, instructed the cameraman to capture a close-up of her. As she shook, 3 or 4 seeds spilled from a hole in the plastic bag. sliding down the funnel. Immediately, the spring propelled her upwards, and she leaped to the next point. The seeds followed suit, tumbling into the soil as she jumped once more. This repetitive motion continued, each point seamlessly transitioning into the next. The elder sister measured the distance with her foot. Each point was nearly identical, all aligned in a straight line. Glancing up, she noticed Wen Zhuying had already bounded far ahead, resembling an exuberant kangaroo, joyfully exclaiming, "Oh, how fun!" The elder sister bore an expression of astonishment, having never seen farming conducted in such a manner. That figure moved with remarkable speed, prompting the director to stifle his laughter and quickly command the one who followed Wen Zhuying, the fastest runner, "Hurry up and keep up. Don't lose her." Thus, on the widescreen view, one could see a person leaping with incredible speed ahead, while another, camera in tow, sprinted along the ridge. Thanks to the large screen, the audience grew in numbers, and the barrage of comments flew by rapidly. "Haha, my stomach hurts from laughing. This sister is a riot 9-6 flipped." The expression on the elder sister's face perfectly mirrors my inner thoughts right now. Who knew farming could be so entertaining? Who is this hilarious beauty? I've never seen her before. She's simply my ideal type. Cameraman, run faster. I want to see a close-up. Hurry, hurry. The others, forgetting their own farming tasks, were transfixed by Wen Zhuying. Many comments urged the cameraman to hasten his pace. The director, clutching his aching stomach from laughter, plopped down on the ridge and urged the cameraman, run faster. Make sure to capture everything. I'll give you a raise. Wen Zhuying was indeed a treasure, suddenly appearing as if she had found her groove, exuding an unmistakable flair for variety shows. The cameraman, akin to riding the winds, swiftly caught up. While running, he cheered for Wen Zhuying. "Sister, keep it up. My salary increase depends on you." Wen Zhuying abruptly halted, indignantly protesting, "I haven't had a pay raise." Why should only one person get a raise when her salary was still lower than the cameraman's? She was ready to quit. The director, shouting through a megaphone, exclaimed, "I'll give you a raise. A substantial one. Just keep going." Wen Zhuying smiled contentedly, thinking to herself, "How clever am I?" She resumed her energetic jumps, her expression brighter and her movements even more buoyant. A little farming, effortlessly accomplished. The others still wished to watch, but the production team reminded them, playfully stating, "Everyone, don't slack off. Each plot must be completed." Reluctantly, they shifted their focus to the task at hand, and after merely a few strokes with the tool, fatigue set in, followed by heavy breathing. It was quite peculiar. Why was Wen Zhuying so effortlessly sprightly while they toiled exhaustively? After making 7 or 8 trips back and forth, Wen Zhuying had completed her section in under an hour. Sweaty and exhausted, she sat on the ridge alongside a local villager who was watching the spectacle, both sharing a half bottle of water, with the villager kindly offering her his fan. "Girl, did you retire from the special forces?" Wen Zhuying, fanning herself, pondered for a moment before tilting her head and replying, "Sort of." In the apocalypse, she had been somewhat of a drifter, unwilling to barter her body for food like many girls, resorting instead to scavenging. Not long after, she was rescued by Sister Whale and spent several years training at a rather unique facility. Upon her return, she traversed various bases, serving as a special security guard, specifically tasked with eliminating leftover zombies and mutated creatures. Later, as technology advanced and artificial intelligence began to dominate, the demand for special security guards diminished. Sister Whale then brought her back into the base to take on different roles, including but not limited to assisting scientists, working in the cafeteria, laboring in the greenhouse, and helping agronomists with planting. The distinction between special security and special forces was merely 2 words. The audience found it hard to believe her backstory, as it had been thoroughly dissected by the gossip-hungry crowd. However, the local villager seemed to buy it, growing friendlier, and even sharing some fruit radishes he had been snacking on. Wen Zhuying expressed her gratitude, cradling the radish and crunching into it. They sat under the shade, enjoying their food while watching others work, relishing the moment. Meanwhile, someone was inspecting her field. It was Mr. Zhao, the landowner. "Is this plot finished?" he inquired of the elder sister supervising Wen Zhuying. The elder sister nodded vigorously, unabashedly expressing her admiration. "Indeed. You should have seen it." Little one jumped with incredible speed, and the spacing was perfect. The landowner, however, remained skeptical, waving his hand dismissively. "All right, I'll see for myself." Previously, other production teams had filmed here, and the star's farming efforts had been utterly dismal. During rework, They had to uproot everything and replant, which was incredibly tedious, prompting all to grumble as they worked. Initially, the landowner had resolved to deny any future star involvement in his fields, even for more money. However, the production team promised to promote their village, showcasing their industry and helping everyone prosper, which led him to relent. The landowner did not expect the stars to perform exceptionally well. He merely hoped they wouldn't be disastrous. As long as they managed somewhat decently, he would consider it a success and could covertly rework the land after the production team departed. He squatted down to examine the disturbed soil, momentarily taken aback. The depth was just right. Typically, only seasoned laborers could master such precision. Perhaps it was a fluke. He buried it again and dug into the next spot, which was also spot on. Each hole was spaced appropriately, and the depth was largely consistent. Occasionally, there were minor discrepancies, but overall, it was nearly perfect. After completing his inspection, the landowner's expression transformed entirely, revealing sheer astonishment and excitement in his eyes. Who did this work? They are truly suited for farming. In such a short time, with such excellent results, they are undoubtedly a talent for agriculture. The elder sister beamed with pride. I told you they did great. But you wouldn't believe it. He suddenly stood up, grasping the elder sister's hand and urgently declared, Where is she? I want to bring her over. Wen Zhuying had finished her first radish, and the villager rummaged through his bag to select the largest and most appealing carrot, offering it to her as if feeding a little rabbit. Girl, eat this, it's delicious too. Holding the carrot with both hands, she was about to take a bite when a pair of men's shoes appeared in her line of sight. Looking up along the shoes, she encountered an unfamiliar man. Having experienced the loss of belongings twice, she instinctively reacted. She promptly tossed the carrot to the nearby villager and pointed at him, exclaiming, I didn't steal this carrot. The villager gave it to me. Tisk, look at how scared the child is. I see it. It's from the villager. The landowner stared at the girl before him, bewildered. She was young, with a face as smooth as an egg, her skin so delicate it made one want to pinch it. Her long black hair, dampened by sweat, clung to her forehead, and her large eyes sparkled like clear springs. Her entire demeanor could only be described as clean and fragile. Yet, her action of throwing something was surprisingly decisive. This was the so-called farming prodigy? Who did she think she was fooling? He wasn't so easily deceived. The landowner turned back, scowling at the elder sister. Did you already inform someone? You brought this person to pull the wool over my eyes? The elder sister had long anticipated that the host would be skeptical, for Wen Zhuying appeared far from the image of a diligent worker, resembling instead a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse. It was only natural for him to doubt her. After all, she herself had been incredulous at first. Old Zhao, don't dismiss her. It truly is her. If you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you. Upon realizing that the matter at hand was not about carrots, Wen Zhuying felt a wave of relief wash over her. She retrieved the carrot and pondered where to begin. Just as she returned, the elder sister addressed her. Little one, this is the landowner, surnamed Zhao. He doubts that you cultivated this plot. Wen Zhuying's anger flared as memories resurfaced of when she had assisted agricultural scientists in the greenhouse, only to have others claim the accolades, nearly depriving her of even the nutrient solution. After receiving support from Sister Whale, she was advised to stand her ground fiercely and not let others perceive her as easy prey. Are you attempting to usurp my credit?
Just this tiny plot. Who do you look down upon?
She stood up abruptly, furrowing her brows. With a gentle twist of her hands, the carrot she held snapped in two with a crisp sound. Yet, feeling it insufficient, she bared her teeth in a fierce grimace. By the heavens, how utterly adorable.
Oh.
I adore the little darling, sister, with such a generous bosom. Come into my embrace. I once saw a panda do this while breaking bamboo. Good gracious. It is simply too cute. What color of sack does the little darling prefer, pink or rainbow? The elder sister's eyes crinkled with mirth as she cast a glance at the landowner, inquiring, Old Zhao, do you believe now? The landowner remained ambivalent. He gestured towards a section of land, declaring, If you cultivate this plot, I shall believe you. I will not plant. Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me. Wen Zhuying seated herself again, reflecting that the cameras were rolling, and surely everyone could see. Why should she care if this individual believed her? Clutching the two carrot halves, she took a bite, crunching away with the demeanor of a small rabbit. The landowner was taken aback. He spoke again, I will pay you. With her pockets empty, Wen Zhuying feigned indifference, not lifting her gaze as she asked, How much can you offer? The landowner replied, I pay my workers 120 a day, and with tilling and sowing, one person can cultivate about half a plot in a day. Since you arrived today, the land is already prepared. Let us see. I'll give you 60 for half a plot, 120 for a full plot. Whatever you accomplish is yours, paid on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, a fleeting shadow seemed to flit before his eyes. Indeed, it was a shadow. With a whoosh, it stirred a gust of wind. Upon looking again, Wen Zhuying had donned a plastic pouch filled with seeds, grasped her tools, and shouted. Everyone heard that. Do not go back on your word. With that, she began to leap with enthusiasm. With payment assured, her vigor surged. The pace doubled. In no time, an entire plot was sown. The landowner's expression shifted from this, oh, to this. Is this speed even possible? As an experienced individual, observing the depth of the instruments indicated the results would be commendable. Undoubtedly, the spacing and depth were impeccable. After completing one plot, the elder sister called out to Wen Zhuying, Little one, take a break. No, I do not require rest. I am unfazed. She switched to another type of seed and commenced work on the next plot, unable to pause. Was this girl fueled by some magical energy? The elder sister proudly asked the landowner, Old Zhao, do you now believe? I believe. I wholeheartedly believe. Yet, Wen Zhuying was not overly greedy. After 3 plots, she was drenched in sweat, and under the blazing sun, she would soon resemble a piece of charcoal. Wiping the sweat from her forehead and still catching her breath, she extended her hand to the landowner, demanding, pay me. The landowner held freshly exchanged bills amounting to 400. It should be 360, but you performed exceptionally well. So I can offer you 400, he stated. This is quite generous. However, since you are so sincere, I cannot refuse you. Wen Zhuying graciously accepted. But before she could grasp the money, the landowner withdrew it, leaving her with a bewildered expression. With a friendly smile, he coaxed, you are truly suited for farming. Would you consider working with us? There are jobs in the neighboring village and even in the village beyond that. The earnings will be more than just 400. The director was fuming. He was still present, yet dared to poach someone right in front of him. Was he out of his mind? He hurried over, shouting into a megaphone, Wen Zhuying, do not agree. Just as the good fortune was beginning, their conversation was interrupted, and the landowner continued, we will not shortchange you. The director rushed halfway, still holding the megaphone. If you agree to him, you will not have to pay any price. The landowner interjected, I just spoke with my child, who mentioned that it is tough to get by in the entertainment industry. Here, it is much easier. As long as you have the ability, we will pay you. The director sprinted closer. Do not agree to him. I implore you. Wen Zhuying glanced between the landowner and the anxious director, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as she probed, is the pay high if I work for you? The landowner nodded vigorously. Indeed, it is high. The director rushed to her side, bellowing, can it be higher than what we offer? Wen Zhuying teased, mine isn't that high either. Shall I raise it? I will raise it. The director proclaimed grandly. Excellent. Director, you have mentioned a raise twice. I have noted it and everyone has heard it. Please ensure the increase is substantial. Wen Zhuying unhesitatingly agreed. Meeting her sparkling eyes, the director realized he had been outmaneuvered. Goodness, how infuriating. Yet, seeing the current popularity of the show, he begrudgingly found it hard to remain angry. Wen Zhuying, feeling a twinge of guilt for her underhandedness, swiftly snatched the money from the landowner and dashed away. Dripping with sweat, she changed into a fresh outfit and emerged just in time for lunch. After their meal, the production team generously granted over an hour of rest. Some individuals lounged under the shade of a large tree in the front yard, leisurely chatting. Meanwhile, Wen Zhuying had stealthily made her way to the pigsty in the backyard, pulling the pig she had ridden earlier to the water faucet for a thorough wash. She then dried it off with a towel. Swinging her legs over, she mounted the pig. Bai Yi, resembling a keen little dog, followed her nose wherever it sensed a scent. Before she had even departed, he had appeared. Young mistress, where are you headed? Wen Zhuying patted the pig's back and gestured to the space behind her. Hop on. I'm taking you to the market. Though merely a pig, she managed to ride it with the flair of a motorcycle. Bai Yi climbed aboard, but his long legs made it impossible for him to move comfortably. Embarrassed, he stood up, proclaiming, this isn't my fault. Why must my legs be so long? Wen Zhuying glanced down, shaking her own slender legs. They were long and straight, appearing quite ample, yet he could only awkwardly balance. She was incensed. Then figure it out yourself. With that cold, unfeeling remark. She gave the pig a firm slap on the rear and strode away. Bai Yi trotted behind her, but with 2 legs, he could not outrun 4. Just as he was about to catch up with his older brother, the camera operator, carrying equipment, passed by in a small cart. Bai Yi wore a puzzled expression. "Where did you get that cart?" The camera operator slowed down, a hint of pride in his voice. "I'm following Wen Zhuying, without some assistance. I'd surely wear myself out." The director, understanding my plight, not only raised my pay, but also provided me with this transport. "Look, there's even a driver." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yi, leveraging her long legs, swiftly stepped onto the pedal and vaulted into the back seat. The cameraman admonished her, "Get down immediately. Stars cannot board the staff's vehicles." Bai Yi crossed her arms coolly, her expression unfazed. "What can I do then? Perhaps you should just delete me?" In the next instant, she crumbled, exclaiming, "No, that's not right. I flubbed my lines. Let's do it again. Or maybe you should just kick me out." The cameraman, exasperated, retorted, "How dare he? Clearly, anyone who can play with Wen Zhuying is not an ordinary person." With any mode of transportation, reaching the town was not particularly far. To prevent her steed from wandering off, Wen Zhuying took out a rope she had brought from home and tethered the pig to a tree by the roadside. She then approached a fruit stall to purchase some fruits. She couldn't recall the last time she had savored fresh fruit. In a resource-scarce post-apocalyptic world, such items were exceedingly rare and difficult to cultivate. Now, seeing them made her mouth water. Previously, she had never considered her era particularly special, but upon her return, she recognized it as the best of times. At this season, watermelons were especially popular, and nearby there was a natural well, where plump, green watermelons floated, chilling in the cool water. When purchased, the vendor would scoop one out, slice it open with a fruit knife, and effortlessly pry it apart to reveal the bright red, frost-kissed flesh inside. A bite would send a rush of sweet, icy flavor cascading down her throat to her stomach. Many people sat by the roadside, indulging in the refreshing watermelon. Wen Zhuying selected 2 perfectly round watermelons, placing one in a bag, while having the vendor slice the other in half. The vendor, a connoisseur of beauty, gifted her a spoon, enchanted by her appearance, and offered her a small stool to sit on. There she perched, cradling half a watermelon, spoon in hand, excavating a generous chunk from the center and placing it into her mouth. The sweet, juicy flavor exploded on her palate, a sensation so delightful it was almost effervescent. Bai Yi descended from the vehicle, her eyes fixated on the watermelon. During the recording, everyone had surrendered their phones and money, leaving only 2 elders with a bit of cash, which they would dispense only when absolutely necessary. Bai Yi, however, had not a penny to her name. In stark contrast, Wen Zhuying had earned 400 yuan from a morning's labor, establishing herself as the wealthiest among them.
Gulp.
He heard the sound of his own swallowing.
Gulp.
The cameraman was also swallowing. Sensing his actions, Wen Zhuying silently turned away, her back now to Bai Yi. Bai Yi, perplexed, approached with long strides, squatting before Wen Zhuying with hopeful eyes. "Aren't you going to share a little with me?" Wen Zhuying turned again, still protecting her precious food, her mouth full of watermelon as she casually replied, "Once I'm full, I'll buy you some." Bai Yi could hardly wait for her to finish. Her stomach was a bottomless pit. "Big brother, have you forgotten your little brother? We share both hardship and fortune, don't we?" Well, he had a point. The elder brother should think of his younger brother. Wen Zhuying pouted in annoyance, then reluctantly turned back to face Bai Yi, scooping a tiny spoonful and offering it to him. "Is that all?" Bai Yi was taken aback. "How stingy, big brother. Forget it." Wen Zhuying pretended to retract her offering. "Please, please, please." Bai Yi immediately lowered his head, attempting to nibble at the watermelon piece. He had never been in a romantic relationship, and when sharing food with his brothers, he never thought twice about such matters. He had momentarily forgotten Wen Zhuying's gender. Ultimately, that was the crux of the issue. The audience erupted in fervent excitement, twisting and writhing in glee. "Did you see that? Is this an indirect kiss?" "Absolutely. Give me a kiss, a deep one." He crouched down, meeting her gaze at eye level, his elbow resting on his knee, their eyes entangled. "This sweetness is irresistible. I adore it. I've already thought of a couple name. Daydreaming Shadow. Doesn't that sound lovely? Here, essay pen, you write. Start the fanfic now." However, their wishes remained unfulfilled. At that moment, the cameraman's intercom emitted a startling sound, causing everyone to jump in surprise, especially Bai Yi, who fell onto the ground. The cameraman promptly responded, and a cool, crisp male voice emanated from the other end, calm yet commanding. Pass the intercom to Bai Yi. Instinctively, the cameraman handed the device to Bai Yi. The rich, melodious voice began to speak, each intonation captivating, though the words were not particularly pleasant. Bai Yi. Have you forgotten that men and women should maintain a respectful distance? Bai Yi, bewildered, laughed. Brother, I'm aware of that. No need for your reminder. Where is the woman? Where is one counted? Upon uttering those words, he glanced at Wen Zhuying's face and couldn't help but slap his own mouth. Oh no. How could he have forgotten that? How could one not be considered a woman? Grateful for his brother's concern, Bai Yi felt immensely touched. It seemed his brother truly cared for him. Despite claiming he had no interest in his variety show, he had invested millions and was watching closely, ready to intervene when he nearly made a mistake. Where could one find such a good brother, one who was not by blood but felt even closer?
Yet.
The audience's attention shifted to the voice on the other end of the intercom. The voice, accompanied by a slight crackle, exuded a refined texture, slow yet steady, imparting a sense of effortless control. Though it appeared for only a few seconds, it was extraordinarily pleasing to the ear. The viewers, who had been shipping Wen Zhuying and Bai Yi just moments ago, abruptly changed their allegiance, spiraling into wild imaginings. Oh my ears are in bliss. A top-tier treat for voice enthusiasts. I wonder if the man on the other end is jealous, not wanting one to feed Bai Yi watermelon? This is just as enticing. ISNT this pair better than daydreaming shadow? Is it possible? Brothers and siblings, a little taboo can be quite appealing? In fanfiction, this could be quite delicious. Oh wait, can we only pick one? It would be best for the three of them to live happily together. Alright. My phone truly understands me. What a mischievous grin. Bai Yi expressed gratitude to Bai Jingyu several times before promptly returning the intercom, meeting Wen Zhuying's gaze with a hint of embarrassment. When I apologize. I almost forgot your gender. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. I cannot use your spoon. You still have another watermelon, don't you? He pointed at the other round watermelon in the plastic bag, subtly hinting. Wen Zhuying, without a moment's hesitation, declined. That one is off limits. It's for someone else. Who? Who could be more important than me? Bai Yi feigned heartbreak, his puppy eyes blinking up at Wen Zhuying. I want to tell you, she replied, taking the bag to the well, hanging it on a protruding part of the stone wall to let the watermelon soak in the cool water. After completing this task, she returned, holding the watermelon and spoon, devouring it eagerly, consuming it quickly. Bai Yi, undeterred, shifted his gaze from her to the other half of the untouched watermelon. Not just him. Even the cameraman and driver were eagerly watching, their eyes filled with anticipation. Wen Zhuying, feeling overwhelmed by their gaze, finally relented. Fine. I'll share with you all. She grasped the remaining half of the watermelon, effortlessly splitting it into two smaller wedges with a deft twist of her hands, and then further dividing it into 4 petite segments. One small piece was offered to Bai Yi, another to the cameraman, a third to the driver, and the final morsel was reserved for her trusty steed. Once the distribution was complete, Wen Zhuying could finally sit down and savor her watermelon in peace. When she indulged in her meal, her focus was unwavering. She neither feigned modesty nor adopted any affectation, but rather immersed herself in the genuine pleasure of eating, relishing every bite of delectable fruit. Of average height but somewhat slender, her delicate features exuded an innate air of fragility. Sitting on a small stool, she was enveloped in dappled sunlight filtering through the gaps, diligently enjoying her watermelon, which instantly captivated everyone around her. Chapter 18. Eating watermelon without spitting the rind. Let us not discuss anything else. When Bai Lian's beauty is truly striking, and she doesn't falter even while eating like this. I want to criticize her today. I've captured this moment. It will become my phone wallpaper. She's too adorable, truly. Have you considered becoming my wife? I can finally appreciate her beauty. There is nothing to critique. Everyone, look at what she is doing. ISNT the next step supposed to be throwing away the trash? Why is she now devouring the watermelon rind? To their astonishment, they witnessed Wen Zhuying finishing the juicy red part of the watermelon and, with both hands, began to gnaw on the vibrant green rind, starting from the edges. With each bite, the once bowl-like rind visibly shrank. While everyone else was busy taking beautiful snapshots for their wallpapers, they could hardly anticipate witnessing such a spectacle. Was this what they referred to as eating watermelon without spitting the rind? Although watermelon rind is indeed edible, one would not typically consume it in such a raw manner, surely. A little preparation wouldn't hurt? If this had occurred with another celebrity, it might have seemed outrageous, even leading to speculation that the star was merely playing the fool. But with Wen Zhuying, it felt entirely reasonable. Alright, if you're going to do that, then don't blame me for being rude. I suspect that if the boss brought over the watermelon vines, she'd eat those too. Don't be alarmed. I'll explain to the newcomers in the live stream. She's not always like this. She is like this every day. My photo gallery is filled with silly pictures. In just 3 days, half of them are of Wen Zhuying. Bai had never seen anyone finish both the watermelon and its rind completely. And Wen Zhuying was the first he had witnessed. It wasn't a performance. She genuinely found it delicious and was earnestly eating the rind. Observing her with a look of someone who had never tasted watermelon before, a pang of guilt struck him, prompting him to offer the dwindling pieces left. Shall I give you some more? Wen Zhuying swallowed the last bit of rind and reached out, exclaiming, all right. She had already scavenged through trash for food for a while. What she was offering was certainly cleaner than anything retrieved from a garbage bin. I'm just joking. It's improper for men and women to be too close. Bai chuckled, promptly reclaiming the watermelon and enjoying it himself. His guilt lingered, but it was minimal. Wen Zhuying rolled her eyes. You trickster. Time was of the essence. They needed to engage in games later in the afternoon and couldn't linger on the street too long. With the watermelon in hand, she briskly made her way back to the filming camp, her pace quickened, resembling a spirited pig racing ahead. The cameraman in the vehicle marveled once more, relieved that the director had provided him with transportation. Otherwise, he would have been left sprinting after them with a camera, risking injury to his legs. Upon arriving at the filming camp, they had nearly 20 minutes to spare. Wen Zhuying stealthily approached the director, watermelon in tow. The director was taken aback, initially thinking the watermelon was meant for him, reaching out to take it. Thank you, Wen. You're so considerate. He had been drooling while watching them eat watermelon during the live stream, never expecting Wen to be so thoughtful. Wen Zhuying scratched her head, shyly asking, Director, do you know where that incredibly beautiful man with a lovely voice and a great temperament resides? She was already quite restrained, having only used 3 descriptors. The director's lips twitched as he mentally completed the sentence. You are so cruelly indifferent to me. Setting that aside, his focus shifted to Wen Zhuying's description. Within the entire filming camp, only one man could rightfully be deemed worthy of her 3 superlatives. Considering Wen Zhuying's contribution to the show's popularity, he kindly advised, do you know who he is? Not everyone has the privilege to meet him. I might not even get a chance to see him. If you wish to find him, you wouldn't even get past the entrance. Moreover, that gentleman is quite temperamental. If you were to provoke him, I wouldn't be able to protect you. Getting kicked off the show would be, but a word away. Even if you possess some charm, you should still know your place. That's all right. It's not as if the entrance is the only way in. Just tell me where he is, Wen Zhuying replied. Pausing for a moment, she added, slightly bashful. Thank you for complimenting my looks. The director quipped, you only hear what you wanted, don't you? It's futile to reason with a stubborn ghost. Since Wen Zhuying was insistent, the director pointed her in the right direction, indicating that 2 individuals seated at the entrance of a building were bodyguards, unassuming in appearance, yet undoubtedly formidable. So what? I'm strong. Maybe I can take them on, she thought. However, upon merely glancing in their direction, they simultaneously turned their gaze upon her, their eyes brimming with hostility, causing Wen Zhuying to retreat in prudence. Never mind, she was a civilized person and couldn't resort to violence at every turn. On the 2nd floor, the curtains were drawn halfway, allowing beams of light to filter through the gaps, illuminating a pair of delicate, ivory-white hands with pronounced knuckles. The clean fingers gripped a mouse, dragging various videos into a folder. His face was strikingly handsome and regal, with captivating eyes fixated on the screen, revealing a mix of obsession and reverence, concealing an abyss of darkness within. Purity and obscurity, fragility and strength, melded beautifully within him. A lazy black cat lounged on his lap, yawning in utter boredom. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emanated from the window, subtle as a breeze whispering through the treetops. The black cat perked up, meowing insistently toward the window. Bai Jingyu's hand hesitated momentarily before he dragged the last video into the folder, shut down his computer, and approached the window. As he pulled back the curtain, he spotted Wen Zhuying, clambering up the window, unable to evade detection. She had tried to be as quiet as possible but was nonetheless discovered. Feeling a flicker of embarrassment from being caught, she was nonetheless brimming with pride as she boldly declared, Didn't he expect my skills to be this impressive, did you? Bai Jingyu's lips twitched slightly as he nodded. Indeed, impressive. With that, he extended his hand, adding with a hint of exasperation, "Come down." Wen Zhuying reached out, wrapping her arm around his neck as he pulled her through the window. Upon landing, she triumphantly revealed the watermelon hidden behind her back, exclaiming, "Bai Jingyu, are you tempted? I brought this for you, and I didn't share it with anyone else." Her eyes sparkled with sincerity, unguarded in her emotions, as they fell upon his exquisite visage, akin to a pair of pure gemstones. It inspired a deep affection, a yearning to cherish them forever. Chapter 19. The places she has touched yet. If one were to take them away, those eyes would lose their brilliance. It is better to keep them, for they are at their most beautiful when focused on him. A smile blossomed at the corners of Bai Jingyu's mouth, enhancing his already stunning features to an unparalleled level of beauty, akin to an extraordinarily exquisite flower. "Is this especially for me? Thank you." Wen Zhuying was momentarily dazzled by the smile, her heart racing uncontrollably, and she couldn't help but smile back. With both hands cradling the watermelon, she extended it towards him. Upon touching the fruit, she realized it had lost its chill, causing her to pout in disappointment. "I ran back so quickly, yet it's still not cold." "No worries, I still adore it even when it's warm," he replied, accepting the watermelon with both hands,
Turning to scan the surroundings for something.
Wen Zhuying followed closely behind like a curious little tail, asking, "What are you looking for?" "I need a fruit knife." Bai Jingyu answered patiently. "Do we really need a knife for watermelon? Isn't that a bit too fussy?" Wen Zhuying retorted, pursing her lips. Without hesitation, she seized the watermelon, placing it on the table. "Allow me." By the time Bai Jingyu turned around, Wen Zhuying had already managed to tear the watermelon into several pieces with her bare hands, presenting him with the most aesthetically pleasing slice. "Here, eat up." The juicy watermelon dripped everywhere. Bai Jingyu remained still, slightly furrowing his brow, unsure of how to proceed. "Such a fuss," Wen Zhuying thought to herself, shoving the watermelon into his hands. "Just eat it, I haven't touched the flesh." Complying with her, Bai Jingyu sat down and began to eat. Once he finished, Wen Zhuying reached out her hand, saying, "Hand it over." Bai Jingyu raised an eyebrow, looking at her quizzically. The director was already urging everyone, calling for a gathering, and announcing that they were about to start filming. The voice echoed through the loudspeaker. "Everyone, please gather quickly. If you're not here, I want to call your names." "Isn't that right, Wen Zhuying?" Deciding to act decisively, Wen Zhuying pulled his hand over without waiting for Bai Jingyu's consent, taking a wet wipe and meticulously cleaning the watermelon juice off his hands. Her movements were gentle, her warm fingers occasionally brushing against him, as if she were polishing a piece of art. Once she finished, she discarded the wipe, stood up, and waved goodbye. "Finally cleaned up. I'm off now." Bai Jingyu smiled gently goodbye. The path he took to arrive was the same one he retraced on his way back. As her figure vanished from sight, a slight tremor ran through his fingers, an exhilarating quiver, the tremor of his fingertips resonating with the flutter of his heart. He inhaled deeply, kissing the place where she had touched him, reluctant to part. The afternoon tasks continued from the morning's endeavors. By 3 o'clock, apart from Wen Zhuying and Bai Yi, the others had some tasks left undone. Unsurprisingly, the fans of those who still had leftover work erupted into a feud, particularly the fans of Song Ziji and Yi Wenyu, who were at the forefront of the conflict, further fueling the drama. Seizing the moment while the crowd was plentiful, the director announced a brief break, instructing everyone to change clothes before commencing the games. In the yard of a neighboring villager, there was a vast grapevine, not bearing grapes, but an array of dishes, meats, and even snacks. Beneath the grapevine was an expanse of sticky ground, reminiscent of a glue trap. Once someone stepped on it, they could hardly move. The director, true to his mischievous nature, smiled amiably amidst the various gazes directed at him, announcing, "Today, everyone will work independently and dinner will be handled individually as well. Do you see the items hanging on the grapevine? Those will be your dinner. Take as much as you can." The ever-curious Wen Zhuying eagerly chimed in, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "So we can take as much as we want?" "Of course not," the director replied, shaking his finger. "You can do squats. For every 50 squats, you can obtain one item. If you do weighted squats, add 50 pounds, and you can double your haul." "Haha, isn't that simple?" The others could hardly muster a smile, finding the task daunting. Standing on such a vast expanse of sticky ground made movement nearly impossible. After sufficiently intimidating everyone, the director finally decided to reveal some props. He instructed the crew to bring out various equipment, including full-body protective suits, height-increasing shoes, shoe covers, and even mascot costumes.
"Oh,
How could I forget to mention? There are props for traversing the sticky ground. Those who do the least squats get to choose first. This was a clever tactic. Those who completed more squats would have more chances to select items, but they would only be able to choose last, meaning that by then, the best props might be gone, leaving only the more challenging options. However, if one performed fewer squats, even if they chose good props first, they would not have enough chances to gather much. This delighted the audience, who thrived on such content, simultaneously cursing the director's cunning while remaining glued to the live broadcast. Noticing the glum expressions on everyone's faces, the director zoomed in on each individual before signaling the start of the squats, with a 3-minute time limit. Who'll go first? You, Wen Zhuying. The director pointed at her. There was no escape. Her enthusiasm made her the obvious choice.
All right.
Wen Zhuying stood tall and proud. Instead of immediately beginning her squats, she approached Song Zhiji, asking, "Didn't you say you were my friend?" Although Song Zhiji held a disdain for Wen Zhuying, she could not resist the allure of the camera and stepped closer, enhancing her screen time. She flashed a perfect smile and nodded. "Of course we are friends. Do you need my help? I would be delighted to assist you." Wen Zhuying grinned mischievously. "You're getting ahead of yourself." Confusion flickered in Song Ziji's eyes. Before long,
She would understand why.
after speaking, Wen Zhuying instructed the director to start the timer. In an instant, she hoisted Song Zhiji onto her shoulder and began performing squats. As she squatted, she audibly counted aloud. 1,
2,
3. The squats were executed with such vigor that it was difficult to keep track of how many she had completed. Meanwhile, the weight of Song Zhiji on her shoulders caused her to bounce along, completely losing any semblance of composure. She struggled to suppress her urge to vomit and curse. But she held back. Both Wen Zhuying's and Song Ziji's fans fell into a stunned silence, the chat buzzing with disbelief and laughter. Bai Yi, witnessing this unfold, felt compelled to voice his frustration at Wen Zhuying for abandoning him in favor of a bad woman. However, upon seeing the spectacle, he retreated his outstretched foot, realizing he could be of no help in this situation. Unexpectedly, the scene unfolded with such chaotic hilarity that the chat erupted like a tidal wave, refreshing at a dizzying pace. I expected this show to be chaotic, but I never imagined it would be like this. Goodness. Did you think you were going to make me laugh myself to death and inherit my meager fortune?
Ha ha ha.
Song Zhiji, had I known, I wouldn't have said that.
Ha ha ha.
I'm laughing so hard. I'm losing my breath. I was in the midst of a bathroom break, and now I can't stop laughing. Not even the director anticipated such a wild turn of events. Whenever Wen Zhuying took action, no one could predict her next move. After 3 minutes, Wen Zhuying finally came to a halt, having completed a staggering 241 squats. With Song Zhiji weighing less than 100 pounds, she could only count her weight as an additional 50 pounds, thus doubling it to 482 squats, rounded down to 450 for ease of calculation. This meant Wen Zhuying could select 9 items. "Thank you, director." Wen Zhuying bowed to him. "Thank you, friend." She also bowed to Song Zhiji, expressing sincere gratitude. Song Zhiji, feeling lightheaded and unsteady, forced a smile and waved her hands, softly responding, "No need, I didn't mean it like that." She then squatted down, feeling unwell. Although the fans felt a pang of sympathy, they couldn't help but find the situation utterly hilarious, laughing while offering her comfort. The others diligently performed their squats, utterly failing to emulate Wen Zhuying. It wasn't that they didn't want to. Rather, they simply couldn't bear the weight of a person, let alone do squats while carrying someone. Once everyone finished, the rankings were revealed. Wen Zhuying took first place, and Song Zhiji was last. When it came time to choose items, they did so in reverse order of their rankings. The director compensated Song Zhiji by gifting her 3 additional shoe covers, bringing her total to 6. The others proceeded to select desirable items, such as protective gear and 10-centimeter height-increasing shoe covers. The only item left for Wen Zhuying was a green frog costume. When the director interviewed her about her feelings, he asked how she felt about being first, yet ending up with the worst prop, implying a significant psychological discrepancy. Wen Zhuying, however, was enamored with the frog costume, exclaiming, "It's so beautiful. I love it."
With that,
She donned the costume and unexpectedly pulled out the tools she had used for work that morning, bouncing around gleefully. "Ribbit! Ribbit! Ribbit!" she croaked, darting about the room. As soon as she slipped into the green frog costume, her social anxiety vanished, transforming her into a social butterfly. After all, Wen Zhuying was inherently outgoing. Bai Yi chased after her, shouting, "Wen Yi, I want to play too." The frog responded with a ribbit. which was a clear refusal.
Bai Yi lamented, Wen Yi.
You're my only big brother. You know I've never had one. The frog replied with a series of ribbit, as if reluctantly agreeing. Bai Yi then ran even more joyfully, exclaiming, Wen Yi, you're the best. The scene resembled a frog being pursued by a barking puppy. Even before the game commenced, the two were already engrossed in play. Did they even combine to exceed 10 years of age? Haha, she really looks so happy. Let me play too. I want to join in. Their exuberance was so infectious that the director nearly lost his voice trying to call them back. Once they returned, he began reprimanding them. Do you understand that we still have a game to play? The frog responded with a ribbit, leaving everyone puzzled about its meaning. The director then got back on track, instructing everyone to don their gear, securing their hair under swim cap-like coverings, and finally preparing to commence. The director confiscated Wen Zhuying's tools, leaving her with only the frog costume, ensuring that everyone started on an equal footing. With a command, all began to move. The adhesive floor was exceedingly sticky, and those with different gear each faced their own calamities. Within mere minutes, everyone had transformed into a source of amusement. Those wearing shoe covers found them torn apart, while those in protective suits accidentally stumbled onto the adhesive, writhing like grubs. One individual, donning height-increasing shoes, exerted force, causing the 10-centimeter insoles to rip away, revealing their bare soles and a pair of socked feet with holes. A star, and yet their socks were tattered? Yi Weini awkwardly curled his toes, explaining, frugality is a traditional virtue of the Chinese people. Some even had their outer pants torn, exposing brightly colored underwear, which became stuck to the adhesive. A fart erupted, causing the adhesive to balloon into a large bubble. In that moment, everyone knew he had passed gas. This individual was none other than Bai Yi. Looking at the immobile frog standing aside, he shouted, Big brother, save me. Wen Zhuying, reluctant to dirty her new toy, had hesitated, but now there was no choice. She leaped in, exclaiming, Bai Yi, I'm coming to save you. As the green frog hopped in, it unexpectedly slipped on the slick surface and fell. Thus, the adhesive floor was graced with the sight of a wildly writhing grub. The green frog croaked, ribbit, as a means to mask the awkwardness. Cries of distress rose in chorus, and the cameraman struggled to keep steady, his close-up shot shaking uncontrollably. The audience's eyes darted about,
Captivated.
Bai Yi, my heart, which had been in suspense, has finally succumbed. A chaotic dance of madness. I've laughed so hard I nearly lost control. Ha ha ha. The punchlines are so densely packed that I can't decide which one to laugh at first. This game has unleashed a cast of comedians, leaving us in stitches. Wen Zhuying had to undergo considerable mental preparation before finally relinquishing her newly acquired toy, crawling out of the costume. She stood atop it, plucking a packet of vegetables with her left hand and a snack with her right, quickly gathering 8 packets in total. With one final opportunity remaining, she set her sights on a packet of braised beef that hung the farthest away. Due to its distance, reaching it was a formidable challenge. The frog costume she stood on could not stretch that far. The director had deliberately placed the items at such a distance, never intending for anyone to actually reach them. Yet, her desire for the braised beef was immense. Ever since the day they released the yellow cattle, she had longed for it. But the price had deterred her from purchasing it. The director stroked his chin, reminiscing. This braised beef comes from a century-old establishment in town. The meat is tender and firm, marinated to perfection with a long-lasting flavor. We waited in line for 3 hours to acquire the last 2 portions. One was consumed, and the other is this. Wen Zhuying's mouth watered profusely, her eyes gleaming with longing. Yi Weini also yearned for it. He frequently posted fitness photos online. His muscles sculpted from hours in the gym, leading everyone to consider him the strongest among the stars. As the strongest, aiming for the most challenging target of braised beef was hardly unreasonable. Chapter 21. Is this difficult? Yi Weini flexed his hardened muscles and said to Wen Zhuying, Watch how I get it. He also turned to the struggling Song Zhiji, saying, I remember you like braised beef. I'll get it for you. Song Zhiji appeared somewhat bashful, surprised that he remembered such a detail. I remember everything about you. The atmosphere was rife with affection, with many enamored by this display. Yi Weini pulled his foot from the height-increasing shoe that had fallen off and leaped out, grasping the frame with both hands. The fans hadn't yet cheered when his grip slipped, causing him to fall onto the adhesive floor with a thud. Just moments before, he had been flaunting his abilities to Wen Zhuying, and now he had spectacularly failed, a rapid face-bomb moment. This was even more embarrassing than his torn socks. The atmosphere grew tense as spectators outside the screen felt as if he had built a castle with his toes. He chuckled, self-deprecatingly saying, "I'm getting old and useless." When Zhuying tilted her head slightly, kindly correcting him, "It's not that you're old and useless, it's that the useless version of you is getting old." Since joining this variety show, Wen had consistently opted for the easier tasks, often disappearing when group work commenced, only to reappear once the work was done.
Indeed.
He had proven to be rather ineffective. Wen's expression darkened, his face resembling a stormy pot bottom. People are like that, self-deprecation is acceptable. But being mocked by others is not. Moreover, Wen's fans were incensed. What right did Wen Bailian have to mock their brother? She couldn't even compare to one of his pinky toes, could she? Don't you have a mirror at home? Take a look at your own pathetic self. Reduced to begging to participate in such variety shows, can you even manage that? Some people might think that just because they've had a couple of days of fame, they can do anything. It seems the backlash against Wen Bailian online was not without reason. Everyone has their off days, but you probably can't even get off the ground. If you think you can do better, come and show us how useful you are. Wen had never witnessed Wen Zhuying performing the inverted hook exercise. Nor had he seen her uprooting trees with her bare hands on the mountain. In his heart, he consistently regarded Wen Zhuying as a pretentious and bothersome nuisance. The idea of her successfully completing such a feat seemed implausible. He scoffed and sarcastically remarked, "If you're so capable, why haven't you done it?" His fans immediately echoed his sentiments, questioning how someone who criticized others for their ineptitude could remain inactive themselves. "Who says I haven't?" Wen Zhuying retorted, discarding the 8 bags she was carrying. She spat into her palm, rubbed her hands together, and with a swift leap, grasped the frame of the grape arbor with one hand. The bag containing the marinated beef hung tantalizingly close, yet she refrained from retrieving it. Instead, she opened the bag with her free hand and began to eat while suspended. After savoring a couple of bites, she tilted her head and executed 20 or 30 pull-ups with one hand. Once she finished, she hooked her legs over the frame, inverted herself, and questioned Wen. "Is this difficult?" After completing the inverted exercise, she righted herself, using just a fingertip to hold onto the frame, and proceeded to perform several more pull-ups, sincerely asking, "Is this really hard?" Her curiosity was genuine. How could something so simple seem so challenging to Wen? Actions spoke louder than words. And Wen felt as though he had been struck, his embarrassment palpable. The phrase, "Is this difficult?" reverberated in his mind, akin to a haunting melody, refusing to fade away. His tattered socks could not conceal his mortification as he curled his toes, performing toe grips for an audience of thousands. A bold line of text on the screen proclaimed, "Is this difficult?" in a manner that seemed designed to ensure Wen's fans did not miss it. "Is this difficult?" Watching Wen Zhuying do it looks effortless. Fans who had previously defended Wen were now rendered speechless, as if their throats had been constricted. Sharing in his embarrassment, for the first time, they realized that continuing to watch the live stream required immense courage. Who's inept? Isn't it obvious? I want to say it, but I'm watching quietly. Is this difficult? Haha. That line provided me with a day's worth of laughter. Isn't it just perfect to show off in front of a big shot? How embarrassing.
Ah.
Wen is so powerful, so cool, so beautiful. I adore her. Am I the only one who noticed she did pull-ups with one finger? Is it really that easy?
As a guy,
I can only manage 8 pull-ups at most with both hands. I'm already kneeling before Wen. Doesn't anyone feel the contrast between her delicate face and such a commanding action is shockingly impressive? How can someone be so incredible? Who still dares to say our Wen is inept? As realization dawned, many began to record the moment, while others furiously took screenshots. Some had merely wished to see Wen Zhuying falter but were instead captivated by the stunning performance of the so-called notorious female star. How could they not share such a spectacle? Numerous individuals seized the clips they had captured, edited them with music, and posted them online. One particular gossip blogger, boasting millions of followers and known as What Gossip Is There Today, immediately took notice of the video and began crafting it into a feature, unbeknownst to Wen Zhuying. She continued to hang one-handed while enjoying the marinated beef she had hidden away that morning. As the director had mentioned, the meat was tender and flavorful, bursting with taste. No wonder it took 3 hours to purchase. With a small piece remaining, she did not consume it, but instead held it in her hand. Climbing up the frame, she leapt down gracefully, landing steadily on the ground while retrieving the other 8 bags of snacks. Seizing the opportunity, she quietly settled onto the director's plush leather sofa, munching on snacks while observing others struggling in the sticky ground below. In her distraction, a few crumbs from the potato chips fell onto the sofa, and as she attempted to clean them up, she inadvertently pressed them deeper into the fabric. The director, noticing her actions, exclaimed, "Are you assuming I'm blind?" Aware of the director's gaze, Wen Zhuying wrapped her arms protectively around her snacks, retorting, "You've definitely eaten already. You won tea steal from me." The director took a deep breath, silently reminding himself, "Stay calm. Don't get angry. Or you'll only make things worse." Dinner that evening was particularly challenging. The following day brought no tasks, transforming into a much-anticipated day of leisure. Exhausted from the previous days, no one wished to venture outdoors or exert themselves. They simply lounged in the gazebo, enjoying the breeze. Wen Zhuying generously shared some of her remaining snacks with Bai Yi and Fuyu. Under the gazebo, the three of them sat apart from the others, who feigned casual conversation while striving to appear natural. In contrast, the trio reclined comfortably in their chairs, indulging in their snacks. Just as they began to savor the tranquility, the director appeared unexpectedly. "Have you all forgotten about the hidden program?" he inquired. When people become too relaxed, they tend to forget to think. Indeed, they had overlooked the hidden program. The director's reminder rekindled their memories. The hidden program involved selecting a day of rest for everyone to read randomly chosen comments aloud. Afterward, the production team would activate a voting feature, allowing viewers to cast their votes for the stars, with the top 2 performers showcasing their talents. In the first recording, the hidden program had occurred 3 times, each time resulting in a star breaking down and trending for negative reasons. This second recording, with an entirely new set of guest stars, had only attempted the hidden program once thus far. This time, it was Wen Zhuying's turn to face the music. Upon reading a derogatory comment regarding her false identity as a wealthy heiress, she broke down in tears, her face awash with emotion, defensively arguing and playing the victim, ultimately earning her the moniker Wen Bailian. She was, without a doubt, the primary victim of this incident. Consequently, when the director mentioned the hidden program, all eyes turned to Wen Zhuying, including the directoress, caught mid-bite of a bun she had secretly stashed away that morning. She looked up to greet everyone with a casual hi. The director inquired, "What are your thoughts on the hidden program?" For Wen Zhuying, a decade had passed since the last hidden program, and she could hardly recall it. She replied earnestly, "I'll just observe with my 2 eyes." That seemed to suffice. The director felt relieved and urged everyone to hurry with their makeup and wardrobe changes, announcing that they would begin the live broadcast in half an hour. As they prepared to face the cameras, everyone took care to present themselves well for the audience. With a promotional teaser already circulating, the viewership surged into the thousands as the broadcast commenced. The first to read comments was Fuyu. She asked, "Is it easier to succeed in the Hong Kong entertainment industry or the mainland?" Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she replied earnestly, "Neither is easy, otherwise I wouldn't be struggling so much." Teacher Fu certainly knows how to speak. Today's youth might not realize that there was once an era belonging to Teacher Fu. Teacher Fu remains as gentle as ever. Time has never defeated a beauty. I grew up watching Teacher Fu's performances. It's evident that times change swiftly, and some are swept away in the tide. Her fans were devoted, and given her amiable nature, conversations flowed respectfully, with few harsh words. The subsequent question was similarly graciously addressed. Following Fuyu, it was Zhang Ji's turn. "Why do you choose to stay when you seem to lack presence in the program?" he was asked. Zhang Ji simply smiled and jokingly responded, "It's not that I lack presence. Haven't you noticed me?" He and Fuyu were friends, and while he was even less prominent, the comments he received, though few, were generally positive. The director promptly called for Bai Yi. The question arose, "Is your family wealthy? Are you just here to inherit your family fortune instead of acting properly?" Bai Yi, scratching his head, finally expressed his thoughts. "My family's financial situation is quite ordinary, I suppose. However, my cousin is quite affluent. He is the wealthiest in our family, and it is he who invests in my appearances on the show." "Is he the one you called last time?" The voice that would forever echo in my mind, so melodious. Not only does he have such a delightful voice, but he is also exceedingly wealthy? Really? I don't believe it, unless you provide me with your brother's contact information. The subsequent inquiries directed at Bai Yi predominantly revolved around his brother, causing him to cover his mouth in fright, exclaiming, "My brother forbids me from disclosing anything." Once Bai Yi had finished speaking, Song Ziji hastily took over. She was asked, "Having debuted as a child star for a decade, do you regret your current state?" Song Ziji momentarily froze, seemingly lost in thought, her eyes slightly reddening as she replied, I cannot say I regret anything. Reaching this point has not been easy. Overwhelmed with emotion, she, for once, refrained from her usual meticulously crafted tears, simply smiling with her reddened eyes. Some fans, aware of her past struggles, felt a mix of anger at those who intentionally brought up her sorrow and sympathy for her. Don't cry, darling, it's all right. The future will be brighter. Don't be sad. Yi Wenyu approached and gently patted her shoulder, offering a few words of comfort before it was his turn to answer a question. The inquiry was, when you try to show off in front of one by Lian, do you ever consider the possibility of being publicly humiliated? Yi Wenyu had initially adjusted his mood, but this comment dredged up memories from the previous afternoon. In just a few fleeting minutes, he found himself needing a lifetime to heal. Yet, the time was too short, and he immediately lost his composure. With a dark expression, he scoffed. That was merely because I was not in my best state yesterday. Otherwise, how could I possibly be outshone even by Wen Zhuying? Don't exaggerate her capabilities. She merely took advantage of the situation to flaunt her power. If I were at my peak, she wouldn't stand a chance against me. The hidden rule of the show dictated that whoever lost their composure would be ridiculed. Those who responded with grace typically received more favorable reactions.
Yi Wenyu.
Inflamed by the provocation, lost sight of this principle, resulting in a barrage of criticism flooding the comment section. Thus, the first victim emerged. He is panicking. The broken defense brother is quite amusing. He maintains a fitness persona, yet can't even hold onto a bar properly. Are your muscles even real? There are only 0 or countless instances of being slapped in the face. Will he really lash out now, only to sneak off and secretly work on his muscles later? This is the first time I've seen a male celebrity lose his composure on stage. Wen Yi must possess some remarkable skills. Having stumbled on the first question, Yi Wenyu refused to read the subsequent comments, swiftly passing the turn to Wen Zhuying. Once she appeared, the audience's target of ridicule shifted, and no one remembered his awkwardness. Yi Wenyu thought this way, and hastily urged the camera to focus on Wen Zhuying. The question posed was, having committed numerous misdeeds, how have you managed to remain in the entertainment industry? Surely your benefactors have exerted significant influence? Wen Zhuying immediately straightened in her seat, gazing earnestly into the camera as she replied, as of now, I have yet to find one. If you have any connections, could you assist me in locating one? I desire someone powerful, good-looking, and kind-hearted. This response utterly disarmed the audience. I wouldn't dare dream of such a thing. You seem to have high expectations. This is hilarious. You even have specific requirements? If I had those resources, would I still be here? Do you think we are matchmakers? Is it that easy to find such benefactors? Speaking of which, if anyone has resources, please introduce me. I may be male, but I wouldn't mind finding such a benefactor. The next question was, why do you stubbornly stay on this show, even when you're not particularly well received? Wen Zhuying maintained a poised posture, articulating each word clearly. It's simply because I am poor. I hardly have any money to my name. If I don't work, I would be waiting to starve. This straightforward answer struck a chord with the audience. Even the production team felt a pang in their hearts. I only came to watch the show, not to look in a mirror. I'm crying. Who broke down? Oh, it turns out to be me. Stop berating us. We won't ask anymore. I'll immediately forward this to the boss, or else he'll keep making me treat the company like home. Though there were still several comments left to read, there was no strict limit on how many could be addressed. It mainly depended on how long the stars could withstand the scrutiny. Those who could endure longer had more comments read, while those who could not managed only a couple. The previous participants had read only 2 comments at most. Any more would be too difficult to feign a smile. Everyone anticipated Wen Zhuying would break down, yet it was she who unexpectedly left them all speechless. As she prepared to read the next comment, the audience collectively urged her not to continue. Wen Zhuying felt a tinge of regret. She genuinely enjoyed interacting with everyone. Having only replied to 2 comments felt like such a shame. The audience chimed in, "Don't feel regret. Replying further would be impolite." Once all the comments were read, they transitioned to an entertainment segment where the audience would vote to select the top 2 acts for performance. The earlier comment reading segment had drawn in a considerable number of viewers, and if the performances were well executed, it would be an excellent opportunity to gain popularity. In the last iteration of this segment, Wen Zhuying had been the greatest victim, while Song Ziji reaped the most benefit, garnering many fans with a lively and cheerful song. Learning from previous experiences, the participants seized the voting period to secretly practice their prepared acts. Feeling well-fed often led to drowsiness, and the temperature was just right. While everyone practiced in secret to dazzle the audience, Wen Zhuying found a hammock and fell into a deep slumber. On screen, the voting was in full swing. Song Gigi topped the chart with 809 votes, while Bai Yi followed closely with 756 votes, despite feeling that showcasing his talents was akin to sentencing him to death. The remaining contestants trailed far behind, leaving little room for suspense. Everyone eagerly anticipated what delightful performances these two would deliver, speculating in the comment section. The on-site audience, however, was less curious. They preferred to rest rather than waste time. Fu Yu, sneaking into the kitchen to grab a piece of marinated meat, circumvented the camera to find the sleeping Wen Zhuying in the hammock. Seeing her in a peaceful slumber, she decided to wait a moment before approaching her. Unexpectedly, the aroma of the marinated meat roused Wen Zhuying, who immediately opened her eyes, staring intently at the piece of meat with hope in her gaze.
Teacher Fu.
Is that piece for me? Fu Yu, startled, took a moment to compose herself before sitting beside her and handing her the marinated meat. I noticed you enjoyed it yesterday. So, I tried making some for you to taste. Let me know how it is. Wen Zhuying expressed her gratitude and promptly began to eat. The flavor of this marinated meat, different from what the production team provided, was exceptional, and Wen Zhuying savored every bite with delight. Fu Yu felt her earlier apprehension dissipate, her mood brightening. If only Wen Zhuying were her child, she would buy her the most beautiful dresses and learn to prepare the tastiest dishes, allowing her to choose whatever she desired. Wen Zhuying licked her fingers, thanked Fu Yu a few more times, then lay back down to continue her slumber. Fu Yu glanced at the sun, adjusting the angle of the sunshade to ensure she wouldn't be burned later. Life was blissfully enjoyable. This scene did not go unnoticed by the audience. Wen Zhuying had not anticipated that her carefree happiness could also resonate with them. Youth is truly wonderful. She can just fall asleep. While others are preparing for performances, how can she be so carefree, eating and drinking, while someone adjusts the angle for her? As I was at work, I found it intolerable to witness others basking in leisure and joy. Brothers, let us assign her some tasks. I lamented, racked with envy, unable to stand the sight of her thriving existence. Perhaps we should send her to work or school. It was a simple matter to elevate her to the top of the votes and compel her to perform. Within mere minutes, the consensus among the tens of thousands in the live stream was swiftly reached. When the director observed the change in votes, he was taken aback, repeatedly wiping the monitor to confirm he was not mistaken. How could this talent show involve that little waste of space? Wen Zhuying, no one had voted for her before. How had her votes suddenly surged? Yet, this was merely the beginning. Within the following minute, Wen Zhuying's votes skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, surpassing Song Gigi to claim the top position. In that final moment, Wen Zhuying amassed an astounding 15,809 votes, a chasmic lead, while Song Gigi trailed with 3,966 votes in second place. The stars were collectively astonished. This overwhelming lead was simply outrageous. What on earth was happening? Bai Yi, having narrowly escaped disaster, bowed in the direction of Wen Zhuying, muttering, "Thank you, Lady Wen, for saving my life. May you have a safe journey." Unlike the stars' bewilderment, the audience felt a sense of relief. Their efforts had finally propelled Wen Zhuying to the pinnacle of success. At last, I see the results I desired. Someone, let the Lady Wen perform for me. I am quite satisfied. Let her not sleep, for I wish to witness her talent. Had I known, I would have voted for Bai Yi as well. I cannot bear to see him so carefree. When Wen Zhuying was roused from her slumber, she was utterly bewildered, her eyes slowly opening. What is happening? The director chuckled, "Little Wen, you topped the talent show voting. It's time for your performance." Still groggy, Wen Zhuying lazily rolled over. "I want to perform. I can't." The director coaxed her gently. "This is a splendid opportunity to reshape everyone's impression of you. Don't you wish to gain followers?" Wen Zhuying, now slightly alert, replied, "I wish to savor followers, with extra meat and spice, and perhaps an egg would be delightful." The director employed his trump card. "Perform well, and I shall give you a raise." Instantly invigorated, Wen Zhuying sprang to life, exclaiming, "Isn't it just a talent show? A piece of cake." The director allowed them to decide who would perform first. In the realm of talent, Song Gigi undoubtedly held the advantage, and was well aware she could close the show. She graciously suggested, "Let Little Wen go first. I do not wish to overshadow her." "Very well, if you have made your decision," the director acquiesced. Song Gigi, confident, lifted her chin slightly, revealing a smile, and nodded gently, then let her go first. Chapter 24. The talent show 5 minutes had passed, and still, there was no sign of her. Surely, she wouldn't attempt to slip away? That could not be allowed. The audience had collectively voted for her, and she must perform. The director, holding a megaphone, called out, "Wen Zhuying, it's time to come out." No response came. Panic set in as the director shouted, "Wen Zhuying, if you do not come out now, there will be no raise." "I'm coming." Though unseen, her voice was heard. The attendees craned their necks, eagerly awaiting her entrance, resembling a gaggle of geese, yet still, no one appeared. Where was she? The audience was equally anxious, eager to see what Wen Zhuying would showcase. Why is Lady Wen not appearing? I have waited long enough. Perhaps Lady Bai Lian will sing for us? That would suffice. I still find her visage quite pleasing. What sort of nonsense is this? Fetch the guards, and bring Lady Wen to me. Just then a thick, white, corrugated foil tube descended from above, landing squarely in the view of the crowd. With a rustling sound, Wen Zhuying's face emerged from the enormous foil tube, her pearly teeth glinting as she boldly proclaimed, "Now, I shall present my talent performance, Flying Dragon." The crowd was left bewildered. What is this? Flying dragon? Where is the dragon? As they pondered, an upbeat, rhythmic melody began to play. Wen Zhuying's entire body remained concealed within the foil tube as she began to sway back and forth, each movement perfectly in sync with the beat. She resembled not a dragon, but rather a standing, wobbling, somewhat deranged, white caterpillar. She even accompanied her performance with lyrics. Move to the beat. Move to the beat. It was vibrantly dynamic and irresistibly amusing. The director burst into laughter as the audience erupted in a cacophony of laughter, swaying in their seats, unable to contain themselves. They had anticipated a serious talent show, only to be met with this unexpected performance. Professional actors typically maintain composure, rarely laughing unless absolutely compelled to do so. Yet, this was simply too hilarious. Who understands my absurd sense of humor?
Ha ha ha.
Move to the beat. She can even sing along. I accidentally laughed out loud. Now everyone in the elevator is staring at me. What to do? I should never have had expectations of her. My family thinks I'm quite mad for watching this variety show. I opened it up on the subway, and now my dignity is in tatters. How do I explain that I'm not inclined to this sort of entertainment? Though the audience felt embarrassed, the number of viewers in the live stream only grew, with an array of ha-ha-ha comments flooding the screen, almost obscuring it entirely. Half a minute passed, and Wen Zhuying, perhaps sensing the challenge was insufficient, sought to add flair. She resolved to perform a 360-degree Thomas spin to astonish the crowd. With a quick push-off, she leapt into the air, attempting to spin. As she completed only half a rotation, she stumbled, landing flat on the ground. In her effort to conceal her face from view, she attempted to crawl upright. However, she struggled to rise. Thus, she commenced a comical endeavor to inch her way up from the ground. The 38,000 viewers in the live stream watched her wriggle along to the music. The hilarity of her whimsical dance, 100. The humor in her voiceover, 1,000. The absurdity of her falling and being unable to get up, 100 billion. Here, we do not encourage crawling on the ground, dog emoji. Just asking, did the production team recruit guests from a mental institution? Wen Bai Lian, do not look. This is harsh criticism. Fortunately, Wen Zhuying possessed some talent. Despite her fall and the difficulty of rising, she managed to leverage her impressive core strength to regain her footing and complete her performance. Once Wen Zhuying finished, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Their hands were nearly sore from clapping, and their faces were frozen in laughter. The director rubbed his belly, his voice somewhat hoarse. Let us welcome the next performer. Song Ziji took the stage, ready to deliver a song, as singing was her comfort zone, making this the safest choice. However, as she began, her voice came out like a saw cutting wood. Her expression stiffened. Oh no, she had laughed too hard earlier, and her voice was now hoarse. She hadn't intended to laugh, but Wen Zhuying's performance had been utterly hilarious. With such a hoarse voice, finding the right pitch was going to be a challenge. Gritting her teeth, she continued to sing. Her voice, rather than resembling a lark, sounded more like a quacking duck. The audience assumed this was her intended effect. Though not as comedic as Wen Zhuying, it still brought them amusement, earning her a few scattered compliments. The hidden segment of the show concluded, leading into free time for the guests as the live stream came to a close. The broadcast lasted less than 2 hours, and although it had been announced in advance, the audience still felt a sense of longing for more. They all implored the director to extend the live broadcast time and reduce the intermissions. The director was taken aback. It was the first time so many had beseeched him for an extension over the course of 2 episodes. However, his remaining conscience compelled him to decline their requests. Alas, even the donkey of a production team deserves a respite, wouldn't you agree? Tomorrow morning at 8, the broadcast will commence promptly. Do remember to join us. With that, he switched off the live stream and hurried away, gathering the crew for significant matters. The villagers delivered a substantial quantity of freshly slaughtered pork, along with several large bags of spices, placing them in the center of the courtyard. Under the villagers' guidance, a flurry of activity ensued, with some washing the pork and others chopping the spices, creating a lively atmosphere. Wen Zhuying peered through the door into the courtyard, brimming with curiosity, and inquired of the director, "Why all this meat? Are we preparing for a festival?" The director, left speechless, replied, "Who celebrates a festival in the sweltering summer? This is none of your concern. Your break time is up, off you go fishing. Can I lend a hand?" Wen Zhuying's eagerness was palpable. Over their time together, the director had come to understand her well. If she was ever missing, there were only two surefire ways to lure her out: either announce a pay raise or tempt her with delectable food. If she helped, the work would remain unfinished, and she might even devour the meat raw. "Off you go. This is not your affair. When I tell you to fish, you must fish." The director gestured emphatically, nearly straining his arm. Fuyu, holding an umbrella, draped it over Wen Zhuying's shoulder, shielding her from the sun, and said, "The stream we are heading to is teeming with fish. Don't you wish to see it?" Upon hearing of fish, Wen Zhuying's attention was easily diverted. Great. Since returning from the apocalypse, she had sampled many delicacies, but had yet to taste fish. Chapter 25. You've made the trending list. This village is largely undeveloped, boasting pristine mountains and clear waters, with a particularly delightful environment. The stream the guests visited was nestled at the foot of the mountain, a mere kilometer from home. It spanned approximately 2 to 3 meters in width, with crystal-clear, icy-cold water revealing smooth, colorful stones beneath. The current was gentle, and the water's rhythmic lapping against the stones produced a melodious sound, enticing everyone to indulge in the moment. At a bend in the stream, there was a slightly larger pond, deeper with a slower flow, where everyone set up their fishing gear to cast their lines. Fishing requires patience and tranquility, which Wen Zhuying lacked. Thus, she opted to wade barefoot downstream, searching for fish and crabs. Whatever she caught, she tossed into her red bucket. Just as she was engrossed in her task, Bai Yi suddenly exclaimed, "Wen Yi, you're trending." Wen Zhuying stood up, hands on her hips, and asked, "Is everyone applauding my exceptional performance?" She was certain of her talent. It was only natural for them to appreciate her display. However, her pride was short-lived when Bai Yi approached, holding a phone borrowed from a villager, splashing through the water, and explained, "It's not your performance, but rather a segment from yesterday's game that a viral blogger has turned into a video, gaining popularity."
Huh?
Wen Zhuying felt a tinge of disappointment. Bai Yi gleefully reached her side, showing her the video and elaborating, "This blogger is quite renowned, particularly fond of sensational stories. Once he finds an intriguing one, he creates a video that garners millions of views. So, it's no surprise you're trending." In the video, her energetic movements and effortless pull-ups were replayed repeatedly, accompanied by catchy music, harmonizing perfectly with her iconic line, "Is this difficult?" It was both absurd and addictive. From octogenarians to toddlers, everyone had that soul-stirring question etched in their minds. The video was released merely 10 minutes ago and had already soared to trending status. The blogger, known for his popularity, attracted considerable traffic, and the video was exceptionally engaging, leading to frantic shares. Thus, phrases like, "Is this difficult?" and "One by Lien" flooded the trending topics. Wen Zhuying was elated. Her smooth, jade-like chin instinctively lifted. "Wen Yi, you are truly remarkable." Bai Yi's eyes sparkled, but upon glancing into the bucket, which held only a few small fish and shrimp, she inquired, "Is catching fish and shrimp really that difficult?" Wen Zhuying, brimming with confidence, declared, "Not at all." Fueled with newfound vigor, she bent down to catch fish, succeeding with every attempt. Each fish she caught was sizable and slippery, leaving Bai Yi to follow behind with the bucket. With every catch, she would exclaim, "Is this difficult?" Wen Zhuying would respond, "Not at all." Others exchanged glances, puzzled. One asked, "Are they both truly sane?" Another replied, "Perhaps the show has driven them a bit mad." Meanwhile, in a different location, a figure exuded an ethereal beauty, sitting with an air of aloof elegance before a computer, casually crossing his legs while scrolling through comments. If anyone were present, they would recognize him as the illustrious award-winning actor, Jiang Yunshin. Blessed with an extraordinarily handsome visage, he had enjoyed a smooth career, amassing numerous accolades for his films and once achieving a staggering 5 billion in box office sales. His background was so formidable that netizens could not unearth any details. Even industry giants regarded him with respect. At this moment, he was relishing the spectacle of Wen Zhuying's antics. Having savored half of the drama yesterday, his enthusiasm soared, leading him to edit a video. Today, after completing the edit, he continued to indulge in the unfolding drama. Wen Zhuying was indeed a curious talent. The Wen family, though not an aristocratic dynasty, was respectable and had produced numerous distinguished individuals. However, Wen Zhuying had always been perceived as a lackluster individual, consistently ranking at the bottom in her classes and feeling out of place at social gatherings, leading many to question her legitimacy as a member of the Wen family. Years prior, it was indeed revealed that she was not of Wen blood, but merely an impostor posing as the heiress. The Wen family, efficient and proud, swiftly reclaimed their true daughter and sent the false one back to the orphanage. Nevertheless, Wen Zhuying was unwilling to accept her diminished status. She sought to create trouble for the genuine heiress. Whatever the real heiress pursued, she would mimic. If the real heiress sought fame, so would she. If the real heiress attracted attention, she would attempt to overshadow her. Through her relentless efforts, she became the most despised female celebrity online, even drawing disdain from passing dogs. Yet, at this moment, she had undergone a transformation, acting unconventionally and combining beauty with absurdity, evolving from the most criticized participant in the variety show to the most beloved one. The one who effortlessly performed pull-ups on the grape trellis, declaring, "Is this difficult?" The video was so amusing that Jiang Yunshin couldn't help but chuckle. This Wen Zhuying was indeed quite entertaining. Suddenly, a voice erupted from behind him, filled with ire. "Jiang Yunshin, have you posted another video using your alternate account?" Jiang Yunshin's body trembled slightly. Turning around, he replied helplessly, "Sister Zhou, I've told you before. Walking quietly is a must. Must you be so stealthy? It's quite frightening." Upon seeing his ethereal features and carefree posture, Zhou Jie felt a twinge of exasperation. Some individuals, despite their seemingly obedient demeanor, are the hardest to manage. She rubbed her temples and inquired, "What business do you have with Wen Zhuying? Are you unaware of her notorious reputation?" Jiang Yunshin scoffed dismissively. "Reputation is merely a facade. Those who believe in it are fools. Anyone who mingles in this circle knows the truth. Who would trust such nonsense?" Zhou Jie massaged her temples again, contemplating the boy's family background. Even if he entangled himself with Wen Zhuying, it would hardly affect him. Her worries subsided for the moment. The accompanying image on the screen was a photograph of Wen Zhuying, and after a cursory glance, Zhou Jie abruptly halted. She hadn't noticed before, but the girl bore a striking resemblance to him. Jiang Yunshin was taken aback, springing from his seat. "Are you joking?" He leaned closer to the computer screen, aligning his face with Wen Zhuying's image. "Take a closer look. Do we really resemble each other?" Zhou Jie stroked her chin, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized the screen for about a minute. Finally, she nodded. There was at least a 2-point resemblance, particularly in the eyes. Jiang Yunshin's expression soured. He sank back into his chair, opened WeChat, and began typing furiously, bombarding someone with messages. Zhou Jie, puzzled, asked, "What are you doing?" Jiang Yunshin replied, "I'm interrogating my dad to see if he has been fooling around and produced an illegitimate daughter." Zhou Jie quipped, "Your father is fortunate to have you." Faced with Jiang Yunshin's barrage of inquiries, the reply from the other side was succinct. "No illegitimate daughter, but there is a son, surnamed Jiang, named Yunshin." Jiang Yunshin exhaled in relief, pointing at the screen with a grin. "See? I told you there wasn't. That old man, who besides my mother could possibly tolerate him." The next day, when Wen Zhuying awoke, she felt an itch in her throat but dismissed it, proceeding to complete her morning workout, 1,000 crunches, 500 push-ups, and a 5-kilometer run. After finishing her exercise, it was precisely 8 o'clock when the cameraman found her perched on the wall. "Good morning, Wen." Wen Zhuying descended from the wall, waving at the camera. "Morning shout." Her voice was hoarse, reminiscent of someone who had consumed half a pound of salt and swallowed a basket of razor blades, ultimately smoking for half an hour. The audience could only recall a particular meme as comments flooded in. "Oh no, what's wrong with my voice? Could it be the flu?" The cameraman took a step back, alarmed. "What happened to your voice?" "Nothing much, it's just fine," Wen Zhuying replied. The cameraman's internal alarm bells rang. Could it be that she caught a cold from yesterday's water activities? I need to inform the director. You mustn't go. I can record. Wen Zhuying's voice was strained, yet she couldn't prevent the cameraman from fetching the director. The director, with an air of authority, declared, "We are not unreasonable. If you're ill, you must see a doctor." "I'm not sick." Wen Zhuying retorted. "You are sick." "I'm not sick." "You're not sick." "I am sick." The director smiled slyly. "If you're sick, then go see a doctor." In this exchange, the director emerged victorious. Wen Zhuying, with a numbed expression, felt as if her molars might shatter. Ultimately, she had no choice but to heed the director's command and sought a physician in town. The director apologized to the audience. "I'm sorry, everyone. Xiao Wen is unwell and cannot continue filming today. I'll be shutting down the live stream shortly. Please feel free to visit other streams." The audience's reactions were rather peculiar. A group of individuals who had risen before 8 to watch the live stream were adamant. "Haha, who is anticipating this? Don't slander me. I was merely passing by. I had no expectations either. Don't spread falsehoods. However, can't she live stream while sick? We don't need her to perform like yesterday. I have a friend, not me, but a friend who doesn't watch this program who believes, from an objective standpoint, that Wen Zhuying could also live stream while seeing a doctor. Huh. Who cares to watch this annoying White Lotus stream? I merely opened the live stream by chance. As a pure bystander, I rationally inquire, why can't one buy Lian stream while seeing a doctor? The director found himself somewhat at a loss. It was hard to discern whether these were fans or detractors of Wen Zhuying, with such theatrical antics. If he truly shut down the stream, wouldn't they just perform elsewhere? One individual cannot outmaneuver a crowd. He compromised slightly, allowing the live stream to continue during her doctor's visit, after which Xiao Wen could rest. The audience also made concessions. A glimpse was better than none. And, despite claiming indifference, none of them left the stream. Given Wen Zhuying's illness, no one permitted her to ride a pig into town. Instead, they drove her there. The town had few clinics, and early in the morning, only one traditional Chinese medicine shop was open, its herbal aroma wafting strongly. With someone at the entrance preparing medicinal ingredients. The physician treating Wen Zhuying was an elderly traditional Chinese doctor. He instructed her to place her hand on the table while he checked her pulse with a few fingers. After examining her pulse, the old doctor turned to his right. "Where does it hurt?" Wen Zhuying waved her hand, responding in a breathy tone. "Doctor, it's over here." "Oh," the old doctor readily turned. "What symptoms do you have?" Wen Zhuying's breath was faint, her voice indistinct. "My throat hurts." The old doctor leaned in. "Where does it hurt?" Wen Zhuying touched her throat, struggling to articulate. "My throat hurts." "What's wrong with your throat?" Wen Zhuying felt as though she was at death's door, forcing out the words, "My throat hurts." The old doctor felt around, picked up his glasses from the table, and sheepishly remarked, "I couldn't hear clearly without my glasses." Wen Zhuying responded with a feeble, such unfamiliar vocabulary. He sat upright, asking, "Where does it hurt?" Wen Zhuying, nearly voiceless, pointed to her throat, indicating that was the source of her discomfort.
"Oh,
"Your throat hurts? Then don't speak." The last of her strength was spent as she retorted, "I'm done talking." The audience erupted in laughter. Although Wen Zhuying's hoarse voice was quite pitiful, it was undeniably humorous. "Where does it hurt?" "My throat hurts." "Then don't speak." "I'm done talking." Is this doctor a recovering addict? Why isn't he laughing?
ha ha ha."
"I couldn't hear clearly without my glasses. This doctor is performing for me." The final line, "I'm done talking," is the essence. Haha, this is too funny. Perhaps this is what true fandom looks like. Despite their idol's plight being painfully evident, they laughed until their mouths couldn't close, reveling in the heart-wrenching humor. Once the old doctor donned his glasses, he appeared far more astute. After a thorough examination and communicating via text on his phone, he deduced that her ailment stemmed from excessive talking the previous day, which had strained her voice. He prescribed some medication, advised her to rest, and assured her she would recover swiftly. Chapter 27. The Rise of the Female Rogue. Everyone assumed Wen Zhuying had caught a cold or perhaps tested positive for something. Little did they know it was merely a result of her excessive talking while fishing the day before that had left her voice hoarse. Upon discovering the truth, the director felt tears welling up, nearly exasperated. How could Wen Zhuying be so reckless? Engaging in fishing, an activity meant for tranquility. She somehow managed to strain her voice from talking too much? Truly, that was her style. Though he may have scolded her, when it came time to pay, he did so without hesitation, procuring medicine for Wen Zhuying from his own private stash, diligently noting the old physician's instructions. Just after settling the payment, He looked up only to find that Wen Zhuying had dashed away again. Could she not afford him a moment's peace? The reason for her sudden flight was a beautiful black cat that had caught her eye, nuzzling against her pant leg and playfully tugging at her trousers, attempting to lead her in a particular direction. How did this little shadow end up here? She scooped the small creature up and, following the cat's guidance, approached a motorhome. Before she could reach it, her pace quickened into a light run. Unfortunately, as she attempted to board, she raised her foot too low and tumbled forward. Just as she was about to faceplant, a hand reached out to catch her, seemingly accompanied by a soft chuckle. Be careful. That hand was long and fair. Not the pallid kind, but rather one that revealed faint blue veins crisscrossing the back, with prominent tendons visible when he applied pressure. He wrapped around Wen Zhuying from behind, effortlessly lifting her by her slender waist. In a simple gesture, his boyfriend prowess was on full display. However, before anyone could fully comprehend the scene, that exquisite hand had already shut the door. The audience buzzed with curiosity. Is there something we cannot see? Can I pay to catch a glimpse? That hand is mesmerizing. So perfectly matched. Besides holding someone, what else can it do? I recognize that voice. It must be by E.'s cousin. Is he here specifically to wait for Wen Balian? How sweet. It's giving me a toothache. Such a perfect match. I ship them hard. With the door closed. They must be sharing a kiss. Let me see. I've already concocted a 1,000,000-word novel in my mind. How can they be so compelling? Contemporary audiences excel at finding sweetness amid suffering, sweetness within the muck. The more unattainable it is, the more desirable it becomes. The two merely shared an embrace. And even Bai Jingyu's face remained hidden throughout, yet it drove them into a frenzy. Despite their pleas, no one opened the door or directed a camera inside to reveal what transpired. The director quietly departed, his own curiosity piqued. Yet he dared not open the door to the vehicle. Inside the motorhome, Wen Zhuying curiously surveyed her surroundings. The space was vast and spacious, with each item exuding an air of opulence, altogether presenting a lavish and beautiful sight. She could hardly fathom how sunny and cheerful she would be if this motorhome were hers. Bai Jingyu set her gently on the bed, urging her to rest. As he released her, the hem of his shirt lifted slightly, revealing a glimpse of his abdomen, showcasing a graceful waistline and toned muscles. Perhaps due to her illness, she felt bolder, or perhaps it was an unconscious reliance on his visage. As Bai Jingyu retrieved a blanket to cover her, her head swam, and in a natural display of affection, she grasped his arm and playfully asked, "Sister Whale, may I touch your waist?" Her voice was sticky and muddled, devoid of any elegance, akin to a gaggle of ducks quacking in a frantic uproar. Bai Jingyu glanced down, his brow furrowing in mild confusion and reluctance. "I've told you, I am not a woman. I am a man." Wen Zhuying chuckled, raising an eyebrow, her expression proclaiming, "Is that so? I don't believe you." Bai Jingyu appeared somewhat vexed. "How can I prove it?" A glimmer of shrewdness crossed Wen Zhuying's eyes, without articulating how he might prove his masculinity. She stealthily extended her mischievous fingers. With a sudden motion, she pressed against his abdomen through his clothing. Just as she had imagined, it was flat and firm, the outline of muscles discernible even through the fabric, solid and inviting to the touch. "Wow, such perfect abs," she exclaimed. However, Sister Whale's abs were also like this. Do men's and women's abs feel the same? She had only touched Sister Whale's and Bai Jingyu's abs, so this question would remain unanswered for now. Bai Jingyu's abdomen tensed, his breath involuntarily quickening, and his gaze bore into Wen Zhuying, warning, "Do not touch a man's abdomen so casually." Wen Zhuying was about to retort when he presented her a phone, gesturing for her to type instead of speaking. She typed, "I did not touch casually. I touched seriously." As she spoke, her other hand playfully scratched at his side like a claw. "Oh, it's even harder. How fascinating." Bai Jingyu removed her hand, a hint of annoyance surfacing. "Such behavior is inappropriate. You are being lewd." Wen Zhuying typed back, "But you said you are a man, so I must verify." "How petty. Who would believe you are a man? Just a touch, and you call me a female rogue. That's rather stingy." Goodness, she had turned the tables. Her naturally delicate face, when she smiled, curved her round eyes into crescent moons, concealing a hint of mischief, her expression bold and unapologetic. Bai Jingyu couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation, snatching the phone from her hands and insisting she take a proper rest. Reluctantly, Wen Zhuying closed her eyes, her breathing gradually evening out. Once her breath stabilized, Bai Jingyu excused himself to the restroom. The moment the door clicked shut, the tenderness and vulnerability faded from his face, leaving behind an impenetrable facade. Leaning against the sink, his hands, still aesthetically pleasing, gradually exerted pressure. His striking visage fixated on the faucet. He resisted the urge to touch his abdomen. The girl's fingers were soft and slender, her warmth searing, leaving behind traces of heat where she had touched. Reflected in the faucet was a pair of deep-set eyes, a fleeting glance revealing the embers of desire swirling within, shrouded in a haze that accentuated the inky darkness of his gaze. That brooding, covetous yearning surged forth before ultimately being suppressed. Such encounters had occurred countless times in the past, allowing him to grow accustomed to the cycle. He steadied his heavy breathing, and after a moment, his expression returned to normal as he turned on the faucet and washed his hands leisurely. Cool water cascaded over his art-like hands, flowing down the drain. The droplets splashed, dampening the edges of his shirt, while outside, a voice rang out in a hoarse, gleeful tone. So delightful, I love touching. Chapter 28. I have abs too. Do you want to touch? What is so delightful, one might ask. Even with a raspy voice, it could not quell her exuberance. Bai Jingyu maintained an expression of calm control, though for a fleeting moment, a crack appeared. Yet it was merely a momentary lapse. Outside, time rewound to several minutes prior. Wen Zhuying had not truly fallen asleep. Her even breaths were merely a ruse, employing a little trick taught by Sister Whale, convincing anyone who saw her that she was in slumber. She heard Bai Jingyu shut the door, likely stepping out. Her eyes flew open, and she excitedly rolled around the bed twice. However, the motorhome's bed was not as expansive as her usual one, and after a single roll, she tumbled off, landing with a thud on the wooden floor. Bai Yi, carrying food, opened the door just in time to witness the scene and, mistaking her intentions, quickly helped her up, reassuring her, "Wen Yi, it doesn't matter if your voice sounds nice. What matters is that you can still speak. We want to think less of you. So don't despair." Wen Zhuying withdrew her hand, shooting him a glare. His consolation was well-meaning, but she preferred he refrain from such attempts in the future. Bai Yi fell silent for a moment, his expression difficult to read. "Perhaps you should just refrain from speaking? You sound like a broken gong." Wen Zhuying began to roll up her sleeves, preparing for a grand showdown. At a mere glance, she noticed that he had opened the dumplings he brought along, filled with succulent shrimp. The dumpling skins were remarkably thin, revealing the plump and tender shrimp within, bobbing in a flavorful broth, round and enticing, awakening the appetite. Bai Yi remarked, "This was specially made by the chef at my home to improve my diet. The director forbade me from eating them, but said you could have some." Wen Zhuying then let her sleeves fall back down. After all, there was no need to be at odds with delectable food. Indeed, it was no surprise that a chef had crafted these. The shrimp was firm and springy, devoid of any fishy taste, rich in flavor and tenderness, with the broth brimming with fragrance. As they neared the end of their meal, Bai Yi typed a message on her phone, inquiring of Wen Zhuying. "Ordinary people are generally not allowed in my brother's RV. How did you manage to get in? Not only did you enter, but you also slept on my brother's bed?"
I've never even done that.
The last statement, its underlying sentiment unknown, carried a touch of envy. Wen Zhuying replied, "Your brother is quite kind. You shouldn't always judge him through your tinted lens." Bai Yi, Wen Zhuying, recalling their previous banter, intentionally typed, "Not only did I sleep on your brother's bed, but I also touched his abs." Accompanied by her smug expression, the boasting was unmistakably evident. Bai Yi was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she murmured, "My brother's abs?" It took her a moment to process the fact that someone had touched her brother's abs. She stared at Wen Zhuying, still in a daze, and asked, "How are his abs?" Wen Zhuying smiled, revealing a perfect set of teeth, her eyes sparkling with admiration and lingering thoughts, even too lazy to type as she exclaimed joyfully, "So touchable. I love touching." Bai Yi was left speechless. The unspoken rivalry unique to men found its moment of ascendancy. The moment he saw Wen Zhuying's exuberant smile, he felt a twinge of defiance and leaned closer, whispering, "Humph, you just haven't seen enough. I have abs too." Wen Zhuying eyed him skeptically, her disbelief evident as she scanned him from head to toe. Bai Yi's bravado surged, and with hands gripping his shirt hem, he lifted his shirt. His skin was naturally fair, devoid of excess fat, with well-defined muscle lines, clean and sharp. To display himself to better effect, he even sucked in his stomach, proudly showcasing his abs. "I work out every day. These abs are the real deal. They must be more touchable than my brother's. Want to give them a try?" He revealed his abs to Wen Zhuying, devoid of any seductive intent, merely a display of pride. Wen Zhuying's eyes sparkled, a slurp of broth escaping her lips as she casually set the packaging aside, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Can I really touch them? Directly? Without any clothing? Bai Yi scoffed, nearly losing his composure as he urged, what are we to each other? Let us not stand on ceremony. If you want to touch, just touch. Once you do, you'll see they're better than my brothers. Since he had extended such a warm invitation, how could she refuse? Wen Zhuying grinned and reached out her hand. Just as her hand was about to make contact, the bathroom door creaked open. Both turned their heads to see Bai Jingyu. His brows slightly furrowed, a look of confusion and disbelief on his handsome face. What are you two doing? Bai Yi, as if shocked, took a large step back, quickly pulling down his shirt and standing demurely, brother. Wen Zhuying looked at him in surprise, silently questioning, you didn't leave? Bai Jingyu smiled faintly, explaining, I just went to the restroom, and I didn't expect to overhear you two talking. So, you like touching ES abs? Whether it was a trick of the light or not, a hint of loneliness crossed his features as he spoke. Wen Zhuying's heart tightened, and she quickly waved her hands. No, I don't like that. Bai Jingyu seemed to half believe her, glancing at Bai Yi with an appreciative gaze. You've been exercising much more than when you were younger. Now you even have abs. Bai Yi felt elated by the compliment, nearly wanting to cheer. But he merely feigned indifference, nodding, it's just okay. I haven't reached my peak yet. Bai Jingyu nodded, his tone wistful. What a shame. I didn't get to see you at your best. He was that kind of person, effortlessly capturing attention at any moment. A single compliment from him felt like a warm spring breeze, yet if he expressed regret, it made one wish to rectify it immediately. Bai Yi clenched his fists, maintaining a calm demeanor. Brother, I have something to attend to today. I'll head out first. With that, he dashed off, heading straight for the only gym in town. According to the schedule, the live broadcast had already concluded. However, with Wen Zhuying trending on social media, the show unexpectedly gained a bit of popularity. The director decided to extend the broadcast for one more day. After this final day, everyone would return to their respective homes. The content for the last day was also a last-minute decision. The director rented several stalls for grilling starch sausages and tasked everyone with selling the sausages made in collaboration with the villagers and the production team. Whatever they earned would be theirs to keep, with the production crew taking nothing back. Today marked the rural market day. After selling, they would use the money to purchase whatever they desired at the market. Chapter 29. Freedom of grilled sausages. Each person was assigned a small stall, a large bag of grilled sausages, and they operated separately, yet Bai Yi insisted on sharing a stall with Wen Zhuying, positioning their stalls side by side. The market was bustling with people, and their stall was set up on a level area just outside the market, easily visible to all passers-by. They preheated the sausage grill, laying out pure meat sausages, and within moments, juiciness and oil began to sizzle, the skins turning golden and releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Many people passing by couldn't help but glance, yet ultimately, none made a purchase. Some even asked to take photos before moving on. Half an hour passed, and at the 8 stalls, not a single sausage had been sold. As the 13th person finished taking a photo and left, Fuyu couldn't help but call out to them, enthusiastically introducing, these are our homemade sausages, made with pure meat. They're very fragrant, only 3 yuan each. Would you like one? The passerby, nearly drooling, quickly waved their hands. No, I don't like eating those. Fuyu could clearly see their desire, but she was puzzled as to why, despite their evident craving, they still refused to buy even one. She asked with a smile, didn't you say you grew up watching my movies? Can't you tell me the truth? What's really going on? The other stars, curious, perked up their ears, eager to hear the reasons behind their refusal to buy sausages. The person awkwardly scratched their head and replied, my daughter said these sausages are made with meat paste. It's disgusting, and eating them would make me sick. She told me not to buy them at all. Others nodded in agreement. My son said the same thing. This stuff isn't healthy. We can't eat it. Fuyu hurriedly explained, these are our homemade pure meat sausages, made from freshly bought pork. They're not dirty and are very healthy. People hesitated. Every vendor claimed the same. When I bought an air conditioner, the seller said it could purify the air and help me live longer. My child always says I'm foolish, believing everything the sellers say. I need to be more discerning. I've seen the sausage-making process, so I dare not buy them, no matter how fragrant they are. Despite their explanations of the sausages being healthy and delicious, the passers-by remained unconvinced, merely watching from the sidelines without making a purchase. The stars felt somewhat disheartened, While the audience found the situation both amusing and pitiful, they truly encountered misfortune, coincidentally selling grilled sausages right after the 315 anti-counterfeiting event. Even if the sausages were authentic, no one would believe it, laughing and crying. To be honest, I advised my parents not to purchase grilled sausages from outside, warning them to be cautious lest they fall ill. Why are my parents not as obedient as them? When I tell them not to buy sausages, they sneakily do so behind my back, devouring them without even wiping their mouths clean, leaving greasy corners. The first to be apprehended by Teacher Fu was my father. I never imagined he would heed my words so well. I was genuinely in tears. It's a pity for Teacher Fu, who spent ages explaining. Yet my father remained unyielding, covering face. Teacher Fu explained until her throat was parched, but no one believed her words. Deciding to forego further explanations, she proclaimed, "Purchase 1 sausage for photo opportunity, 2 sausages for 2 photos along with my autograph. Any sausages bought must be consumed, or they shall be reclaimed." Though she may no longer be in the limelight, many present had watched her films and once regarded her as a goddess. Upon hearing the chants for photos and signatures, they disregarded the healthiness of the sausages, clamoring, "I want 2. Me too, I want 4. Under such temptation, the sausage stall finally opened, and a long queue formed before it. Observing this, Song Ziji devised her own plan. She began to sing, her clear voice resonating like a lark, and with her beauty, it became a delightful experience that captivated some young onlookers. Noticing the growing crowd, she revealed a flawless smile and announced, "Buy 4 sausages and you can request a song."
Who wouldn't you want to try?
Consequently, her stall attracted a throng of young patrons, quickly buying several sausages while enjoying her melodious singing. "I want to buy sausages too. Baby sings so beautifully, truly deserving of her talent show origins. I regret not being there. Had I been, I would have undoubtedly bought out the entire stall of sausages. Why, isn't she setting up a stall near my home? Even listening through the internet is so delightful. If I could hear it live, I would have no regrets." Inspired by Teacher Fu and Song Ziji, others began to adopt the format of buying a few skewers to request performances. Gradually, nearly every stall attracted customers, except for Wen Zhuying and Bai Es. At the sausage stall, there were no patrons, only golden brown sausages sizzling away. Suddenly, a slender, exquisitely shaped hand, akin to a work of art, emerged to poke a perfectly grilled sausage, stealthily taking it down. Curious passers-by glanced over to find 2 individuals hiding behind the stall, seated on small stools, enjoying their sausages. Bai took a bite of her sausage and mumbled, "Big brother, they've started performances. Aren't you going to perform?" Wen Zhuying, engrossed in coating the sausages with chili powder, didn't even glance away from her task, nonchalantly replied, "No performance." With the meat laid out before her, how could she sell it to others when she could relish it herself? Bai pondered and declared, "If you're not performing, then I shan't either." At this moment, when Zhuying had finished coating the sausage with chili powder, bringing it to her mouth and taking a hearty bite, while other stalls were energetically performing, the 2 of them sat on their small stools, secretly indulging in their sausage freedom. The contrast was stark. The succulent, juicy sausages, coated in vibrant chili powder, upon a single bite, revealed a dense and rich texture, with aromas that seemed to transcend the screen. The director stifled a swallow, shouting through a megaphone, "These sausages are for sale. Don't just indulge in your own consumption, promote them." When Zhuying nodded absent-mindedly, yes, they're for sale. One must taste them first to accurately describe them to others, right? The director retorted, "Huh, I believe you, as much as I believe in a ghost." The audience awaited an unexpected performance from the duo, only to find them relishing their meal instead. I was eager to see them perform, but now I just want to eat sausages. I feel incredibly powerful. I could finish 10 sausages. Forget 10. I feel like I could devour an entire pig. I knew it. As long as there's meat, when Bai Lian will certainly indulge. What was said earlier is incorrect. Even without meat, whatever food is sold, one Bai Lian would undoubtedly consume more than what is sold. The director insists she sells sausages, but in reality, he's letting her feast to her heart's content. Your uncle dotes on her father. Chapter 30. I want to save money for great ventures. Their delectable indulgence attracted the attention of numerous passers-by, stretching their necks to uncover the situation. Others bought sausages either for photos or to request performances. However, those gathered around Wen Zhuying and Bai Es stall merely desired to purchase sausages. They were rather skeptical about the cleanliness of the sausages and hesitated to buy. Yet, with the stall owners relishing the sausages so delightfully, with 2 or 3 disappearing in an instant. It could only signify one thing: these sausages were indeed edible. If the stall owners themselves were eating them, they must be clean. "Hello, I'd like one, with extra chili powder, please." One person finally spoke up. When Zhuying lifted her head, remnants of oil and chili powder lingering at the corners of her mouth, she burped, suggesting, "There's another stall next door selling them. And you can request a performance too." While saying this, she pretended to shield the aromatic sausages on the grill, as if she could actually obstruct them. The director's temples throbbed. If not a single sausage sells today, you might as well pack up. Reluctantly, Wen Zhuying withdrew her hand, extending one finger toward the customer, saying, "All right, I'll sell one to you." Once one person spoke up, others followed suit. "I want one. I want that one that's bursting open. Don't shove me. I was here first. I want that one. Poke it with a skewer, it's the best one. And I want all the last few that are ready." Within a minute, all the sausages in the grill were sold out, and a new batch began cooking. The customers were patient, paying first and gathering at the side, eagerly awaiting the next batch to finish, their anticipation palpable. When Zhuying felt a pang of regret, unable to dissuade them, silently counting how many sausages she could reserve for herself. Other performing stars noticed the bustling scene, momentarily silencing, exhibiting expressions of utter confusion. They labored hard for their performances, yet 2 sausages could request a song, while they had to perform for hours to sell just a few. Meanwhile, when Zhuying did nothing, didn't he even intend to open for business, and was secretly snacking, yet she sold out? No, it couldn't be considered selling. It was more like a spontaneous rush. Comparing people made one feel exasperated. Those laboring through performances, upon witnessing the crowd clamoring for Wen Zhuying and Bai Yi's stall, felt an urge to vomit blood. Teacher Fu's expression is acting out my feelings, haha, who knew it could be so simple to sell out. One Bai Lian possesses a natural talent for this. She eats so delightfully. If it were me, I would want to buy the entire stall, but alas, I'm not there. If she can't continue in the entertainment industry, she should become an eating broadcaster. She would surely thrive. My baby's voice is nearly hoarse from singing. Looking at this scene with a puzzled expression, how pitiful, haha. Unexpectedly, within an hour, the 2 sausages were completely sold out. Others continued performing, increasingly disheartened, while Wen Zhuying and Bai Yi's grill stood empty. Not a single one was left for me. Wen Zhuying was on the verge of tears, sitting on her small stool, sulking. Bai Yi counted the money, cheerfully approached, and handed half to Wen Zhuying. "Wen Yi, don't be upset. We sold over 400. Half for each of us. Here's yours." Wen Zhuying remained motionless, pouting in a fit of rage. "The 5 I secretly saved for myself have also been sold by you. Don't you care about the money? I've kept it all." Bai Yi pretended to reclaim the money. In a flash, Wen Zhuying snatched the cash away, stuffing it into her pocket, her expression no longer as sorrowful. "What's mine is mine. You cannot take it back. Once we finish selling, we can go shopping. Let us hurry to the big market." Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback by her rapid change in demeanor and instinctively nodded. "Oh, all right." The rural market buzzed with excitement, with vendors lining both sides of a long street, selling an array of goods, vegetables, fruits, snacks, and daily necessities, all at prices lower than usual. The cacophony of voices shouted prices through loudspeakers, creating a lively atmosphere. Wen Zhuying had never witnessed such a scene before, marveling at the affordability of everything. Though in the end, she bought nothing. Conversely, Bai Yi adeptly indulged himself. With money in hand, he purchased whatever caught his eye, soon carrying numerous bags when they paused at a milk tea shop. As he set down his load and noticed Wen Zhuying's empty hands, he curiously asked, "Why didn't you buy anything? With the money from your last job plus today's earnings, you must have over several hundred. Why not spend it?" Wen Zhuying eyed the milk tea in others' hands, swallowing hard before casually replying, "I'm saving my money for something significant."
Come on, what can a few hundred do?
Bai Yi scoffed, pulling out the last few coins from his pocket. "Let me treat you to milk tea." Before long, 2 cups of freshly made milk tea were ready. Sitting at a small table, they sipped while chatting.
Thank you.
"You're so kind to treat me, knowing I have money." Wen Zhuying praised him with playful flattery. She understood the adage that one should not bite the hand that feeds, and if Bai Yi had a tail, it would surely be a fluffy one, wagging with delight. With a proud lift of his chin, Bai Yi declared, "As a younger brother, it's only right to treat the older brother to milk tea. If you enjoy it, I'll use my pocket money to open a milk tea shop for you, and you can have milk tea every day. At that moment, Wen Zhuying noticed Bai Yi's exceptionally white teeth. His small canine teeth were not prominent, yet his smile was quite charming. Bai Yi turned away from the camera, playfully lifting his shirt to indicate, "My abs are getting better and better. You can see them without sucking in my stomach. Once I open your milk tea shop with my pocket money, I'll post a picture of my abs at the entrance to attract customers." Before he could finish, Wen Zhuying interrupted, "Wait a second." Bai Yi, bewildered, replied, "Huh?" Wen Zhuying quickly borrowed the cameraman's phone, switched to video mode, and earnestly said, "Words alone won't suffice. What if you backtrack later? Come on, say it again." Bai Yi felt a bit helpless. What could he do about this atmosphere-destroying girl? He could only indulge her. Clearing his throat, he solemnly stated, "I, Bai Yi, hereby promise that after the recording, I will use my pocket money to open a..." Before he could finish, he was interrupted again, not by Wen Zhuying, but by the ringing phone in her hand. The phone blared insistently, prompting Wen Zhuying to hurriedly hand it to the cameraman. The next moment, the cameraman returned the phone to Wen Zhuying. "It's for you." Chapter 31, Conclusion. Curious, Wen Zhuying took the phone and inquired who was calling. "Hello, Miss Wen. I am the founder of Yedong Milk Tea. Our previous endorsement contract has expired, and we would like to invite you to be our new spokesperson." Wen Zhuying didn't have a strong impression of other brands, but she vaguely recalled that this one was quite popular and their milk tea was rather expensive.
Now,
As an obscure figure without any endorsements, she wondered why they sought her out directly, bypassing her agency. The caller seemed to sense her confusion and continued, "I happen to watch your program and believe you possess great potential for growth, so I wanted to make an offer before other brands approached you. If you agree to be our spokesperson, our milk tea will be free for you for life." "Yes, yes, yes. I accept," Wen Zhuying replied eagerly. After hanging up, she leapt for joy, dashing around the shop with exuberant laughter. Bai Yi asked, "What has got you so happy?" Stopping, she responded, "A major milk tea brand wants me to be their spokesperson." "Then, do you still want my milk tea shop?" "Not anymore." Taking a sip of her milk tea, her eyes curved into crescent moons, she said, "Someone once told me that one should be content. Being able to drink milk tea for free is enough for me. I don't need a shop." Bai Yi, intrigued, inquired, "Who is it?" With a twinkle in her eye, Wen Zhuying replied, "It's someone who is the most important relative to me." Bai Yi teased, "Oh, is it your parents? But didn't they kick you out of the mansion? Or, do you have other relatives?" Wen Zhuying feigned mystery. Little kids shouldn't pry into matters they shouldn't. Bai Yi, disappointed, pouted, "All right, when you need another shop, I'll open it for you." The final day of the live broadcast went smoothly. As it concluded, assistants and managers arrived to collect their charges, turning the courtyard into a bustling scene filled with vehicles. Wen Zhuying, without an assistant or manager, packed her suitcase and sat in a small pavilion, observing others tidy up. Fuyu sat beside her, admiring her glossy hair, complimenting, "Xiaowen, your hair is beautiful, and your hairline is quite impressive." Wen Zhuying smiled shyly, "I took good care of it when I was younger." Fuyu cleared her throat, her expression slightly awkward, and quietly asked, "Do you remember what you said to me the night we shared a room?" Wen Zhuying racked her brain but couldn't recall. Fuyu bit her lip, prompting, "My hair, your hair." With that hint, Wen Zhuying understood. "Oh, Fu Laosher, are you referring to your alopecia?" The surrounding crowd turned to listen. Fuyu's scalp tingled, and she quickly covered Wen Zhuying's mouth. "Little ancestor."
keep your voice down.
Wen Zhuying playfully pushed Fuyu's hand away, raising an eyebrow. "Fu Laosher, have you not checked your alopecia in a while? Look at it now." Fuyu was reluctant to look during the day, only daring to check in dim light at night. While she hesitated, Wen Zhuying had already fetched a small mirror and held it up, helping her remove the wig. "Fu Laosher, open your eyes and take a look."
Fuyu protested.
"I don't want to open my eyes. I don't want to see." Wen Zhuying insisted. "Just take a glance." Fuyu retorted. "Not even a glance." Wen Zhuying conceded. "All right, I'll put the wig back on." Finally, Fuyu opened her eyes. The bad news was that Wen Zhuying had tricked her. The wig was removed but not replaced. The good news was that the alopecia spots were nearly invisible, with much new black hair sprouting. Fuyu was utterly astonished. "These hairs grew back on their own? You didn't secretly apply any medication, did you?" Wen Zhuying raised her chin, explaining, "Alopecia is usually temporary. As long as you maintain a regular routine and a positive mindset, it will grow back quickly." Fuyu pondered for a moment. Since Wen Zhuying moved into sleep with her, she hadn't woken up in the middle of the night to apply medication. She had been eating well and sleeping soundly. No wonder the alopecia spots had started to fill in. Wen Zhuying truly was a treasure. From a distance, someone called out, "Fu Yi, stop chatting. It's time to get in the car." Fu Yu hurriedly hugged Wen Zhuying and planted a big kiss on her cheek. "Darling. I'll contact you later. Wait for my news." Wen Zhuying wiped the saliva from her face with a hint of disdain, yet her lips involuntarily curled upwards. With no one to accompany her, she had no choice but to haul her suitcase to the program team's bus, sharing the ride back with the staff. Upon reaching the city, she would then take a bus back to her rented apartment. Just as she was lining up, the director appeared in his sleek car, rolling down the window and waving at Wen Zhuying. "Where are you headed? I'll give you a lift." Without hesitation, Wen Zhuying jogged over with her suitcase in tow.
Slow down.
"Why are you running?" "I'm not going anywhere," the director chided, stepping out of the car to take the suitcase from her hands and stow it in the trunk, then open the car door for her. "Director, when will my salary be dispersed?" was Wen Zhuying's first question upon entering the car, her eagerness palpable. The director shot her an exasperated glance. "Others wait 10 days to half a month for theirs. I'll make sure yours is processed today or tomorrow. Is that acceptable?" "Sure. Thank you, director. If there are any more easy-paying gigs like this, do keep me in mind." Wen Zhuying beamed with a radiant smile. The director muttered to himself, "Only you find this easy, the rest are barely surviving." As they drove, he suddenly spotted a rather familiar RV in the rearview mirror, causing his heart to race and his driving to become increasingly cautious. That vehicle must be worth millions. If he accidentally bumped into it, he would be financially ruined. Anxiously, he tried to maneuver to the side to let it pass, but it seemed to mirror his pace, keeping close behind him. Wen Zhuying, noticing his evident anxiety, turned to look in the rearview mirror and spotted the RV. She promptly tapped the director's shoulder.
Stop.
"I want to get on that RV." Startled, the director slammed on the brakes. As the car in front halted, the RV followed suit, its door swinging open. "I thought you had left," Wen Zhuying exclaimed, dashing toward the entrance, where someone caught her, arms encircling her waist, naturally guiding her onto the vehicle. As she was lifted, a melodious voice explained, "We didn't leave. We've been waiting for you." The director felt as though he had stumbled upon a monumental secret, yet he hesitated to believe it. He quickly handed Wen Zhuying's suitcase to the person inside. Chapter 32. Careful attention by Jingyu accepted it with a sincere thank you. "Thank you for your hard work." The director, taken aback, stammered, "It's nothing, really. It's my duty." As the car door closed, he promptly returned to his own vehicle, speeding away. Finally, he could distance himself from that luxury car. Inside the RV, after Bai Jingyu embraced Wen Zhuying, he immediately let go, placing her suitcase carefully. Wen Zhuying moved towards the window, while Bai Yi straightened his posture, his legs together, hands gripping the hem of his shirt. Resembling a proper young gentleman as he declared earnestly, "Wen Yi, you can't look at my abs anymore. We're of different genders. And girls shouldn't be exposed to such things." He vividly recalled what had transpired a mere quarter-hour ago, when he had eagerly lifted his shirt to showcase his abs, exclaiming, "Bro, check out my abs, they're nearly as impressive as yours." To his surprise, Bai Jingyu had merely glanced at him and advised, "Don't show your body to the opposite sex. It's inappropriate." Bai Yi felt that his brother was overthinking things, insisting, "I'm not that kind of person. I've never shown my body to the opposite sex." Bai Jingyu, with his head lowered, stroked the cat in his lap, his long, thick lashes casting shadows over his dark eyes. His rosy lips parted to utter a single name, Wen Zhuying. Bai Yi, lounging comfortably, propped his head on his hand, utterly perplexed. "Oh, I did show her, but she asked not." Suddenly, realization struck him. "Oh dear, I forgot about Wen Zhuying's gender. She's a girl. And I'm a boy. Showing her my abs is indeed inappropriate." Had Bai Jingyu not intervened, he would have completely overlooked this matter. "Bro, you're so good to me. Even my own mother isn't as concerned about me as you are." Bai Jingyu smiled faintly, his long fingers gently stroking the cat's back, accepting the compliment with a modest grace that was almost picturesque.
Suya mischievously interjected.
"Your brother is reminding you that since boys and girls are different, showing your body to a girl means you have to take responsibility." Bai Yi found a new direction and was about to seek confirmation. Bai Jingyu smiled at Su Yang, who immediately wore an expression of understanding, and then remarked, "You're still young, you'll understand these things when you grow up." Bai Yi decided not to dwell on it further. However, he remembered Bai Jingyu's words and brought it up when Wen Zhuying got into the car. She looked utterly confused. "Huh?" Suddenly, A teasing voice chimed in. Don't listen to your brother's nonsense. Actually, it's fine to look at each other if you're a couple. And there's more to see than just abs. Wen Zhuying turned her head to see a handsome man exuding an air of frivolity, his playful smile and winking eyes suggesting a rogue charm. Hello there, I'm Su Yang. You can call me Suga just like Bai Yi does. He emphasized the words just like Bai Yi for effect. Before watching the program, he had harbored some prejudice against Wen Zhuying. However, after witnessing her on screen, his perception shifted, and he became an ardent supporter of the Byron couple. He thought, surely Bai Jingyu felt the same way, which was why he treated Wen Zhuying with such care.
Hello, Su-he.
Wen Zhuying greeted enthusiastically, waving.
Hey.
You should sit next to Bai Yi. It's spacious over there.
Su Yang grinned mischievously.
Suddenly, he felt a sharp jab to his foot as Bai Jingyu looked at him with a tone that suggested negotiation. Why don't you sit there? Isn't that our spot? Is it really appropriate for two young people to sit together? Your eyes seem to be for decoration. Su Yang, undeterred by past consequences, continued his provocations. He expected Bai Jingyu, known for holding grudges, to retaliate. Instead, Bai Jingyu, cradling the cat, stood in the aisle with his head bowed, his long lashes fluttering in the breeze from the window. His face lacked color, revealing a hint of vulnerability. His voice barely audible over the wind. All right. Su Yang asked, are you okay? This sight tugged at Wen Zhuying's heartstrings. She clasped her hands together, imploring Su Yang. There's a draft over there. Bai Jingyu isn't well. Suga, could you sit over there and take care of him? Su Yang was taken aback, utterly bewildered. Yet, he complied, and moved to sit beside Bai Yi. Across from them, Wen Zhuying pressed her hands on Bai Jingyu's shoulders, encouraging him to sit down. Gently lifting the little shadow from his lap, draping a blanket over his legs, and then bustling off to fetch a cup of warm water, placing it in his hands. Take care of yourself, you delicate flower. Much later, as Su Yang's slow reflexes caught up with him, he reflected on the events and finally understood why Bai Jingyu was so attached to Wen Zhuying. This enigmatic, complex individual, whom everyone respected and feared, was treated with tender care by Wen Zhuying, who regarded him as a fragile child, showering him with attention and affection, her world revolving solely around him. It was no wonder he had fallen for her. Su Yang, ever talkative, spent the journey exchanging secret signals with Bai Yi, only to receive a few discreet kicks from Bai Jingyu, ultimately retreating to the restroom to cry. Following Wen Zhuying's directions, they delivered her to an old, dilapidated community. The road was too narrow for the RV to navigate, necessitating a walk for the final stretch. Bai Yi, hauling Wen Zhuying's suitcase up the stairs, was drenched in sweat. Mr. Wen, one could argue that you were once the esteemed daughter of the Wen family, a lineage of considerable wealth. How is it that you are permitted to reside here? Is it possible that the genuine heiress wishes to keep you in discomfort?
Su Yang immediately countered.
You are overthinking it. Wen Shuyao is not that kind of person. She has no interest in such petty schemes. Bai Yi scoffed.
How can you be so certain she isn't that type?
Su Yang retorted with conviction. I know she isn't. Stop dwelling on it.
Here we are.
Wen Zhuying announced as she halted before a door. Sensing an impending argument, she interjected, This is my own rented apartment. Wen Shuyao offered me a place, but I simply declined. Reflecting on the decade that had slipped by, she recalled her return and how Wen Shuyao had consistently shown her goodwill, providing her with both accommodation and financial support, which she had chosen to forego, all the while plotting to ensnare her benefactor. In her envisioned conclusion, she would leap from a height, only to have Wen Shuyao collect her remains and, in secrecy from their parents, lay her to rest in a serene village. Wen Shuyao was genuinely kind, a realization that Wen Zhuying, having traversed back from a post-apocalyptic world, had come to understand. Henceforth, she would refrain from tarnishing her reputation or seeking out conflict unnecessarily. Chapter 33. Why am I not worthy?
See?
I told you. You're overthinking. Su Yang glanced at Bai Yi, taking the suitcase from him and placing it inside. Bai Yi scrutinized the modest decor of the apartment, frowning. Mr. Wen, perhaps you should reconsider living here. I have numerous properties that are far superior. Wen Zhuying shook her head in refusal, surveying the interior. Isn't this perfectly fine? There are no monsters, no zombies, and certainly no foul stench of blood. I feel safe and clean here. I love it. Bai Yi remarked. You truly have a knack for humor. As the two appeared poised to block the doorway with their frowns, she urged them forward. All right. Thank you both. Now hurry back. Not wishing to linger, they waved goodbye, saying, "Contact us if you need anything." Once the door was closed, Wen Zhuying's phone buzzed. She eagerly retrieved it, speculating whether it was the director calling to inform her of her wages. To her disappointment, it was not a paycheck but rather a call from someone noted as General Liao. Unfamiliar with him, she sensed he was a person of significance. Upon answering, his commanding tone resonated. Wen Zhuying declined the milk tea endorsement. Wen Zhuying replied defiantly, "On what grounds?" General Liao's tone dripped with disdain. "You are unworthy." Wen Zhuying, incensed, retorted vehemently, "How am I unworthy? I am not only worthy, I am exceptionally worthy. Perfectly worthy. A match made in heaven." Caught off guard by her fierce rebuttal, General Liao threatened. "Wen Zhuying, have you forgotten your station? When your superior issues a command, do you truly believe you have the luxury to refuse? If there is no room for refusal, then why are you calling me?" She quipped, with a mocking tone. Hee. With that, she hung up, blissfully unaware that her final taunt had left General Liao seething throughout the day. The following morning, when Zhuying finally received the long-awaited payment from the director, totaling nearly 400,000. After counting her earnings, along with her remaining balance, she found herself with a total of 680,000, sufficient funds. After triple-checking her balance, she promptly made her way to a jewelry store, purchasing a ruby necklace. She recalled that this necklace had caught her eye during a shopping trip with her mother before her true identity had been revealed. At that time, they had not been able to procure it due to a lack of stock, and her mother had been disinclined to wait. As time passed, her mother had forgotten about the necklace, but when Zhuying remembered, with her mother's birthday approaching, this necklace would serve as a fitting gift, representing the most extravagant present she could afford. After gifting it, she resolved to refrain from further intrusions into the Wen family's life. Having secured the gift, Wen Zhuying rushed to the Wen family villa but found no one present. Mr. and Mrs. Wen were indeed absent, and the instructions had been clear. She was not to set foot inside the villa. The guard at the entrance wore a stern expression. Wen Zhuying focused on the first part of the guard's statement. They were not home. Where could they be? The guard shot her a disdainful glance. Wherever Miss Wen is, they are. And where is Miss Wen? At the neighboring villa. In front of an extravagant luxury car, a girl with an exquisite visage raised her phone, snapping a few photos of Wen Zhuying to share in their group chat. Miss Ding wrote, "The White Lotus has come to the Wen villa again, but was turned away." Huh, does she still have the audacity to show her face? Young Master Zhang chimed in, "I've never liked her. Ding ding, teach her a lesson." Sister Hua added, "What a coincidence. The counterfeit dares to appear in the villa district. If it were me, I would have found a hole to hide in. Ding ding. Take care of her for us." Miss Ding replied, "What the hell are you calling me? Don't use that name." Miss Ding continued, "Just a little lesson for the White Lotus. It's a minor issue. I've never liked her. Just wait for the embarrassing pictures of the White Lotus." The peers in the villa district held a collective disdain for Wen Zhuying, with Miss Ding leading the charge. Previously, they had refrained from acting against her due to her status as the Wen family's daughter, but now that she had lost that identity, they felt free to play with her as they pleased. Miss Ding shared the link to her home as surveillance footage in the group chat, positioned her phone, and stopped next to Wen Zhuying, rolling down the car window. "Hey, White Lotus, how can you still show your face?" Wen Zhuying was at a loss for transport when, fortuitously, a car presented itself before her. She brightened up and approached. "Ding ding, how fortuitous. I have no money for a taxi. Could you give me a ride to the Wen Entertainment Company?" Miss Ding's expression darkened, her irritation palpable. "For heaven's sake, can you not call me that?" Wen Zhuying covered her mouth, gazing at Miss Ding with her round, innocent eyes, and replied in a sing-song voice, "Okay, if you prefer. Can you still give me a lift to the Wen Company?" Miss Ding, regaining her composure, taunted, "You're asking me nicely." Wen Zhuying boldly replied, "I am asking you." Miss Ding was taken aback. "Do you really lack any pride?" Wen Zhuying tilted her head earnestly. "Do you require the service? If so, I can certainly provide it." Miss Ding wondered how, after just a month apart, Wen Zhuying had transformed so completely, as if possessed by some unclean spirit. Impatiently rubbing her temples, she found amusement in the thought that everyone was watching through the surveillance. With a pointed finger, she gestured toward the cherries in the greenery and cruelly exclaimed, "When begging, one must do so with humility. Climb that tree like a monkey and pick me some cherries." With an excited cheer, Wen Zhuying disappeared from Miss Ding's sight in an instant, scaling the tree. She clambered to the highest branch, hanging upside down to reach the cherries, and plucked the ripest one. offering it to Miss Ding's mouth. Ah, open wide. Miss Ding's eyes widened in shock. Why aren't you eating it? Is it not fresh enough? Then just gnaw on it straight from the tree. Wen Zhuying, without hesitation, presented the branch to Miss Ding, urging her to hurry and eat the cherry. Miss Ding, frustrated, fumbled a stone that landed on her foot, grimacing as she took a bite of the cherry. Just as she swallowed the fresh fruit, Wen Zhuying darted to another tree, her agility on full display as she leaped from branch to branch, gathering cherries still adorned with leaves and delivering them all to Miss Ding. Like a monkey released from its cage, her antics surpassed anything imaginable. Miss Ding's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. I told you to imitate a monkey, not to outdo one. Those monitoring the footage were left utterly speechless. What on earth is happening here? Zhang Xiao. She brought the freshest cherries directly to Ding Ding's lips, allowing her to nibble on them herself. Utterly indulgent. Huajie, is this truly a white lotus? Or has some monkey escaped from the zoo? Xian Xiao. My family's butler informed me that a wild creature seems to have appeared in the villa area, frolicking in the trees, advising me to be cautious. I replied, please refer to the VCR. Zhang Xiao. Honestly, the visage of this white lotus is truly exquisite, isn't it? And she seems to dote on Ding Ding. Doesn't she? Huajie. I noticed too. The white lotus only offers Ding Ding the freshest, most succulent cherries. She is quite amiable. Chapter 34. Can you please not show up again? Miss Ding sat in the driver's seat, her hands full of cherry branches, momentarily stunned. Wen Zhuying, having plucked the last cluster of large cherries, leapt down from the tree, landing right before Miss Ding. On the branch, a plump green caterpillar wriggled, sending Miss Ding into a state of sheer terror, her body stiffening as she dared not move, unable to even scream. Wen Zhuying curled her index finger and flicked it gently. The green caterpillar was sent flying far away. She retracted her hand, her hair tousled with 2 leaves stuck in it, her petal-like lips curving into a smile, as she offered Miss Ding the round, leafy cherries. Here, eat them while they're fresh. Miss Ding was momentarily dazzled by the delicate and stunning face before her. Her skin was as smooth as a freshly shelled egg, her bangs perfectly obscuring her brows, revealing eyes like glistening apricots, sparkling and clear, with a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Quite striking indeed. Thank you. Miss Ding felt her cheeks flush slightly as she accepted the cluster of cherries. However, within 3 seconds of that charm, Wen Zhuying effortlessly hopped into the sports car, fastening her seatbelt with a sense of urgency, urging, if you're satisfied, take me to the company quickly. Miss Ding's just flushed cheeks darkened again. Seeing her remain silent, Wen Zhuying turned to look at her, stuffing a few cherries into her mouth, her cheeks bulging as she mumbled, are you still not satisfied? I could pick some more for you if you'd like. I spotted a loquat tree over there. If you want to eat, I can grab some for you. Miss Ding thought to herself. Huh, I see you're the one who wants to eat. She gritted her teeth and replied, satisfied. Wen Zhuying glanced back with a hint of regret. Well, the loquats aren't ripe yet. Next time I need to find you, I'll pick some. Miss Ding started the car, thinking, there won't be a next time. In the group chat, Xian Xiao, she really is so indulgent, sobbing. How does she manage to pamper others so well? Huajie, to be honest, my mind is filled with the image of her leaping about picking cherries, laughing and crying. Zhang Xiao, my father once wished to arrange a marriage between me and the Wen family. Honestly, if it were the current White Lotus, I wouldn't be opposed, blushing. Xian Xiao, actually, I'm also single. Zhang Xiao, no way. Are you trying to compete with me for this? Didn't you always detest such weeping women? Zhang Xiao has been muted by the administrator, Wen Zhuying. Xian Xiao has been muted by the administrator, Wen Zhuying. Group members.
Who muted them?
It must have been a slip of the hand. Wen Zhuying is so aloof, she surely wouldn't stoop to such prying. After delivering Wen Zhuying to the Wen company, Miss Ding immediately drove off. Wen Zhuying, still an artist at the company, entered through the front door, but no one paid her any mind. They all seemed to avoid her. After spending 20 minutes in the lounge, Wen Zhuying decided to venture out and locate Wen's parents. Following the throng, she discovered a meeting room door, which appeared quite lively. Just as she was about to peek in, her collar was tugged sharply, pulling her upright. What are you doing here? Came a cold voice, exuding the same icy demeanor as Wen Zhuying, as if she were accompanied by an inbuilt freezer. Wen Zhuying gripped Wen Zhuying's collar, looking down at her with a blank expression. Wen Zhuying reclaimed her collar from her grasp and, pulling 2 cherries from her pocket, offered them to Wen Zhuying. Attempting to ingratiate herself, What is happening in there? Why is it so lively? Wen Zhuying, with her gaze fixed ahead, replied curtly, I don't know.
With that,
She opened the door and prepared to enter. Wen Zhuying quickly grasped the hem of her clothing, playfully pleading, Sister, do share. I'll treat you to cherries. Wen Zhuying struggled momentarily, unable to free her garment, her expression cool and slightly impatient. Yet, when her gaze met Wen Zhuying's large, glistening eyes, she hesitated. Her demeanor softening involuntarily, a trace of amusement flickering in her eyes as she replied, If you're so eager to know, why not go in and see for yourself? After a moment, she added, Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not bringing you in specifically. I would do the same for anyone else. Thus, Wen Zhuying was unwittingly ushered inside. The room was adorned in a warm, inviting manner, with fresh flowers scattered about, happy birthday emblazoned on the walls, and soft music flowing throughout, accompanied by the sound of laughter, creating a lively atmosphere. Yao Yao is finally back. Let us cut the cake. A woman wearing a birthday hat waved cheerfully. Her smile faltered abruptly upon noticing Wen Zhuying. Not only her, but others also bore expressions that were anything but joyous upon seeing Wen Zhuying. Candlelight, what brings you here? Wen Fu, with an air of elegance,
was the first to speak.
Wen Zhuying answered for her. I brought her in. Upon realizing it was Wen Zhuying who brought someone in, the others had no choice but to swallow their discontent and acquiesce to her wishes. Wen Zhuying cast a grateful glance at Wen Zhuying and presented a box to Wen Mu, hands extended. Mom, this is a gift I bought with my own earnings, wishing you a happy birthday. I've been deeply appreciative of all you've done in raising me, and I apologize for the trouble I've caused over the years. It won't happen again. This was something she had long wrestled with during the 10 years of the apocalypse. Expressing her gratitude was overdue, as was her apology. And now she had finally voiced it. When Mu did not reach out to accept it, her expression was peculiar, likely apprehensive that Wen Zhuying might stir up more trouble. The atmosphere turned awkward, with everyone observing the floor, no one daring to speak. Wen Zhuying took the box set before Wen Mu and smiled. Mom, it's time to make a wish. Yes, I'm about to make a wish. Wen Mu clasped her hands together, closing her eyes. Everyone tacitly ignored Wen Zhuying, and the atmosphere finally revived, returning the room to its previous cheer. Seizing the moment of distraction, Wen Fu pulled Wen Zhuying to the end of the corridor. His face was etched with worry as he lit a cigarette, the white smoke swirling upward, obscuring his mature features. Candlelight has become obedient. No more mischief, Wen Fu remarked. Wen Zhuying shyly pressed her lips together, her heart fluttering as she glanced down at her toes, her hands unconsciously fidgeting. It was merely my immaturity before. Wen Fu chuckled. It's good to be mature. After a pause, his tone turned somewhat pleading. Candlelight, since you've become mature, could you please refrain from appearing in front of us in the future? Your mother is aging and cannot endure the upheaval. It felt like a bucket of icy water was dumped over her head, leaving her cold and sticky, feeling utterly uncomfortable. Wen Zhuying did not raise her head, her throat tightening as she murmured a subdued M. Wen Fu seemed oblivious to her distress, continuing. Your mother has always believed you were not exceptional, which caused her much torment. It was only when our biological daughter returned that your mother's smile returned. However, the things you've done have truly hurt us. Had we known you would turn out this way, we would have preferred a world without you. Chapter 35. A cold exterior with a warm heart. Wen Zhuying nodded thoughtfully. I understand now. Without me, everyone would be happier. Wen Fu hesitated momentarily before conceding with a wry smile. Indeed, without you, they could find joy. Very well then, Wen Zhuying murmured, and with a swift motion, she flung open the window and leapt out. Wen Fu's heart halted, his hands gripping the window ledge, his legs turning to jelly as he let out a pained cry. Zhuying. Fear, anxiety, and dread surged within him, causing his vision to blur. While he had just spoken in a moment of frustration, wishing for Wen Zhuying's disappearance from the world, the thought of her actual demise felt as if the sky were collapsing, as though his heart were being violently wrenched from his chest, leaving him writhing in agony. Someone save her. At that moment, a head popped back through the window, and Wen Zhuying's eyes sparkled with mischief as she chirped, Dad, I was just joking.
I'm perfectly fine. Wen Fu trembled,
gripping her hand tightly as he pulled her back inside, his voice laced with relief. Thank goodness you're all right. Of course I am. Look at me, perfectly fine. Wen Zhuying replied, spinning in place. Wen Fu leaned against the wall, still shaken, gasping for breath, unable to utter another word. Quickly go inside. You've been gone for so long. Mom must be worried. Wen Zhuying urged him to return. He looked at her with a complex gaze, studying her intently before departing. His lips forming a silent apology. Zhuying, I'm sorry. Wen Zhuying's expression was light, her smile radiant as she waved her hand dismissively. It's all right. I forgive you. With that, she playfully shoved him inside. As the door closed, the vibrant noise from within contrasted starkly with the solitude outside, and Wen Zhuying left without a backward glance. After passing the trash bin, she took 2 steps back, returning to inspect its contents. Isn't this the packaging of the gem I placed before Mom earlier? She bent down to rummage through it, uncovering the exquisite ruby necklace that had drained her savings. Don't just throw this away. It's worth over 600,000. She pouted in frustration, her heart aching. Before she could pocket it, a hand swooped in and snatched the necklace away. Wen Zhuying looked up to see Wen Zhuyu donning the necklace around her own neck. Truly, she was the chosen heroine, with her cold, beautiful features and long, fair neck. The ruby only accentuated her allure. Wen Zhuyu caressed the necklace, her tone leisurely. Mom just gifted this to me. I wasn't sure who tossed it away. Thankfully. You found it, I quite like it. Seeing Wen Zhuying smile, she reminded her with dissatisfaction. It's not that I appreciate your gift. I merely happen to like this. Which you happen to give me. I'll accept it this time, but should anything like this arise again, I won't even glance at it. Once she finished speaking, Wen Zhuying hugged her tightly, her voice dripping with sweetness. Sister, you're so wonderful. Who is your sister? Don't go handing out goodwill cards indiscriminately. Wen Zhuyu feigned annoyance, yet her arms wrapped around Wen Zhuying in return, her tone begrudging. Given how pitiful you are, I'll allow you a hug. Sister, now that you've hugged me, could you spare some food to fill my stomach? I haven't eaten all day, and I'm starving. Wen Zhuying pressed her luck. You're the first to come begging here, Wen Zhuyu replied, rolling her eyes and leading her into her studio, pointing at the mountain of snacks on the table. Help yourself, no one else eats them anyway. Wen Zhuying left with a beaming smile, laden with bags filled with cakes, snacks, and fruits. With one hand grasping several heavy bags and the other burdened similarly, she looked so overloaded that the receptionist questioned whether she was making a bulk purchase.
Hey,
Is that White Lotus stealing from us? You'd better check with the secretary upstairs. She hasn't stolen anything. I gave it all to her. Wen Zhuyu's voice was clear, yet held a note of warning, and please, do not refer to her in that manner. She has a name. Wen Zhuying had previously told someone, you're celebrating too soon. Little did she know those words would apply to her own situation. Cheerfully carrying her bounty home, she found herself unable to enter at the door. The outer iron gate was secured with a new lock, barring her entry. Just then, her landlord called. You've fallen 3 months behind on rent. You can only come in once you settle your dues. Despite her best attempts to charm and plead, her landlord remained as unyielding as stone. Now, devoid of any funds and reliant solely on her 2 legs to return home, she could not even afford a bus fare. With her meals coming from Wen Zhuyu, regret washed over her. Had she known, she wouldn't have given that necklace to Wen Zhuyu. She could have refunded it and lived comfortably for a while. But now, regret was futile. She had already given it away, and asking for it back felt wrong. With no immediate solutions in sight, Wen Zhuying chose to sit at her doorstep and snack a little, determining that any problems could wait until she was nourished. True strength lies in never complaining about one's circumstances, finding peace wherever one may be. Feeling satisfied and drowsy, she prepared to take a brief nap, placing the snacks beneath her head as a pillow. With her eyes closed, she soon drifted into slumber. In the middle of the night, a phone call jolted her awake. Xiaowen, I've sent you so many messages. Why haven't you responded? Fu Yu asked, concern evident in her voice. Wen Zhuying groggily glanced at her phone, stifling a yawn as she replied, Teacher Fu, do you realize it's the middle of the night? Fu Yu responded, it's only 10 in the evening. Are you home? Where do you live? I'll come pick you up. Suddenly, she heard the sounds of door opening and closing, and suspiciously inquired, why is it so noisy over there? If I didn't know better, I'd think you lived in the hallway. Wen Zhuying truthfully admitted, to be honest, I am living in the hallway. Fu Yu exclaimed, how on earth did you end up homeless? Just wait. I'll come get you. Being a woman of action, she arranged for a helicopter to fetch her. Half an hour later, Wen Zhuying found herself at a magnificent estate. The manor was styled after ancient European architecture, sprawling in size, with castle-like features rising majestically amidst a sea of red roses. All the lights were ablaze, shining gloriously like a palace. Fuyu stood at the entrance of the main building, her demeanor relaxed and almost too casual, yet exuding an air of understated opulence. Chapter 36. Time to change the way I address you, Xiao Wen. You finally made it. Come, I want to show you something. Hurry.
Fuyu exclaimed,
Joyfully grasping Wen Zhuying's hand and leading her inside. Though the Wen family had once enjoyed wealth, they had merely resided in a villa area, never able to afford a standalone manor. Wen Zhuying, even across 2 lifetimes, had never encountered such extravagance. It left her utterly dazzled, her eyes struggling to keep pace with her feet as she stammered, Teacher Fu, do stars really earn this much? Fuyu waved her hand dismissively, her expression tinged with melancholy. I'm not a top-tier celebrity. How much can I earn? This place was purchased by my family when I was popular. I thought I'd make my own way and not live here, but now that I've faded into obscurity, I'm left to inhabit this empty house. If residing in such a desolate place causes you distress, I can share that burden, Wen Zhuying quipped. However, Fuyu took her seriously. That's exactly what I meant. I was hoping you would agree to live with me. Since you're willing, that's splendid. Wait, that's not what I meant. I was just speaking. Wen Zhuying protested, her hands raised in refusal. But that's precisely what I meant. I've grown accustomed to sharing a living space with you on the show. I can't sleep alone. Fuyu would not allow her to refuse, pulling her through the resplendent main hall and ascending to the 2nd floor, where she opened the door to a spacious bedroom. This bedroom was connected to 2 additional rooms, one of which served as a closet filled with an array of exquisite dresses, each arranged by style in different cabinets. Additionally, a multitude of sparkling jewelry adorned the space. Wen Zhuying's mouth fell agape as she gazed in wonder, her fingers itching to touch the garments, yet fearing her clumsiness might ruin them, she cautiously withdrew her hand, aware that she currently possessed no means to compensate for any damage. Why have you brought me here?
she asked.
Fuyu, brimming with delight, replied. This is all prepared for you. During the filming, you had only a few dresses and no jewelry. You often envied Song Ziji's beautiful outfits and accessories. But now you have your own. No need to covet what others possess. Is this for me? Wen Zhuying still struggled to comprehend. Fuyu took her hand and guided it to the fabrics, which felt smooth and luxurious beneath her fingertips, mirroring the softness of Fuyu's voice. Of course. I spent an entire day selecting these, all tailored to your size. Who else could elicit such effort from me? Wen Zhuying endeavored to resist the allure of these treasures, closing her eyes to take a deep breath and mustering a righteous expression. No reward without merit. I cannot accept. It's not a reward without merit. Fuyu pinched her nose, compelling her to open her eyes, her gaze brimming with affection as she earnestly declared, You are my lucky star. You resolved my woes and allowed me to sleep peacefully. Seeing you brings me joy. I have no husband or children, feeling quite lonely. And has the heavens not sent you to accompany me? Wen Zhuying's eyes widened in astonishment, overwhelmed by this unexpected fortune. Am I truly so fortunate? It is not mere luck, it is your goodness. Otherwise, why would I be drawn to you among so many girls on the show? Initially, Fuyu had found Song Ziji quite agreeable, having even contemplated gifts for her, and it would have been reasonable to offer some resources. However, Song Ziji failed to seize the opportunity, displaying her disdain blatantly and insisting on switching rooms, effectively pushing Wen Zhuying into Fuyu's embrace. As they continued to interact, Fuyu grew increasingly fond of Wen Zhuying, finding joy in her lively spirit, experiencing for the first time the delight of nurturing a daughter. Seeing her happiness filled Fuyu with warmth, as if her once hollow heart had been filled with soft cotton, bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort. How about now? Are you not feeling down anymore? The suddenness of the question caused Wen Zhuying's nose to tingle. Entering the room and leaving the company, everyone's reactions and the outcomes were all as she had anticipated. She had long since accepted that it mattered little whether others welcomed her. Yet, Fuyu's inquiry stirred a desire to share her feelings. She wrapped her arms around Fuyu, burying her face in her shoulder, not crying but speaking in a subdued, muffled tone. I am not sad. I am simply a bit perplexed. Fuyu gently patted her back, her voice as warm and understanding as ever. What perplexes you? No matter how inept I was in the past, he would always comfort me in secret, bringing me my favorite jewelry each time he returned home, showing me endless patience. For 10 years, I worried whether he would feel sad if he couldn't see me. Yet he said that without me, everyone would be happy. Would love truly fade away? In truth, the gift from Wen's mother was optional. Her insistence on going stemmed merely from a desire to find an excuse to see her biological parents. Wen's mother had often deemed her useless, occasionally uttering hurtful words, yet she would also rejoice when Wen excelled in exams, preparing her favorite meat feasts. Wen's father, with a kinder disposition, had never looked down on her, always returning with small gifts and delightful surprises, filling Wen Zhuying's childhood with warmth. Even so, she knew all these affections were contingent upon the true daughter, Wen Zhuyu, yet to be found. Once she returned, all these cherished tokens would belong to her. Wen Zhuying remained troubled, wondering if their love for her had truly vanished completely. Fuyu chuckled softly. Love does not vanish. It merely transforms. Wen Zhuying lifted her head. Teacher Fu, are you playing with words? Fuyu smirked and leisurely added, they loved you before. Now that task falls to me. With a gentle blow, she made Wen Zhuying blush, her face turning crimson as she squirmed in Fuyu's embrace. Oh, Teacher Fu. Still calling me Teacher Fu? It's time for you to change how you address me.
Fuyu teased.
Wen Zhuying became even more bashful, her cheeks aflame, biting her lip hesitantly. This is too swift. Calling you mom so soon feels inappropriate. What if my biological mother is still alive? Fuyu's expression cracked into a smile as she playfully poked her forehead, exclaiming, I meant for you to call me Aunt Fu. Wen Zhuying felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Oh, I misunderstood. You didn't want me to call you mom? Yet, she skillfully masked her awkwardness, smoothly taking Fuyu's hand and playfully declaring, Aunt Fu, I was just joking with you. Fuyu, seeing through her ruse, but choosing not to expose it, chimed in, our littling is quite the jokester. After exploring the closet, Fuyu led her to another room, a combination study and computer room, complete with a small snack cabinet. You can play in this room for now. I'll fetch the late-night snack I had prepared. Sleep well tonight. Tomorrow I'll take you for an audition. Chapter 37. Uncertainty. Regardless of whether Wen Zhuying absorbed this information, Fuyu felt content, her steps imbued with excitement. Aside from the spring festival, this was the liveliest time at the manor, the two of them creating the commotion of 10. When Fuyu returned to the second floor with the late-night snacks, calling out for Wen Zhuying, she received no response. Upon opening the door, she discovered a large lump in the bed, the occupant shifting about, engaged in some unknown activity. Xiaoying, what are you doing? Get up and taste my cooking.
Fuyu approached.
Wen Zhuying poked her round head out from under the covers, her neck concealed, her eyes darting around, wearing an expression that bore a hint of guilt. Aunt Fu, just put it aside, I'll eat it myself in a moment. This was peculiar. Yet her demeanor did not seem to reflect any lingering sadness. Fuyu set down the food and gently patted her, urging, the seasoning I added is akin to my own cooking. Aren't you fond of my meals? Get up and eat while it's hot. Wen Zhuying hesitated, cocooned in her blanket, wriggling a bit but ultimately remaining still. Sensing something amiss, Fuyu lifted the covers. Upon doing so, she was taken aback. Beneath the blanket lay a mountain of snacks and bread, along with several colorful dresses, all hoarded together. Wen Zhuying resembled a little hamster, her bottom raised high, protecting her stash of treats and garments in a secretive posture. Upon being discovered, she looked up, her beautiful face a mixture of confusion and guilt. Fuyu couldn't help but chuckle, playfully patting her raised backside, joking, I thought you were up to something sneaky. Every dress in the closet is yours. No one is going to take them from you. Besides, you've hidden away just a few dresses. It's not even enough for a proper change. After a moment of contemplation, she turned back toward the closet, saying, do you have any favorites? If so, I can fetch them. You can place them wherever you like. Wen Zhuying sprang from the bed, grabbing Fuyu's arm. No need. I only want these few. They're so beautiful. Sister Whale has never worn a dress. Once I find her, I want her to wear them all. She'll be the most beautiful woman in the world. Fuyu, having merely pretended to be serious, was drawn back by her grip, curiosity piqued. Who is Sister Whale? She is my most important relative. Wen Zhuying replied. Fuyu had a cursory understanding of Wen Zhuying's background and had not heard of any other relatives she might have. Nevertheless, she warmly invited, where is your whale sister? Have you found her? If you have, you can bring her over to live with us. Wen Zhuying lowered her gaze, her thick eyelashes fluttering like delicate brushes, and replied ambiguously, not sure. It's all right. We will eventually find her. Fuyu took her hand, urging her to sit down. After all the commotion, the supper was nearly cold, and if she didn't eat, Fuyu would take it away.
Eat.
I want to eat. Wen Zhuying hurriedly raised her hand to stop her, dashing barefoot down to indulge. The following day, Wen Zhuying had enjoyed a restful night as sleep. Slumbering in the bedroom was certainly more secure than outside. Last night, sleeping at the door had kept her on edge, and Fuyue's phone call had roused her from her slumber. In the bedroom, even after 10 calls from Mr. Liao, she remained undisturbed. It was only when she woke naturally that she finally answered his 11th call. Mr. Liao was nearly furious. Wen Zhuying, do you have any awareness of being an artist? When the phone is unreachable, do you think you're that famous? Wen Zhuying genuinely sought advice, humbly asking, I don't know. Why don't you tell me? Mr. Liao cursed under his breath, unwilling to engage in further small talk. You've hit the jackpot. The company has decided not to retract your milk tea endorsement. The current spokesperson hasn't terminated the contract yet, so you'll need to wait 2 months before signing and filming. After that, there's a previously scheduled variety show you must attend. These are lucrative opportunities, he concluded. Without hesitation, Wen Zhuying agreed. Following her acceptance, she inquired, will I receive a salary during these 2 months when I have nothing to do? Mr. Liao scoffed. You think you can get a salary without working? Dream on. The company is generous enough to let you take endorsements and appear on variety shows. For everything else, you'll need to figure it out yourself. He hung up in frustration. Undeterred, Wen Zhuying tidied herself up and went downstairs to find Fuyue. She still remembered the audition they had discussed yesterday. Fuyue indeed took her to an audition site located in a conference hall. As they walked through the corridor, a notably distinctive man emerged from the hall, weeping profusely. He sobbed in a manner that was utterly unrefined, squatting on the ground, his voice loud and guttural, akin to a distressed animal. His assistant and manager could only stand by, unable to console him, sharing in the embarrassment. What role could provoke such a reaction from a man? Wen Zhuying felt a twinge of fear, but Fuyue seemed unperturbed, pushing the door open to enter. Inside, a handsome man, seemingly the director, was berating the person on stage with a melodious voice that delivered the most piercing words. Did you really graduate from a professional academy? Are you sure you didn't just attend a technical school next door for a couple of days and come out to swindle people? The man on stage turned a deep shade of crimson and retorted defiantly, I've acted in 2 web dramas and accumulated hundreds of thousands of fans from those. Laughter erupted from the audience. Oh, your fans must be incredibly tolerant. They'd even eat dung if you fed it to them. Unable to maintain composure, the man dashed off the stage, ignoring the calls to stop. Outside in the corridor, another individual had joined the ranks of the weeping. What strange creatures have come to audition today? It's quite the eyesore. The director took a sip of water, his expression as dark as the bottom of a pot. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Fuyue and immediately straightened up, dropping his irritable demeanor to greet her. Aunt Fuyue, what brings you here? Xiaoqing, you shouldn't be so irritable. It's bad for your health. Xiaoqing, whose full name was Qing Xuchao, was the son of Fuyue's friend. He had received his film education from Fuyue, starting with a camera in hand, pouring vast sums of money into his projects, and had indeed produced several wildly successful films at such a young age, earning him the title of a genius director. His greatest virtue was his pursuit of perfection, while his greatest flaw was his poor temper and sharp tongue. Any star who had auditioned for his scripts had been scolded at some point. If it weren't for his strong background, he would have long been unable to survive in this industry. Fuyue had recognized his pursuit of excellence as a strength, which was why she wanted to bring Wen Zhuying to audition for a role. She introduced Xiaoqing, this is Wen Zhuying. Chapter 38. This is the feeling. Xiaoqing's face contorted in horror as he hurriedly declined. Aunt Fuyue, please tell my mother that I'm still young. I'm not in a rush to date or marry, so she needn't waste her efforts. Fuyue couldn't help but laugh, casting him a disapproving glance. Don't overthink it. With that attitude of yours, you're not worthy of my littling. Unbothered by the disdain, Xiaoqing exhaled heavily. As long as it's not my mother trying to set me up, I'm fine. Shifting the conversation, he pondered, but what is she doing here? Surely, she's not here just to shop? Getting to the point, Fuyue adopted a serious tone. I brought her for an audition. Aren't you preparing for a new film? Xiaoqing immediately scrutinized Wen Zhuying. She was strikingly beautiful, a quintessential face for the cinema, highly photogenic, with fair, tender skin and expressive eyes that captivated one's attention. Dressed in a rainbow-colored dress, she appeared almost ethereal, the kind of character that would undoubtedly be cast as a fragile flower in films. Such pronounced features could be a double-edged sword. What could she possibly play? This is a power struggle drama, and there are only a few female roles, all of them fierce characters. What could she portray? A pillar in the palace? Xiaoqing remarked bluntly. Wen Zhuying promptly raised her hand to assert, I can do more than just be a pillar. I can also portray stones and bricks. If I cast you, My reputation would be ruined. Xiaoqing's face darkened slightly with irritation. Isn't there a suitable role for her? Fuyue frowned, disliking the dismissive tone taken against her dear one. Aunt Fuyue, can you please not complicate matters? Do you have any idea how much effort I've put into this film? Xiaoqing's frustration was evident. I've even invited Jiang Yinshin to play the male lead. It took a lot of effort to secure a powerhouse actor, and I need to ensure the rest of the cast aligns. Fuyue didn't push the matter. If this film didn't work out, she could always find another opportunity for Wen Zhuying. However, since they were already there, she insisted, let Mai Ying have a chance to audition. We won't know unless we try. If it doesn't work, I'll find someone else. Reluctantly, Xiaoqing acquiesced. All right. You can rest inside for now. I'll find a location outside for the audition and secure another role first. Having arranged for Fuyue, Xiaoqing took a large entourage to a nearby temple, first lighting an incense stick before proceeding with the casting. He held a bit of superstition, believing that if they struggled to find suitable actors, it might be due to poor feng shui. A temple was said to have better energy. Perhaps they would find the perfect actor there. Upon arriving at the temple, Xiaoqing directed Wen Zhuying to amuse herself while he auditioned the actors one by one. As for the promise made to Fuyue, that could wait. Wen Zhuying didn't wish to disrupt others, so she stood before a large cauldron, observing as others tied red ribbons with their wishes to coins and tossed them inside. Her neck grew sore from watching when Bai Yi suddenly appeared, wrapping an arm around her. When it's really you. I spotted you from afar. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. I've missed you so much. Wen Zhuying pushed him away, gesturing towards the cauldron. Look at this. They say it's a wishing pool. Toss your wish inside, and it will come true. It's very effective. Bai Yi's interest was piqued. Really? Then why don't you make a wish? With a resigned shrug, Wen Zhuying replied, I have no money. Oh, that is simple. I'll treat you. Bai Yi dashed off swiftly, returning with 2 red silks and a pen. Both of them leaned over to write their wishes. Bai Yi, feeling quite indebted, stealthily leaned over to catch a glimpse of what Wen Zhuying was writing, only to be discovered by her and promptly covering his eyes with his hand. I just want to see what you're writing. I'll copy it, he insisted. Born with everything one could desire, he found himself at a loss for wishes and thus sought to borrow inspiration from Wen Zhuying's thoughts. However, Wen Zhuying was unwilling to oblige, firmly blocking his view and stating, you cannot see this. Bai Yi attempted to employ his usual tactics. But before he could even call her sister, Wen Zhuying sternly interrupted him, glaring fiercely, it won't help to call me that. You must think of your own wishes. Struggling to conjure a desire, he finally wrote, I hope everyone can be healthy and happy. After jotting it down, the 2 of them followed the others in tossing their wishes into a cauldron. Many succeeded in tossing theirs in, but their aim was lacking. One of their coins landed beside the cauldron while the other fell beneath it. Bai Yi pondered, stroking his chin. If it didn't go in, can it still be effective? When Zhuying shook her head, it likely cannot. They said it must be thrown inside. Bai Yi shrugged. Well then, I want to make a wish. No, we cannot let such an expense go to waste. We must throw it in. Wen Zhuying would not allow Bai Yi to be a wasteful spendthrift. She immediately crawled beneath the cauldron, rummaging for a while until she finally found Bai Yi's coin tucked away in a corner. She retrieved it and placed it in his hand. Then, she climbed back up to the center of the cauldron to retrieve her own coin and jumped down. Her face was smeared with dirt, resembling a playful kitten. As she tilted her head back and stood on tiptoe, focusing intently on her throw. With a resounding clang, the copper coin struck the edge of the cauldron and ricocheted back, hitting Wen Zhuying on the head. Ouch! She yelped, covering her head and spinning around, searching for where the coin had fallen. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yi immediately threw his coin, shouting, Wait for me to toss mine in, and I'll help you with yours.
Clang. Ouch.
Bai Yi cried out in pain, clutching his own head and following Wen Zhuying in circles. Not far away, Qing Shichao observed the scene, brimming with excitement, exclaiming, Yes, that's the feeling. That's exactly what I wanted. This foolish yet endearing display was precisely the sensation he sought. The situation was as follows. His drama was a period piece centered on power struggles, with each character possessing distinct characteristics. The male lead had been selected, yet 2 of the most challenging roles remained unfilled. One was the seemingly frail yet cunning prince, and the other was the foolish and pampered 6th prince. Both roles were crucial, yet he had been unable to find suitable candidates. Just when he felt utterly at a loss, Bai Jingyu appeared, unceremoniously taking a seat in his designated chair and greeting him with a smile. Xiao Ting. How are the character selections coming along? The man's features were exquisitely refined, with sharp contours that resembled flawless figurines on display. His skin pale to the point of being almost sickly. A gust of wind caused him to cough softly, and a blush crept onto his cheeks, rendering him an image of fragile innocence, particularly when he smiled, evoking a strong protective instinct in others. Truly, he was a captivating beauty of delicate vulnerability. Chapter 39. The fool himself among their circle. People often pass the time creating beauty rankings, with Bai Jingyu consistently claiming the top spot. Both men and women coveted his visage, employing every possible tactic to gain his attention, only to find themselves thoroughly rebuffed. Over time, it became widely known that he was a toxic flower, one to be admired from a distance but never touched. Qing Xiuqiao recalled with an unsettling clarity the childhood fears instilled by this individual. None among their group were unafraid of Bai Jingyu. To be candid, the prince character was modeled after Bai Jingyu himself. No one else could capture that blend of weakness and ruthlessness, which was why Qing Xiuqiao had yet to find a satisfactory actor. Fidgeting with impatience, he, like a little puppy, smiled ingratiatingly and mustered the courage to ask, "You go. There are 2 roles that remain unfilled, and it's driving me to distraction. Would you lend me a hand and make a guest appearance?" He held little hope for Bai Jingyu's agreement. To his astonishment, the latter nodded, a smile curving his lips, appearing quite agreeable. "Really?" Qing Xiuqiao could hardly believe Bai Jingyu was so accommodating. "Indeed, but I have a condition," Bai Jingyu replied. "Please, anything is negotiable." Qing Xiuqiao gestured for him to continue. "Let Wen Zhuying audition for the role of the 6th prince." Wen Zhuying. Again, with Wen Zhuying. Qing Xiuqiao felt genuine frustration and impotent rage. It seemed everyone wanted him to grant her special treatment. What was so special about her? Aunt Fu was one thing. Her inherently gentle nature had led her to grant many favors, but Wen Zhuying was another story altogether. Yet Bai Jingyu, with his character, was willing to stoop to act in a role for her. This was utterly outrageous. "She is quite suitable for the role," Bai Jingyu insisted, raising his chin as golden sunlight danced in his eyes. His irises, purer than gemstones, bore an unintentional hint of indulgence and tenderness that was utterly captivating. "The 6th prince is a male character. You're telling me a woman is suitable for this role?" "Ha!" Qing Xiuqiao forced a smile, unwillingly casting his gaze toward Bai Jingyu. As he did, he found himself momentarily stunned, his eyes widening with excitement. He beheld Wen Zhuying crouched beneath the cauldron, rummaging for the coin she had just found to toss to Bai Yi, while she herself retrieved a red-ribboned coin to throw in. Her aim faltered again. The coin struck the edge and landed squarely on her head. She yelped, clutching her head and spinning in confusion, utterly devoid of cunning. This was precisely the essence he sought. An epiphany struck him. He realized, why look for an actor to play a fool when he could simply find a fool? With this revelation, he rushed forward, seizing Wen Zhuying. "Quickly, change your clothes. I need to confirm something." Wen Zhuying looked up, bewildered. "Change what clothes? Forget it. Just audition as you are, pretend to be a pampered prince, and instruct others to massage your back." Qing Xiuqiao, finding it too tedious, ordered her to perform an impromptu act. All right. Wen Zhuying exclaimed with delight, though she hesitated, pointing at Qing Xiuqiao's feet. "But director, could you please move your feet? I haven't thrown in my wish yet." Her demeanor was endearing, exuding a sense of delicate care, clearly someone who had been well protected, her eyes sparkling with naive innocence. Qing Xiuqiao was overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, the 6th prince was destined to be hers. In the script, the 6th prince was the child of an emperor's favored concubine, born into a life of peril due to poison but miraculously survived, albeit with a mind less than sharp, and was considered a fool. Yet he was cherished and possessed a heart of sincerity. Previous actors had failed to portray the effortless grace and foolishness required, inciting Qing Xiuqiao's frustration. Only Wen Zhuying embodied the essence of the 6th prince without needing to act at all. Just as he reveled in this thought, Wen Zhuying casually lifted his clothing with one hand, effortlessly moving him aside as she bent down to retrieve the copper coin and resumed tossing. Her aim remained poor. The coin either struck her own head or landed on Qing Xiuqiao's, rubbing the spot where he had been hit. Qing Xiuqiao remarked, "Have you ever considered that perhaps the heavens do not wish for your wish to come true?" Ultimately, he decided to overlook her folly, recognizing her innocence. Apparently, the temple's fortune was indeed favorable, as both troublesome roles were resolved within a single day, leaving Qing Xiuqiao overjoyed. Bai Yi insisted on joining the fun, eager to audition once he learned Wen Zhuying would be acting. Xiao Qing, you know I've loved acting since childhood. Please let me have a go. With no other option, Qing Xiuqiao relented and allowed him to audition for the role of the sixth prince. He observed Bai Yi's antics with amusement, while Wen Zhuying had already spotted Bai Jingyu and hurried over to offer him a small electric fan for some comfort. Bai Jingyu, are you going to star in this film as well? Bai Jingyu adjusted the fan to direct the breeze towards Wen Zhuying, half closing his eyes as he responded with a soft hum. Leaning in closer, Wen Zhuying whispered playfully, "So, we can act together?" Bai Jingyu raised his chin slightly, his gaze falling upon Wen Zhuying's porcelain-like visage as he gently brushed aside the damp strands of hair clinging to her forehead before slowly retracting his hand. A glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes as he replied languidly, "We have scenes together." Wen Zhuying was delighted beyond measure, exclaiming, "I get to see you again. That's wonderful. Are you only happy to see me, or are you also pleased to see others?" A shadow of melancholy clouded Bai Jingyu's brow. Without hesitation, Wen Zhuying declared, "I am happiest to see you. Seeing others is merely a moderate joy." The gloom in Bai Jingyu's expression dissipated once more. Some were elated while others fumed. Qing Xiuqiao, incensed by Bai Yi's fortuitous acting skills, stormed back with a face as dark as thunder. Upon his return, he discovered that his place had been usurped by Bai Jingyu, and the fan was now in Wen Zhuying's possession. The two were nestled together, sharing whispers and laughter as if the world around them had vanished. Qing Xiuqiao's fury intensified. "Am I just a cog in your playful antics?" It was impossible for Wen Zhuying not to notice his fierce glare upon turning. She was met with Qing Xiuqiao's face, grim as a pot's bottom. With a strained smile, he asserted, "The chair is mine, the stool is mine, and the fan is mine as well." Wen Zhuying stiffened at his words and hastily thrust the fan into Bai Jingyu's hands, exclaiming, "Aunt Fu has been waiting for me for a long time. I must take my leave." She vanished in an instant, as if propelled by whirlwind. Bai Jingyu's countenance darkened abruptly, his gaze icy as it bore into Qing Xiuqiao. The latter shivered, involuntarily exclaiming, "Yours, all yours." Chapter 40. The unwritten rules. On the eve of filming, Qing Xiuqiao organized a dinner for the creative team and several lead actors at a hotel in Hengdian, allowing everyone to become acquainted. It was at this juncture that the actors learned the intricate narrative of the film, tentatively titled The Prince. The male lead portrays the 13th prince, who was once the favored child, destined to be the crown prince. From birth until the age of 5, he basked in adoration. However, when his mother's clan was implicated in corruption, they were exiled, and he, along with his mother, was relegated to the cold palace, enduring a wretched existence. During this grim period, those who had once fawned over them turned hostile, while the simple-minded sixth prince frequently visited the cold palace, becoming the 13th prince's most loyal companion. Years later, as the 13th prince's mother regained her favor, he believed their hardships had come to an end. Yet, mere months of respite were shattered when she was falsely accused of being the cause of the sixth prince's mental affliction. The emperor, enraged, imposed severe punishment, and all who served her were implicated. The 13th prince witnessed the executioners methodically dismembering his mother and saw the loyal maid who had cared for them meet a grisly fate. He also overheard the machinations that led to their downfall. When he revealed the truth to the emperor, he was met with disbelief and wrath, plunging them into a new tempest of bloodshed. Had it not been for the sixth prince's timely intervention, the 13th prince would have perished in the chaos. Rescued, the 13th prince became utterly embittered, sealing his heart in concrete, feigning innocence while leveraging everyone he could. After navigating a series of trials, he ultimately ascended to the throne. By the end, apart from the sixth prince, all characters were villains, including the 13th prince himself, who embodied the essence of a dark-hearted antagonist. If executed well, the film promised to leave a lasting impact. Not only was the creative team eager to commence filming, but the lead actors were equally enthusiastic, and the process of getting to know one another unfolded harmoniously. The actor portraying the 13th prince was Jiang Yunshin, whose face was perfectly suited for historical roles. He was polite, yet beneath that veneer lay an air of distant aloofness. The role of the second prince, the crown prince's character, was played by Bai Jingyu, who appeared quite approachable. The other actors felt familiar, and they exchanged courteous greetings. When it came time to introduce the actress playing the sixth prince, Wen Zhuying, an unsettling silence enveloped the room, as suspicion lingered in everyone's eyes regarding her and Qing Xiuqiao. While they refrained from voicing their concerns, the screenwriter did not hold back. Pointing at Wen Zhuying, he questioned Qing Xiuqiao, "Is this truly the actress you selected for the sixth prince?" Qing Shuchao nodded, affirming, yes, I personally chose her. The screenwriter scoffed. Have you seen her performances? Do you truly know what she is capable of? Having watched Wen Zhuying in a drama, the screenwriter bore the scars of a profound disappointment. After merely one episode, he felt as though his eyes and soul had been insulted. He vehemently opposed her participation in the script he had written. Qing Shuchao, however, remained undeterred, slamming his glass onto the table with a crisp sound. Impatience evident in his voice. She is my choice. If I say she is fit, then she is. The screenwriter retorted, this isn't merely a matter of your approval. As tensions rose between the two hot-headed individuals, Jiang Yunshin raised his glass with a gentle smile. What was in the past is in the past. How can you be certain Wen Zhuying is unfit? Perhaps you should trust Director Qing's judgment? Jiang Yunshin's words held weight, and the screenwriter begrudgingly raised his glass in response. No longer dwelling on the matter, Wen Zhuying found it peculiar. Having never met Jiang Yunshin before, why was he advocating for her? Upon noticing her gaze, Jiang Yunshin flashed her a friendly smile, to which she reciprocated, thinking to herself that there were indeed many good-hearted people in the world. Qing Shuchao, possessing substantial wealth, generously booked rooms for all the lead actors at the hotel, ensuring everyone would reside there during filming. Each room was spacious and beautifully decorated, and the inexperienced Wen Zhuying explored with the curiosity of a thief, eager to touch and admire everything around her. Just as she was savoring her surroundings, a knock on her door startled her, nearly causing her to drop the vase in her hands. Cautiously placing the vase back in its original position, she opened the door to find Jiang Yunshin standing there, still clad in the outfit he wore during dinner. His expression a mix of complexity as he glanced around and inquired, "Are you free at the moment?" In the late hours of the night, the presence of a solitary man and woman could hardly be interpreted as a mere script discussion, and Wen Zhuying harbored suspicions of ulterior motives. If I say I'm not free, will you leave? Jiang Yunshin glanced around again, a flicker of shyness crossing his otherwise ethereal face as he stammered, honestly. When I saw you, I felt an inexplicable closeness and couldn't help but want to assist you. Ah, the prelude to potential impropriety. Wen Zhuying felt a mix of intrigue and excitement, recalling how her sister Weili dealt with men harboring ulterior motives. Ah yes. She would strip them of their clothing and hang them from trees to face the elements. Rubbing her hands together, she focused her gaze on Jiang Yunshin, contemplating where to begin. Sensing danger, Jiang Yunshin instinctively recoiled slightly, stuttering. Do we count as friends now? Can you share the tale of your family's true and false heiresses? His face flushed slightly with embarrassment at his own inquiry. Wen Zhuying's expression shifted, regarding the handsome man before her, who was of a similar age. You sought me out in the dead of night, simply to indulge in gossip? Why not? Jiang Yunshin replied. I am a respectable person and do not engage in illegal activities. Most perceived him as distant and aloof, an unreachable celestial being. Yet, this was merely due to his social anxiety. In truth, he relished the chaos of gossip and could converse endlessly with acquaintances, even leaving the loquacious sister Zhou feeling exasperated. Strictly speaking, he and Wen Zhuying were meeting for the first time and should be considered strangers. However, he found Wen Zhuying to be quite endearing, unable to resist the urge to lend her a helping hand, and even to pry for some gossip. Wen Zhuying feigned ignorance, clasping her hands behind her back and responding nonchalantly, I am a person of integrity as well. Since you are so eager to know, let me share a tale with you. Alright, let us step inside and converse. A flicker of delight passed through Jiang Yunshin's eyes. No need to go inside. We can chat right here at the entrance. Wen Zhuying blocked him with a swift motion, seating herself on the ground in a relaxed and carefree manner, beckoning him to join her. Come, take a seat. To be candid, the Jiang family was known for their laid-back demeanor, and Jiang Yunshin was no exception. Encountering Wen Zhuying was truly to his liking. He too settled down on the ground, and then pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds from his suit pocket. Cradling it in his hands while gazing intently at Wen Zhuying, you say, I am all set. Chapter 41. Like his mother, Wen Zhuying snatched the seeds from his hand, cracking them open as she spoke. Speaking of the day the true heiress was discovered, I was out shopping with my mother when she accidentally bumped into me. Instantly, I felt a surge of crisis and pushed her away, hoping she would vanish from my sight. To my surprise, that single push caused her to fall, and blood gushed from her head. My mother rushed her to the hospital. Upon investigation, we found that her blood type was the same as my mother's, a rare type possessed by only a few hundred individuals in the world. Jiang Yunshin exclaimed, what a coincidence! And what happened next? Wen Zhuying continued, later, my mother brought her home, wanting me to leave. But I played the victim, claiming I had nowhere to go without the Wen family, and they decided to keep me. I pretended to accept the true heiress, while secretly plotting against her at every turn. Jiang Yunshin was intrigued, I am aware of that. But I am curious. What caused your sudden change in temperament? Did something transpire between you two? Wen Zhuying chuckled mysteriously, of course. It is because I am a celestial being descended to Earth, on a mission. Jiang Yunshin held his breath, his curiosity piqued. What mission? Wen Zhuying extended her hand. A mission to gather 100 million. Currently, I am still short of that amount. If you could lend me that sum, I could complete my mission and return to the heavenly realms. Jiang Yunshin finally sensed something amiss, his mouth twitching. Do you take me for a fool? A celestial being? The heavenly realms? What an audacious tale.
Is it not?
Whatever I say, you seem to believe, ha ha ha. Wen Zhuying could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Her joyful peals nearly deafening Jiang Yunshin. He had never encountered such playful banter before and was on the verge of expressing his annoyance when Wen Zhuying's laughter caught him off guard. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the way his mother laughed. Not far from them, a formidable figure approached, Sister Zhou, returning with fluorescent markers for Jiang Yunshin. Only to find him missing. Unfazed, she headed straight towards them. In general, this artist was quite low maintenance, due to social anxiety. He refrained from wandering about and maintained a courteous demeanor with others, alleviating concerns of mischief. However, there were moments of unpredictability. Jiang Yunshin had an insatiable appetite for gossip. Wherever there was commotion or intrigue, he was sure to be found, with countless alternate accounts dedicated solely to his gossip consumption. Recently, he had been indulging in the tales surrounding Wen Zhuying, and if he wasn't tea in his hotel room, he was undoubtedly eavesdropping nearby. As anticipated, he had found her here. Yet, it was somewhat surprising how familiar they had grown, to the point of sharing sunflower seeds and gossiping together. Have you memorized your lines in the meantime? Sister Zhou inquired, her expression reminiscent of a stern high school teacher. Jiang Yunshin, no longer in the mood for gossip, felt an overwhelming sense of dread akin to being subjected to high school classical literature, reluctantly rising to his feet, devoid of any semblance of his usual star persona. He lamented, I shall go memorize them now. He bid farewell to Wen Zhuying and obediently followed Sister Zhou. As soon as they turned the corner, he switched to chatter mode. Sister Zhou, do you not think Wen Zhuying resembles my mother somewhat? Sister Zhou glanced back at him. If she resembles your mother, does that not mean she resembles you? Did I not mention this to you before, and you even sought confirmation from your father? Did you not claim not to recognize her? That was then. Seeing her through a screen is somewhat distorted. In reality, I find her much more beautiful, especially when she smiles. She bears at least a resemblance to my mother. It is different. I am not entirely certain now, Jiang Yunshin replied, pulling out his phone. Let me reconfirm with my father. Jiang Yunshin. Dad, are you certain there is no illegitimate daughter? I saw a female celebrity, who looks quite like me. Jiang Zhichin. If she looks like you, have you considered she might be your illegitimate daughter? Jiang Yunshin. How old am I? She cannot possibly be mine. However, I believe she resembles my mother more. Perhaps you should ask her? Jiang Yunshin. Perhaps my mother knows. Red exclamation mark. The message was sent, but rejected by the recipient. Jiang Yunshin. Sister Zhou observed him in a daze and could not help but ask, what did your father say? Jiang Yunshin looked up. I told him to ask my mother. And then he blocked me. Sister Zhou's expression was one of incredulity. Ah, the devoted son. This is what you deserve. Which good son suspects his parents of having an illegitimate daughter over trivial matters? If it were me, I would block you too. The weather in Jiangdu was notoriously fickle. A torrential downpour unexpectedly began at night and continued into the next day without any signs of abating. Director Qing Xichao cancelled the original filming schedule and initiated Plan B. This so-called Plan B involved filming the scenes that required rain first, starting with the 6th prince rescuing the 13th prince in the rain. During breakfast, Wen Zhuying noticed Jiang Yunshin intently studying a flamboyantly decorated script while she had nothing in hand. She rushed to inquire of Qing Xichao, Director, where is my script? Everyone else has one, yet I do not. Qing Xichao replied nonchalantly, you do not need a script. Wen Zhuying felt a surge of anxiety. Without a script, how is she to perform? Qing Xichao patted her head, his gaze encouraging, just perform as yourself. Wen Zhuying, somewhat bewildered, replied with an "oh," before scampering back to finish her breakfast. The screenwriter, growing increasingly weary of the conversation, shot Qing Xichao a disapproving look. Do you truly believe in her? Qing Shuchao merely smiled and remained silent. Jiang Yunshin overheard their exchange and glanced at Wen Zhuying, who was blissfully consuming her baozi, feeling suddenly overwhelmed by pressure. His acting skills were top-notch, yet if he were to encounter a teammate incapable of keeping up, there would be little he could do. His appetite vanished in an instant, and he approached Wen Zhuying. If you need a last-minute crash course, I could explain the scenes to you. However, Wen Zhuying's attention was fixated on his untouched breakfast. Her eyes full of longing as she tentatively extended her hand. Are you not going to eat your breakfast? If not, I can take care of it for you. Jiang Yunshin nearly choked, shooting her a frustrated glare. Eat, eat, eat. Is that all you think about? Are you a pig? After hastily finishing breakfast, the set was prepared, and Qing Shuchao began organizing everyone for filming. The rain poured relentlessly as the 13th prince lay on the ground, blood staining the earth, diluted by the rainwater. Yet the pungent scent of blood was overpowering. The 13th prince, disheveled and in agony, felt pain coursing through his body. But it paled in comparison to the anguish in his heart. Just a quarter of an hour ago, he had risked everything to expose the malevolence of the concubine to the emperor, pleading for a thorough investigation into his mother's affairs to clear her name. Chapter 42, a stunning performance at that moment. The concubine was nestled in the emperor's embrace, tearfully claiming her innocence, while sweetly accusing the 13th prince of being just like his mother, a little beast. The emperor, enamored with the beautiful woman, was simultaneously furious at the 13th prince for his lack of discernment, ordering that he be restrained and punished to compel him to admit his wrongs. The 13th prince, obstinately refusing to acknowledge his wrongdoing, insisted that the emperor conduct a thorough investigation into the matter. The punishment continued unabated until the Empress Dowager, growing impatient, took him by the arm and departed, casually discarding the words, "If he is indeed a small beast, then let him be slaughtered." As he gazed at the retreating figure, the 13th prince found his consciousness gradually fading, devoid of any desire for life. At that moment, a sudden warmth spread across his icy countenance, and with great difficulty, he lifted his eyelids to see the 6th prince frowning, kneeling before him, curiously touching his face. 13th brother, why are you lying on the ground? The rain is so heavy, and the ground is so filthy. Let me take you to my chambers. It will be warm there. The 13th prince could not utter a word, rainwater streaming into his eyes, his mind a chaotic haze. The 6th prince bent down, straining to assist the 13th prince. But instead of lifting him, he stumbled and knelt on the ground. Simultaneously, a bun fell from his arms, rolling twice on the ground. Wasn't this the breakfast provided to the actors by the crew? How could Wen Zhuying have stuffed it into his pocket, only to drop it while filming? She certainly didn't lack for food. Why hide a bun in her pocket? Outside the monitor, Qing Shuchao's eyes narrowed, his temper flaring instantly as he raised the loudspeaker, preparing for an impassioned outburst. The screenwriter gritted his teeth, ready to unleash a stream of eloquence. However, before they could voice their complaints, Wen Zhuying continued her performance. The 6th prince picked up the dirty bun, biting his lip in reluctance, and ultimately stuffed it into the 13th prince's mouth. His movements hurried, and his voice tinged with grievance. 13th brother, I can't carry you. Please eat well, and get better quickly, all right? The rain diminished slightly, and as the 13th prince took a bite, the chaotic thoughts in his mind began to unravel, leaving him staring blankly at the 6th prince for a moment. Suddenly, a faint smile crept across his lips, a smile cold and sinister, embodying a rebirth born from desperation and cruelty, sending chills down the spine of anyone who beheld it. He thought, 6th brother, if you wish to assist me, then do so to the end. After this scene concluded, an extraordinary silence enveloped the set for a brief moment. Excellent. Truly excellent. Qing Shuchao exclaimed, unable to contain his applause, his eyes brimming with admiration. This scene has passed. The screenwriter soon grasped the situation, inhaling sharply, utterly astonished by the performance of the two. It was remarkably satisfying, a display of exceptionally high caliber. The acting was so natural, devoid of any theatricality, that it drew the audience irresistibly into the narrative. Especially that unexpected bun. It was the perfect touch, perfectly aligned with the 6th prince's character. Jiang Yunshin, too, proved worthy of his status as a 3-time Golden Award-winning actor, seamlessly transitioning into the role, portraying the transformation from a belief in justice to corruption with mere expressions that encapsulated the character's essence and state. The screenwriter now comprehended the meaning behind Qing Shuchao's statement regarding Wen Zhuying's authentic portrayal. She truly embodied the 6th prince himself. Receiving this acknowledgement, Qing Shichao raised an eyebrow and asked, so, do you think Wen Zhuying is capable? The screenwriter chuckled heartily, absolutely. I told you, Wen is perfect for this role. Since it's going so smoothly, shall we film a few more scenes? Qing Shichao hesitated, noting that the rain seemed to be subsiding. Would there be enough time? The screenwriter, confident, replied with a smile, I believe Wen will manage just fine. Her acting is superb, and she will undoubtedly excel swiftly. He wore a satisfied expression, as if he had never doubted Wen Zhuying's abilities. Meanwhile, when the director called for it, the staff took umbrellas to shield the two from the rain. Jiang Yunxin, having taken a bite of the bun, regarded Wen Zhuying with admiration. I should have trusted Director Qing's vision. I shouldn't have doubted you would hold us back. What you say is unimportant. What matters is, Wen Zhuying interjected, pushing the half-eaten bun back into his mouth with a serious expression. You've already taken a bite of this bun. It cannot go to waste. Jiang Yunxin, his mouth full, fell silent, reluctantly beginning to chew on the bun. As one scene concluded, Qing Shichao instructed them to change into another set of clothes for the scene where the sixth prince meets his end. Shooting the entry and exit scenes on the same day was common practice, a true test of the actor's skills. However, no one was particularly worried about Wen Zhuying. They all held an inexplicable confidence in her. After changing outfits, the rain continued to fall, and the two entered the set. Since reaching adulthood, the sixth prince had acquired a residence, making it challenging to find time to play with his 13th brother, as he could only meet him when he was not in court. Today, with the rain pouring down, the palace attendants advised him to wait indoors. But he could not contain himself and ventured out to find his 13th brother. Halfway there, he encountered him in an outdoor sacrificial area. Today, the 13th brother donned resplendent robes, a jade crown atop his head, the rain failing to conceal his commanding presence. 13th brother, I've been waiting for you, for so long. The sixth prince tugged at the 13th prince's garment, adopting a familiar posture, slightly displeased. The 13th prince's expression was inscrutable, a fleeting flicker of sympathy passing over his face before vanishing quickly. He twirled a sugar pill between his fingers and offered it to the sixth prince. Sixth brother, please don't be angry. May I atone for my transgressions? The sixth prince's mood instantly brightened as he popped the sugar pill into his mouth, exclaiming between bites, Then I forgive you. Yet, mere moments later, his joy dissipated. He felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if his insides were being stirred by a dagger's edge. The 13th prince smiled, gently caressing the sixth prince's face, soothing him with tender words. Sixth brother, do not fear. It will only hurt for a moment. And then you can descend to the underworld to accompany father. Not long ago, a meticulously orchestrated coup had led to the emperor's demise.
Now,
a poison was about to claim the life of the emperor's most cherished son. However, the sixth prince's reaction was beyond the 13th prince's expectations. The sixth prince blinked slowly, struggling to maintain a smile, playfully remarking, I knew it was poison from the start. I saw mother feed it to someone else, and that person died. But the poison you gave me, 13th brother, I still like. The foolish child was not entirely oblivious. He understood his 13th brother's intentions, yet he obediently consumed the toxic offering. In an explosive moment, something shattered in the 13th prince's mind, and he stared in disbelief at the sixth prince, his hands trembling. Yet he continued to remind himself, the sixth prince is the child of the Empress Dowager. All of this began with him. He deserves to die. Perhaps sensing his imminent demise, the sixth prince laboriously retrieved a bun from his bosom, presenting it to the 13th prince like an old man imparting wisdom. Once I am gone, no one will bring you buns anymore. Remember to fill your belly. In that instant, a torrent of memories surged into the 13th prince's mind. He recalled the scenes in the cold palace where the sixth prince, emboldened by his favored status, would carelessly deliver food to him and their mother. He also remembered moments elsewhere, where the sixth prince reluctantly offered his beloved buns to him. All of it flashed before him like a fleeting panorama. Yet before him, the sixth prince had already closed his eyes, slumping down, blood still fresh at the corners of his mouth, the bun warm in his hand. The moment he let go, the bun fell to the ground. Instinctively, the 13th prince embraced the sixth prince's body, the force of it pulling him down to his knees. His hands trembled violently, confusion clouding his vision, as if his heart had been hollowed out, leaving behind a gaping, bloody void that howled in the wind. The sixth prince was dead. Dead by his hands. He was the source of both warmth and all calamities. He knew that without the sixth prince, he would not have had to endure all the suffering and torment. A life extinguished. He should have felt joy. Yet why did he feel as if he were engulfed in pain, struggling to breathe? Was he wrong? No, he was not wrong. The sixth prince deserved to die. On the same rainy day, in the same location with the same two individuals and the same bun. The only difference was that when the sixth prince had saved him, he had been punished, teetering on the brink of death. Yet now, he was adorned in splendid robes, and even drenched by the rain, he appeared unruffled. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. The 13th prince mechanically picked up the bun that had fallen to the ground and stuffed it into his mouth, murmuring, "I am not at fault." The atmosphere was steeped in sorrow, with everyone present lost in their thoughts, not a sound to be heard.
Cut.
Qing Xiuqiao shouted excitedly, while banging on the table. The scriptwriter wiped the corner of his eye, astonished that he had actually been moved to tears. He felt a bit embarrassed. After all, it was his own script, and he was already aware of the plot's direction. Yet the actors' performances still managed to bring him to tears. Wen Zhuying and Jiang Yunshin truly possessed remarkable talent. Jiang Yunshin slowly opened his eyes. Momentarily unable to detach from the scene, sitting on the ground with sorrow lingering in his eyes, a sharp pain piercing his heart. Wen Zhuying quickly sprang up from the ground, shoving the half-eaten bun into Jiang Yunshin's mouth, insisting, "You took a bite of this bun. You must finish it. Do not waste food." Jiang Yunshin, momentarily breaking character, realized he was indeed out of character. Fine, he thought, after the performance, the bun must be eaten, otherwise. Wen Zhuying would nag him incessantly. Seeing Jiang Yunshin eating the bun, Wen Zhuying finally felt reassured. While eating, Jiang Yunshin queried, "Who taught you to act so well?" His standards were exceptionally high, so receiving his praise indicated that he was genuinely impressed. "I didn't learn. The director just told me to save you."
And I did just that.
Wen Zhuying replied. "Didn't he learn acting?" Jiang Yunshin questioned his life, nearly losing his composure. "You can act this well without training? Is this not difficult?" Wen Zhuying tilted her head and asked, "Isn't it difficult? The heavens must be bestowing you with sustenance." Jiang Yunshin fell silent for a moment, feeling as though he had been deeply wounded. Previously, while watching a variety show, he had even made a humorous video for Wen Zhuying titled, "Is This Difficult?" Little did he expect to encounter the same situation himself. Fortunately, he had already received 3 awards, otherwise, he would have broken down on the spot. Jiang Yunshin initially intended to continue the conversation, probing into Wen Zhuying's family matters while enjoying some gossip, but she had already dashed away. A delicious aroma wafted from a distance, and Wen Zhuying's nose twitched as she hurriedly ran off. "Hey, where are you going?" Jiang Yunshin shouted, but to no avail. Qing Xiuqiao, fearing she might get lost, had no choice but to follow her. After running for a few minutes, she finally halted in front of a freshly delivered lunchbox, salivating uncontrollably. "Is this our lunch? Can I have 5 portions?" "No, make that 6.
So,
She had dashed over here, lured by the scent of the lunchboxes. Qing Xiuqiao was baffled yet profoundly shocked. Could she truly smell it from so far away?
indeed.
Had she not known there would be lunchboxes, Wen Zhuying would not have so readily relinquished 2 meat buns to Jiang Yunshin. The moment she caught a whiff of the lunch, she had rushed over.
Wen Zhuying nodded nonchalantly.
Her eyes sparkling as she called out to the person in charge of the food, "I'll take 6 portions. Thank you." The person in charge was flabbergasted. Looking at Qing Xiuqiao, "Director Qing, we haven't even started serving yet. Should I give them to her?" Qing Xiuqiao, panting, helplessly waved his hand. "Let her have it. Only a full stomach can fuel her for acting." Following the command, Wen Zhuying didn't wait for the staff to serve her, but instead, she grabbed the 6 lunch boxes and dashed off. Qing Xiuqiao could only helplessly roll his eyes. She had already taken the food, and no one was competing with her for it, so why run? The food server was perplexed. Everyone said that Director Qing had a terrible temper and was not to be trifled with, yet he observed that this was not the case at all. He seemed quite indulgent towards his actors. Little did Qing Xiuqiao know what was running through Wen Zhuying's mind. She had rushed over at the scent of the food, yet was now running off with the boxes without eating any herself? Soon, he would discover the answer. With the lunch boxes in her arms, Wen Zhuying ran straight to Bai Jingyu. During their earlier scene, Bai Jingyu had been sitting nearby, watching as the rain poured down amid the chilling wind. His health was poor, and he sat curled up on the sofa, his pale skin becoming covered in goosebumps. His already colorless face appeared somewhat bluish, his long, thick eyelashes lazily drooping, and his thin lips pressed tightly together, exuding a sense of despondence and indifference. Wen Zhuying dashed over. placing the stack of lunchboxes down and immediately draping a blanket over Bai Jingyu, scolding him. It's so cold. You shouldn't just be wearing a short-sleeved shirt in this wind. What if you catch a cold? Bai Jingyu smirked slightly, his eyes sparkling for a moment, softening as he indulged her concern, though he did not heed her advice. The blanket she had wrapped around him was soon used to cover Wen Zhuying's head as she gently said, "You're wet. Let me dry you off." Such an affectionate gesture. Once she had finished drying him off, Wen Zhuying peeked her head out from under the blanket and eagerly placed a portion of the lunchbox in front of Bai Jingyu, excitedly declaring, "This is the lunch I brought you. This box has a perfect balance of meat and vegetables, just what you need, you delicate little lord." Her hair was tousled, and her round, almond-shaped eyes glistened with moisture, her earnest demeanor hiding a hint of teasing. Bai Jingyu, however, did not need to eat the lunchbox. He had a dedicated nutritionist who meticulously prepared each meal, complete with medicinal ingredients for his health. Yet, nothing could compare to the lunch Wen Zhuying personally brought to him. "Thank you, Xiaoing," Bai Jingyu winked at her. Wen Zhuying abruptly froze, her movements pausing for 2 to 3 seconds as she stared blankly, lost in thought. Chapter 44. A little drowsy monarch. After a brief moment, she returned to her usual self, immediately dragging Qing Xiuchao's soft chair over to sit beside Bai Jingyu and share a meal. Qing Xiuchao watched from a distance as the young and vibrant pair flirted, the misty rain blurring their figures, their familiarity and ease making every frame exceptionally beautiful, perfect for a wallpaper. Qing Xiuchao muttered, "Damn it. Those dog lovers are hogging my sofa and chair, flaunting their romance right in front of me." Unable to contain himself, he approached them, naturally extending his hand. "You've taken so much. Don't I get a share?" Wen Zhuying quickly shielded the boxes, exclaiming, "Not yours." Qing Xiuchao scoffed, "Then why does you go get one?" "He's different. That's specially for him," Wen Zhuying replied, nodding as she continued to eat while conversing. Qing Xiuchao found himself in an uncomfortable position, unable to express his irritation, casting a dark glance at Wen Zhuying. Noticing his gaze, Wen Zhuying felt a bit shy and turned away, licking her lunchboxes clean. Just how clean were they? One might think the restaurant had delivered a set of empty boxes. On the first day of filming, Wen Zhuying managed to shoot over 10 scenes, only missing a few takes, successfully completing all her scenes with the 6th and 13th princes. With an experienced actor and a divine favor for food, the filming proceeded exceptionally smoothly, wrapping up just past 11 in the evening. After the shoot, Jiang Yunshin was utterly exhausted, barely able to move, prompting Sister Zhou to have a young assistant carry him back to the hotel. The scriptwriter kicked Qing Xiuchao, grumbling, "You're utterly inconsiderate, filming so many scenes in a single day. The poor actors are worn out." Qing Xiuchao shamelessly retorted, "Isn't that because they performed so well? Besides, only one is utterly exhausted, the other is still full of energy." The scriptwriter followed Qing Xiuchao's gaze and nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Wen Zhuying, after filming over 10 scenes, was now lifting a heavy frame with both hands, diligently performing squats. Down, up, her movements incredibly fluid. While exercising, she counted 666, 667, 668. Having started filming at dawn, she had no time to work out earlier, so she had postponed her exercise to the evening. The scriptwriter was taken aback. That heavy frame required 4 crew members to lift, yet she could manage it with ease while doing squats? At that moment, Wen Zhuying lifted one foot, leaving only one foot planted firmly on the ground as she continued to squat with the barbell. Simultaneously, she switched the barbell from hand to hand, tossing it about like a golden rod. The screenwriters were left in awe. Was this still a human being? Absolutely astonishing. What would those male stars, who couldn't even lift a female actress, think? The screenwriter quickly nudged Qing Xiuchao with his elbow, excitedly asking, "Do you think it would be inappropriate if I introduced Wen Zhuying to other directors?" He recalled a director he knew, renowned for making zombie films, where the protagonists were always portrayed as exceptionally strong characters. However, the actors were often lackluster, resulting in mediocre films. If Wen Zhuying were to take on such roles, perhaps the outcome would be different. Qing Xiuchao felt a wave of fury rising within him. "Did you think I was a mere Hello Kitty just because I've been in a good mood lately? You dare speak such nonsense now? Before my film wraps up, you best abandon such thoughts." The screenwriter fell silent, his mind increasingly consumed by the notion of introducing Wen Zhuying, waiting until the film's completion to act on this idea. Due to Jiang Yunshin's packed schedule, time for this film was rather limited, prompting Qing Xiuchao to prioritize Jiang Yunshin's scenes. As the male lead with substantial screen time, Jiang Yinshin became an unstoppable whirlwind, engaging in scenes with various actors over the course of several days. During this time, Wen Zhuying had no scenes. Yet she still donned the costume of the sixth prince, appearing on set punctually under the pretense of observing and learning. With her exquisite looks, carefree personality, and knack for being endearing, she quickly won the hearts of the crew, who often brought her peculiar snacks and fruits. This led to a recurring scene on set, a beautiful girl clad in ancient attire comfortably occupying Qing Xuchao's sofa, reclining lazily. To her left, a female crew member fanned her, while to her right, another offered her food. Her eyes sparkled like pure gems, fixated on Qing Xuchao, watching him intently. She basked in the leisurely comfort, akin to an ancient tyrant indulging in life's pleasures. Even Qing Xuchao himself couldn't fathom that someone could enjoy such a fulfilling existence on set. Meanwhile, Qing Xuchao was on the verge of exploding. Wielding a megaphone to chastise the actor opposite Jiang Yinshin, "I asked you to portray innocence, not to act like a fool. Even if I can tolerate it. The audience certainly cannot. You walked normally during auditions, but now you resemble someone with a disability. With that gait, you hardly look like a prince. You appear more like a thief. And you, adding unnecessary theatrics to your role as a guard? Do your job or get out." Only in the presence of Jiang Yinshin and Wen Zhuying could he manage to temper his explosive temper. One moment he was furious, and the next he could be mesmerized. In front of other actors, he would automatically enter a frenzied tirade, speaking so rapidly that there was no opportunity for anyone else to interject. Once he finished berating them, the actors, drenched in humiliation, would timidly respond, "Director Qing, we only had 3 NGs. Please don't be angry. It's normal to have NGs. Emotions can't shift instantaneously. It requires a process." Qing Xuchao, like a powder keg, retorted, "Only 3 NGs? Do you know that some actors opposite Jiang Yinshin have had a maximum of only 2 NGs? He was specifically referring to Wen Zhuying. After stating this, Qing Xuchao deliberately scanned the area for Wen Zhuying, only to find her indulging in a banana that a crew member had peeled for her. She leaned forward, taking a bite, savoring it with evident delight. Look at her laziness. She couldn't even peel her own banana. Qing Xuchao felt a pang of frustration. "Wen Zhuying, I invited you to observe and learn, yet here you are, living it up on set like a tyrant? Come over here and act," he erupted. Wen Zhuying, taken aback, shivered slightly and propped herself up from the sofa. Qing Xuchao thought his previously diminished authority had resurfaced. However, the next moment, Wen Zhuying leapt off the sofa and vanished in a flash, leaving behind a lingering echo. Time for a feast, time for a feast. Sometimes, being a director was quite challenging. Chapter 45. Am I acting well? After lunch, Wen Zhuying was much more cooperative with Qing Xuchao. Having barely made it through a few takes that morning with the inept actor, Qing Xuchao decided to let Wen Zhuying and Bai Jingyu film first. Once they donned their exquisite costumes and the set was ready, they were promptly urged to commence shooting. The tale of the 13th prince angering the emperor and being condemned to death was widely known. Yet, the foolish 6th prince intervened, pleading for the 13th prince's life, ultimately saving him from execution. To curry favor with the 13th prince, the 6th prince even climbed a loquat tree to pluck fruit for him. As the 2nd prince, heir to the throne, approached, he spotted the 6th prince awkwardly hanging from the tree, clumsily picking loquats. The 2nd prince raised his hand, and the others discreetly understood. The 2nd prince's birth mother was the sister of the 6th prince's mother, the noble consort, which established a close bond between the two brothers. The court attendants, aware of their camaraderie, did not intrude upon their interaction. "Second brother, you've arrived. I can't get down, could you catch me?" The 6th prince gazed pitifully at those below. If he viewed the 13th prince as his only indispensable friend, he regarded the 2nd prince as family, someone he could rely on unconditionally. The 2nd prince looked up, his exquisite face radiating a faint, sickly aura. It was this air of fragility that lent him an elegant charm. His beautiful eyes, though captivating, were currently shrouded in a veil of obscurity, making them appear dark and unsettling. He inquired, "Sixth brother, why did you save the 13th prince?" The 6th prince felt a slight itch on his face and scratched it as he replied, "He is my only friend. I don't want him to die." "Oh, I see." The 2nd prince's voice was soft, a flicker of something dark crossing his gaze, yet he quickly smiled, opening his arms. "Jump down. I'll catch you." With that, the 6th prince leaped down. However, the 2nd prince did not catch him. He landed gracefully on the ground. Crack. Qing Shuchao bellowed. This is where the sixth prince falls and twists his ankle. Your descent was far too effortless. Utterly incorrect. You need to appear heavier, more pained. The screenwriter, however, had a peculiar perspective, praising, "Don't you find her movements as light as a swallow? Quite impressive? No emotion, just sheer flair." Qing Shuchao fired back, redirecting his anger. "It may be impressive, but I ask you, does it fit the character?" The screenwriter fell silent. Qing Shuchao fixed his gaze on Wen Zhuying, suppressing the urge to curse. Though his tone remained harsh, "You eat so much. You must know what it feels like to be weighed down after a hearty meal. Do it again. And if you don't perform well, don't expect to eat again." His voice was thunderous. And when Zhuying worried he might one day lose his voice from all the shouting. However, at this moment, she was more concerned about her meal being at stake. "Don't worry. I will perform well," she assured. They resumed filming. The sixth prince, trusting in the second prince, leaped down, but the latter did not catch him, leading to a heavy thud as he fell to the ground, twisting his ankle and crying out in agony. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his delicate face. His brows furrowed, hands clutching his ankle, contorted in pain as faint whimpers escaped his lips. "It hurts." Did he truly fall? Qing Shuchao was taken aback, rushing over in a panic. "Where did you fall?" The crew, equally concerned, instantly changed expressions, surrounding her with worry, inquiring about her injury, yet hesitating to move. "Speak up. Where on earth did you fall?" Qing Shuchao was on the verge of panic, her voice trembling as she noticed the silence enveloping the room. Where was the doctor? Why had they not yet arrived? Am I performing convincingly? Is this the right way to act? When Zhuying suddenly sprang to her feet, leaping high, nearly losing her balance in the process. Bai Jingyu, studying her with a gentle grip, couldn't help but smile and said, "Very convincing." When Zhuying tilted her head to gaze at him, pouting in dissatisfaction. "But everyone is anxious, and you seem completely unfazed." In truth, it wasn't that convincing at all. Before Bai Jingyu could respond, Qing Shuchao could no longer hold back, frantically raking her fingers through her hair. "You were acting? I thought you truly fell. Was that little stunt necessary? Would it have killed you to be a bit more serious?" She had genuinely been on the brink of despair just moments ago, only to discover it was merely a playful act. As long as she was unharmed, it was a relief. Taking a few deep breaths, Qing Shuchao shot Wen Zhuying a fierce glare, her silence laden with unspoken reproach. The scene resumed filming. Unable to suppress her frustration, Qing Shuchao issued a command for a continuous shot, instantly revitalizing her spirit. The sixth prince, having tumbled from a tree and injured his foot, was being hastily carried to the palace by the second prince, who personally tended to his wounds and offered his apologies. The sixth prince, however, remained ungrateful. Even suspecting the second prince of having a hidden agenda, he demanded that the second prince assist him with a task, threatening to disclose the incident to their mother if he refused. The second prince, upon learning the task involved delivering freshly picked loquats to the 13th prince, wore a peculiar expression but acquiesced without protest. As the second prince exited the palace, he tossed the basket of loquats, hand-picked by the sixth prince, to a waiting guard, elegantly retrieving a silk handkerchief to wipe his hands in disdain. Once finished, he strolled leisurely through the expansive palace grounds. It was common knowledge that the second and sixth princes shared a close bond, visiting each other's palaces freely without suspicion. Moreover, the second prince was known for his gentle demeanor and unassuming nature, akin to a celestial being, unlikely to engage in any actions that could harm the sixth prince. Yet, beneath this serene facade lay a heart brimming with malice. Little did anyone realize that the passing of the second prince's mother had sown the seeds of venomous intent towards the sixth prince, paving a path of darkness that he would tread with an increasingly colder heart and more sinister methods. After filming concluded, the assembled crew exchanged glances with Bai Jingyu, shivering at the intensity of his gaze. Goodness, that look is truly terrifying. The character from the script seemed to have sprung to life, standing before them and instilling a chill in their bones. The screenwriter's astonishment far outweighed the satisfaction of a flawless continuous shot as he couldn't resist poking Qing Shuchao. "This brother you've found is an extraordinary actor, truly captivating." This production was akin to a celestial clash, with any member capable of sweeping through the entertainment industry effortlessly. Qing Shuchao stole a glance at Bai Jingyu and hurriedly called out, almost conspiratorially to the screenwriter, "The character is based on him, cough cough." Modeled after Bai Jingyu's personality, so of course, it resonates so well. The screenwriter, struck by this revelation, gave Qing Shuqiao a thumbs up, cautioning her to keep this a secret lest Bai Jingyu discover the truth and wreak havoc upon her. Chapter 46. The most detested celebrity rankings. After completing the first scene, Qing Shuqiao hastily added several more scenes for Bai Jingyu, treating him like a workhorse. The screenwriter fretted about whether this would irritate him, but surprisingly, Bai Jingyu was remarkably dedicated during filming, exhibiting no airs. Wen Zhuying resumed her place on the sofa, at which point Jiang Yunshen took a seat beside her. Unable to recline comfortably, she had to maintain a proper posture. However, such propriety lasted only a few minutes. Within 5, Wen Zhuying slumped against the back of her chair, mouth agape, exclaiming for a kind young lady to feed her. The young lady, quick to oblige, lovingly offered her food, her gaze filled with affection. Jiang Yunshen sat stiffly, his back straight as a board, holding his phone at a distance to ensure any candid shots would capture him in a flattering light. He glanced at his phone before involuntarily stealing a look at Wen Zhuying, envious of her ability to unwind so effortlessly in public. When one has nothing left to lose, they cease to care about others' opinions, living solely for their comfort. At that moment, Jiang Yunshen's phone displayed a ranking list, prominently featuring Wen Zhuying's name, in second place. Curiosity piqued, she feigned nonchalance and peeked over, gasping, "Wow, I'm actually ranked second. I'm really impressive." Jiang Yunshen's expression turned inscrutable. "Do you know what this ranking is for?" Wen Zhuying eagerly leaned in. "What ranking?" Jiang Yunshen held his phone before her, pointing to the bold letters at the top of the list, which read, "The most detested celebrities in entertainment." He explained, "This ranking was created by a certain television station and has persisted for several years with unwavering popularity. People vote daily for the celebrity they find most detestable, and the system updates the rankings in real time. The station then invites these celebrities to participate in a prank variety show, ensuring that the most hated celebrities, who have garnered significant public disdain, are featured to boost ratings. While many celebrities may only remain on the list for a few months before being replaced, Wen Zhuying has consistently stayed near the top since the controversy surrounding her and the false heiress incident, drawing the ire of the internet community." Wen Zhuying detected a deeper implication in Jiang Yunshen's gaze and tentatively sought confirmation. "So I should remain at the forefront for quite some time?" Jiang Yunshen, wary of upsetting her, carefully chose his words to comfort her. "In truth, online rumors are often unreliable. Netizens have not interacted with you and based their opinions on hearsay, so their information is incomplete." He rambled on, but Wen Zhuying, unable to wait for him to finish, beamed with pride.
Wow.
"Not only am I second, but I'm always on the list. Are you up there?" "I doubt it. Not only that, but you certainly can't dominate the rankings." Her tone grew increasingly triumphant and jubilant, her volume unintentionally rising. Jiang Yunshen gazed at her in bewilderment, checking his phone again. He confirmed he had indeed shown her the most detested celebrities in entertainment list, not the most popular celebrities list. Yet, why was Wen Zhuying so proud and elated? What was there to be proud of? Jiang Yunshen regarded her with a perplexed expression. "You wouldn't understand. All that matters is that I'm ranked second. What this ranking signifies is irrelevant." Wen Zhuying squinted, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Jiang Yunshen expressed his admiration. "I genuinely admire your outlook. Yunshen, are you done filming? If so, you can leave now." Sister Zhou called out to him, reminding him of his other commitments. He had seized a moment of leisure amidst a busy schedule. Bidding farewell to Wen Zhuying, he took his phone with him, advising her to refrain from indulging in such trivial rankings. With no friends to converse with and Qing Shuqiao momentarily silent, Wen Zhuying found herself feeling somewhat bored. Mimicking the screenwriter's usual demeanor, she wandered about with her hands tucked in her pockets. Their filming location was particularly opulent, adorned with pavilions, flowing streams, and intricately designed landscapes, creating a scene rich in aesthetic charm and beauty. As Wen Zhuying strolled about with an air of nonchalance, she returned only to discover a man seated in her place, donning a black hat and mask, exuding the aura of a celebrity. The staff informed her that he was an actor from the neighboring production team, who had come to borrow equipment from director Qing. However, Director Qing was still engaged in filming, and no one dared to disturb him. They would have to wait until he was finished. Just then, the man initiated a friendly greeting. "Hello, are you part of this production team?" "Indeed," Wen Zhuying replied. And without hesitation, she inquired, "Are you aware of the list of the most disliked celebrities?" The man, his expression obscured by the mask, revealed little of his mood, though his eyes, visible above the mask, betrayed a sense of discontent. He remained silent, leading Wen Zhuying to assume he was unfamiliar with it, prompting her to whip out her phone and excitedly elaborate. Look, here's the ranking. Every day, people vote for the celebrity they dislike the most.
See.
I'm in second place. The man's gaze turned increasingly irritable, his eyes brimming with frustration, though this was merely his own perception. After reveling in her pride, Wen Zhuying glanced at the name at the top of the list, wrinkling her nose as she muttered, "But who is this Jiang Yu? He has double the votes compared to me." The man replied, his tone enigmatic, "I am that Jiang Yu." Wen Zhuying's surprise was palpable as she leaned in, asking, "You are Jiang Yu? How did you manage that?" Just as she began to inquire further, she sensed his displeasure, evidently stemming from her previous remarks. Guilt surged within her, and she fished out an egg from her sleeve, offering it to Jiang Yu. "I won't say anything more. Please don't be angry." As the distance between them diminished, Wen Zhuying's captivating beauty struck him like a bolt. With fair skin, dark hair, and rosy lips, her large, round eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief. Resembling a star-studded sky, vibrant and breathtaking. Jiang Yu's impatient retort lingered on the tip of his tongue, but upon beholding her enchanting visage, he found himself smiling unexpectedly. His gaze a mixture of scrutiny and unspoken implications. He shifted slightly, adopting a friendly tone. "I'm not angry. Would you like to know how I achieved the top position? Come a bit closer. I will whisper it to you, so that no one else overhears." Relieved, Wen Zhuying responded, "I'm glad you're not upset." She presented her phone to him, showcasing, "Look, I'm second. From the second position onwards. Everyone has garnered votes in the hundreds of thousands, yet your votes are nearing 1,000,000. I used to be puzzled, but now I understand. It's because I am exceptional, and they envy me, prompting them to vote against me." As Jiang Yu spoke, his gaze grew more intense, extending his hand towards Wen Zhuying's delicate fingers, saying, "If you don't believe me, I can show you the comments on my account. Many praise me endlessly." Just as their hands were about to touch, a slender, exquisitely pale hand seized his wrist with an undeniable strength, the muscles on the back of her hand tautening perfectly as she gripped him. Jiang Yu yelped in pain, shaking off her grasp, angrily exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Why would you grab me like that?" He looked up suddenly, only to be met with a pair of eyes that silenced him, rendering him paralyzed with fear. How could one describe those eyes? They were alluringly shaped, with slightly upturned outer corners, long, thick lashes that cast shadows over half-lidded eyes. Though they appeared somewhat lifeless, the undeniable beauty within them was captivating. Yet, within the depths of those breathtaking eyes lay a chilling frost and a palpable menace, as if they were staring down a corpse. Jiang Yu felt a shiver run down his spine, his voice trembling as he declared, "I will sue you for intentional harm." Behind him, Jing Su spat derisively, recognizing the notoriously arrogant Jiang Yu, and coldly retorted, "If you're so bold, go ahead. I'll countersue you for harassing the actresses in my production. Let us see who ends up in jail first." Jiang Yu was the type to bully the weak while fearing the strong. His ability to frequently harass women and get away with it stemmed from having influential family backing him, allowing him to deflect blame onto the women involved. Yet, in front of the Qing family, he, along with his parents, could do nothing but ingratiate themselves. They could not afford to provoke them. "Qing Xiao, what a coincidence. It's all a misunderstanding. Please don't be angry. I apologize." Jiang Yu quickly backtracked, apologizing to Qing Su and Bai Jingyu, his demeanor now servile, devoid of the arrogance he had displayed earlier. After his apologies, he attempted to flee, only to be obstructed by Bai Jingyu, who coldly stated, "Who should be apologizing here? Is it us?" Jiang Yu felt an internal surge of resentment. Being forced to apologize to an insignificant character felt like an affront to his dignity. "Don't want to apologize?" Bai Jingyu's calm tone resonated with an underlying threat that made Jiang Yu's legs tremble. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Jiang Yu stammered, bowing towards Wen Zhuying in a gesture of humiliation before making a hasty retreat. Wen Zhuying, still seated, looked up at the two men, innocently questioning, "Why did he apologize to me?" As soon as she asked, Bai Jingyu's expression darkened. Had he not intervened in time, Wen Zhuying might have been completely unaware of Jiang Yu's intentions, blissfully ignorant while he grinned and approached her. His gaze shifted downward, an oppressive stare directed at Wen Zhuying, devoid of expression yet tinged with coldness as he inquired, "Are you so unguarded with everyone?" Until that moment, Bai Jingyu had always exuded a gentle, protective aura, but now his demeanor took a sharp turn. Feeling wronged, Wen Zhuying pouted and defended herself, "But everyone knows him. He is not a complete stranger." Bai Jingyu, still irked, countered without mercy. Even if he has a familiar face, does that justify your familiarity with him? Let us not even discuss strangers. Given your nature, you could easily strike up a conversation with a stray dog on the street if you were bored. In the apocalyptic times, Sister Whale had advised her to stay indoors and avoid wandering about. Yet upon her return, she found Wen Zhuying had tied up a mutated dog, which was baring its teeth at her, while she cheerfully named it and chatted away. Thus, for her, it was never about whether one could converse. It was merely a matter of desire. Wen Zhuying felt increasingly aggrieved, her anger boiling over as she abruptly stood up, glaring at Bai Jingyu. What does it matter to you? Humph. With that, she stormed off, forsaking her usual snacks and even her beloved pillow, leaving in a huff like a firecracker. Bai Jingyu sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose, glancing at Qing Su. Startled, Qing Su took a cautious step back.
What are you looking at?
I didn't yell at you. Bai Jingyu's face bore an expression that could instill fear in anyone. He asked, have we finished filming for today? While he bore no ill will, his demeanor could easily intimidate. Yes, we're done, Yuga. There's nothing more to do here. You should hurry and smooth things over with her. Qing Su urged, sensing the tension. Bai Jingyu's expression softened slightly as he nodded. In her hotel room, Wen Zhuying changed into her pajamas, rolling about on the bed, fiercely pounding the pillow. You dared to scold me. How could you? With a sharp rip, the silk pillowcase tore apart, feathers bursting forth like a flood, scattering across the entire bed. Wen Zhuying froze, taken aback. I only tapped it gently. This pillowcase is of such poor quality. Desperately, she tried to press her hands against the gaping hole, attempting to salvage the situation. However, the feathers continued to escape uncontrollably, slipping through her fingers. The situation seems hopeless. This pillow is utterly ruined. It must have been quite expensive, and she will certainly have to compensate a significant sum. Won't she? Wen Zhuying was heartbroken, reluctant to part with her yet-to-be-received remuneration, when a knock echoed at the door. Bai Jingyu called for her to open it from outside. In an instant, her sorrow was overshadowed by urgency as she hastily began to clear the chaos. With no broom or dustpan at her disposal, she resorted to using her hands to gather the feathers strewn about, attempting to shove them into the trash bin. However, these lightweight, clingy remnants only served to create more disorder. Outside, Bai Jingyu, growing impatient from the wait, inquired once more, Xiaoying, are you in there? I have something to attend to. Could you let me in shortly? Flustered, Wen Zhuying, still harboring anger towards Bai Jingyu, retorted, no. Even if you come back later, I still want to open the door. She was truly upset, the kind of anger that was not easily soothed. No matter what Bai Jingyu said today, she was resolute in her decision not to open the door. Chapter 48. He is a creepy man. Knowing she was indeed inside, Bai Jingyu felt no concern. His voice, languid and playful, resembled one coaxing a cat. What a pity. My nutritionist brought me some petite cakes today, which are said to require a 2-hour wait in line to acquire. I can't eat them all. I was going to ask if you'd like some. Since you're not interested. The teased feline, unable to maintain composure, dashed to the door before he could finish, exclaiming in exasperation, I do want some. You'd better not give them to anyone else. Dressed in soft pajamas that hung loosely on her, her silky black hair tousled, she was covered in white feathers. Her round eyes filled with indignation, yet strangely endearing. Bai Jingyu's heart melted at the sight, his gaze deep and tender as he regarded Wen Zhuying. Lowering his voice slightly, are you still angry? If you are, I shall give them to someone else. If not, they are yours. Wen Zhuying glared at Bai Jingyu for a couple of seconds, her heart torn. She didn't want to forgive him for scolding her. Yet she was reluctant to miss out on the petite cakes. After a brief moment, she relented, mumbling, I'm not angry anymore. Bai Jingyu's brows lifted in amusement, his eyes sparkling with mirth, akin to the blooming white tea flowers on a spring day after a rainstorm. He gently ruffled Wen Zhuying's hair, unfazed by the feathers that stuck to his hands, and even chuckled. All right then, I'll let you have them. It could be said that her little temper was entirely a product of his indulgence, and those little grievances were easily appeased. With the last remnants of her irritation dissipated, Wen Zhuying took the petite cake and joyfully dashed away. After only 2 steps, Bai Jingyu scooped her up, feigning disdain as he said, your room is filled with feathers. Don't eat here, or you might end up with them in your stomach. Protectively cradling the cake, Wen Zhuying glanced around at the feathers once more. Feeling a pang of regret, money for the ruined pillow could have purchased multiple petite cakes. Had she known the pillowcase was of such poor quality, she wouldn't have struck it in anger. Just from listening to Wen Zhuying's complaints, Bai Jingyu could vividly imagine the expression she wore while pummeling the pillow. And he couldn't help but chuckle. You won't have to compensate this time, but remember not to act so recklessly again, do you understand? He playfully tapped her on the head with his finger. When Zhuying used one hand to cover her head, her eyes sparkling with a mix of joy and skepticism.
Why?
Isn't it customary to compensate for damages in this world? She had nearly adjusted to the norms of this peaceful world and had grown accustomed to its rules, adhering to them willingly. Because this hotel is mine, Bai Jingyu replied. It's my establishment, and you have special privileges. When Zhuying, somewhat impressed, pondered the luxury of such a hotel. No wonder Qing Shichao would rent this place for everyone. Since they were friends, did he not charge them? Her curious expression delighted Bai Jingyu, who patiently explained, there are charges, but I grant you privileges that I do not extend to others. Though she didn't fully grasp the deeper implications, when Zhuying felt a surge of happiness, shyly shifting closer to Bai Jingyu, reveling in the unspoken delight it brought her. Bai Jingyu took note of her secretive smile and chuckled, come on, let us go to my room to eat. Bai Jingyu's exclusive room was on the top floor, an expansive suite equipped with all manner of amenities, including a kitchen and a small bar. He sat Wen Zhuying down in the dining area before heading to the bar to prepare a cocktail. The light filtered through his neatly tousled hair, casting shadows across his chiseled features. In that half-lit space, he exuded an air of luxury, his demeanor languid, strikingly handsome. When Zhuying savored the petite cake while entranced by his beauty, and soon thereafter, he presented her with a freshly mixed drink. She took a small sip, instantly sitting up straighter. Is it good? Bai Jingyu leaned back in his chair, wine glass in hand, inquiring. It's delicious, Wen Zhuying replied, downing the rest in one gulp before licking her lips, the cherry-hued petals glistening with the remnants of the drink, making them appear full and delectable. She parted her lips to utter, is there more? None left. Drinking too much is harmful. A small indulgence is sufficient. Bai Jingyu's gaze shifted from her lips as he imitated her boldness, downing his own drink in one go. Setting the glass down, he transitioned to more serious matters. I was wrong to scold you today. However, that Jiangyu is no good. His family wields power that shields him from repercussions. He is a lecherous man who takes advantage of women, from major stars to minor staff. Many have fallen victim to his advances. Some feel ashamed and dare not speak out, while certain celebrities do summon the courage to voice their experiences. Yet the consequence is often Jiangyu retaliating, claiming those women sought to exploit him for resources. Each time, the outcome is the same. The woman's reputation is tarnished, her career obstructed, while he faces no repercussions. Initially, people believed the narrative, but as instances accumulated, it became evident that Jiangyu was a thoroughly despicable man, known for his inappropriate behavior during filming and variety shows, only to later deflect blame onto the women, portraying himself as a paragon of virtue. It is precisely for these reasons that Jiangyu topped the charts as the most disliked celebrity. When Zhuying listened intently, her anger surging as she clenched her teeth, exclaiming, had I known he was such a scoundrel, I wouldn't have given him my egg. Bai Jingyu gently pinched her cheek, initiating a reckoning. Now that we've discussed him, it's time to address you. His intentions were blatantly clear. He nearly embraced you, and you didn't evade his advances? This was not entirely Wen Zhuying's fault. She understood this rationale. However, during the 10 years of the apocalypse, Sister Whale had protected her exceptionally well. Anyone who dared to harbor ill intentions toward her, regardless of gender, was swiftly dealt with by Sister Whale, leaving no opportunity for anyone to take advantage of Wen Zhuying. The most physical contact she had experienced was with Sister Whale. Both being women made their affectionate gestures normal, and she had genuinely grown accustomed to such close proximity. Nevertheless, she was receptive to understanding what was right and wrong. All right, I didn't react properly this time. If he tries that again, I'll make sure to beat him so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Bai Jingyu nodded in approval, affirming her resolve to stand up against being taken advantage of. When Zhuying relished in Bai Jingyu's praises, compliments lifted her spirits, and she leaned her chin on her hand, grinning foolishly. Chapter 49. She is impervious to reason lost in her blissful smile. Her gaze inadvertently wandered to Bai Jingyu's abdomen, and she found herself unable to look away. As the weather grew warmer, everyone began to dress more lightly, swapping out their costumes for short sleeves. Bai Jingyu has a penchant for donning solid-colored short sleeves, and today he is clad in white. In order to converse with Wen Zhuying, his posture has shifted from a casual lean against the chair to a more engaged stance, with both hands propped up as he slightly leans forward. lowering his head to gaze at her. The light effortlessly penetrates the sheer fabric, illuminating his lean yet powerful abdominal muscles, which are tantalizingly visible in a state of subtle allure, igniting an insatiable yearning within. Wen Zhuying has touched them before and recalls only that the texture was delightful, yet the specifics escape her memory. The alcohol coursing through her veins contributes to her flushed complexion, rendering her head slightly dizzy and stripping her of restraint, allowing her to act on impulse. With a parched throat, she reaches out toward Bai Jingyu's abdomen. His vigilance is acute. Even though he had just been imparting wisdom to Wen Zhuying, he instinctively seizes her hand to thwart her mischief. Wen Zhuying tilts her head back, her lips forming a pout as she plaintively questions, "After lecturing me with so many grand principles, shouldn't you offer me a taste of sweetness?" Under the influence of alcohol, Bai Jingyu's fair cheeks bloom with a faint crimson hue, and the light reveals a delicate fuzz, reminiscent of a ripe peach. The corners of his eyes flush, and his glistening gaze is veiled in a light mist, slowly blinking as if all his desires are inscribed within his pupils. Bai Jingyu swallows hard, the cool light casting shadows that obscure the depths of his eyes, while a small flame ignites in his heart, fervently urging him to possess the person before him, to claim her, to evoke tears, to envelop her in his unique scent, thereby asserting his dominion and warding off those who covet this exquisite beauty. He bends slightly, the tautness of his waist creating an alluring curve under the illumination. His voice, tinged with huskiness from the alcohol, murmurs, "It's not that I do not wish to indulge you, but to touch one's abdominal muscles is an intimacy reserved for couples." Wen Zhuying is intoxicated, though not entirely so. The notion of being a couple stirs memories of words spoken by Su Yang, invigorating her spirit as her gaze brightens with anticipation. Su Ge mentioned that beyond merely touching abdominal muscles, couples could engage in even more audacious acts, such as. Bai Jingyu leans closer, his voice low and raspy, laced with seductive undertones, yet feigning nonchalance as he artfully conceals his hidden desires. The more indifferent he appears, the more it lures his prey into the trap. He whispers, "Not only can you touch my abdominal muscles, but anywhere you desire. Of course, it extends beyond mere touching. You may indulge in anything your heart wishes." The allure of this proclamation is overwhelming. Wen Zhuying's mouth grows drier, her cheeks flush with heat, as she senses that his words are steeped in an indescribable significance. Is it only permissible for couples? Are friends barred from such liberties? For instance, what about our current relationship? Bai Jingyu maintains his composed demeanor, gently pushing her hand away with a firm tone. If we were to evolve into a couple, then it would be permissible. But as mere friends, that is not acceptable. Oh, then I shall refrain from touching. In this world, nothing is insurmountable if one is willing to relinquish. Wen Zhuying decisively retracts her hand and lays her head on the table, soon emitting soft, even snores. Bai Jingyu's expression is a tapestry of emotions. His lips twitch involuntarily, nearly choking on his breath. He merely intended to play hard to get. Yet he finds Wen Zhuying utterly oblivious to his game. Immune to persuasion, she embodies the essence of stubbornness. His unabashed gaze fixates on her sleeping profile, allowing his greed and possessiveness to burn fervently, unnoticed by her. Alas, there is ample time ahead. He straightens up and shifts to the other side, lifting Wen Zhuying into his arms and carrying her directly to the bathroom for her to freshen up. The young master, born with a silver spoon, tends to her with an air of practiced elegance, as though he has done this countless times before. The night is still young. Jiangyu emerges from filming, and before 10 o'clock, numerous fans await outside, eager to deliver letters and flowers. Ignoring the male fans, his gaze sweeps over to a few particularly attractive females, and he approaches them, gently inquiring, "Shall we take a photo together?" The female fans squeal in delight, quickly retrieving their phones to capture the moment. Jiangyu wraps one arm around a fan's neck, casually brushing against her ample bosom while the other hand rests on her soft waist, his gaze wandering to forbidden territories. As one fan finishes her photo, another quickly steps up, but instead of rushing to take a picture, she sweetly asks, "May I have a handshake?" Jiangyu glances at her, noting her appealing features, and without a second thought, he agrees. As their hands clasp, his fingers caress the back of her hand, relishing the tender and delicate texture of her skin. Suddenly, the smile on the female fan's face turns sinister, and she questions Jiangyu, "Do you remember who I am?" Maintaining his commercial smile, he replies, "Of course.
You are my fan.
I hope you support me when my new drama airs." "You don't remember. Ha ha ha." The fan's laughter pierces the air, her voice booming enough for all to hear. I was a staff member during your first drama. You were affectionate and promised to give me a title, but you deceived me. Not only did you not give me a title, but you also sent me abroad. Jiang Yu, having flirted with too many women to recall, turns pale. Forcing a smile as he addresses the crowd, I am a workaholic, uninterested in romance, wholly devoted to my career. I've been single throughout my time in the entertainment industry. I know my fans adore me, and I cherish my fans as well. But that affection is purely that of an idol for their fans. Let's not overthink it. His words ignite a wave of ecstatic cheers from the other fans, who simultaneously turn their ire towards the female fan who dared to shake his hand. You wretched girl, do not tarnish our brother's name. Our brother is dedicated to his career. Slut, in your ugly state, how could our handsome and wealthy brother ever be interested in you? Your lies are transparent. Wretched girl, you deserve to suffer. Do not disrupt our brother's career. Anyone who harms our brother deserves to perish. A torrent of venomous insults rains down. Some fans, in a frenzy, hurl objects at the woman, while others lash out, attempting to grab her hair. Chapter 50. The Madwoman. The vitriol is unbearable. This scene mirrors the aftermath of every scandal involving Jiang Yu, with every female celebrity consciously managing their reputation, leaving behind a trail of malicious rhetoric. Facing public backlash or even doxing. Amidst the cacophony of insults, the female fan remains eerily calm, her eyes fixated on Jiang Yu, revealing a disturbing obsession. In our culture, once two bodies have intertwined and kissed, one is bound to marry the other. Otherwise, others will deem her unworthy and unwanted. What an archaic remnant of feudalism in this modern age. Jiang Yu, already exasperated, feels the pressure of so many fans around him. He tries to pull his hand away, only to realize it is ensnared. Their hands are stuck together, slightly damp, as if bound by a powerful adhesive. So engrossed in feeling her smooth hand, he hadn't noticed the moisture that ensnared him. Furious, he snaps. What did you put on your hands? Super glue. The female fan beams at him, her face alight with a twisted excitement, then yanks him closer, forcefully tearing open his shirt to press against every exposed inch of skin. She embraced Jiang Yu and contentedly declared, although you deceived me, I still hold a deep affection for you. You are the first man to behold my body, and we are destined to be together forever. That good person was right. To love someone, one cannot merely pine from afar. We must be inseparable. With that conviction, she coated every inch of her skin with super glue, firmly bonding herself to Jiang Yu's flesh, ensuring they could remain together indefinitely. Jiang Yu was taken aback, horrified at being unable to extricate himself from this deranged woman. As he struggled, he lost his balance and fell to the ground, shouting, "Where are the security guards? Where is my manager? What are they doing? Someone, pull her off me. Hurry." Chaos ensued around them. Jiang Yu's manager, an experienced individual, had previously allowed the madwoman to proceed with her antics for reasons unknown. Now, upon being summoned by Jiang Yu, he stepped forward, methodically directing the security personnel to manage the scene, arranging for Jiang Yu to be taken to the hospital, contacting his family, and personally apologizing to all present fans, clarifying that Jiang Yu was not the type of person the crazed woman had claimed him to be. That evening, a diagnosis of the delusional fan was posted online, confirming her as a psychiatric patient who had concocted an elaborate fantasy due to her infatuation with Jiang Yu. Many fans who were present fervently attested to this, emphasizing the rational words Jiang Yu had spoken. As had happened on previous occasions, the crowd vented their ire at the madwoman, and Jiang Yu's popularity surged once more. However, his votes on the most disliked celebrity list significantly increased. Having spent 2 months on set, Wen Zhuying had endured a prolonged period of ennui, leading Qing Shuchao to finally declare that her shoot was complete and that there was no longer any need for her to remain with the crew. If one were to encapsulate Wen Zhuying in a single term, Qing Shuchao would immediately think of idle. The monotony of work was exacerbated by the sight of her lounging about all day. Wen Zhuying felt a twinge of reluctance, but that sentiment vanished when Qing Shuchao offered to gift her the plush sofa chair. She hurriedly seized the chair and dashed away, not even pausing to say goodbye, seemingly fearful that Qing Shuchao might reconsider and reclaim it. To avoid drawing attention, Wen Zhuying exited through the back door, only to encounter an anxious Sister Zhou. The two exchanged glances, with Sister Zhou eyeing the sofa chair that Wen Zhuying had hoisted onto her shoulder, her expression difficult to interpret. "Did you steal Director Qing's sofa chair?" She recalled the limited edition chair, worth over 300,000, making it easily recognizable. "This was a gift from him. I did not steal it. You can ask him." Wen Zhuying argued vehemently, insisting she was no thief. Fine, I believe you, Sister Zhou replied distractedly. Then stepped to the side to make a phone call, her tone urgent as she spoke to someone on the other end, inquiring if the situation was resolved. Yinshan should be taken to the city hospital immediately. Arrangements have been made. Hearing the affirmative response, Sister Zhou hurriedly left without further conversation with Wen Zhuying. It dawned on Wen Zhuying that Jiang Yinshan was ill, and the situation was grave. Over the past 2 months, she had developed a profound friendship with Jiang Yinshan. Prioritizing the visit to her friend over the sofa, she quickly found a delivery person to take the sofa directly to Fu Yu's estate while she ran to the city hospital, thus saving a considerable sum. Upon arrival at the city hospital, however, Jiang Yinshan's car was stationary at the side entrance, and Sister Zhou was becoming increasingly agitated, already venting her frustrations. Sister Zhou, aren't we at the hospital? Why aren't we going inside? Wen Zhuying wiped the sweat from her brow. Sister Zhou gritted her teeth, exasperated. Yinshan's rivals have deliberately leaked his whereabouts, causing a throng of fans to gather near the hospital, disrupting other patients. In an effort to disperse them, Yinshan falsely claimed he wasn't ill. I wanted him to be admitted quietly, but he insisted on returning to the Jiang family home, where they have a family doctor. But time is of the essence. The pressing issue was that Jiang Yinshan's pretense of good health had kept concerned fans away from a hospital. But they had not gone far. If they discovered he had returned to the hospital, it would surely incite a frenzy. However, returning to the Jiang home would consume too much time. Let us have Jiang Yinshan sneak into the hospital without the fans noticing, Wen Zhuying proposed. Fans are everywhere. There are people with cameras hidden in the buildings next door.
Sister Zhou lamented.
It's a minor issue. I have a foolproof plan, Wen Zhuying volunteered, her eyes twinkling with cunning as she devised a strategy. Sister Zhou assumed Wen Zhuying would suggest disguising Jiang Yinshan, but instead, she sprang into action, climbing into the car and wrapping him securely in clothing, leaving no part of him exposed except for his eyes. If they can recognize his eyes. Then if they can't see them, surely they won't recognize him. Which floor? 4th floor, respiratory department, room 2. Sister Zhou was baffled by this unexpected maneuver, but ordered 2 bodyguards to shield them as they discreetly exited with Wen Zhuying and Jiang Yinshan. She intended to advise against using the front entrance, but Wen Zhuying was already leading them towards a secluded wall. She bundled Jiang Yinshan behind her and, using both hands and feet, leaped up to grasp the stone ledge of the 2nd floor window. With a gentle pull, her entire body surged upward, gaining access to the 2nd floor. Then, like a gecko, she adeptly clung to the wall and continued her ascent. This was her foolproof plan. If the door would reveal them, then scaling the wall was the only option. Sister Zhou was left in stunned silence. Jiang Yinshan, unable to see anything, felt himself suspended in midair and instinctively began to panic, his voice muffled from within his clothing. Sister Zhou, what is Wen Zhuying doing? Why aren't you stopping her? Sister Zhou looked up at the 2 figures on the wall. This is beyond my control. Truly, I cannot stop this. Chapter 51. Scandalous rumors regardless of the tumultuous process. The outcome was ultimately favorable. Jiang Yinshan had indeed contracted a respiratory infection, leading to bronchitis, which had escalated to the point of necessitating hospitalization. He was reluctant to be admitted, as he still had several shoots and a fashion show to attend, along with a dinner event. Being hospitalized would squander precious time. After numerous attempts to persuade him, Sister Zhou looked pleadingly at Wen Zhuying. Please talk to him. Ask him if he values his career or his life more. Wen Zhuying popped her head out from behind Sister Zhou, one hand on her hip and the other clenched into a fist as she mimicked a stern expression, fiercely demanding, do you choose your career or your life? Jiang Yinshan hesitated, too intimidated to voice his preference for his career. Ever since he realized he had gotten in because Wen Zhuying had tied him up so securely and scaled the wall with him, he had developed a sense of awe towards her. How could she so effortlessly climb such a height while carrying another person? She must have been a gecko in her past life. Jiang Yinshan unconsciously glanced at Wen Zhuying's clenched fist, convinced that a single punch from her could end him. My life, he begrudgingly replied. Sister Zhou was satisfied, patting his shoulder. If you had just listened sooner. Jiang Yinshan coughed several times, fixing his gaze on Wen Zhuying, reminding her, you can put your fist down now. Though he had agreed to be hospitalized, he found the prospect dreadfully boring and a waste of time. Just as he lamented his lack of activities, a new development arose. Although his hospitalization had been discreet, avoiding fan detection, Wen Zhuying was captured entering his car by a photographer. Since his debut, Jiang Yinshin has never been embroiled in any scandal, nor has he engaged in any intimate gestures with female celebrities, demonstrating an admirable prudence. Suddenly, however, he was photographed with a notoriously infamous actress entering his car. This news sent shockwaves through his devoted fanbase, comprised of girlfriend fans, mother fans, and wife fans, all of whom were deeply unsettled. They are a cultured group, albeit not numerous, and while their insults may lack profanity, they exhibit a remarkable eloquence in their denunciations and an impressive ability to manage public opinion. Wen Zhuying's Weibo account has become a battleground, with fans urging her to steer clear of Jiang Yinshin. This incident escalated quickly, trending on social media within minutes of the initial photograph surfacing. Had it been someone adept at marketing, they would have allowed the situation to spiral, leveraging the controversy to generate buzz for a new film, thereby reaping substantial rewards. However, Jiang Yinshin despises such tactics and has made it clear to his agency from the outset that he will not engage in scandalmongering or ride on the coattails of others. He prefers to let his talent speak for itself. With his formidable background and undeniable prowess, the agency can do little but acquiesce to his wishes. Sister Zhou promptly used Jiang Yinshin's official account to clarify the situation, stating that it was a misunderstanding and that the two were merely acquaintances from the film set. Unfortunately, few believed her, with many suspecting a cover-up. Left with no choice, Jiang Yinshin took to his alternate account to issue a statement. Today as gossip? Shocking. Three-time Best Actor secretly meets controversial actress. Relationship in jeopardy?
False.
I was present. They are merely friends with no intimate interactions, let alone an extraordinary relationship. Please consume this gossip rationally and avoid following the crowd. This account, known for its engaging content, has garnered a loyal following among netizens. Since he claimed it was false, many were inclined to believe him. Yet, skepticism remained. You were on site? What were you, a bodyguard, a driver, or an agent? Even if you were there, how do you know Jiang Yinshin's true thoughts? Jiang Yinshin never allowed female celebrities in his car before. Yet now he permits Wen Zhuying. Doesn't that raise suspicion? We do not oppose a bachelor enjoying romance, but he shouldn't just settle for someone like her. Gossip blogger, you've changed. You are no longer the innocent observer, but a mere pawn of capital. If Jiang Yinshin paid you off, I'd offer you tenfold to expose his secrets. The more accounts rush to clarify, the more suspicious it appears. An explanation is merely a disguise, and a disguise conceals the truth. How can you prove your claims are genuine? How can we trust you are being paid off by Jiang Yinshin to cover for him? In truth, they cared little for the actual truth. They only believed what they wished to believe. Jiang Yinshin, who typically relished in consuming gossip, found himself the subject of scrutiny, feeling as if he were the very fruit of gossip being devoured. In moments of delight while observing others' scandals, Jiang Yinshin felt a pang of discontent at becoming the target. His handsome visage contorted into one of despair. Lying in his hospital bed, he set down his phone. Furrowing his brow in frustration, they captured merely a photograph of Wen Zhuying entering my car, yet their excitement suggests they believe we've committed some irrevocable act of intimacy. Would you engage in such intimate acts with Wen Zhuying? Sister Zhou chuckled, albeit in anger. Of course not. Jiang Yinshin retorted without hesitation. He felt an inexplicable kinship with Wen Zhuying, but it was not the kind of affection a man has for a woman. Rather, it resembled the warmth one feels for a mother. In other words, his feelings for her were purely familial. I believe you, Sister Zhou interjected. But do you think Wen Zhuying harbors any desire for intimacy with you? Her question thrust Jiang Yinshin into an icy abyss, leaving him momentarily stunned, his heart chilled, and his mind in a daze. Sister Zhou, what do you mean?
He stammered.
Standing by the window, Sister Zhou glanced down, as if recalling something, pursing her lips in hesitation, contemplating whether to speak. Ultimately, compelled by Jiang Yinshin's probing gaze, she voiced her suspicions. You and Wen Zhuying have only known each other for 2 months. How could she arrive so promptly upon hearing of your illness? And how is it that someone captured her entering your car? Unlike Jiang Yinshin's innocent musings, Sister Zhou had prior experience with other celebrities, both male and female. Having witnessed the sordid machinations of the entertainment industry and its unsavory secrets. Thus, she pondered whether the trending photo was a deliberate act on Wen Zhuying's part. After all, how could such coincidences arise? Jiang Yinshin perceived Sister Zhou's insinuation but immediately denied it. Wen Zhuying wouldn't do something like that. You're overthinking it. She's not that kind of person. Sister Zhou's voice turned steely. How can you be so certain of Wen Zhuying's intentions? Her past misdeeds are still fresh in the public's memory, don't you recall? The online world is rife with half-truths and deceptions, far from trustworthy. I trust more in my personal interactions. Jiang Yunshin, resolute in his beliefs, pointed out the window. Tell me, aside from Wen Zhuying, which woman would dare to climb 4 flights of stairs behind a man? Director Qing treats her well, and Bai Jingyu does too. If she desired resources, they would readily provide them. What reason would she have to risk her safety just to ride on my coattails? Sister Zhou fell silent, realizing the truth in his words. Indeed, aside from Wen Zhuying, no one would undertake such a perilous endeavor solely for the sake of garnering attention. A knock at the door startled both of them, and they instinctively turned to look. Wen Zhuying, peering through the glass panel of the door, waved frantically, appearing somewhat anxious. The tension that had filled the room dissipated as Sister Zhou composed herself and opened the door. Sister Zhou, is it lunchtime? Does Jiang Yunshin want to eat? I can go get him something. When Zhuying's round head peeked in, her eyes brimming with anticipation, Jiang Yunshin interjected, yes.
Just something light for me.
And you can get what you like. Make sure to eat well. It's on me. Wen Zhuying had initially intended to offer a friendly gesture, but with Jiang Yunshin insisting on treating her, she felt compelled to oblige and began listing her desired items. Then I can have pig trotters, beef jerky, roasted chicken legs, steamed sausages, and clay pot chicken, all of it. Jiang Yunshin, ever generous, interrupted her before she could finish her list, agreeing to buy everything. Jiang Yunshin, you're so kind. If you fall ill again, just call me, and I'll be your errand runner. Wen Zhuying exclaimed, touched, and with that, she dashed off to fulfill her task. Jiang Yunshin watched her retreating figure vanish in the blink of an eye, a smile blooming on his face, only to be followed by a fit of coughing that echoed through the room. Sister Zhou hurried to assist him. Once he regained his composure, the radiant smile remained on his face as he spread his hands in a gesture of resignation, chuckling softly. You see, Wen Zhuying's desires are never about seeking fame or clout. She simply enjoys these little treats, which hardly cost a thing. Human hearts are indeed inscrutable. Yet Wen Zhuying's intentions are remarkably easy to decipher. She merely delights in satisfying her modest cravings. Sister Zhou, amused, sighed, feeling a tinge of regret. I suppose I was overly suspicious. I thought Wen Zhuying might have ulterior motives, but in reality, she is as genuine as they come. Such a sincere and lively demeanor. No wonder Jiang Yunshin felt an instant rapport with her. They waited in the hospital room for Wen Zhuying to bring food. But instead of her arrival, they were graced by the presence of Jiang Yunshin's elder brother, Zhang Shiriyue. Clad in casual attire, Zhang Shiriyue nonetheless bore an air of formality. His tall and robust frame exuding an imposing presence, his broad back and stride imbued with a sense of purpose. Unlike Jiang Yunshin, whose stature seemed somewhat contrived for the sake of aesthetics, Zhang Shiriyue's uprightness was a testament to military training, radiating integrity. The resemblance between the two brothers was undeniable, though their temperaments starkly contrasted. One sported tousled hair, reminiscent of an ethereal being from ancient tales, while the other had a slick buzz cut, exuding a bold, rebellious energy. Upon entering, Zhang Shiriyue leaned against the doorframe, sarcastically remarking, "Oh, is this a case of dire illness?" Jiang Yunshin shot him a cold glare, retorting, "You're the one who is sick." The banter indicated that Jiang Yunshin's condition was not severe. Jiang Shiriyue sauntered over, his long legs crossing as he sank into a chair, nonchalantly propping up his leg, his demeanor casual and irreverent. Jiang Yunshin, irritated by his brother's gleeful demeanor, snapped, "You've seen him. He is doing just fine. So shouldn't you take your leave?" Jiang Shiriyue merely glanced at him, casually grabbing an orange, peeling it, and stuffing half of it into his mouth as he spoke. "Who said I came to check on your well-being? I'm here to discuss the scandal that made headlines. Where's that girl? After years of maintaining a pristine reputation, you finally sparked something?" Jiang Yunshin understood that his brother's visit was not out of concern for his health, but rather a desire to indulge in the gossip surrounding him. He impatiently declared, "It's all baseless speculation. I don't fancy her at all. She is merely a friend. The media has spun a romantic tale from a single photograph. It's utterly ludicrous." Jiang Shiriyue scoffed, ambiguously suggesting, "I've never seen you form friendships with girls before. This time is an exception, making it hard not to raise eyebrows. It's simply because I felt an inexplicable familiarity with her the moment we met." Jiang Yunshin exclaimed, sitting up in bed, grabbing Jiang Shiriyue's hand, his emotions running high as he continued, "Wen Zhuying resembles us quite a bit, particularly when she smiles. I even suspect she could be a long-lost daughter of our parents." Jiang Shiriyue inquired, "Is that the reason Dad blocked you?" Jiang Yunshin's brow twitched. That was an accident. Jiang Shuiwa dismissively responded, fortunately, Dad is still in the military. He only blocked you. If he were in Jiangdu, he'd probably rush over to give you a beating. Jiang Yunshin punched him lightly, insisting, I'm not joking, I'm serious. Wen Zhuying truly resembles us. She's gone shopping but should be back soon. You'll see for yourself. Jiang Shuiwa showed no interest, stating that he would rather practice shooting than meet a girl. He waved his hand dismissively, standing up to stretch, his tall frame casting a shadow over the sunlight. Furthermore, Yunshin, I must warn you. Our parents were each other's first loves, and there's no room for anyone else, let alone an illegitimate child. Don't speak of such things again, or I'll have to deal with you, illness or not. Jiang Yunshin, exasperated, pleaded, brother, can you please listen to what I'm saying?
Evanescent.
I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Take care of your injury. It's trivial if you're hurt, but worrying our parents is a far greater issue. With that, Jiang Shuiwa slipped his hands into his pockets and strolled away leisurely. Jiang Yunshin rolled his eyes at him, muttering under his breath, heartless, comes to visit me in the hospital without bringing anything and even eats one of my oranges. Chapter 53, Official Announcement. Sister Zhou thought to herself, you're upset over your brother eating an orange, yet you say nothing about Wen Zhuying finishing all your snacks? I really don't understand. Do brothers treat each other like this? Half an hour later, Wen Zhuying finally returned. As she poked her head through the window, Sister Zhou was at the windowsill rearranging Jiang Yunshin's schedule on the phone. Startled by the sudden appearance, she nearly dropped her phone, her voice rising an octave. Why didn't you come through the door instead of the window? Sister Zhou hung up and scolded her while feeling a mix of anger and irritation. Wen Zhuying jumped in through the window, hands laden with an array of delicacies, and explained, I saw paparazzi outside. And I was afraid they'd follow me in and make a fuss over Jiang Yunshin being unwell. Even if Sister Zhou was upset, her annoyance dissipated, replaced by profound gratitude and guilt towards Wen Zhuying. She felt foolish for ever doubting that the young girl had ulterior motives to be photographed. This guilt was of such magnitude that she would slap herself awake in the middle of the night. It's too dangerous to do that. You mustn't climb through windows carelessly from now on, understood? Sister Zhou took the food from her hands, chattering on. Wen Zhuying earnestly countered. It's not dangerous at all. It's quite simple. Where we're from, if you can't climb walls, you'd be chased down and bitten. You've watched too many dramas, haven't you? Sit down and eat. Sister Zhou's tone softened, and she felt a newfound closeness to her. Wen Zhuying sat down, one hand clutching a golden, fragrant drumstick, the other a tender pig-esque trotter, savoring them with such delight that the entire hospital room was filled with mouth-watering aromas. Jiang Yunshin opened a bowl of vegetable and lean meat porridge, which, though visually appealing and aromatic, paled in comparison to the rich scent of the pig-esque trotter. He couldn't help but gaze at Wen Zhuying. Wen Zhuying extended her hand towards him. Are you going to cover my meal? This cost a total of 305. Sister Zhou turned Jiang Yunshin's head away, comforting him. Just don't look, if you don't see it. You want to eat. After turning him away, she affectionately patted Wen Zhuying's head, saying, no need for Yunshin to pay. I'll treat you as an apology. Jiang Yunshin protested. Didn't we agree that I'd treat? Sister Zhou asserted. I'm treating. No, I am. Jiang Yunshin insisted. Wen Zhuying interjected, why don't we do this? I'll treat this time, and the next time will be Sister Zhou? Sister Zhou and Jiang Yunshin exchanged glances, unable to contain their laughter. All right, you're clever. The rumors surrounding Jiang Yunshin and Wen Zhuying spread uncontrollably, with numerous marketing accounts scrambling to capitalize on the buzz. Their identities were exceptional, one a sensational star in Huagua, the other an enigmatic figure, and such high-profile attention was impossible to retract. At someone's behest, Qing Xiuqiao issued a statement via the official Weibo account for the film Prince. The official Weibo for the film announced, the film Prince is set to make a grand entrance, telling the story of a fallen prince's rebirth. This autumn, let us anticipate this captivating tale alongside Jiang Yunshin by Jingyu and Wen Zhuying. We also extend our gratitude for the attention towards our actors Jiang Yunshin and Wen Zhuying. It's been a challenge getting them to rehearse together, but for the sake of immersing themselves in their roles and narrating the story, all efforts are worthwhile. This served as an explanation for the photograph of Wen Zhuying and Jiang Yunshin that had circulated. The implication was clear. These two individuals are actors in my film. Their interaction was orchestrated for rehearsals, and it's not what you might think. The reasoning was sound and convincing. As two actors sharing the screen in a scene left little room for speculation. This clarification not only dispelled rumors, but also officially announced the lead cast, achieving two objectives in one fell swoop. Jiang Yunshan's fans were overjoyed, firstly, that he wasn't romantically involved with Wen Zhuying, and secondly, that he had succeeded in becoming the lead in Qing Shuqiao's film. Director Qing Shuqiao's renown is nothing short of extraordinary. His fluctuating style is akin to that of a madman. Yet, he has produced films that grossed a staggering 4 billion, garnering accolades from both domestic and international film awards, thus establishing a formidable reputation. Numerous media outlets herald him as the beacon of hope for Chinese cinema. The collaboration between exceptional actors and a distinguished director invariably results in mesmerizing films for audiences to relish. Enthusiastic netizens flooded the official blog with exuberant comments. The 3 Golden Awards winner and the genius director. My goodness, what a divine pairing. Director Qing, your vision is unparalleled. I shall be poised to snatch up tickets. Yunshan's acting is beyond reproach. Every role he selects is meticulously curated. Investing in him is certainly worthwhile. Director Qing remains true to his craft, and with Jiang Yunshan as the lead, irrespective of the film's quality, I shall make time to watch it on release day, throwing confetti. I have seen every drama featuring Jiang Yunshan and every work by Director Qing. These two are my ultimate favorites. To witness their collaboration is truly a dream come true. Comments regarding Jiang Yunshan are overwhelmingly positive, with a few dissenting voices tinged with jealousy. This is the fruit of his years of meticulous dedication to honing his craft. In contrast, the remarks about Wen Zhuying and Bai Jingyu are far less gracious. Other actors involved are renowned for their talent. Even those less known are acknowledged for their remarkable skills. Their selection by Qing Shuqiao is met with understanding and anticipation. However, what merit does Wen Zhuying possess? A mere decorative figure devoid of talent. How could Qing Shuqiao choose her? And who is Bai Jingyu? No one has heard of this actor, with online searches yielding no results and even photographs are elusive. Yet he is cast as the second male lead, sharing numerous scenes with Jiang Yunshan. The mismatch in stature is the gravest misstep. Their skepticism towards these two is palpable. How did Wen Zhuying even get into the cast? Has Qing Shuqiao succumbed to the allure of beauty, becoming a fool blinded by charm? Has he simply bestowed her with a significant role? Who is Bai Jingyu? Who is Bai Jingyu? Who is Bai Jingyu? What qualifications does he possess to play the second male lead? What stature does he have to share the screen with Jiang Yunshan? I see that everyone has overrated Qing Shuqiao. He is no longer the visionary director he once was. I would wager that even with Jiang Yunshan as the lead, if other actors falter, this film will inevitably become a disaster. This blatant favoritism is absurd, while other actors are commendable. The selection of Wen Zhuying and the unknown Bai Jingyu for lead roles is undoubtedly a matter of connections. I detest such nepotism. For a newcomer to have such an impressive configuration in their debut film, let alone a royal connection, this is nothing short of heavenly privilege. However, there exists a fitting phrase: counterproductive. Since the official announcement, the online mockery has been incessant, with evaluations of Qing Shuqiao and this film being decidedly mixed. Regardless, this wave of publicity has been effectively executed. As long as the film does not falter during post-production, a top box office performance is surely secured. Chapter 54. A lifetime of residence. Wen Zhuying continued to enjoy a few blissful days with Jiang Yunshan. He was exceedingly accommodating to her every whim, while Sister Zhou treated her with a nurturing fondness akin to that of a grandmother indulging a cherished child. She had anticipated staying in the hospital until Jiang Yunshan was discharged, but her company called her twice, urging her to hasten to record for the variety show Haha, also known as Erha. It was only 2 days before the show's premiere that she bid farewell to Jiang Yunshan and returned to Fu Yu's estate. Fu Yu, having anticipated her return, prepared a sumptuous feast to properly nourish her, eagerly awaiting her arrival on the sofa. Upon seeing Wen Zhuying, Fu Yu was taken aback. She had expected that Qing Shuqiao, being such a strict and volatile individual, would render Wen Zhuying unfit to adapt, appearing haggard. Yet, the reality was that Wen Zhuying not only adapted but thrived, returning with a radiant glow and a beaming smile.
Fluenty.
Wen Zhuying darted into Fu Yu's embrace like a bird returning to its nest, affectionately pecking her cheek. While days spent outside were undoubtedly enjoyable, returning home to someone awaiting her provided a sense of security for her restless heart. Fu Yu wiped the saliva from her cheek with disdain, poking Wen Zhuying's head with her finger. You actually remembered to come back? The food is nearly cold.
Oh.
Even when I wasn't here, I constantly thought of you. Wen Zhuying glanced at the sofa, inquiring, is sitting comfortable? I didn't he ask for much else. Just that chair. That was because Qing Xiuqiao had permitted Wen Zhuying to take only the sofa chair. Had he allowed her to take more, she would have gladly claimed costumes, red lanterns, parasols, horns, and so forth from the set. Comfortable. Our littling is so thoughtful. Remembering to send me things from the shoot. Fu Yu, undeterred by the fact that many items in the estate were exceedingly expensive, still found delight in the second-hand treasures Wen Zhuying brought back. But that wasn't the only surprise. Wen Zhuying retrieved a bank card from her pocket and presented it to Fu Yu, beaming with pride. Fu, auntie, this is my salary card. Fu Yu pushed it back. What would I need your salary card for? It's your money. Keep it. I can't stay here for free. This is rent. If you refuse to accept it, I shall move out. Wen Zhuying pouted, adopting a petulant demeanor. In her heart, she thought, paying rent would prevent a recurrence of being locked out at midnight with nowhere to go. Fu Yu's heart suddenly ached, tears brimming in her eyes. Despite being born into a wealthy family, one would expect her to be indulged and self-assured in enjoying the kindness of others. Yet, Wen Zhuying was entirely the opposite. She appeared carefree while meticulously keeping track of every expense, quietly calculating how to repay each favor. Love is akin to nurturing flowers. If Wen's family truly treated Wen Zhuying as the internet suggests, how could she have developed such a disposition? Perhaps it was merely superficial, lacking genuine care. But that is of no consequence. Wen Zhuying is now her treasure, and she shall nurture her well. It is never too late. Fu Yu wiped her eyes and reached for the card, smiling, littling, you are incredibly generous. This amount is enough for a lifetime's residence here. Really? I have no idea how much is on the card. Wen Zhuying shyly pressed her lips together, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and a subtle hint of trepidation. This place is so beautiful. If the rent is sufficient, I wish to reside here for a lifetime. It is certainly enough. That little Qing fellow is exceedingly generous when it comes to money. Hasn't he told you the amount to avoid startling you? Fu Yu nodded while leading her to the dining table. If we don't eat now, we shall be left with cold food. Wen Zhuying was not picky, but she could discern the distinct flavors of the dishes. Upon tasting, she immediately recognized Fu Yu's cooking, and soon, the table was cleared in a whirlwind.
Leaving Fu Yu elated.
Having eaten to her heart's content, Wen Zhuying's stomach was now round, making it difficult to bend down and tidy her belongings. Thus, Fu Yu took it upon herself to pack. Wen Zhuying insisted on bringing more beautiful dresses, and Fu Yu, aware of her preferences, filled nearly half a box with them. After the luggage was packed, Fu Yu still harbored concerns for Wen Zhuying, fearing she might be bullied in the variety show without support, and resolved to accompany her. She promptly called the director of Heiress, inquiring if she could be added to the cast. The director politely declined, explaining that it was a prank variety show featuring notoriously infamous celebrities, selected by netizens' votes. Since Fu Yu was not on the list, she was not among the invited stars. Moreover, prank variety shows consist of various mischievous activities, and with Fu Yu being an elderly individual, any mishap occurring during the program would be a liability they cannot afford. In summary, it's simply one to-do. Fu Yu hung up the phone, her face clouded with worry. Meanwhile, Wen Zhuying reclined on the sofa, caressing her round belly like a lazy creature, her voice soft and languid. Aunt Fu, aren't they allowing you to join? No. Fu Yu shook her head, expressing her concern, but I'm uneasy about you going alone. Wen Zhuying, unfazed, let out a casual belch, a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. The ones who should be worried aren't me, but the production team. If they encounter me, it's their misfortune. It finally dawned on Fu Yu that this slender girl, who appeared so delicate, had quite a reputation in the realm of variety shows. Indeed, the ones who should be worried were the production team. All right, then I shall allow you to go alone. What are the contact details of your manager and assistant? I shall help you reach out to them, Fu Yu stated. Wen Zhuying looked bewildered. Manager and assistant? I don't have those. Fu Yu's expression turned serious. Your company hasn't he assigned you any? Wen Zhuying fiddled with her fingers, a hint of displeasure on her face. No, they even advised me against accepting that milk tea endorsement, but I've already done so. During breaks while filming, I went and wrapped it up. What kind of shoddy company is this, more disorganized than a small workshop? Not only did they fail to arrange a manager and assistant for Wen Zhuying, but they also expected her to refuse endorsements. Fu Yu was furious, a wave of indignation surging within her, and she felt an urge to storm into an entertainment company and confront the executives. After several deep breaths, She barely managed to suppress her anger, saying, "You rest for now, I'll go negotiate." Chapter 55, Not Wanting to Act? In the production team of Qing Shuchao. The screenwriter had grown unaccustomed to not seeing the little monarch lounging on the sofa, munching snacks while watching dramas for several days. He approached Qing Shuchao to inquire, only to discover that Wen Zhuying had left several days ago, lamenting, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? I was about to introduce her to another director." Qing Shuchao paid him no mind, engrossed in the filming, too apathetic to even retort, realizing he had misspoken. The screenwriter sought an alternative route and called the higher-ups at Wen's company. As soon as the call connected, he got straight to the point, explaining his intent. He and the director had agreed to let Wen Zhuying review the script before asking her to audition. To his dismay, Mr. Liao, upon hearing this, promptly declined on behalf of Wen Zhuying, stating she wouldn't audition for the script. The screenwriter had prepared a plethora of arguments, and upon receiving this response, he stubbornly asked, "She hasn't even seen the outline of the script, and little one doesn't want to act?" Mr. Liao, exasperated, replied, "She herself stated she no longer wishes to act in films. Am I to deceive you? If she doesn't want to act, there's nothing I can do." The screenwriter was left speechless, unable to comprehend, and before he could gather his thoughts, the call ended. Staring at the disconnected line, he wore an expression of disappointment and regret. Not wanting to act? How unfortunate. In his eyes, Wen Zhuying's appearance and talent were perfectly suited for that director's film. The next day, under Fu Yu's insistence, Wen's company finally relented, agreeing to release Wen Zhuying from her contract without remuneration, provided she finished recording the air variety show first. Wen Zhuying did not grasp the significance of this matter, but she recognized it was all thanks to Fu Yu, who had sweet-talked her into nearly succumbing to the pressure, eager to send her off to the live broadcast. Fu Yu had wanted to send Wen Zhuying by helicopter but was refused, as the production team had specified their gathering location was in the forest, where landing a helicopter was impossible. They could only take a bus. Thus, Fu Yu purchased a plane ticket for her, ensuring she sat next to Bai Jingyu, advising her, "Bai Jingyu has promised me he will look after you during the show. If you need his help, feel free to ask him directly." Isn't it the case that only celebrities despised by netizens participate in variety shows? Why is Bai Jingyu joining too? With his fragile health, how can he partake in a prank variety show? When Zhuying expressed her strong opposition, Su Yang arrived late, dragging Bai Jingyu's suitcase, having come ahead of him, leaving him behind. He nonchalantly remarked, "Isn't it because of this living father, who insists on acting in a film, that Qing Shuchao's movie? A newcomer with no works to their name, and their status is too low to directly participate in Qing Shuchao's film. It's only natural they'd be criticized." Everyone collectively pushed him to the top of the charts. Upon finishing, he cast a regretful glance at Wen Zhuying. If Bai Jingyu got the role of living father, it would certainly be him being criticized, and then you two could participate in the variety show together. Bai Jingyu approached leisurely, casting a warning glance at Su Yang, signaling him to watch his words. Su Yang shrugged, embodying a relaxed demeanor as if he were a pig unbothered by boiling water. "Isn't it tough being a worker? Can't I even ship CP?" Well, hearing that Bai Jingyu could join her in the same variety show, she felt a mix of worry and a hint of joy. "Sugo, why do you call Bai Jingyu living father?" When Zhuying casually initiated a conversation. "Because he is as unpredictable as the weather. Dealing with him is as troublesome as dealing with my father," Su Yang coldly retorted, bitterness emanating from his years of toil. When Zhuying felt compelled to clarify for her friend, "Not troublesome at all. Although Bai Jingyu is a bit pampered, he is actually quite easy to take care of." Not troublesome? Easy to take care of? Those words can apply to Bai Jingyu? Su Yang felt as powerless as an 80-year-old woman laboring under the scorching sun, struggling to fetch water for miles, only to end up watering someone else's land. "Damn it, I don't want to attend this dreadful class any longer. I'm going back. Little Shadow is still waiting for me to feed her. Such a vast enterprise still needs my management."
With that,
Su Yang dropped the suitcase and walked away. This hard-working individual, toiling away, while the true boss, Bai Jingyu, leisurely strolled about. How splendid. Fu Yu, having never held a job, couldn't he comprehend the source of Su Yang's grievances, only feeling a twinge of pity for the boy. She diverted her gaze from Su Yang to Bai Jingyu, expressing her concern once more. "I'll trouble you to keep an eye on my littling. She is very obedient." Bai Jingyu glanced at the curious Wen Zhuying, his eyes brimming with warmth and affection, nodding, "I will." Wen Zhuying, immediately defensive, shot him a glare. "You're so weak. It'll definitely be me taking care of you." Bai Jingyu readily acquiesced. Then I shall rely on you. With her hands on her hips. Wen Zhuying puffed up her chest proudly. No need to mention it. We're friends. It's only right. At that moment, the live broadcast from the production team had begun, though it was still airing advertisements. Previously, the production team had announced the 8 participating stars. Ultimately, only 6 were willing to join, while the other 2 had backed out at the last minute. The final 6 stars participating, in the order of their ranking, were Jiang Yu, Wen Zhuying, Qi Fa, Zhou Lan, Ding Rui, and Bai Jingyu. This variety show was among the highest rated, and even during the advertisements, the live stream was already buzzing with hundreds of thousands of viewers, the bullet comments filled with pointed sarcasm. All villains here. The sleazy man Jiang Yu, the wicked faux heiress Wen Zhuying, the pretentious chauvinist Qi Fa, the princessic Zhou Lan, the drama queen Ding Rui, and the royal Bai Jingyu. Thanks to the previous class representative, this episode really has so much to offer. Just the thought of seeing this bunch of loathsome characters make fools of themselves excites me. It's quite good. Each star's flaws are so apparent. Without this prank variety show, I wouldn't know how to vent my frustrations. It's rather difficult to pick out the most detested star among them. Who knew there were so many villains in the entertainment industry? After 2 long months of anticipation, the latest episode has finally aired. The previous installment left me invigorated. And this time, I hope the new lineup of stars proves to be equally entertaining. The journey to the destination involves an hour-long flight, followed by a 30-minute train ride. And finally, a bus ride. The bus traverses several impoverished villages, with only the main road being paved. Once we veer off the main road, we navigate a stretch of muddy path before reaching our destination. A wide river lies ahead, with an open space where a segment of the production team has set up various equipment and numerous cameras, all facing the bus doors. Chapter 56. The prank variety show. The first to disembark is Wen Zhuying, who eagerly hops out as soon as the bus comes to a halt. The fresh air and pristine environment of nature are unmatched by any urban greenery, and she breathes deeply, savoring it. This girl has an impressive resilience. It's astonishing she still thrives in the entertainment industry, truly the embodiment of a malicious female antagonist, utterly repugnant yet ever-present. When it comes to being insufferable, Wen Balian is truly omnipresent. At last, I can see Wen Balian participating in a variety show again. I've missed her so much. What on earth? Wen Balian actually has fans? Who possesses such peculiar taste to support Wen Balian? Don't be skeptical. Once you watch the show, you'll understand how charming Wen Balian truly is. Thanks for the invite, but I'm merely here for amusement. This show is filled with villains. Only a fool would find it appealing. After mocking Wen Zhuying, the audience eagerly calls for the next star to emerge from the bus. Wen Zhuying rushes to the door, extending her hand in a gentlemanly manner, proclaiming, "Prince, please disembark." The 6 stars are divided into 2 groups. The first group includes Jiang Yu, Qi Fa, and Zhou Lan. The second group consists of Wen Zhuying, Ding Rui, and Bai Jingyu. The first group has already aired, having struggled across the river and faced significant ridicule. Now, it is the second group's turn. The title of prince must surely belong to a man, and aside from Bai Jingyu, who else could it be? As a newcomer with no prior works and virtually no online presence, not even a single photo, the audience remains oblivious to his appearance. However, they're certain that regardless of Bai Jingyu's looks, he deserves to be criticized, and they anticipate doing so once they see him. Upon his arrival, the comments fall silent for a moment, as the audience is momentarily struck speechless by the stunning beauty of Bai Jingyu. He stands tall, likely over 180 centimeters, with a slender frame. Dressed in a light gray suit, his skin is pale and flawless. Yet, what captivates even more than his physique is his exquisite face, defined cheekbones, smooth lines, and tousled hair brushing against his brows, complemented by light-colored eyes reminiscent of sunlight on glass. Such refinement surpasses that of many women. Yet his pallid lips hint at a fragile state. A gust of wind prompts him to cough lightly, adding a touch of color to his lips. His hand rests gently in Wen Zhuying's as he disembarks with deliberate grace, flashing her a knowing smile that elevates the once drab bus into a realm of elegance. Even through the screen, his allure is undeniable. In person, he must be breathtaking. A wave of admirers fervently takes to their screens. Is this the legendary Bai Jingyu? How has such a perfect visage remained unknown in the entertainment industry? The face of a genius has emerged. I declare myself his new fan. It's no wonder director Qing chose him. With that face, he could dominate the screen. I have a bold speculation. Could he have an indescribable relationship with director Qing? Nonsense. It's evident that Wen Zhuying and Bai Jingyu are familiar with each other. Their chemistry is off the charts. The director glances at his tablet, intrigued. After so many episodes, it's the first time the audience's reception of a star's entrance is overwhelmingly positive, even leading to shipper comments. It appears that Bai Jingyu and Wen Zhuying are favored by the show, warranting more screen time to stir up conversation. As Bai Jingyu and Wen Zhuying make their entrance, another star arrives not by bus, but in her private vehicle. Ding Rui, adorned in exquisite makeup and a delicate light pink dress, elegantly struts in high heels. Her hair meticulously styled. Upon stepping out of the car, she stumbles slightly on a small stone, nearly twisting her ankle. Noticing the rocky and muddy terrain of this impoverished setting, her composure crumbles. I refuse to film here. It's utterly uninhabitable. I want to go back, she exclaims, turning to leave. The driver, peeking out from the driver's seat with a helpless expression, responds, "Miss Ding, I'm afraid I can't assist you. The young lady has insisted on bringing you here to remedy your princess complex." With that, he retreats, refusing to open the door. Fuming, Ding Rui stamps her foot, while her two assistants, each carrying a suitcase, attempt to comfort her. "Miss Ding, we've brought everything you need. There's no cause for concern." With no other option, she begrudgingly prepares to film, her high heels making her steps uneven, while her aides trail behind, cautious not to provoke her ire. The audience, however, revels in her displeasure. Princess Ding has arrived, accompanied by her two assistants. This time, Princess Ding has truly toned it down, bringing only 2 aides. In the city, she usually has at least 4 with her. Haha, look at her expression. It's genuinely hilarious. Well deserved. Who told her to wear high heels? Just look at everyone else's footwear. I knew Princess Ding wouldn't come on her own. Turns out her sister sent her here? What a brilliant move. Ding Rui approaches with a scowl, momentarily stunned to see Wen Zhuying, then dismissively snorts, "How unfortunate to be filming a variety show with you." Wen Zhuying struggles to recall who this person is. After a decade away, few remain etched in her memory. "Do you know me?" Wen Zhuying inquires. Ding Rui smirks derisively. "You must know my sister, Ding Rumen?" The mention of her sister jogs Wen Zhuying's memory. This is the younger sister of the woman who had kindly driven her to Wen's company. "Ah, it's you. You're Ding Ding's sister, little Ding Ding," she exclaims, recalling her childhood habit of bestowing peculiar nicknames on acquaintances. Ding Rui's expression shifts instantly. "Don't call me that. I have a name." The tension builds, and the audience anticipates an impending clash, ready to record. Yet, Wen Zhuying remains unfazed, simply responding with a nonchalant, "If you don't want me to, then I won't." She swiftly dismisses the moment, turning her attention to the director with a cheerful query about their next activity, her enthusiasm apparent. The director, observing her bright demeanor, thinks to himself, "Smile all you want. Soon enough, that smile will fade. First, we need to check our luggage and remove anything that cannot be brought along," he announces. The only prohibited items are snacks and fruits. Chapter 57. How to cross the river. At the mention of disallowed snacks, Wen Zhuying's expression turns despondent, her large, doe-like eyes pleadingly fixed on the director in hopes of a reprieve. The director, lacking compassion and reveling in his mischief, remains unyielding. For what else could lead to such a prank-filled variety show? Not only did he prohibit Wen Zhuying from bringing snacks, but he also proceeded to inspect her luggage on the spot. To his astonishment, half of her large suitcase was filled with jerky, including but not limited to beef jerky, pork jerky, and duck jerky. Good heavens, which benevolent soul travels with such an abundance of jerky in their suitcase? The audience was utterly perplexed, left speechless. Is this a famine? The director's heart is truly ruthless. I almost agreed just now. When Balian seems rather odd, let me observe further. The director coldly declared that none of these items could be taken across the river. The production team would keep them safe and return them to her when she went home. Wen Zhuying gazed vacantly at the sky, reluctant to engage in conversation. After bullying one, the director turned his attention to another, inspecting Bai Jingyu's suitcase. Unfortunately, Bai Jingyu was exceptionally compliant with the rules, having brought no snacks whatsoever. This search yielded nothing. The director then looked towards Ding Rui. Ding Rui, displeased, naturally did not present a pleasant demeanor. With a pointed glance at Wen Zhuying, she remarked, "As a respectable young lady, I am not here fleeing from disaster, nor do I sneak snacks." The director flashed a sly smile, gesturing to her two assistants behind her, stating, "You can only take one. The assistants cannot accompany you." The prospect of traveling without her assistance nearly sent Ding Rui into a frenzy, her eyes flashing with indignation as she attempted to negotiate. "Can I bring just one?" Without her assistance, she felt her very survival was at stake. The director replied, "Not even one." Ding Rui, undeterred, pressed, "How about half?" The director quipped, "Dear, we are a law-abiding show that does not support dismemberment." Ding Rui's expression morphed into one of utter despair, mirroring that of Wen Zhuying. The live chat erupted with laughter. This was merely the appetizer. Once the luggage checks concluded, the director addressed everyone. "Do you see the river before you? This is the Cow Dung River, 15 meters wide and 60 centimeters deep at its deepest point. Today, you must cross the river on your own and then ride a tricycle to the foot of that distant mountain, where you will spend the night." The trio collectively gazed at the Cow Dung River, which indeed appeared quite wide, devoid of any bridge, with a dilapidated tricycle parked on the opposite bank and a herd of yellow cattle grazing nearby. The only option seemed to be wading through the river. However, the production team was not about to make this task simple. The riverbed was coated with a slippery substance, and stepping on the stones would send one tumbling. Some stones were even smeared with cow dung. Attempting to traverse it would surely result in falls, leaving one filthy and odorous. Speaking of falls, one could not overlook the previous trio, Jiang Yu, Zhou Lan, and Qi Fa. Upon discovering they could only wade through the river, Zhou Lan exclaimed, denouncing the production team as unscrupulous. Qi Fa, handsome in appearance, cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Lan, asserting that women should remain at home, nurturing their families, rather than meddling in such affairs, only to create chaos. Zhou Lan, leaning in, sweetly replied, "Chigo, I am different from them. I believe women should earn more money before leaving the industry, to alleviate the burden on men later." Seizing the moment, Jiang Yu rolled up his sleeves and offered, "Come. I will carry you across." Qi Fa also volunteered to bear her. She blushed, ultimately deciding on a compromise. One would carry her for part of the journey. And as she clung to Jiang Yu's back, her face beamed with joy, blissfully unaware of his wandering hands. Viewers felt an urge to reach through the screen and deliver a light slap to her, urging her to notice that her rear was being pinched. The trio remained unprepared for the production team's cunning, who had smeared slippery oil on some stones and cow dung on others. Consequently, as they reached the midpoint, they slipped, resulting in a comical tumble. Qi Fa, unwilling to lose face, floundered in the water, blaming Zhou Lan for her heavy feminine aura disrupting their fortune. Attempting to wipe their faces with her hands, inadvertently smearing them with cow dung. The foul odor provoked a round of dry heaves, and before they knew it, they were back in the water. The scene devolved into utter chaos. The three were left in a disheveled state, soaked and covered in cow dung. While the water cushioned their falls, their dignity was thoroughly compromised, and their formerly polished images lay in ruins. The audience, moments ago nearly in stitches, now relished the spectacle,
cheering them on.
Although the scene was distasteful, the trio's predicament brought about a wave of joy among viewers. As for the remaining three, aside from a few who were captivated by Bai Jingyu's looks and wished to spare him embarrassment, others eagerly anticipated the moment when the two would roll around in the cow dung. Yet, upon the director's announcement to cross the river, none of the three made a move. When Zhuying glanced at the sparse trees above the river, leading into a forest in the distance, looking to the sky, she asked the director, "Is there a way to cross from above?" The director feigned a willingness to negotiate, stating, "As long as you can cross, any method is acceptable." In reality, they had not provided any alternative routes for the stars. They could only cross the river. When Zhuying withdrew her gaze, brushing her empty belly, "Well then, I won't rush, I'll have a bite first." The director merely stated that the jerky could not be taken across. But he never said it could not be consumed here. When Zhuying pulled out several bags of beef jerky, scampering to the riverbank, wiping a stone clean, and sat beside Bai Jingyu, enthusiastically inviting him, "Let us share. Eat more to gain strength."
"Thank you."
Although Bai Jingyu's expression remained largely unchanged, he obediently followed Wen Zhuying's lead, resembling a docile little wife. His compliance perfectly aligned with Wen Zhuying's perception of nurturing a delicate being, and she was delighted to have such a pampered companion on the show. His striking appearance was effortlessly photogenic, and the audience found themselves enamored once more, with pink bubbles of affection surfacing. That voice sounds so familiar. Those hands feel so familiar. Is this not the same man from Happy Life who helped Wen Zhuying into the car? Setting aside character, this pair seems somewhat well-matched. The beginning of the story always has a way of captivating attention. They may seem quite compatible at first, but trust me, As the story unfolds, you will lose interest in shipping them. What is there to match? Two vases can be paired. Some people should just stop being ridiculous. Did no one notice that when Balian asked if they could cross from above, has she discovered a way to get across? Chapter 58. The chemistry with everyone. Wen Zhuying and Bai Jingyu remained stationary, while Ding Rui showed no inclination to wade through the cow dung river. She was not foolish. Observing the production team's expressions, she discerned that crossing the river was far from a good idea, as it likely concealed some frightening surprises. She glanced at the two seated by the riverside, leisurely eating, and felt as though she were looking at two incompetent allies, which made her heart race with frustration. Determined to rely on herself, she donned her towering heels and limped along the rocky path, searching for any alternative route across. After circling the river for quite some time, Ding Rui realized the river was exceedingly long and wide. The narrowest point was precisely where they had initially stopped. Of course, that spot was likely rigged to ensnare them. The production team was truly devious. Venturing further, the forest lay eerily quiet, appearing quite intimidating, prompting her to hastily retreat. Upon returning from her extensive detour, she found Wen Zhuying and Bai Jingyu still leisurely munching away, prompting her to exclaim, "Aren't you two going to think of a way to cross? Sitting idly will not get you across." "I'm contemplating my options before eating," Wen Zhuying replied, taking a hearty bite of the last piece of jerky. Her cheeks puffed out. Ding Rui rolled her eyes to the heavens, exasperated. "What plan could you possibly have? You've just been sitting there." Beside them, Bai Jingyu offered two tissues, extending them to Wen Zhuying to help her wipe her hands. Wen Zhuying, however, misinterpreted the situation. She cast a glance at him, and immediately revealed an expression of understanding. Taking the two tissues from his hand, she methodically wiped Bai Jingyu's hands, tending to one before the other. Only after both were clean did she release him, declaring, "They're all clean now." She had a way of indulging others. Bai Jingyu could not help but chuckle, the corners of his lips curling into a barely perceptible smile as he rubbed his fingertips together, greedily savoring the warmth she left behind. A feeble attempt to soothe the surging desires within him. After Wen Zhuying finished wiping his hands, Bai Jingyu casually tossed the tissues into the trash bag and lifted his chin toward her, signaling, "If you wish to play, then go ahead. There's no need to keep looking at me." He understood her well. Seeing her eyes darting about, he knew she was enamored with this place and eager to explore. "Then you wait here for me," Wen Zhuying declared, rising and patting her backside as she assumed a runner's stance. Ding Rui was somewhat exasperated. "You finished eating, and you still want to play?" Wen Zhuying ignored her, springing forward like an arrow released from a bow, making a beeline for a tall tree. Her shoes seemed to grip the ground like nails, and she climbed the trunk with nimble agility, reaching the top in mere seconds. A casual glance from onlookers was all it took for them to turn back and find her already perched atop the tree. Observing the figure clad in a rainbow-colored dress, with trousers underneath and dainty shoes, resembling a fragile doll as she ascended, Ding Rui found herself stunned. "Is this what you call playing?" The astonishment of the live stream audience mirrored Ding Rui's own, wanting to curse, but ultimately deleting the comment. Her speed is astonishing. She should not remain in the entertainment industry, but be sent off to the military instead. Estimating this tree to be at least 4 meters tall, she ascended in the blink of an eye. Her strength is truly formidable. Wait a moment, didn't she just say she wanted to play? Is this what you call playing? Wow, that's impressive. Even the infamous Wen Balian possesses such extraordinary skills. Am I the only one who feels utterly useless in this world? Those who had never witnessed Wen Zhuying's performances were taken aback by this spectacle, akin to seeing a pig climb a tree and questioning their own eyesight. Yet, those familiar with her previous acts had a different perspective. Wen Yi is holding back today. She didn't uproot the tree, but rather climbed it. Well, what can I say? Wen Yi is environmentally conscious. Learning to climb trees is surely to avoid uprooting them. Others remarked, how can anyone be completely unsurprised by Wen Zhuying's performance? Did they miss something? Just as Ding Rui's jaw dropped in shock, the colorful figure leapt down from the tree, landing gracefully before her, causing Ding Rui's pupils to constrict in fright. In her hand, she held a cluster of fruit adorned with leaves, which she offered to Ding Rui. "Your sister loves fresh cherries, just picked from the tree. I figured you might like them too. However, there are no cherries here, only this. Go ahead, eat." The girl's beauty was striking, exuding an innate, delicate charm. Yet her movements were anything but clumsy. She jumped from such a height and landed firmly, the wind from her descent tousling Ding Rui's hair. Both beautiful and charismatic. Ding Rui felt an involuntary blush rise to her cheeks. Despite her reluctance, she found herself accepting the fruit, stammering, "That's nice." The two sisters not only resembled each other, but their temperaments were also alike. Wen Zhuying was pleased with her discovery and, feeling playful, decided to share the bounty. "How many more do you want? I'll get you more." Ding Rui's voice had a slight tremor. "No need. That's enough." It had been years since her voice had sounded so timid. "No, you must have more," Wen Zhuying insisted, disregarding her refusal and swiftly climbing the tree to gather more fruit. How odd, it seems Wen Balian and Princess Ding have quite the chemistry. Princess Ding's voice is involuntarily trembling. How amusing. Wen Balian is remarkable. She has chemistry with everyone. Just now, when she was next to Bai Jingyu, they seemed perfectly matched, and now with Princess Ding, they also look quite compatible.
No.
You all missed the most important point. Wen Balian's grace in climbing up and down the tree is of a caliber only a true master possesses. Wen Zhuying darted between trees, ensuring everyone received a fair share. Whoosh, she leapt onto one tree. Whoosh, she was off to another. After gathering a substantial amount of fruit, she finally decided she had enough. From one of the trees, she found a vine as thick as her arm, approximately 3 to 4 meters long, and held it in her hands as she jumped down. Director Wu, observing the vine, immediately surmised her intentions. Did she plan to tie it to a tree and swing across like a swing? Just as he finished his thought, he laughed heartlessly, pointing out the flaw in her plan. The river is quite wide. That vine isn't nearly long enough. If you try to swing across, you'll end up in the river. It would be better to wade through it. Wen Zhuying raised a finger and shook her head. This is not for swinging. Director Wu was puzzled. Then what do you intend to do with this vine? Wen Zhuying raised an eyebrow and pointed at Bai Jingyu to tie him up. Director Wu's alarm bells rang in his mind, and he reiterated to everyone, "This is a lawful program. We do not engage in any form of criminal activity." Chapter 59. The Shrinking Brain. Although he knew he was being unscrupulous by orchestrating a variety show to prank a group of glamorous stars, he never intended for it to escalate to such a perilous situation. What was going on with the guests of this episode? They seemed a bit frightening. But I'm not that kind of person. Wen Zhuying shot a disgruntled glance at Director Wu, swinging the vine in her hand toward Bai Jingyu. "Are you going to do it yourself? Or shall I?" The stance, the words, the tone, all resembled that of a seasoned kidnapper. And a skilled one at that. Director Wu's inner thoughts. You're not that kind of person? Are you really not that kind of person? However, true men never regret their choices. Since he had invited these guests, he would bear the consequences, whatever they may be. Under the gaze of everyone, Wen Zhuying bound Bai Jingyu behind her, his towering figure overshadowing her smaller frame, making movement cumbersome and accentuating her petite stature. Bai Jingyu, resembling a whale in stature, had once carried her when she was gravely ill during the apocalypse, ensuring her safety while they fled. Back then, she felt her size contrasted favorably with his, providing her with a sense of comfort. Now, with their roles reversed, everything felt utterly awkward. Wen Zhuying turned to glare at Bai Jingyu. "What is the point of being so tall?" Others chimed in, "That's a bit unreasonable. Can anyone control their height?" Bai Jingyu lowered his gaze at the fluffy little head nestled in his arms, a look of apology on his face. "I'm sorry." Wen Zhuying felt satisfied, waving her hand dismissively. "It's fine. Just don't grow so tall next time." The others were astounded. This is pure gold. Once bound, everyone was curious about how she intended to proceed, guessing wildly, yet none could fathom her actual plan. Wen Zhuying, with Bai Jingyu on her back, climbed a large tree near the riverbank, grasping a sturdy branch that extended outward. With agility, she swung her body, the combined weight of both bending the branch like a bow. As the branch reached its maximum arc, she released her grip and caught hold of a branch extending from a tree on the opposite bank, successfully traversing the distance before gently setting Bai Jingyu down. Director Wu rubbed his eyes vigorously, his worldview completely shattered, rendered speechless by shock. Was this truly how Warm Candle Shadow described passing through above? Is this even a method conceivable by humans? The sheer strength displayed was astonishing, utterly unfathomable.
Ah.
I'm swooning from the charm. Bursting into a high-pitched scream like a groundhog. When she swung through the air, my brain momentarily shrank. What on earth is this? As she swayed midair, I nearly suffered a heart attack. Is this really Wen Balian? You tell me this is Wen Balian? Is this not my husband? There is something amiss with your variety show. It should lead everyone into a paradise of joy, not into the halls of matrimony. After escorting Bai Jingyu to the opposite bank, Warm Candle Shadow returned to retrieve their luggage. binding it with vines around her body and traversing the same route once more. Once secured, Warm Candle Shadow turned to Ding Rui, who still stood in astonishment. Would you like me to take you over? Ding Rui, awakening from her daze, finally closed her mouth. She glanced at the towering tree trunk, which was filthy, a patch of grime smeared across Warm Candle Shadow's clothing. Her own attire was freshly changed, her hairstyle newly styled. She wished to avoid such filth. So she shook her head, declining. Very well then. Warm Candle Shadow, not one to force her hand, shouldered the luggage and proceeded. Bai Jingyu took the suitcase, while Warm Candle Shadow busied herself with the tricycle arranged by the production team, no longer attending to Ding Rui. Observing that the two truly intended to abandon her, Ding Rui began to panic, waving her hands frantically in an attempt to garner their attention. Hey, don't leave me behind. Please help me cross. Having organized the tricycle, Warm Candle Shadow turned back, mimicking Ding Rui's gestures, shouting, Wasn't it you who refused my assistance? Ding Rui glanced at the tree trunk, hesitating between walking over the tree or through the river, ultimately opting for the former with great difficulty. I need your help now, please. Warm Candle Shadow crossed her arms, mischief gleaming in her eyes, feigning difficulty. But I don't feel like helping you anymore. Ding Rui offered a proposition. I'll give you a reward. After filming, I'll transfer you money. Seeing the bait had taken, Warm Candle Shadow abandoned her pretense of reluctance and boldly stated her demand. I don't want that. I saw 2 blankets in your suitcase earlier. Just give me those. Ding Rui, not particularly concerned about the blankets, only eager to cross, readily agreed. Laughter erupted among everyone. Earlier, when called, she refused to go, insisting on waiting until they were about to leave before agreeing for reward. Warm Candle Shadow climbed over, hefting Ding Rui's suitcase, and with her astonishing strength, hurled it directly to the opposite bank. Ding Rui protested. Why is your suitcase carried over while mine is thrown? Now it's all muddy. Will you clean it for me? What a troublesome person, so unaware of her own melodrama. Warm Candle Shadow, carrying the last suitcase, turned to Ding Rui, her smile sweet, revealing pearly white teeth. Because I found throwing it over simpler. Perhaps I should toss you as well? Ding Rui took a step back, swallowing nervously. No. I think throwing it over is quite all right. I've realized, to cure a princess's illness, one needs a bit of absurdity. Are you serious with that step back? Haha. Even Princess Ding has her moments of vulnerability. Goodness. Don't just talk about Princess Ding. Even Warm Balian's extraordinary strength makes me tremble, shuddering. After a series of twists, Warm Candle Shadow successfully brought Ding Rui across the river via the upper route. Upon reaching the other side, Warm Candle Shadow retrieved the 2 blankets from Ding Rui's suitcase, only to discover Bai Jingyu was missing. Bai Jingyu, where have you gone? She exclaimed in a flurry. I'm here, coming. Bai Jingyu emerged from behind a tree, carrying several broken planks, each approximately 40 centimeters wide, and the combined length of the pieces was at least 16 or 17 meters. What are you doing with that? It's filthy. Toss it away. Warm Candle Shadow said, her face contorted in distaste. I think we might need it, Bai Jingyu replied. The staff on the other side watched in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping. Director, how did he manage to dig out our bridge? Chapter 60. Reverse prank. That was the bridge they were supposed to use to cross the river, now not only unearthed by Bai Jingyu, but also broken into several pieces. Director Wu reassured himself. They shouldn't take it. It's of no use to them. There's glue over there. We can stick it back together. However, in the next instant, Warm Candle Shadow not only permitted Bai Jingyu to take the stack of planks, but also helped him load them onto the tricycle, placing a blanket underneath for him to sit on, and another covering his legs. Warm Candle Shadow drove, with 2 people seated behind. The tricycle swayed left and right as it departed, exuding a certain flair. The staff exchanged glances with Director Wu. You said they wouldn't take anything. Director Wu's lips twitched. I never anticipated they would act this way. Before driving away, Warm Candle Shadow took a moment to feed a few cows nearby, murmuring softly as she tugged on their ears. After they left, the staff on the opposite bank approached, their faces resembling that of a bitter melon. Fear evident as they gestured. Director, I swear, I truly tried my best to protect the planks. But that exceptionally handsome man, with a mere twist of his hands, snap. The planks broke. It frightened me. Just like that, with both hands grasping the planks, a gentle bend caused them to snap. They were so thick. Yet he broke them with such ease. It was truly outrageous. The tremor in his voice revealed the psychological toll this incident had on him. Director Wu's mind was engulfed in a storm. He had thought only Ding Rui and Warm Candle Shadow were the reckless ones. He hadn't anticipated that the remaining Bai Jingyu was no better. The first two were overtly mischievous, while the latter was covertly so. Yet, he remained a stable individual. With the bridge gone, he didn't become agitated, instead reassuring everyone. It's fine. We can carefully walk through the river, just avoid the slippery spots. As a group hurriedly packed their belongings, several cows suddenly approached the river, a total of 7 or 8 of them, marching straight into the water and starting to defecate and urinate. Plop, 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 one pile followed another, flowing endlessly. Although the river's water was alive, it flowed slowly. And soon, the once clear lake was littered with cow dung and urine, a putrid yellow stench pervading the air. The river had truly become a cesspool of cow dung. After relieving themselves, the cows lay down in the water, unmoving, as if ready to unleash another round. The entire production team wore expressions of despair. How are we supposed to cross now? This is utterly impossible. Not only did Warm Candle Shadow and her group abscond with their bridge, breaking it into several large pieces, but they also incited the cows to relieve themselves right in the middle of the river. But Director Wu was supposed to be stable my foot. Warm Candle Shadow. He erupted in a thunderous roar. The audience erupted in laughter. A prank variety show typically involves the production team pranking the guests. Yet now the guests had turned the tables, pulling a reverse prank. It was utterly absurd. Through the screen, viewers could palpably feel the production team's plight. The bridge is gone, and crossing the river is impossible. The Airha production team has tragically faced their first Waterloo. Brothers, I'll laugh first as a courtesy. Haha. Director Wu, even the calmest person cannot remain calm. How utterly frustrating, ha. Honestly, I've grown tired of the usual pranks on stars. I also enjoy this reverse prank. How can one Bailian be so amusing? Inciting a herd of cattle to defecate in the river. Who would think of such a thing? What do you think? Can anyone who swings across a river on a branch be considered a normal person? Facepalm. According to the markers left by the production team, Wen Zhuying slowly ascended the mountain in a tricycle. As the altitude increased, their view broadened, revealing scattered houses at the foot of the mountain, tranquil as a hidden paradise. Upon reaching their destination, the first sight was a 2-story bungalow nestled halfway up the slope. Recently renovated, it bore a hint of luxurious modernity, a rarity in this forest setting. In front of the building lay an open space where several tents were being erected, still in the process of setup. The tricycle came to a halt in the clearing, and Wen Zhuying alighted, extending a hand to assist Bai Jingyu. Just as her hand reached out, another figure squeezed in, an elegantly attractive woman, her gaze fixated on Bai Jingyu like a starving wolf eyeing its prey. The three of them appeared simultaneously, and she immediately zeroed in on Bai Jingyu. Zhou Lan extended her hand with excessive enthusiasm, her voice sweetly delicate. Hello, are you also a guest on this show? There are 6 of us, and I've met everyone else. You must be the remaining Bai Jingyu, right? A flicker of disdain crossed Bai Jingyu's eyes as her thin lips parted, turning her gaze coldly away. Placing her hand in Wen Zhuying's palm and gracefully stepping down from the vehicle, she said not a word, yet every movement conveyed her disdain for Zhou Lan. Zhou Lan was momentarily taken aback, her expression stiffening. How could Bai Jingyu disregard her entirely? Biting her lip, she scanned the entwined hands of the two with resentment, declaring, "Girls should cherish themselves. Before marriage, it's essential to maintain boundaries with men and avoid intimate gestures with others, or else your future husband might find it distasteful." Don't you agree, Bai Jingyu? What is this little brat talking about? Isn't she the one who just met a sleazy guy and let him grope her? How dare she criticize others? What arrow is this? The liberation of Huagua has not extended to your small mind, has it? They knew each other before entering the show. What's wrong with holding hands? It's not like they've eaten your rice. Bai Jingyu's gaze turned frigid, sharp as ice shards, landing on Zhou Lan, her pale lips moving to utter a single word. Leave. Zhou Lan felt as though her throat had been gripped by fate itself, standing dumbfounded. The words she spoke were what men typically favored. Yet this man before her unhesitatingly told her to leave? Ding Rui inappropriately burst into laughter. Zhou Lan turned to her. What are you laughing at? Ding Rui responded. Laughing at your deafness. Didn't you hear when he told you to leave? Wen Zhuying harbored an aversion to Zhou Lan but could not articulate why. However, if the other party were disabled, she would be more inclined to show leniency. Tilting her head to observe Zhou Lan's ears, concerned she might not hear. She formed her lips into a clear shape, compassionately suggesting, if you are hard of hearing, perhaps you should visit a hospital first instead of rushing to record the show. Zhou complexion fluctuated between green and white. Finally, we've encountered a man with a proper mindset. Watching Zhou and those two foolish men earlier was infuriating. Wen Zhuying is truly piercing. Indeed, sincerity is an everlasting weapon. Exactly, are you deaf? He told you to leave. So, why are you still standing here being an eyesore? If someone were to slap her now, it would be even more delightful. Chapter 61. Indulging everyone, the trio unloaded their luggage from the tricycle and did not immediately enter but instead inquired of those setting up tents. Why aren't you going inside, but rather setting up tents at the entrance? Chi cast a disdainful glance at them. You really don't know? You should have realized from crossing the river that the more serene it appears, the more problematic it is. A luxurious house appearing in the depths of a forest, with its door tightly shut, surely hides something. So setting up tents here poses no issues? Wen Zhuying pointed at their tents, questioning, don't you think it's unsafe to pitch a tent on concrete? What do you know, woman? Chi asserted confidently, from my experience, it's absolutely fine. Jiang Yu and Zhou Lan also believed they should set up tents outside. If they entered the house, something even more outrageous than the cow dung river would surely occur. Wen Zhuying could not comprehend their reasoning. Why not stay in a good house instead of camping outside? She reached for the door lock, only for it to fall off with a mere touch, requiring her to kick the door open. As the door swung open, a yellowed skeleton dangled from the beam, swaying as the bones clattered together, while its hollow eye sockets held two fake red eyeballs, staring directly into Wen Zhuying's eyes. The audience, watching from behind the screen, collectively shuddered. What sort of hellish trick is this? Wouldn't the guests be terrified? Yet, none of them cried out. Wen Zhuying widened her eyes slowly, joyfully exclaiming to Bai Jingyu, the production team isn't so bad after all, they even sent us a toy. The audience reacted, wait, you call that a toy? Chi crossed his arms, dismissively stating, if even Wen Zhuying isn't afraid, who would be? If I had opened the door, I wouldn't have been scared either. I could even play with it. Upon hearing this, Wen Zhuying immediately seized the skeleton, yanking it down and tossing it to Chi. Then you can play with it first. The skull landed squarely in Chi-Fa's arms. He let out a terrified scream, flinging the skeleton away and collapsing to the ground, his face contorted in fear. Wen Zhuying picked it up from the ground and offered it to him. Didn't you say you wanted to play? Here, you can have it, just return it after playing, don't hesitate. I don't want to play anymore. Chi scrambled to his feet, trembling, and fled while screaming, as Wen Zhuying chased after him, playfully asking why he no longer wanted to play. It was an absurd yet comical scene, as Wen Zhuying indulged everyone with a sense of affectionate exasperation. Didn't you say you wanted to play? Then let us lend it to you for a bit. Wen Zhuying is so nurturing. She satisfies every desire, just questioning whether you dare to act. She's a treasure girl. Whether it's princess syndrome or pretentiousness, none of it works in her presence. Honestly, I can't help but laugh at this absurdity. I'm already laughing uncontrollably, seeing Chi refuse to accept the skeleton. Wen Zhuying assumed he was merely being polite and decided to play with it herself, holding the skeleton in one arm and her suitcase in the other. She entered the house, with Bai Jingyu following closely behind. The interior was relatively normal, aside from the dim lighting. Ding Rui stepped forward, glanced inside, then retreated, sitting atop one of the suitcases with her eyes closed, seemingly conflicted about whether to follow the two upstairs. Jiang Yu approached her with a smile. What are you thinking about? Are you pondering over men? Ding Rui, taken aback, opened her eyes and replied coolly, I was thinking you should stay away from me. Jiang Yu, oblivious to her disinterest, focused on her beautifully refined face and reached out to drape an arm over her shoulder. I was just teasing you. If you aren't going upstairs with them, why not join us in setting up the tent? I can help you. As his hand reached toward her, Ding Rui sidestepped, standing up with a look of disgust. No thanks. I find your hands, which have touched countless women, repulsive. Jiang Yu's expression darkened, glaring at Ding Rui, feeling she was utterly ungrateful. Chi chuckled lightly. Ding Rui, a woman ought to be more gentle and virtuous. Otherwise, no man would desire her. When she grows old and becomes an unmarried woman, it will be too late for regrets. Ding Rui retorted sharply. Get lost.
Zulan interjet.
How can you speak like that? Ding Rui shot back. You can go too. I relish watching them confront each other. This variety show is truly delightful, filled with all manner of antagonists. Princess Ding is merely a bit spoiled. She has no other major flaws, does she? Her combativeness is commendable. Princess Ding is not one to indulge others. Upstairs, Wen Zhuying entered her favorite room, discovering it was filled with an array of skeleton props, each with a unique entrance. Some skeletons emerged from beneath the sofa, while others sprang forth from inside cabinets. A few even lay in the refrigerator, severed into pieces. This discovery thrilled Wen Zhuying, akin to a treasure hunt, as she hummed merrily while searching for the skeletons. Bai Jingyu trailed behind her like a devoted shadow, dutifully carrying the newly found skeletons. The production team could never have anticipated that the very items they intended to use to frighten the guests would transform into beloved playthings for Wen Zhuying, who was thoroughly enjoying the search. The last place she sought was beneath the bed. According to the tropes of horror films, something terrifying was bound to lurk there, and it would be of substantial weight. She bent down but found nothing, so she decided to sit on the edge of the bed. Unbeknownst to her, the production crew had already sawed through the bed slats. The moment she sat down, they collapsed, sending her tumbling. As she rose, her hair disheveled and her expression bewildered, she exclaimed, "I barely sat down. The bed just broke." Bai Jingyu lifted the covers, revealing the clearly sawed slats underneath. It was evident that this mishap had been orchestrated by the production team. "That's a relief," Wen Zhuying said, patting her chest, still shaken. However, a new dilemma arose. With the bed broken, there would not be enough space for them to sleep. At that moment, Wen Zhuying recalled the wooden planks Bai Jingyu had brought, which were just the right length to serve as makeshift bedding. "Please keep an eye on my toys. You must guard them well while I fetch the planks," she instructed earnestly. Bai Jingyu patiently assured her that he would vigilantly watch over the skeletons, though she still felt a tinge of hesitation. The eerie atmosphere had been transformed into a light-hearted one by her presence. "Go on. Who would dare steal your skeletons? Do you think everyone plays by your unconventional rules? Don't worry. Tens of thousands are watching the live stream, and frankly, no one else finds these props appealing. I wouldn't even accept money for such toys, so rest easy. I'm getting anxious just watching. Hurry up." Chapter 62. A fright that nearly stole their breath as Wen Zhuying stepped out to retrieve the planks, she was met with Ding Rui's intense gaze, filled with an unspoken hope. "How is it inside?" Ding Rui inquired. "Quite splendid. There's all sorts of furniture, even an ensuite bathroom and a mahjong table." Wen Zhuying paused, her eyes sparkling as she added, "And there are plenty of toys." Ding Rui, upon hearing the word toys, immediately envisioned the eerily lifelike skeletons and felt a twinge of fear. She was frightened as well, but concealed it for the sake of appearances. Zhou Lan chimed in sarcastically. "How considerate of the production team. Perhaps they just wanted to prank you both and let others join in on the fun? I suspect that too,"
Chifa interjected confidently.
"Having watched the first 2 episodes, I can assure you that the production team's mischief knows no bounds. What you're experiencing now is merely a prelude. Wait until nightfall, and you'll realize that staying inside is far less preferable than being outside." Zhou Lan gazed at him in admiration. "Chigo, you truly possess experience. I'll stick by you." Ding Rui, initially torn, found her dilemma resolved by their banter. Even if the pranks inside tarnished her image, it was still preferable to being outside with these 3 eccentrics. After just a short time outside, she felt the air was tainted, making her feel quite ill. "I'll go in with you," Ding Rui declared, rising to join Wen Zhuying. As Wen Zhuying was gathering the planks, she casually handed 2 back to her. "Here.
Take some," she said.
Ding Rui hesitated, eyeing the jagged edges of the planks, concerned they might injure her hands. Wen Zhuying turned to her, her brows slightly furrowed. "Are you really planning to do nothing? I dislike lazy individuals. If you choose to be idle, I might just find you unlikable." Ding Rui's heart fluttered. Did that imply Wen Zhuying liked her? She had assumed her reputation was so poor that both the production team and guests disliked her, yet here was Wen Zhuying, who did not share that sentiment. As this realization dawned on her, Ding Rui felt her composure falter, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. "Are you going to take them or not?" Wen Zhuying prodded with a plank. "I will," Ding Rui exclaimed, wrapping her arms around the planks, a sly smile forming as Wen Zhuying caught her in the act. Seeing her smile, Wen Zhuying recognized her fondness for work, which greatly improved her impression of Ding Rui, prompting her to fetch a few more planks for her to carry. Ding Rui's grin froze in place. As Wen Zhuying confidently strode ahead with the planks, Ding Rui trailed behind like an elderly woman with a limp. As twilight approached, another group from the production team finally arrived, each member displaying weary and exasperated expressions. Director Wu's face was devoid of emotion, yet it was evident he was in a foul mood. "Why have you only just arrived?" Jiang Yu provocatively asked, stirring the pot. Director Wu's face fell, and he squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "We went to enjoy the scenery." The other crew members, burdened with equipment, wiped the sweat from their brows, reminiscing about their ordeal with tears in their eyes. The trio inside the tent genuinely believed the director had taken the crew to admire the views, their eyes tinged with envy. However, the audience was well aware of the chaos the production team had endured, laughing uncontrollably at the unfolding scenes. It turned out that when the herd of cattle finished their first round of business in the water, they proceeded to do so a second and third time. Director Wu and his crew waited by the riverbank, hoping the waste would float away with the current so they could cross. Just as they were about to pass, the cattle stood up, munching and relieving themselves, quickly transforming the river into a fragrant stream of refuse. Director Wu had nearly stepped into the water before retreating, mentally preparing himself for a longer wait. The cattle, no longer stationary, wandered the river, continuing their business. Consequently, they had no choice but to take a lengthy detour. A group of them, laden with bags, trudged along a particularly long mountain path, drenched in sweat, finally arriving just before the sun completely set. This was an absolute humiliation, a disgrace they could not reveal to the guests. Thus, he fabricated a tale about enjoying the scenery. As the last rays of sunlight vanished beyond the horizon, a crew member reminded Director Wu, "The new project is about to commence." "Are Wen Zhuying and the others in their room?" Director Wu inquired. A crew member checked the monitor and found the room's surveillance obscured, rendering it invisible. "They are probably inside. It's the second room to the left upstairs." "That's good," Director Wu replied, his eyes narrowing with an unusual fierceness as he commanded, "Bring me the costume and props. I shall handle this myself." After all, the task of scaring people was something anyone could manage. They adorned Director Wu in the costume, adding a long wig and applying a meticulously crafted ghastly makeup, preparing him for his entrance. Due to the obstruction of the surveillance cameras in that room, Director Wu affixed a miniature camera onto his own head and, upon ascending the stairs, crawled on the ground. His hands were stained with vivid crimson liquid, leaving a trail of bloody handprints as he crawled, which were further smeared by his clothing, creating a chaotic pattern. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to the terrifying scenes found in horror films. With his hand smeared in red, he pushed open the door, his breath faint, and ominously called out, "My dear guests, welcome." One would expect the place to be in utter disarray, with screams echoing throughout. However, the reality was starkly different. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, devoid of any sound. Director Wu spoke again, "Guests?" Yet still, there was no response. Were they truly so frightened that they had lost their wits? Confused, he raised his head, only to be met with a sight so horrifying that he let out a shrill scream, abandoning all semblance of composure as he scrambled out, "Ah, help me." The lights in the room had long been replaced by the production team. The ceiling lights were broken, leaving only the floor lamps functioning, casting green and red neon glows that illuminated the surroundings. At a table sat 3 individuals, each clutching a deck of playing cards, their faces adorned with white slips of paper that obscured their eyes, rendering their eye sockets dark and hollow, as if devoid of eyeballs. Flanking them were rows of stark white skeletal frames, meticulously arranged, with skulls all directed towards the doorway, their red orbs glistening eerily, resembling the real thing. "Director, you have arrived," exclaimed Wen Zhuying, seated directly across from the door, her expression radiant with joy, her lips a vivid red against her white teeth, her tone buoyant. The other 2 slowly revealed their sinister smiles, their voices low as they echoed, "Director, you have arrived." There was no blood. Yet the scene was infinitely more chilling than any with gore. The audience, witnessing this through Director Wu's perspective, was gripped by a profound sense of dread. Their lives had nearly been snuffed out by fear. Chapter 63. The live stream room is banned. Awe. "Someone save me. It's terrifying." One Balian smiled. "And it felt just right. Someone check if she is human, fearful. I'm utterly terrified." Gunala, the god of darkness, has turned comical. Turn comical. Turn comical. What the heck? Is this a prank show? When did it become a horror film? I want to file a complaint. Complaint. Princess Ding has also turned mischievous, inexplicably becoming adorable. I now understand why they covered the cameras earlier. If they hadn't, the live stream would have been shut down, right? The last viewer spoke with alarming accuracy. Within mere seconds of sending their message, the moderator arrived and banned the live stream, citing, "This live stream room is suspected of graphic violence and has been temporarily closed." The viewers, "Now it doesn't seem so frightening," and some even found it mildly amusing. This live stream had aired countless episodes, initially garnering immense popularity with millions watching concurrently, filled with all sorts of profanity, yet nothing ever happened before. The moderators had merely issued warnings. As the excitement dwindled, the viewership decreased to mere tens of thousands, and the atmosphere had significantly calmed.
Yet now,
This group had managed to get the live stream banned. What level of horror was this? In previous episodes, numerous celebrities had not reached such a terrifying threshold. Was this level enough to propel the show to trending status? Or perhaps multiple trending topics? The prank show guests had managed to get the live stream banned. A prank show scarier than horror films. Why was the director of Heiress left trembling in fear? A shocking new dawn for domestic variety shows? These peculiar and intriguing headlines swiftly captured attention, arousing curiosity to click on the links. The results were startling. They too were taken aback. My goodness! This atmosphere is indeed more terrifying than any horror film. What an eccentric cast this season has. The beautiful girl in the center doesn't look like she's acting. I suggest the production team check if she still has a pulse. Only after watching did I realize that the ban on this live stream was not without reason, laughing and crying. Has Heiress become this interesting again? The production team truly knows how to entertain. I want to see for myself. I was initially bored, but now I feel compelled to return and watch once the live stream is unbanned. Although many were frightened, the curiosity inherent in the Chinese populace prevailed. And after such an experience, they genuinely wished to witness the live stream in person. This could be seen as a blessing in disguise. Outside the house, the other members of the production team stared at the pitch-black screen, exchanging glances, hesitating over whether to rescue the director. However, upon further reflection, they deemed it more vital to unban the live stream. It was certainly not out of fear of the three guests, who were more sinister than any specter. Absolutely not. Inside, Director Wu endured a harrowing ordeal. The sight upon entering had sent him into a tremor, rendering him weak as he crawled with all his limbs. After a few steps, a frigid hand grasped his ankle, the chilling touch causing him to shudder involuntarily. Wen Zhuying tugged at his leg, her voice ringing clear, "Director, since you've arrived, don't leave." "The more, the merrier," Director Wu replied. "Thank you for the invitation, but I am not particularly fond of such merriment." After dragging him inside, Bai Jingyu leisurely closed the door. "I adore your prop costume. It looks splendid. Do assist me in removing it." When Zhuying gazed at Bai Jingyu with starry eyes. As if the horror was not enough, they aimed to steal his costume as well? Wu raised his hands in surrender. "I concede. I cannot compete with you. May I please keep my prop costume? It might be useful for the next episode." Bai Jingyu squatted in front of him, her beauty reminiscent of a figurine. Her skin pale and fragile, her gaze gentle, yet her words were chilling. The affairs between the director and guests cannot be termed as stealing. It is more appropriate to say borrowing. "Wu, we are merely borrowing your prop costume." Wu exclaimed, "You're utterly wicked. Bai Jingyu is truly diabolical." Ding Rui stealthily peeled away the white slips of paper from her face, which she had affixed after losing a card game. She observed the two, noting their practiced coordination, clearly not their first time engaging in such mischief. What should one do when confronted with such a gang? Unable to outfight them, one could only join them. After Wu's prop costume was removed, he assumed this was the end, but it was merely the beginning. When Zhuying once again seized him, enthusiastically inviting, "Director, join us for a game of mahjong. We've grown bored with cards." Ding Rui discreetly removed the paper from her face, nodding vigorously yes. "We wish to play mahjong. We are one player short." Though framed as an invitation, he was afforded no right to decline. Glancing at the three grinning faces encircling him, illuminated by the floor lamp, he felt as if he had stumbled into a den of wolves. Refusing was not an option. Not only did he agree, but for the sake of his own experience, he even went about fixing the lights and switches. This episode of horror was his creation, and these very props were his handiwork, intended to bemuse the guests and expose their follies. The audience relished such spectacles, watching disliked celebrities face misfortune and capturing their embarrassing moments. Little did he know that he would be the one facing calamity. Once all the switches were repaired and the lights turned on, the room brightened, dispelling the eerie ambience, and the fabric obscuring the camera could finally be removed. The four of them gathered around the mahjong table, ready to commence their game. Outside in the open space, Zhou Lan expressed her fear, gathering the three others into a tent, where they sat together to converse. When the thunderous shout from Director Wu reverberated through the tent, they all heard it.
Zhou Lan.
Gripped by fear, instinctively burrowed into Jiang Yu's embrace, her brows knitted tightly together. Could it be that the production team had played such a cruel trick on them? Chi Fa displayed an expression of satisfaction, lifting his chin with a mocking tone. I told you I had watched the first 2 episodes and had experience. Yet you refused to believe me, insisting on your own course. If you perish in there, you deserve it. Jiang Yu, holding Zhou Lan, expressed a hint of regret. It's a pity I wasn't there, otherwise, I could have comforted Wen Zhuying and Ding Rui when they were terrified. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, causing their tent to sway violently with a thunderous noise. Zhou Lan could not help but tremble. What is happening? Why is our tent moving? Could it be blown away? Shut up. Chi Fa snapped impatiently. The tent I pitched cannot possibly be blown away by the wind. As soon as the words left his mouth, the wind intensified unexpectedly. The tent, unsecured to the muddy ground, could not withstand the force of the gale. With just a gentle push, it was lifted and sent rolling across the ground. Jiang Yu hastily released Zhou Lan and crawled out of the tent, with Chi Fa following closely behind. Zhou Lan, after rolling twice, finally emerged, her clothes and hair in disarray. Outside, the production crew had set up a massive fan, and as they opened their mouths to speak, the wind caught their lips, rendering them voiceless. After what felt like an eternity, they found refuge under an eave, only to encounter a water pipe from which a stream of red water gushed forth, sending them into a panic, faces ashen as they scrambled for cover. Help! I'm so scared! Zhou Lan cried, clutching her head in desperation. Meanwhile, the 2 men were utterly preoccupied, unable to attend to her. At that moment, the live broadcast room where Director Wu was located was finally unsealed. While chaos reigned here, resembling 3 drenched rats scurrying about in disarray. On the other side, the atmosphere had transformed into a cozy glow, with 4 individuals gathered around a mahjong table, immersed in a serene moment of leisure. It was an idyllic scene, strikingly at odds with the program's intended theme. Chi Fa had once adamantly warned others against entering the room, insisting they stay outside, mocking them for their misfortune. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Let me tell you a joke. I've watched the first 2 episodes, I have experience. I'm dying of laughter. These 3 fools. I've long been tired of their smug faces. Finally got what they deserved. Ha ha ha. Finally, we can stop listening to their nonsensical chatter. What a relief. After enduring for so long, we awaited this moment. The 3 of them weren't pranked. It's you all who were. Surprised, aren't you? When will I see this and not laugh? Ha ha ha. The 4 continued their game of mahjong deep into the night. The other 3 were still asleep, while Wen Zhuying had risen at 6 in the morning to exercise. She felt restless if she didn't work out for a day. Always plagued by a sense of insecurity. Feeling inadequate, she had been powerless when she witnessed Sister Whale vanish before her eyes. If only her strength were sufficient, she could protect those she wished to safeguard. Having experienced a light rain the previous night, the ground was nearly dry, but the trees still bore a slight dampness, leaving her hands dirty upon contact. Not wanting to exercise among the trees, Wen Zhuying sought a suitable location. After 10 minutes of searching, she discovered a martial arts training ground not far from their accommodation. It was a spacious area with a gravel-covered field, complete with parallel bars, shooting targets, and obstacle walls, currently devoid of any other individuals. Was this not the perfect training venue tailored for her? Wen Zhuying warmed up her arms and immediately began to jog around the field. As she ran, a man dressed in a black t-shirt and pants appeared beside her, swiftly overtaking her like the wind. Startled, Wen Zhuying quickened her pace and passed him. He, too, was taken aback, glancing at the swaying ponytail and the back of her head, deepening his gaze as he nonchalantly accelerated to overtake her again. A spark of competitive spirit ignited within Wen Zhuying. Oh, so we're racing now, are we? She boosted her speed, nearly igniting sparks beneath her feet. With each surge of speed, he matched her, their distances remaining within a mere meter of one another. After completing 20 laps, they astonishingly reached the finish line simultaneously. Zhang Shuiwa leaned on his knees, panting heavily, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He glanced at the soles of his shoes, now worn thin, his expression reflecting disbelief. During his military days, he had been the fastest runner, yet this girl could match his pace. Before he could fully process his astonishment, Wen Zhuying tugged at his shirt, breathless with excitement. Let us see who can do more push-ups. Since they couldn't determine a victor in the race, they would switch to another challenge. Jiang Shirui was pulled aside as Wen Zhuying immediately positioned herself on the ground, performing push-ups with a voice as resonant as a bell. 1,
2,
3, 4. Seeing her start, Jiang Shirui promptly lay down, supporting himself on the ground, his rhythm easily keeping pace with Wen Zhuying as he counted 14, 15, 16. They remained neck and neck, rendering this competition inconclusive. Suddenly, Wen Zhuying placed one hand behind her back and began performing push-ups with one arm, her form impeccably textbook. Observing this, Jiang Shirui resorted to balancing on 3 fingers, tilting his head as he did push-ups, raising an eyebrow at Wen Zhuying in a clear provocation. Wen Zhuying stood up, approached the parallel bars, hooked one foot around one side, and with one finger gripping the other side, positioned her body perfectly straight, commencing her push-ups while suspended. This maneuver required not only extraordinary arm strength, but also remarkable balance. Yet, she executed it effortlessly, not even breaking a sweat. She even had the leisure to cast a light glance at him, her strikingly clear eyes conveying one message: "You're pathetic." Jiang Shirui, drenched in sweat and flushed with exertion, rose from the ground, rendered speechless and utterly captivated, not daring to blink.
clap, clap, clap.
Unable to contain himself, Jiang Shirui erupted into applause, his heart racing with admiration. Impressive. Truly impressive. After Wen Zhuying completed 500 inverted push-ups, she casually wiped her brow, finally beginning to catch her breath. Hands on her hips, regarding Jiang Shirui with disdainful nostrils. Did he still wish to compete? No more. I can't compete with you. Jiang Shirui genuinely admired her, gazing at her as if she were a rare treasure. Are you the new military champion of Zhengdu this year? Which captain trained you? Wen Zhuying had no idea what he was referring to, shaking her head in response. Oh, I see. Jiang Shirui exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. You're the national military champion. Wen Zhuying gave him a look of disbelief. I already told you, I'm not a military champion. Why don't you understand? Then what are you? I'm a star filming a show on the mountainside. Wen Zhuying stated proudly, if you watch television, you might even see me on screen. You mean to say you're a star, not a soldier? Jiang Shirui's voice unconsciously rose, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary revelation. This was incomprehensible to him. The words made sense individually, but together they were utterly baffling. The girl before him, with astonishing arm strength and agility akin to a leopard, was not a soldier but a star? Is the entertainment industry this competitive nowadays? Suddenly, she took note of Jiang Shirui's appearance, growing increasingly convinced that he bore a striking resemblance to someone familiar. Leaning in closer on her tiptoes, she couldn't help but voice her curiosity. What is your relation to Jiang Yunshin? Indeed, this visage closely mirrored that of Jiang Yunshin, especially in the features, though the hairstyles and overall demeanor diverged significantly. The man before her sported a buzz cut, with eyebrows slightly arched and a gaze cast downward, exuding an air of nonchalance that starkly contrasted with Jiang Yunshin's polished, refined demeanor. I am his elder brother, his biological brother, Jiang Shirui replied, his attention now drawn to Wen Zhuying. An avid fitness enthusiast, he often engaged in friendly competitions with the new recruits to hone their skills. When confronted with a formidable opponent, he would focus intently on the challenge, dismissing all else. Earlier, he had been taken aback by Wen Zhuying's prowess, but as he regained his composure, he realized that her face too was familiar, remarkably so. It was nearly a youthful replica of his aunt. How astonishing it was that such a similar individual existed. As he ruminated over this revelation, a sudden epiphany struck him, recalling something Jiang Yunshin had mentioned. He hastily inquired, are you by any chance named Wen Zhuying? Wen Zhuying nodded emphatically, a spark of excitement igniting within her as she exclaimed, what a coincidence. You are Jiang Yunshin's brother. How is he doing now? Is his health improving? Jiang Shirui, still somewhat astonished by her appearance, fixed his gaze upon her and distractedly responded, he's doing all right, though his manager insists he take more rest and recuperate in the hospital. Before Wen Zhuying could reply, he eagerly pressed on, are your parents still alive? This question lacked any semblance of politeness. Wen Zhuying thought of her parents, and her large eyes dimmed involuntarily, her earlier enthusiasm waning, rendering her reluctant to answer. Nevertheless, she maintained her courtesy, replying, they are both in good health. Not only are they healthy, but they have also found a biological daughter who brings them great joy. Jiang Shirui, still inclined to inquire further, was met with an inexplicable glare from Wen Zhuying, signaling her disinterest in continuing the conversation. I don't wish to answer any more questions. I'm leaving.
Goodbye.
With that, she nimbly scaled the wall and vanished from sight. Feeling awkward, Jiang Shirue wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and chose not to pursue her. Instead, he retrieved his phone from his jacket on the sidelines and dialed Jiang Yunshin. Why are you calling me? Jiang Yunshin answered almost instantly. How rude. Jiang Shirue reproached lightly before getting straight to the point. I just encountered the Wen Zhuying you mentioned. From Jiang Yunshin's end, a rustling sound suggested he had just risen from bed, and he spoke with urgency. Did you see her? I told you she resembles him. I wanted you to meet her, but you insisted you didn't want to. He continued. Does she bear any resemblance to our parents? Jiang Shirue scoffed lightly. Unreservedly frank with his younger brother, given your intellect, it's understandable that you were initially skeptical. You only thought of her possibly being our parents' illegitimate child upon seeing her. Have you not considered another possibility, that she might be related to our aunt? Jiang Yunshin gasped in surprise. But isn't our aunt in a nursing home for the past 20 years? Could something have happened that I'm unaware of? It was amusing that he could still find interest in family matters. Jiang Shirue, suppressing an impulse to lash out, reminded him pointedly, our aunt was in a car accident, and she had a 4-year-old daughter at that time. Both her husband and daughter perished in the tragic incident, leaving her mentally unstable and confined to a nursing home for the past 20 years, occasionally lapsing into comas. The circumstances surrounding this incident might have been linked to the time their aunt spent in the military, but despite extensive investigation, no clues had surfaced. Jiang Yunshin was too young to remember the details, and over time, the memory had faded from his consciousness. However, Jiang Shirue, having been more mature, often sought out his aunt for martial arts lessons, and he had fond memories of embracing that delicate little cousin, leaving a lasting impression. Upon seeing Wen Zhuying's face today, he felt as though he had encountered that mischievous little bundle of joy, now grown into a version of his aunt.
I'm uncertain.
Which is why I wish to investigate further, Jiang Shirue mused before adding, you are more acquainted with her. Share what you know. Jiang Yunshin, always eager to discuss gossip, became animated, recounting all he had gleaned online about Wen Zhuying and his own interactions with her, spilling the details as if pouring out beans.
So,
you're saying the Wen couple are not her biological parents? Have her real parents been found? Jiang Shirue interjected, distilling the essence from the lengthy narrative.
No.
Wen Zhuying currently lives with her foster aunt, Jiang Yunshin replied. Brother, your words make me think she could indeed be our aunt's child. You must confirm this. And I want to join you. Jiang Yunshin's enthusiasm grew, as he discovered a pursuit more meaningful than acting or gossiping. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Shirue rejected him. Do not complicate matters. Just focus on resting in the hospital. Jiang Yunshin protested vigorously, but his objections fell on deaf ears as Jiang Shirue abruptly ended the call. Upon Wen Zhuying's return, the show had yet to commence, with the broadcast set for 9 in the morning. Director Wu, I'm back. No need to search for me. She cheerfully greeted the director, who appeared utterly fatigued, his eyes bearing the weight of exhaustion. I wasn't looking for you, he replied wearily, glancing at the clock to see that there was still an hour until the show began. He retreated to his car, ready to rest. Leaving the task of setting up props to the other members of the production team, he succumbed to sleep, and when the crew began the live broadcast, he remained oblivious, as the staff proceeded with the show as though his presence were inconsequential. Chapter 66. Are you living here permanently? As the broadcast commenced, the production team devised an audacious challenge. The guests were to make a phone call to borrow 1 million without revealing that they were recording. The designated individuals were selected by the production team, who were well aware of each guest's background, ensuring that the chosen contacts were likely to stir up trouble. In this age, people had grown wise. They were reluctant to lend money, especially such a substantial sum as 1 million. By mandating that the guests request loans from specific individuals, the producers seemed to be inviting scorn. The most outstanding performers could earn a privilege in the ensuing games. But compared to the embarrassment of the task at hand, this meager reward failed to stir any enthusiasm among the participants. Upon the announcement of the task, a collective silence fell over the group, with everyone deferring responsibility, none wishing to take the lead. Jiang Yu extended his hand, feigning a gentlemanly gesture. Ladies first. You three. See who will make the first call. Chi Fa spread his arms, leaning back against the armrest of his chair, and confidently declared, if a woman can't even set an example by making a call to a man, she is utterly useless. In our hometown, such a woman would never marry. Zhou Lan initially intended to refuse immediately, Yet Chi Fei's words had a profound impact on her demeanor, prompting her to direct her gaze towards Ding Rui and Wen Zhuying. I believe Chi Go is right. Women ought to set an example for men. Otherwise, what purpose do we serve? Which of you shall go first? Ding Rui, bewildered, retorted. By your reasoning, shouldn't you be the first? It was evident that Zhou, seeking to impress the two men, was unwilling to take the lead herself, instead pushing others forward. What audacity! Zhou shifted her chair closer to Jiang Yu, thereby creating distance between herself and Ding Rui, signaling that she considered herself above them. I am not like you, she declared. Ding Rui, filled with indignation, nearly lost her composure, longing to express her disdain, yet found herself speechless. When one reaches the pinnacle of exasperation, laughter often escapes unexpectedly. Wen Zhuying, nestled behind by Jingyu and munching on snacks, tilted her body inquisitively and exclaimed, Wow! Are you really living like this? Ding Rui chuckled and turned to look at Wen Zhuying, unable to resist giving her a thumbs up. Zhou Lan's face flushed with anger as she retorted, Why must you speak so crudely? What I mean is, although my body is that of a woman, my spirit embodies that of a man. Wen Zhuying, as if struck by enlightenment, chimed in with a voice as bright as a bell. Audible to all. So, your spirit has grown up. Bai Jingyu turned around and gently pressed her head back, out of sight. His eyes resembling a serene pond disturbed by a breeze, his voice smooth as jade, calmly advising, It is sufficient for you to know this fact. Do not voice it lest you harm others' fragile hearts. The more nonchalantly you speak, the more piercing the wound. Wen Zhuying, her petite frame completely concealed behind Bai Jingyu, continued to munch her snack while mumbling, I meant no harm, I was merely curious about what a woman with a grown-up spirit looks like. The overlapping voices became overwhelming for Zhou, who felt her face burn with shame, suddenly at a loss for words. It's not like that, Whether she felt pleased or not remained unknown, yet the audience certainly found amusement in the spectacle. It's all thanks to Wen Balian, who never falters at crucial moments, delivering a direct soul strike like, What a thrill! Wen Balian and Bai Jingyu are my internet mouthpieces. Thank goodness for Wen Balian, otherwise, I would have never witnessed Zhou Lan's expression, which was utterly delightful. My goodness, how perfectly matched these two are. Can you please just marry on the spot? One openly devours others, while the other subtly strikes at the heart. A match made in heaven. They are truly meant for each other.
Zhou in for that?
Tugged at Jiang Yu's hand in a feigned display of affection. Jiang Go, look at her. Jiang Yu glanced at the seemingly fragile Bai Jingyu, then at the icy glare directed at him, wisely refraining from intervening and quietly withdrew his hand from Zhou Lan's grasp. This only elicited further laughter from the audience. You toil away trying to win their favor, yet you even consider how they perceive you? Ultimately, it was decided by drawing lots who would make the call first. Bai Jingyu had the worst luck, drawing the first call, and the production team, unfamiliar with him, randomly provided a prominent director's phone number for him to dial. Upon answering and hearing the request for a loan, the recipient was taken aback, exclaiming, Young Master Bai, please do not jest. I beg you. Bai Jingyu patiently clarified. I am not jesting. I genuinely wish to borrow 1 million. The other party's voice trembled. Young Master Bai, do not mention 1 million. You could easily replace that with 100 million. Why would you jest with me? The comments section erupted with shock and tears. 100 million? Such an obscure figure. I wouldn't even dare to dream of such sums. Wow, everyone thought he was a favorite of capital, yet it turns out he is the capital himself? If this isn't a joke, I will cry at your doorstep every day. Pounds the table in anger. Until the call ended, Bai Jingyu calmly explained. The other party merely enjoys jesting. It is not that much. With that clarification, the audience felt relieved. It was merely a jest after all. Rather than being astonished by Bai Jingyu's 100 million, they were more intrigued by the idea of him being a royal who ascended through beauty. Next was Ding Rui, who was instructed to call her arch-rival, who always overshadowed her on the red carpet, to borrow money. The rival responded with thinly veiled sarcasm, yet within moments, transferred 50,000 to her. After hanging up, she muttered, Who cares about your meager sum? Despite her complaints, a smile crept onto her lips, and her apparent disdain unexpectedly garnered her some fans. Following her, Wen Zhuying was tasked with calling Wen Zhuying. Everyone remembered the scandal that erupted online when Wen Zhuying was publicly ridiculed by her parents, who asserted that she was merely an imposter, while Wen Zhuying was the true heiress. Now, asking Wen Zhuying to borrow money from Wen Zhuying was tantamount to inviting humiliation. The production team was truly devious. Yet the audience relished the drama, eagerly anticipating the unfolding chaos. The production team knows how to stir the pot. You've snatched all the bamboo shoots from the mountain, haven't you? The main event is here, I swear. I am only watching for this spectacle. I knew that little rascal would cause some excitement. She cannot go a day without stirring the pot. In a close-up shot, Wen Zhuying dialed Wen Zhuying's number. After the ringing ceased, the call was not answered. Holding her phone, Wen Zhuying wore a perplexed expression. If she did not answer, could it end here? This was to be expected. If they were Wen Zhuying, they would certainly not wish to take Wen Zhuying's call. However, the production team would not allow matters to conclude so simply. Since Wen Zhuying's call could not connect, they opted for a staff member's phone instead. On the second attempt, the call was finally answered, and Wen Zhuying's distinctively cool voice came through, utterly indifferent. Hello? The production staff gestured to Wen Zhuying. It's your turn. Wen Zhuying promptly stated, It's me, Wen Zhuying. Wen Zhuying continued in her frigid tone. What is it? Wen Zhuying asked, Could you lend me 1 million? There was a brief silence on the other end before a slightly raised voice responded, tinged with annoyance. Are you so impoverished that you need to borrow money? I can already feel the second-hand embarrassment for Wen Balian through the screen. Help. My embarrassed toes have already broken through my shoes, terrified. No insults were hurled, yet that single remark is enough to mortify anyone. Wen Zhuying tapped her fingers nervously and replied honestly, Sister, I currently do not have a single cent. Wait, Wen Zhuying retorted, seemingly in a hurry. Within 10 seconds, a crisp female voice echoed through the venue. 2 million has been deposited into your Alipay account. The audience, eager for entertainment, was taken aback by this unexpected notification.
Wait.
She just transferred the money? Wen Zhuying had requested 1 million, yet Wen Zhuying directly sent 2 million. This was certainly not following the script. A single sister is worth 2 million. Wen Zhuying, are you pretending to be aloof? Sister. I also need money. 1 million will suffice.
Oh.
She transferred it just like that? And double? If I call you sister, will you transfer money to me too? Wait, are you the genuine heiress? How could you not hesitate at all when a fake heiress asks to borrow money? What's with this sudden generosity? Everything you indulge in will only lead to your downfall. Wouldn't you agree, sister? I only need a modest sum. 5 million will do. The comments section exploded with a chorus of sister, the repetitive use of the term rendering it almost unrecognizable to the viewers. The phone call was abruptly terminated, and Wen Zhuying returned her mobile device to the staff. Her own application soon chimed with notifications. Bai has transferred 3 million yuan to you. Jiang has transferred 5 million yuan to you. The staggering amounts left everyone astounded. Following the notifications, her phone rang again. Jiang Yunshin's tone was familiar, yet laced with an imperceptible cordiality beyond mere friendship. Why didn't you call me when you were short on cash? If I hadn't been monitoring the live broadcast, I wouldn't have known you were completely broke. Before Wen Zhuying could respond, Bai Jingyu's phone erupted with urgency. And Bai Yi's voice thundered from the other end. Brother, hand the phone to my big brother. I need to speak with her. Consequently, Bai Jingyu passed his phone to Wen Zhuying, only to be met with Bai Yi's raucous exclamations, overwhelming to the ears. Wen Yi, why didn't you call me? You would rather contact Wen Zhuyu than your little brother? I want to lend you money, but I'll give it to you, alright? Confounded, Wen Zhuying could only stammer. You two are monitoring the live stream, so surely you know this is a setup by the production team? Why send me money? I don't need it. Jiang Yunshin interjected, between friends, one should go to great lengths to support each other. Bai Yi added, if you're brothers, drop the pretenses, just take the money. Ultimately, it was Bai Jingyu who intervened, terminating both calls on her behalf. Wen Zhuying examined her phone, thoughtfully murmuring, if I click refund, it should return the money. After refunding the 3 individuals, she suddenly realized the surrounding silence was overwhelming. Raising her head, she found countless eyes fixed upon her, their expressions rife with envy and resentment. The audience watching was nearly driven mad with jealousy. The mere fact that Wen Zhuyu was willing to lend money was enough to incite their ire. And the eagerness of the other 2 friends, despite knowing this was a scripted show, to transfer funds was nothing short of surreal. If you don't need it, just give it to me. I desperately need it. Sob, sob, sob. I've ruined my friends, and they refuse to admit they have millions crying. Watching the live broadcast today has given me a condition known as green-eyed envy. So many people are rushing to give money to Wen Balian, including Wen Zhuyu. Doesn't that indicate her character isn't as terrible as everyone claims? Many viewers resonated with this perspective. The act of lending money reveals much about one's character. If the online marketing accounts were to be believed, that Wen Zhuying was of poor character, malicious and loathsome, then no one would have lent her money. The reality was starkly different. Not only was Wen Zhuying willing to assist her financially, but others were also eager to offer her money. Does this not suggest that they were all more than willing to indulge her, indicating that her true nature was rather pleasant? After such reasonable deductions, the audience's disdain for Wen Zhuying diminished significantly, with many even asserting that her character was truly commendable, although some marketing accounts seized the opportunity to malign her, alleging she had risen to prominence through her beauty and sought validation. The number of believers had considerably dwindled. Compared to the smear campaigns, far more individuals were inclined to trust the truths they witnessed during the live broadcast. At that moment, Director Wu finally stirred awake, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he approached the screen, astonished by the barrage of comments praising Wen Zhuying. What's going on? Why are the comments predominantly lauding Wen Zhuying? What has she done while I was asleep? The program featured celebrities typically reviled by the audience, and the comment section was usually rife with vitriol. It was a surprise that instead of insults, there were compliments. A staff member explained, "When Zhuying is being praised, it's quite normal." A beleaguered Director Wu retorted, "I see none of you are normal." Now awake, Director Wu took charge of the proceedings. The pace of phone calls quickened. Zhou called a senior colleague she often undermined, who promptly chastised her. "Aren't you the one who claimed you couldn't survive without a man? If you need money, go find one." She ended up in tears, still sobbing by the time all the calls concluded. Jiang Yu contacted a woman he had previously harassed verbally, and she coldly responded, "If you want to borrow money, you might as well cut off your manhood and feed it to the fish in the river." Following that were a slew of indecipherable expletives, which were promptly censored. Chi Fa, who had boasted about having numerous supportive friends, found himself in an epic embarrassment as no one answered his call. Chapter 68. She was angered, and the repercussions were severe. Once the calls were completed, it was time for the final reckoning. Based on the degree of insults received, Zhou seemed unremarkable but had actually garnered the most criticism, earning her the title of MVP and the privilege for the upcoming game segment. Upon hearing about the privilege, Zhou ceased her tears, her eyes swollen like walnuts, squinting as she inquired about the nature of her special status. Director Wu withheld the details initially, instead introducing the game they would play. "Please direct your attention to the area cordoned off with warning tape. This will be your gaming arena. Today's game is called You Dodge, I Shoot. A friendly reminder, this game has been designed by your detractors and they have provided the props. Each participant would wield a toy gun, some of good quality, others not, loaded with colorful paintballs. We have tested them, and they do not hurt upon impact. The 6 of you can divide yourselves into 2 teams. Engage in battle, and those who become entirely covered in paint will be eliminated. The last remaining team will be declared the victor and will enjoy immunity from pranks this evening." Director Wu sounded quite pleased as he explained the rules, and the audience reflected that joy. The game was straightforward. 2 teams would rely on luck to obtain either functional or faulty toy guns to attack each other with paint. Zhou seized the opportunity to inquire, "So what does my privilege entail? A revival, or a get-out-of-jail-free card?" "Neither." Director Wu replied with a mischievous grin, adding mysteriously, "Your privilege allows you to designate your teammates. Originally, it was supposed to be 3 against 3, but you can choose 4 against 2. Such a privilege in the hands of someone like Zhou was bound to stir trouble. True to form, upon hearing this, Zhou became exhilarated, pointing at Bai Jingyu. "I want him on our team." The remaining 2 girls, unfortunately, would just have to endure being bullied. She was strategic, selecting the only man from the group, leaving the 2 slender women to fend for themselves. But with the privilege in her hands, what could be done? "I'm truly fed up. Is there a live substitute? From the moment the show started, I've wanted to hit her, and my desire to do so has reached its peak. Why must women make life difficult for other women? Women who dwell in their own little worlds are truly something else, haha vomiting." Bai Jingyu suddenly interjected. "Designating teammates requires their consent, right? I refuse." His rejection took Zhou by surprise, and she earnestly pleaded, "Brother Bai, if you join our team, we're guaranteed to win. Please reconsider." Bai Jingyu adjusted the blanket draped over him, a gift from Wen Zhuying on the first day. The blanket's fibers brushed against his defined jawline, and he suppressed the urge to cough, his expression coolly indifferent as he firmly declined, "No need to reconsider. I refuse." Director Wu reminded him, "The consequence of refusing is that you cannot participate, which means you automatically lose." "Are you certain?" Bai Jingyu nodded, "Yes." Others contemplated emulating him, hoping to avoid the paint splatter. Director Wu discerned their intentions, shaking his finger warningly. Only those who are designated can refuse to participate.
Zulan.
Unwilling to grant others that opportunity, refrained from designating anyone else, leading to 5 participants in the game. As teams were formed, the production team summoned the detractors to deliver the plastic guns, and each of the 5 received a weapon along with a bag of paintballs. As soon as Wen Zhuying made contact, the plastic gun disintegrated, its components scattering in every direction, leaving her utterly bewildered. Indeed, the malicious fans had resorted to such underhanded tactics, seemingly intent on ensuring her defeat without a fight. Ding Rui was no better off. Her gun had been assembled incorrectly, with the chamber blocked by glue. How could they possibly continue this game? Yeah, find someone to fix the gun. Ding Rui instinctively called for her assistant, only to realize, to her dismay, that the assistant was absent, leaving her in a state of anxious desperation. Your guns, hand them over. Bai Jingyu extended his hand. Wen Zhuying promptly seized the gun from Ding Rui's grasp and offered both to Bai Jingyu. Crouching on the ground, he dismantled the 2 guns,
Beginning to tinker with them.
Don't bother. Even if one isn't disassembled, at least it's barely usable. Now that both are taken apart, they're completely useless. It seems these haters are not malicious enough. If it were me, I would just press a button and reveal a surprise, huh? Things just became rather interesting. The guns acquired by the other 3 were similarly damaged to varying extents, though some remained operational, albeit cumbersome to handle.
Bang!
Jiang Yu fired a shot directly at Wen Zhuying's chest. Ding Rui, quick-witted, yanked Wen Zhuying aside just in time, but another bullet struck her own chest. The white paint splattered across her clothing, staining her dress, and she cursed Jiang Yu in irritation. Are you insane? We haven't even started, and you're already shooting? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixated lecherously on the paint-stained area, licking his lips suggestively. My gun works splendidly. Would you like to give it a try? Ding Rui's expression turned ashen, disgusted. Chi Fa's gaze remained unyielding, his gun slowly aimed at Wen Zhuying's backside. You're wearing so little. Isn't it just for the men's enjoyment? What are you pretending for? Can someone please cut off there? Isn't anyone going to intervene? This is utterly revolting. I feel like throwing up. Is there anything in their heads besides vulgar nonsense? Such trash should be tossed in the garbage. The moment their eyes opened, they began to harass the entire world. Ding Rui felt both furious and wronged, her lips trembling as she wished to call for bodyguards. But they were nowhere to be found. When Zhuying grasped Ding Rui's wrist, her gaze icy, exhaling heavily, she turned to Bai Jingyu as if seeking confirmation. This was a precursor to her fury. She never initiated trouble, but should someone intentionally provoke her, she would retaliate in kind. Angering her would have serious repercussions. Bai Jingyu pieced the final component together, his expression darkening, an aura of menace flickering in his eyes as he tossed the 2 guns back to Wen Zhuying. Shoot randomly. If you injure me, I'll take responsibility. Wen Zhuying immediately passed one of the guns to Ding Rui. Shoot freely. If anything goes awry, Bai Jingyu will take the blame. Ding Rui wanted to inquire, do you trust Bai Jingyu that much? However, the words never escaped her lips. Her instincts compelled her to trust both of them. As Director Wu shouted for the game to commence, Jiang Yu and Chi Fa aimed specifically at the chests and posteriors of their opponents. Wen Zhuying, on tiptoe, bent her body, nimbly evading their shots. Grasping her plastic gun, a smile crept across her face. The hunt had begun. The barrel aimed at Jiang Yu's most private area, she unleashed a torrent of shots. The gun, modified by Bai Jingyu, had transformed from a rifle into a machine gun, its firing power enhanced tenfold. Every shot was precise, hitting the mark without fail. Jiang Yu was struck, his legs instinctively clamping together, hands shielding the sensitive area, mouth agape, his pupils constricting in pain, unable to even scream. Chapter 69. The best advertisers still want to cover up? When Zhuying shot directly at his hands, he recoiled in agony. And the bullet found its way to that vulnerable spot once more. Damn, that hurts. I'm really going to die from this pain. After finishing with Jiang Yu, Wen Zhuying turned her aim towards Chi Fa, refusing to let him escape unscathed. Chi Fa initially thought Jiang Yu was making a fuss, but when the bullet truly struck him, he felt as if his lower half was rendered useless. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, cursing. Yes. And the rest that filthy mouth. When Zhuying raised the barrel, dodging as she shot at his mouth.
Ah!
Chi Fa's lips turned red, but the paint masked the extent of the damage. The bullets landed like stinging slaps, one after the other, leaving Chi Fa unable to defend himself adequately. Although Ding Rui lacked precision, she pressed on, struggling to retaliate while running. Zhou Lan, in a fit of desperation, even stepped forward to shield the two men with her body. Don't shoot at their vulnerable spots. That's a man's lifeline. You should be shot too. Wen Zhuying aimed directly at her face, showing no mercy due to her gender. I'm a woman too. You can't shoot me.
Zulan Glai.
I will shoot. Wen Zhuying scoffed. In her eyes, anyone who bullied her, regardless of gender, deserved to be struck back. When Balian is so formidable. Finish them off. Charge. This is the most exhilarating story I've seen this year. Nothing compares to beating them into a pulp. Go Wen, you're my everlasting idol. Excellent. Destroy the tools of these two lecherous men and send them straight to Unicode. Smile. Karma is here. Now you remember you're a woman? Why didn't you think about that when you were making things difficult for others? It's still me, one, who can take them down single-handedly. A throng of malicious fans surrounded the area, responsible for assisting in the production of ammunition. Witnessing the scene live was far more exhilarating than through a screen. They were gathered outside the caution tape, fists raised, their spirits high, cheering for Wen Zhuying. Wen Zhuying.
Go.
The chants were synchronized, a powerful wave of enthusiasm. In addition to this, the sounds of screams echoed continuously, primarily from Chi Fa and Zhou Lan. Jiang Yu, writhing in pain, could barely manage a weak sound. His expression contorted. Once when Zhuying finished her first magazine, she promptly reloaded. It was at this moment that Chi Fa, enduring the pain, began to fight back, using Zhou Lan as a human shield for cover. When Zhuying was no fool, she wouldn't just stand by waiting for them to attack, so with a swift movement, she climbed up the wall. One hand gripped the window ledge, while the other aimed her gun below, unleashing a barrage of shots. The three, finding themselves outmatched by Wen Zhuying, redirected their fire, picking on the more vulnerable Ding Rui. Unable to scale the wall, Ding Rui was at their mercy, even having paint shot directly into her eyes, leaving her feeling helpless, on the verge of tears but too embarrassed to cry. Wen Zhuying called out to her. Hide among the crowd of fans. The fans paused for a moment. Is she talking about us? Understanding Wen Zhuying's intent, Ding Rui swiftly maneuvered beneath the caution tape, slipping into the crowd like a nimble eel. In their frenzy, Jiang Yu and Chi Fa, oblivious to the presence of others, fired their plastic guns indiscriminately, caught up in their own madness, aiming directly at the fans outside the caution line. Being shot while merely watching? That was intolerable. They already held disdain for these stars. And now they were being attacked, prompting them to retaliate. Though they lacked plastic guns, they had paintballs at their disposal, and they began to hurl them, fueled by personal grievances. The outcome was predictable as a mob descended upon the three, leaving them utterly defenseless, drenched in paint, and in a state of panic. They attempted to flee, but in the wrong direction, falling into a pit. Game over. When Zhuying jumped down from the wall, standing at the edge of the pit, one hand clutching her plastic gun, the other holding a carton of milk. Taking a couple of sips to quench her thirst, she waved her gun and shouted, "We have emerged victorious." The fervent atmosphere resonated with the black fans on site, instantly uplifting their spirits as they raised their fists in unison, exclaiming, "We have triumphed." When Zhuying took another sip from her milk, deliberately showcasing her skills as she twirled the plastic gun in her hand, exuding an aura of coolness and confidence. Victory. The black fans echoed her cry, "Victory." Some viewers, utterly captivated by her charm, unabashedly called her husband, inundating the chat with playful banter. I thought, who is this? Is this not my youthful and beautiful husband?
Em furious.
How can such a thing air on television? Husband, come to my house and I'll teach you properly, with a mischievous grin. Drinking milk while being cool? Our husband has made everyone laugh, embarrassed. Husband, you are so handsome. Don't beat them, come beat me. I have thick skin, I can take it. Such audacious comments snowballed across the screen, causing the staff to avert their eyes, only daring to cover their faces with their hands and peek through their fingers. Have today's netizens become so uninhibited? Of course, many viewers were not as open, choosing not to associate with those who casually referred to others as husband. Their focus, however, was intriguingly fixated on the milk in Wen Zhuying's hand, which she had inadvertently advertised. What brand of milk is she holding? It looks so delicious, slurp. Is it really that good? I'll buy some to try, salivating. If I drink this milk, will I gain Wen Balian superpowers? I'll go grab a few boxes to test it out. Though this prank show was live, it never enabled a donation feature. Their revenue relied on advertisements. From grand instruments to something as simple as a pair of chopsticks, all adorned with promotional stickers. Yet, no celebrity would individually endorse a product. It was not due to their lack of ability, but rather because director Wu feared allowing them to advertise, as they were stars despised by the audience, who would buy anything they endorsed. However, today, Wen Zhuying drinking the milk served as a perfect advertisement, a delightful surprise. Director Wu was taken aback, asking, "When did she get the milk?" The logistics head replied, "That was Bai Jingyu. He wanted to get some water for Wen Zhuying. And I thought, why not just give her milk to save costs?" Then Bai Jingyu bargained with me, claiming it amounted to Wen Zhuying advertising, and insisted on additional payment. I agreed. Director Wu struggled to suppress his urge to curse, his expression remaining largely unchanged, appearing remarkably calm. "I never agreed. You can pay for what you agreed to." Within 15 minutes, the logistics head rushed in, exclaiming, "The milk brand called us, saying they've received an overwhelming number of orders, more than stipulated, and will receive commissions as per the contract." "How many orders?" Director Wu inquired with a steady demeanor. "Not many, just several 100,000 orders." The logistics head's smile was almost splitting his face. "So many?" Director Wu leapt to his feet, his composure utterly lost. This particular milk was quite expensive. With hundreds of thousands of orders, wouldn't they earn millions in commission? The logistics head beamed with a sense of newfound wealth, giving a thumbs up, proclaiming, "Wen Zhuying's sales ability is incredible." Director Wu could not agree more, waving his hand decisively. "If there are other suitable products, let us have Wen Zhuying advertise them too. Financial concerns can be easily resolved." The logistics head discreetly gestured an exaggerated facepalm, sarcastically remarking, "Director Wu has really come around. Just moments ago, you were indifferent, saying whoever agreed pays, and now you're saying financial issues can be resolved." Meanwhile, Wen Zhuying, increasingly enamored with the taste of the milk, accidentally flung her plastic gun away with her other hand. Her remarkable arm strength sent the gun flying far, making it impossible to discern where it landed, likely in the vicinity where she had exercised that morning. Adhering to the principle of retrieving what one discards, Wen Zhuying hurriedly ran off in the general direction to search for it. Upon entering the woods, she spotted her plastic gun in Jiang Shiyue's hands, who was leaning against a tree, one long leg slightly bent, his tall and muscular frame exuding an air of ruggedness. He held an unlit cigarette between his fingers, inhaling its scent. With a devil-may-care demeanor, he turned towards Wen Zhuying upon hearing her footsteps, a glimmer of mischief crossing his cold eyes as he raised the plastic gun towards her. "Did you just toss this?" It nearly caused an alarm at their training base. They almost thought an expert was launching a surprise attack. Wen Zhuying felt a hint of wariness, standing still.
How do you know that?
"Because I was watching this." Jiang Shiyue pulled out his phone, revealing the live stream of the two hairs. So he was watching the live broadcast too. Wen Zhuying dismissed her suspicion, gratefully accepting the plastic gun with both hands, saying thank you before turning to leave. Jiang Shiyue swiftly moved in front of her. "Can we have a chat?" Recalling their rather unpleasant conversation from the morning, Wen Zhuying was disinclined to revisit that topic, simply shaking her head and stating, "No." Her bluntness left Jiang Shiyue momentarily taken aback. In light of her reluctance, he patiently explained, "I was rude this morning. The reason I asked such a question was that you resemble a certain relative of mine, whose beauty is strikingly distinctive, thus prompting my curiosity." Such smooth-talking would earn reprimands from others, yet Jiang Shiyue, with his upright stature and sincere gaze, only evoked feelings of earnestness. Wen Zhuying's thick lashes fluttered, her lips involuntarily curving upwards. She shyly bit her lip, managing to say, "All right, we can talk about anything but that." As she spoke, she pulled a box of milk and a pack of jerky from her pocket, crouching down and gesturing for Jiang Shiyue to join her. The ease of the situation surprised Jiang Shiyue. He crouched down, glancing at the jerky in her hand. "Didn't the production team confiscate all of that? Where did you get it?"
Sure.
"Keep it down. I snatched this when they weren't paying attention. They're too oblivious. I've taken it twice and no one noticed. Bai Jingyu said as long as they don't see it, it's fine." As Wen Zhuying spoke, she tore open the packaging and stuffed a piece into her mouth. Jiang Shiyue smiled, recalling how his cousin used to pull similar tricks, exploiting her cuteness and youth to get him into trouble. Memories of 2 decades swept through his mind, merging their faces into one. Seizing the moment, he inquired, "Are you close with Bai Jingyu? I noticed you two seem quite familiar on the show." "We're very close, but I can't share more about him." "I don't know much about this Bai Jingyu either," Wen Zhuying replied, dismissively waving her hand. "All right, next topic." Jiang Shiyue finally grasped why Jiang Yinshan enjoyed gossiping so much. The exasperating feeling of being unable to continue a juicy conversation halfway was truly torturous. Rubbing his temples, he shifted the subject. I've seen online that they claim you're a fake heiress. After this revelation, didn't they send you back to your original family? Wen Zhuying frowned, gnawing on the jerky with a conflicted expression, pondering whether to reveal the truth. Noticing her hesitation, Jiang Shuiwei appealed to her emotions. I used to be a soldier, and now I'm sort of still one. I'm particularly good at keeping secrets. So you don't have to worry about me telling anyone. Wen Zhuying found him somewhat familiar, feeling an inexplicable closeness. She then decided there was nothing to hide, covering her mouth with her hand as she whispered, They don't even know where my family is. Although they publicly claimed that I was adopted from an orphanage. The butler and nanny whispered to each other that I was actually procured through illicit means many years ago. Such dealings are unlawful, and they dare not speak of it openly. Yet, whether I was adopted or purchased remains a mystery to me, as I was preoccupied with vying for affection against the true heiress at that time. Jiang Shuiwei was engulfed by tumultuous emotions, astonished to uncover such an obscure truth. He stifled the tempest within his chest, his gaze turning frigid, unconsciously radiating an imposing aura as he inquired with a composed demeanor, What of your family? Have they never mentioned anything to you? Not at all. It was only on the day the true heiress returned that I learned of my own falsehood. After that, all their attention shifted to her, leaving me with scarcely a word exchanged. Wen Zhuying recounted this with an air of nonchalance, akin to a bystander sharing gossip about others. Entirely unfazed. However, Jiang Shuiwei felt as if a weighty iron block pressed upon his heart, halting his breath and rendering his entire being numb with pain. To sever ties of affection nurtured over 20 years was akin to excising a piece of flesh from his very core. How much suffering must one endure to appear so unperturbed? You have endured much, Jiang Shuiwei remarked, his words feeling woefully inadequate. Wen Zhuying dismissed his sympathy, saying, It's nothing particularly arduous. At least my sister treats me well. I have not been deprived of a house, a car, or money. Moreover, in the original outcome, she even saw to my burial, ensuring I rest in a place of serene beauty. Chapter 71. Pig food. Jiang Shuiwei took a moment to steady the suffocating pain in his chest before speaking again, his voice unexpectedly thick with emotion as he asked, And if your relative still? Xiaoying, a melodious voice interrupted their conversation. They both turned to see Bai Jingyu approaching. Tall and graceful, wrapped in a blanket held by both hands, he appeared slightly unwell today, his pale complexion devoid of color, eyes drooping with fatigue, and brow furrowed. As he stifled a cough with visible effort, looking as if he might shatter at any moment. I've been searching for you, he said, fixing his gaze on Wen Zhuying. Wen Zhuying immediately sprang up and rushed over, using the back of her hand to check his forehead, her voice laced with concern. Why do you look so unwell? Are you catching a cold? It's nothing, just an old ailment, Bai Jingyu replied, pulling her hand away and using the blanket to wipe away the evidence of her clandestine snacking, saying, The group has finished showering and changed clothes. We are heading to the foot of the mountain for a meal. This will be our only meal today. Upon hearing the mention of food, Wen Zhuying's spirits lifted. She quickly popped the last piece of jerky into her mouth, glancing around before handing the trash to Jiang Shuiwei. Could you please help me throw this away?
Thank you.
Jiang Shuiwei watched as Wen Zhuying and Bai Jingyu descended the hill, arm in arm, and a shadow of displeasure crossed his face. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the burgeoning emotion within him, aptly described as witnessing his beloved cabbage being uprooted by a swine. After a few steps, Bai Jingyu suddenly turned his head to glance in their direction. His exquisitely delicate features seemed harmless and fragile, yet his gaze was piercing, imbued with a lethal intensity as it swept over Jiang Shuiwei. Despite believing himself seasoned by life's tempests, Jiang Shuiwei could not help but shudder at the palpable danger emanating from him. In the blink of an eye, Bai Jingyu averted his gaze, as if nothing had transpired. Jiang Shuiwei furrowed his brow in agitation, questioning whether he had misinterpreted the moment. Upon reaching the open space in front of the house, Jiang Yu, Qi Fa, and Zhou Lan bore faint red marks on their faces, not overly conspicuous. Jiang Yu and Qi Fa were known to sneakily touch private areas, while Zhou Lan quietly groped behind, stifling her discomfort to the point of breaking into a light sweat. They presumed their antics had gone unnoticed, yet everyone present, including millions in the live stream, observed their every move, met with merciless ridicule. Indeed, following Wen Zhuying's incident, the audience in the live stream had swelled from hundreds of thousands to over 1 million. Many had tuned in specifically for Wen Zhuying. Upon her return, Staff members rushed to hand her snacks, deliberately presenting the snack brand logos to the viewers. She lifted her gaze to the camera, her eyes beneath her bangs reflecting confusion. Is this entrapment? Ha ha ha, what a clever entrapment. When Bailey and S thought process is truly unique. Poor little sister, the production team is using you for advertising. Just indulge in the snacks. She is so adorable, it's killing me. I just want to feed her. The production team should give her more delicious treats. Observing the audience's reactions, Director Wu realized his decision was wise. He called out to Wen Zhuying, "These snacks are for you. Feel free to enjoy." Wiping non-existent drool with the back of her hand, she could no longer contain her excitement, her eyes sparkling as she ripped open the packaging, exclaiming, "Then I won tea hold back." Chi Fa, eyeing her greedily, scoffed, "Why does only Wen Zhuying get special treatment? Director, isn't that a bit unfair?" Jiang Yu's gaze was laden with meaning as he retorted, "Well, we all know how it is with beautiful actresses and male directors." Unfazed, Director Wu replied coolly, "This is what the audience requested. Perhaps you should ask them if they wish to see you enjoy snacks?" The audience vehemently opposed. "Pfft, who do you think you are? You think you deserve snacks? Go eat dirt." What a joke. Why didn't T when you take you down a peg earlier? You're still here prattling on. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. Every time something happens, you resort to lewd thoughts. Maybe you should remove your brain for some relief? Absolutely not. I strongly suggest hanging both of them up on the wall for everyone to gawk at. Smile. Director Wu glanced at the barrage of comments. Unable to suppress a chuckle, succinctly summarizing, "The audience will not permit you to enjoy snacks. If you want to eat, you can only eat dirt." Jiang Yu and Chi Fa seethed with frustration. With everyone gathered, they set off down the mountain together. As they passed the river they had crossed earlier, 2 thick planks were laid atop, allowing them to cross without incident, prompting some to question the ease of the passage. Naturally, if there were no pranks here, it signified that the time for mischief lay ahead. Director Wu led them into a local's home. The host, a woman in her 50s, bore the signs of age from neglect, her eyes reflecting both weariness and warmth as she enthusiastically guided them into the kitchen, explaining that their afternoon meal would be prepared there. The room was modest, featuring a stove made of yellow clay, the fire extinguished, and a gigantic iron pot atop it filled with an assortment of boiled food that resembled a chaotic mixture of greens. A foul odor wafted through the air, prompting Ding Rui to lean out the back door of the kitchen, where she spied a group of pigs feasting on food that looked identical to what was in the iron pot. She nearly retched from the stench, covering her nose and pointing at the large pot. "Our afternoon meal. It can't possibly be that, can it?" The local woman smiled and nodded. "Indeed. That is it." Ding Rui felt the world darken before her eyes. Their afternoon meal was pig food. Not a euphemism, but actual pig food. Right next to the pig pen, the pigs were devouring the same slop from the iron pot, making loud sounds, the stench overwhelming. It was utterly unappetizing and made her stomach churn. Zhou Lan's face turned pale, her voice trembling. "Can we really eat this?" The local woman promptly scooped a sweet potato from inside with her bare hands, consuming it in front of them while praising, "It's truly delicious." Zhou Lan's complexion turned even more sallow. It turns out they were waiting here, allowing a group of celebrities to feast on pig food. How entertaining. I feel like they are about to crack. Next door a group of pigs are devouring their meal with such delight. Shouldn't this scene be accompanied by a cheerful tune? If they don't eat, they'll be hungry. If they do, it's pig food, and they'll be edited to look foolish, turning into a source of mockery. This is nothing short of creating a scandalous past, isn't it? This is the most cunning aspect of the production team. Having celebrities consume pig food isn't exactly an insult. However, deliberately placing a wall between them and the pigs as they eat is bound to result in countless black fans capturing screenshots and videos to create absurd compilations, swapping the heads of the stars and pigs for amusement. No one wishes to become a subject of ridicule. Chapter 72. Why are you sick? Yet there are always exceptions. Wen Zhuying never anticipated the convoluted implications of the situation. She was simply intoxicated by the aroma. In the iron pot, part of the contents was pig feed, while the other part consisted of a mixture of sweet potatoes, corn, and the like. These ingredients were cooked to a soft consistency, yet not to the point of being mushy within the pot. It was a hearty medley of coarse grains, unadulterated and authentic. Everyone's expressions are utterly classic. Wait a moment. Why does Wen Zhuying look so expectant? What does this expression mean? Sheer joy. Seriously, what are you so excited about? Look at everyone else's expressions, and then look at yours. In fact, Wen Zhuying was not only highly anticipated, but was also salivating profusely as she eagerly retrieved a potato from the pot, rinsed it briefly in clear water, and held it in her palm. She approached Ding Rui with a potato and asked, "Would you like some?" Ding Rui shook her head vigorously, unable to bear the thought of eating it, fearing she might vomit at the mere taste. Moreover, the filthy surroundings of the room made her feel physically uneasy, her entire body protesting. Wen Zhuying continued to walk past others with the potato, inquiring if they wanted to partake.
Zulan, Ziang Iu.
And Chi Fa all recoiled as if from venomous snakes, their faces contorting in sheer disdain, wishing they could retreat to the kitchen. They would rather die than eat such fare. After all, they were not pigs, so why should they consume pig food? As for Bai Jingyu, Wen Zhuying discreetly whispered to him, "This doesn't contain meat, so it's not very nutritious. Since you're not feeling well, once we return, I'll secretly get you some jerky and bread to replenish your strength." Ding Rui, who was closest, was taken aback. Could it really be done this way? She hurriedly said to Wen Zhuying, "I want some too." Wen Zhuying glanced at her and pointed to the large iron pot before her, asking, "Is this the only option? Will you eat it?" Ding Rui stepped back in resistance, declaring she would not eat. "Wonderful. If you all refuse, then this pot is all mine." Wen Zhuying cheered and promptly stuffed the potato into her mouth, unable to contain her happiness. Bai Jingyu casually fetched a stool for her, and she sat down, while the production crew seized the opportunity to place branded drinks beside her. The tender sweet potatoes had been boiled to perfection, their natural sweetness filling her mouth, while the potatoes, though small, were soft and substantial, and the corn kernels were plump, fragrant, and sticky. After a quick rinse in water, they still retained a slight grassy aroma. This was a taste that one could only find in rural areas. Wen Zhuying ate with elegance and grace, yet her speed was anything but slow, devouring the food heartily. If she choked, she would take a sip of her drink and continue eating. The audience watched as the pot of food gradually diminished, their appetites whetted. The production team has orchestrated this perfectly, catering to Wenye's desires, bringing her such joy, haha. Who would have thought? I, Wenye, am not picky at all. I can eat anything and still crave more, proud face. Wen Balian is truly a remarkable presence, savoring every bite, effortlessly transforming the show into a food broadcast. This child is utterly delightful. What's wrong with pig food? You have no idea how fragrant the sweet potatoes and potatoes are. I've craved this flavor since childhood. I used to fight with pigs for food, and it was delicious. Is there anyone else like me? How can anyone complain? This is a delicacy that some people can only dream of tasting. Ding Rui, who initially had no desire to eat and was even feeling nauseous, began to second-guess her senses as she watched Wen Zhuying devour one bite after another. After much internal conflict, she tentatively picked up a sweet potato, mentally preparing herself before finally popping it into her mouth. Upon tasting it, her expression shifted instantly. So, this is the flavor? In fact, it was quite delicious, not at all inferior to the imported foods she usually consumed. "Get me a stool. I want to eat too," she exclaimed. Wen Balian was so engrossed in her meal that she didn't even look up, taking care of her own business. Ding Rui, resigned to her fate, fetched a stool and sat beside Wen Zhuying. Initially hesitant, she later discarded her reservations, adopting a rather carefree posture. Aside from the two of them, no one else moved. Zhoulan still harbored lingering feelings for Bai Jingyu, whose alluring model-like face was irresistibly tempting. She attempted to draw closer. "Bai Go, shall we step out to find something to eat?" Bai Jingyu didn't even spare her a glance as he walked away. The moment he stepped outside, he quickened his pace, swiftly making his way to a car. Once the door closed, he could no longer contain a fit of coughing, one hand pressed against his chest. Coughing violently, his knuckles turning white from the strain. His sickly complexion flushed red, tears involuntarily welling at the corners of his eyes, and his lips took on a blood-like hue. At that moment, he was breathtakingly beautiful, embodying a fragile elegance akin to a flower on the verge of wilting, blooming in its final moments before ultimate decay. Dr. Qin, experienced and composed, guided him to breathe, positioning the oxygen mask at his mouth, instructing him, "Breathe, breathe." The delay from their trip to the mountains for the show had worsened his condition, and it took a considerable amount of time for Bai Jingyu to recover. He slumped back in the seat, utterly drained, unwilling to speak, his eyelashes drooping to obscure his eyes, breathing shallowly. His phone rang incessantly. It was Su Yang calling. Dr. Qin, busy preparing medication, reached out to answer. Upon connecting, Su Yang, upon witnessing Bai Jingyu's state, immediately shed her carefree demeanor, filled with anxiety and fear. Please tell me he is not dead, not dead, not dead. Bai Jingyu opened his eyes, casting a cold glance at her. If anyone is dead, it's you. Dr. Qin handed him the medication and water. After taking the medicine, Bai Jingyu did not close his eyes again, but kept them open. Su Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he was still alive. How are you feeling? I told you not to go to the mountains. Yet you insisted on playing around. Look what nearly happened to you. Not too bad. This was Bai Jingyu's response. Not good. This was Dr. Qin's assertion. Su Yang undoubtedly chose to trust Dr. Qin's assessment, glaring at Bai Jingyu with anger. You don't take care of your own body. Who can you rely on? If you don't stir up trouble for a day, you won't feel comfortable, will you? You really are a menace. Bai Jingyu remained silent, merely casting a disdainful glance at her, retorting, You talk too much. Let us put aside how much you talk. I'm just extremely curious. Where did all these inexplicable ailments of yours come from? Su Yang's tone was almost accusatory, bordering on aggressive. She had indeed asked this question several times before, each time receiving no answer, but her curiosity compelled her to inquire once more. Chapter 73. It must be my cousin. They were college roommates. Bai Jingyu occasionally stayed on campus, and their interactions were initially limited, only growing more familiar over time. Although Bai Jingyu's health had never been robust, with scars from the past marring his body and an air of illness surrounding him, it was not overly exaggerated, and his condition had been steadily improving, often resembling that of a healthy individual. However, on one occasion, Bai Jingyu inexplicably vanished for several days, eluding all attempts to locate him, as if he had been swallowed by the very fabric of this world. In their frantic search, just when hope seemed lost, Bai Jingyu reappeared. Upon his return, however, it was evident that his health had deteriorated drastically. He resembled a once vibrant male sprite now drained of vitality, reduced to a mere exquisite shell awaiting the embrace of death. Dr. Qin, the family physician for the Bai household, had attended to Bai Jingyu's health for many years and was thoroughly shaken by the alarming transformation. Despite conducting a myriad of examinations, he could not pinpoint the source of the affliction, leaving him with no choice but to manage it through medication. This illness was indeed peculiar. Yet, Bai Jingyu remained reticent on the matter, and despite their attempts to broach the subject indirectly, they could extract not a single word from him. Moreover, another curious development arose. Upon his return from those days of disappearance, Bai Jingyu, who had previously been a recluse, suddenly transformed into a whirlwind of activity, darting about as if possessed by hyperactivity, showing no regard for his own well-being. After narrowly escaping death, Su Yang vowed to uncover the truth behind this enigma. Bai Jingyu, unfazed, sipped his water leisurely, dismissing Su Yang's anxiety with a gentle reassurance. Regardless of how this illness came to be, it is not fatal. So there is no need to make a mountain out of a molehill. His words were infuriatingly dismissive. Su Yang, exasperated, exclaimed, Oh my heavens! How did I end up with a boss who so cavalierly disregards life and death? If you perish, who will pay my salary? Bai Jingyu set down his cup and turned to Dr. Qin, his voice still weak, inquired, Where's my laptop?
Doctor.
Qin handed him the laptop he was often seen with. Cradling it before him, Bai Jingyu closed his eyes and murmured, Let me rest, please do not disturb me. Yet, Su Yang insisted on prying. What is on your laptop? Why can't you ever be without it? Suddenly, the phone line was abruptly severed, evidently at the hands of Bai Jingyu himself. Su Yang protested, For goodness sake, work is already stressful. Meanwhile, another luxury vehicle rolled into the quaint village. As soon as it halted, Jiang Shuiwei leapt inside, dragging along his younger brother Jiang Yunshin, who had attempted to escape, and swiftly shut the door behind him. The person who best understood his younger sibling was none other than his elder brother. Jiang Yunshin was unceremoniously tossed back into his seat, nearly rolling his eyes in exasperation. Brother, what on earth are you doing? Jiang Shuiwei released his grip, leaning back with an air of authority, his long legs stretching out to block Jiang Yunshin's escape route. Lips curling slightly as he replied, Nothing at all, merely preventing you from making a fool of yourself. Jiang Yunshin bristled at the implication. When have I ever acted foolishly? Jiang Shuiwei retorted, When have you not? Jiang Yunshin, fists clenched, declared, I'm ready to fight. Jiang Shuiwei regarded him with a wry smile. You, who were several months older than our cousin Lily when you were young, acted like her little brother, doing all manner of ridiculous things to win her favor. Not only did Jiang Yunshin revel in the antics of others, he was also prone to creating his own mischief. Hearing this, he leaned in, eager to dig deeper. Is that true? Jiang Shirihua indulged his curiosity, recounting a series of his younger brother's escapades. Their aunt's daughter, named Shang Chongli, affectionately known as Lily, had inherited their aunt's whimsical charm. Not only was she adorable, but she was also sweet-tongued and clever, endearing herself to both adults and children alike. With Jiang Yunshen being particularly smitten. Having been thoroughly spoiled by his older brother from birth, Jiang Yunshen adored his sweet little cousin, treating her as if she were his own sister. He lavished all his pocket money on her and engaged in various unexpected antics. When Lily was curious about what would happen if someone didn't dress warmly in winter, Jiang Yunshen, bare-skinned, ventured into the snow, nearly freezing himself had the adults not intervened in time. When Lily became fascinated with the fish in a fountain, Jiang Yunshen jumped in to demonstrate his swimming skills, only to struggle with leg cramps, relying on Lily to pull him to safety. Such foolishness was innumerable. Now, Jiang Yunshen had become a well-known celebrity. Despite his free-spirited and carefree demeanor in private, he maintained a facade of dignity and cared deeply about his public image. He could scarcely admit to having engaged in such childish antics. Brother, spreading rumors is easy, but dispelling them requires legs to run,
he protested.
I don't even remember doing those things. You must be making it up. It was not surprising he had forgotten. Jiang Shirihua observed him with a teasing smile, adding slowly, perhaps the time you nearly drowned in the water affected your memory. Jiang Yunshen bristled with indignation. He produced a crumpled photograph from his pocket, still recognizable despite its creases. The image depicted a young girl in a crisp military uniform, slung with a rifle over her shoulder, cradling a first-place trophy, and sporting a defiant smile. She was strikingly beautiful and exuded a commanding presence. If anyone were present, they would undoubtedly exclaim that Wen Zhuying bore an uncanny resemblance to the girl in the photograph, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between the two at first glance. Jiang Yunshen slammed the photo onto the small table, asserting, "My mind is perfectly intact. I specifically obtained this photograph of our aunt in her youth. The resemblance is so striking that there is no need for further investigation. Wen Zhuying must be our aunt's daughter." He had not come unprepared. After Jiang Shirihua concluded a phone call, he was anxious, but first retrieved the photograph of their aunt from her younger days. Upon seeing it, clarity washed over him, providing immediate answers to his lingering questions. For instance, why did he think Wen Zhuying resembled his mother? Why did he feel an inexplicable familiarity with her? He promptly requested Sister Zhou to cancel all his engagements as he embarked on this quest for familial connection. Just looking at the photograph, who can say for certain? Jiang Shirihua remarked. Jiang Yunshen's expression turned serious, and the brothers began to share an air of similarity. Brother, what do you mean by that? Is resemblance not enough to support my theory? Jiang Shirihua, lost in thought, recounted some lesser-known details. Their aunt had changed hospitals several times. The first transfer occurred due to a doctor who had altered her appearance to resemble that of their aunt in her youth, leading everyone to believe they had found her daughter, only to later discover it was a deception. Their aunt's condition had worsened considerably, necessitating the transfer. Jiang Yunshen was taken aback, feeling acutely aware of his limited knowledge. Jiang Shirihua continued to divulge more information he had previously been unaware of. Later, I re-established contact with the police and coroner from that time. Various assessments confirmed that one of the deceased children was indeed our cousin Lily. Then, what of Wen Zhuying? Jiang Yunshen's previously agitated heart now settled into a more analytical state. Firstly, the ages align. Although there is a slight discrepancy, Wen Zhuying was adopted by the Wen family, so not knowing her true birthday is understandable. Secondly, I have followed her life closely through numerous photographs. There are no signs of cosmetic surgery. She looks just as she did in her youth, a perfect replica of our aunt. Lastly, I am not particularly fond of making new friends, yet the moment I met Wen Zhuying, I felt an irresistible urge to connect with her. Surely that must be rooted in our childhood bond. You make astute observations. I too believe there is a high probability that Wen Zhuying is indeed our cousin Lily. Jiang Shirihua concurred. Jiang Yunshen had been smiling until Jiang Shirihua introduced a twist. However, everything requires evidence, just as they once claimed our cousin Lily had died, backed by ample proof. All right, you have a point there, Jiang Yunshen conceded, invigorated by the discussion. When shall we collect items for DNA testing? I can hardly wait. Jiang Shirihua restrained his enthusiasm. We must wait until evening. It would be too conspicuous during the day. Alone, Wen Zhuying devoured the sweet potatoes, and corn from the iron pot, consuming far more than the pigs in the pen outside. The audience couldn't help but exclaim, Wen Balian can eat more than a pig. Delicious. Wen Zhuying, patting her swollen belly and letting out a burp, felt an overwhelming laziness wash over her, rendering even her fingertips reluctant to move. A villager, turning his back to the camera, discreetly handed her 2 pancakes, saying, "Child, these are my homemade pancakes. They're particularly filling. I heard they say this job is exhausting and doesn't allow snacks, so keep them hidden and eat them secretly." "Thank you, Auntie." Wen Zhuying swiftly stuffed the pancakes into her outer garment pocket. The thrill of secrecy weighed heavily on her, making it difficult to remain inconspicuous. Director Wu had to engage in a bit of mental gymnastics to turn a blind eye to the matter. After dinner, they returned, and according to the previous rules of the game, the winners would be spared from pranks tonight, while the losers would have to obediently face their punishment. Bai Jingyu's voluntary withdrawal meant he acknowledged defeat, and like the other 3, he had to endure pranks. The 4 of them were assigned individual rooms, and soon, terrified screams echoed from 3 of them, thoroughly pranked, rendering their afternoon baths futile. By 9 o'clock at night, all cameras were finally turned off, allowing everyone to find some peace. Wen Zhuying's current room lacked surveillance, and she waited impatiently, bored, as she adorned each skeleton with makeup, even bestowing names upon them and engaging in conversations, providing a wealth of emotional value. Once she had finished applying makeup on Qianqian, the production team finally quieted down. Wen Zhuying could hardly contain her excitement as she turned off the lights, pocketing the pancakes gifted by the villager earlier, along with some jerky and drinks she had stealthily grabbed when the staff weren't looking. And she began her quest to find Bai Jingyu's room by climbing over the wall one by one. Unbeknownst to her, after she had scaled the wall, the other 2 took advantage of the night to sneak into her room. Not knowing Bai Jingyu's whereabouts, she began her search from the first room adjacent to hers. The first room was empty. She entered through the window and exited through the door, making her way into the corridor. As she searched, she suddenly heard strange sounds around the corner of the stairs, piquing her curiosity. So she temporarily abandoned her room inspections and stealthily peeked to see what was happening in the stairwell. The corridor lights had long been destroyed by the production team, leaving only the moonlight filtering in through the window at the end of the hallway, illuminating 2 intertwined figures. Upon hearing their voices, Wen Zhuying immediately recognized them as Zhou Lan and Jiang Yu. Zhou Lan was crying, her sobs soft, and stuttered, "Jiang, the production team is really too much. I didn't want to participate, but they insisted. I bruised my thigh when I fell just now." Jiang Yu's voice was low, almost a bubble-like timbre, tinged with an unsettling chuckle. "It's okay, Jiang will massage it for you, alright?" Zhou Lan then emitted a sound of discomfort, mixed with pleasure. "Jiang, you're making it hurt." Jiang Yu continued to laugh. "It has to hurt a little. That's how the bruise will dissipate." It seemed as if their lips were nearly touching, producing some suspicious, wet sounds. When Zhuying's curiosity surged, what on earth were they doing? She discreetly leaned out a bit further, her eyes widening to see clearly. Suddenly, a hand covered her eyes. The hand was slightly cold, causing her eyelashes to flutter wildly, brushing against the palm of the intruder. The familiar scent wafted to her nose, and she allowed the person to embrace her waist and pull her into a room. Once inside, Bai Jingyu released the hand that had covered her eyes and looked down at her. When Zhuying leaned against the door, tilting her head back with a pout, "I didn't even see what they were doing. Why did you pull me away?" Bai Jingyu, with a tone of disdain, replied, "Don't look at them. It's an eyesore." When Zhuying pressed for details, "Then what were they doing? Why were they making those noises?" Bai Jingyu cleared his throat awkwardly, averting his gaze, his jawline taut. "They were fighting." When Zhuying rolled her eyes, "I'm not a fool. That sounded like they were kissing. And who knows? They might end up on the bed doing something indescribable. Just because I haven't seen a pig run doesn't mean I don't know how it looks." Bai Jingyu took a deep breath, turning his head slightly, his face away from the light, his posture slightly bent, shadows cast by the light completely enveloping Wen Zhuying. His Adam's apple bobbing as he spoke in a tone that was hard to decipher. "You seem to know quite a bit." They were very close, face to face, still holding each other at the waist, and the atmosphere became excessively ambiguous. When Zhuying's cheeks flushed, and she stammered, "Ahem, with the internet being so developed, it's inevitable to come across some risque content sometimes." Bai Jingyu seductively coaxed, his voice dripping with sweetness, like a siren weaving a vast web to lure in her prey. "Is that so? What have you come across?" The air around them heated up, the warmth making both their cheeks flush uncomfortably. "Oh, dear. It's all in my cloud storage. When we get back, I promise to share it with you. But you must keep it a secret." When Zhuying chuckled with a hint of arrogance, wearing a knowing expression as she playfully punched Bai Jingyu's chest, "As friends, we should share." However, she miscalculated the force of her punch, causing Bai Jingyu to wince in pain, nearly coughing, his eyes shimmering with tears. The flirtatious atmosphere evaporated entirely. Wen Zhuying, flustered, leaned into his embrace, apologizing profusely. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Bai Jingyu suppressed the tumultuous emotions swirling within him, gazing at her with a bemused expression. "I overestimated you." "What do you mean?" Wen Zhuying furrowed her brows at him. Just then, a sudden noise erupted from a room nearby, neither loud nor soft, reminiscent of something heavy falling to the ground. Wen Zhuying recognized the sound as coming from her room and immediately panicked. "Could someone be trying to steal my toys?" Bai Jingyu pinched the bridge of his nose, letting out a deep sigh. "I'll accompany you to check it out." Approximately 15 minutes prior, Jiang Shiriyue and Jiang Yunshin had seen Wen Zhuying leave and took the opportunity to sneak into her room in the dark. They didn't dare to turn on their phone flashlights, merely illuminating the dim room with the faint glow of their screens as they searched. Jiang Yunshin, having acted in many dramas, was familiar with what to look for in a paternity test, muttering to his brother, "We can take her used cup. And we need hair with follicles more than a few strands. It's best to check for blood traces, fresh ones are more accurate." Jiang Shiriyue abruptly halted, impatiently admonishing his brother, "Can you just be quiet?" He regretted bringing Jiang Yunshin along. His incessant chatter was disruptive and could easily lead to their discovery. Jiang Yunshin fell silent. In moments of awkwardness, one tends to appear overly busy. That was exactly how he felt now, glancing left and right, even bending down to search under the table. This wasn't his childhood anymore. If it were, Jiang Shiriyue would have given him a good thrashing. In the short time when Zhuying had occupied this room, there was little to find. After searching for a long while, they only managed to locate a single hair that didn't belong to either of them. Under the dim light, they exchanged glances, holding the hair between them. "Forget it. I'll check other rooms. The bathroom has nothing." "I'll look in the bedroom," Jiang Yunshin decided, turning first. As he opened the bedroom door and stepped inside, his hand accidentally brushed against something, producing a sound. He lifted his phone screen, and his heart plummeted. What on earth is all this? On either side of the large bed, 2 neat rows of skeletons stood, their bones yellowed, resembling real ones.
Not only that,
But each skeletal frame had its skull meticulously adorned with makeup, devoid of flesh. Only bone remained, sending shivers down one's spine at a mere glance. Who in their right mind would display 2 rows of made-up skeletons in their bedroom? The sight was utterly unsettling. Jiang Yunshin stood rigid, as immovable as a slab of steel. His phone screen darkened, yet he did not budge. Jiang Shiriyue, noticing the eerie silence, approached curiously and tapped him on the shoulder. "What are you dawdling for?" The atmosphere was already sufficiently sinister, and the sudden contact on his shoulder made him reflexively recoil in terror, fleeing uncontrollably into the darkness. In his hasty retreat, he stumbled over a skeleton, sending the skull rolling across the floor. The noise reached Wen Zhuying in another room, marking the moment of revelation. Jiang Shiriyue swiftly grasped the fleeing Jiang Yunshin, exclaiming, "This is Wen Zhuying's toy. You've broken it." Jiang Yunshin retorted, "Who in their right mind uses this as a toy?" Jiang Shiriyue forced a smile that barely concealed his irritation. "That's exactly her style. Put it back quickly, or we'll be caught." Jiang Yunshin half-squatted, retrieving the fallen skull, desperately convincing himself that it was all fake and not frightening at all. Suddenly, the bedroom light flickered on. Wen Zhuying appeared at the window. Perched on the sill with only one slipper on, the other had been used to turn on the light. The scene in the room was comically absurd. Jiang Yunshin held the skull with both hands, stretching them far away, tilting his head back dramatically as if wishing to distance himself from it by 100 miles.
Meanwhile,
Jiang Shiriyue impatiently prodded Jiang Yunshin's back with his elbow, seemingly urging him to step forward. As the light illuminated the room, their expressions were a kaleidoscope of emotions, with embarrassment being the most conspicuous. "What are you doing? Trying to steal my toy? Why is Qianqian's skull in your hands?" When Zhuying squinted, her gaze dangerously narrowed, as if she would strike them if they dared to admit their wrongdoing. Jiang Yunshin replied dismissively, "Who would want such a thing?" Jiang Shiriyue rapped his knuckles against Jiang Yunshin's head, taking the skull from his hands and reverently placing it back in its original position, akin to an offering. Once replaced, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, feet slightly apart, erect in posture, and fixed Jiang Yunshin with a piercing gaze, asking with righteous indignation, "Why are you here in the middle of the night? What do you want from me?" Jiang Yunshin was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? How did it become me dragging you in here?" During their wall-climbing escapade, it was his brother who had hoisted him over. Under Jiang Shiriyue's oppressive gaze, He begrudgingly accepted the blame, recalling how often he had done so in their childhood. Well, I came to find you because you returned the money I transferred to you during your live stream. I told you friends don't need to repay loans. Yet you returned it right there. You have no money, so why return it? I was worried you might starve here, so I came to check on you. As Jiang Yunshin spoke, he grew increasingly confident, even straightening his back as he earnestly rambled. Little did he know, he had inadvertently stumbled into the bedroom and been startled by her toys. Thankfully, his appearance naturally conveyed sincerity, making him appear as if he could not possibly lie. Wen Zhuying surveyed her toys, confirming they were all present, and thus decided not to press further. She climbed through the window, her eyes a striking contrast of black and white, earnestly explaining, that was merely a prank by the production team. A friend's money isn't something to be taken lightly. So, I cannot accept it. Her clear, sincere eyes sparkled with gratitude, more transparent than the clearest lake, revealing every thought within. Jiang Yunshin felt a pang of guilt for his earlier fabrications. Actually, Well then, I hope you can earn more money for yourself, Jiang Shuiwei interrupted, seizing Jiang Yunshin by the collar and dragging him away. At the bedroom door, they collided head-on with Bai Jingyu. Chapter 76. DNA testing? I have blood. Jiang Shuiwei harbored an aversion towards Bai Jingyu, and the sentiment was mutual. The moment their eyes met, sparks seemed to fly, yet they maintained a facade of civility. Jiang Shuiwei licked his teeth, pulling Jiang Yunshin along with a frosty tone. Let's go. No sooner had they taken a step than Bai Jingyu inquired. Did you take something that doesn't belong to you? Wen Zhuying, hopping in through the window, landed on one foot, placing her other slipper on the ground. Then counted her toys, confirming none were missing. Jiang Shuiwei's expression remained impassive, his other hand buried in his pocket, fiddling with a strand of hair encased in plastic. Momentarily at a loss for words, Jiang Yunshin, burdened with guilt over deceiving Wen Zhuying, felt his remorse swell as he hastily emptied his pockets. His bag contained a used cup, a comb, and a hair tie. With an air of aloof elegance, he looked like an otherworldly figure, yet appeared oddly perverse clutching such items. Jiang Shuiwei's face betrayed an expression of rare embarrassment, promptly releasing the grip he had on Jiang Yunshin's collar. They were not acquainted. He did not know this person. Wen Zhuying, perplexed, cast a complicated glance at Jiang Yunshin. Have you run out of money? Are you taking such trivial items? If you need something, just tell me, and I'll give it to you. Bai Jingyu, however, was not so naive. His gaze darkened as he scrutinized the brothers' faces, his attractive brows knitting together in contemplation. Speaking too much could lead to trouble. Jiang Yunshin dropped everything onto the ground and turned to leave. As they exited, Wen Zhuying began extracting a large pancake, 2 bags of jerky, and a bottle of drink from her own pockets to offer to Bai Jingyu, exclaiming, how strange, how could his pockets hold so many things? Bai Jingyu lowered his gaze, holding the food Wen Zhuying had given him while she continued to retrieve more from her bag. Whose pocket was more capable? He smiled gently, his eyes sparkling with kindness. You eat first, I need to ponder what they were here for. Wen Zhuying pressed down on Bai Jingyu's shoulder, urging him to sit, while she thoughtfully rested her chin on her hand. She found it hard to believe Jiang Yunshin's tall tales. 2 grown men sneaking into a girl's room for such trifling items must have had another motive. Oh, I know. Bai Jingyu, nibbling on jerky, lifted his gaze, signaling her to continue. They like me, Wen Zhuying declared, a proud expression adorning her face as she spoke with conviction. Those 2 brothers certainly look wealthy. They wouldn't be lacking for such trifles. Their late-night visit must be to take something marked with my scent. How bizarre and thrilling. Bai Jingyu couldn't help but smile, gently shoving the jerky into Wen Zhuying's hands and affectionately patting her hand. It's best not to overthink things. Wen Zhuying took a bite of the jerky, pouting defiantly. What else could it be? I believe my thoughts are correct. A cup, a comb, a hair tie, Bai Jingyu muttered, a sudden realization striking him. Could it be they want to verify your fingerprints or test your DNA? Test DNA. Wen Zhuying exclaimed in shock, momentarily abandoning the jerky, she dashed outside, calling after the 2 figures, wait for me. Jiang Shuiwei and Jiang Yunshin halted, turning back to face her. Shrouded in shadows, their expressions remained obscured. I have blood. Bring a knife. Her booming voice startled the birds in the forest, and even the production team members were taken aback. In the dead of night, in this desolate locale, how terrifying it is to hear such content. Who can truly comprehend? Jiang Shuiwei. Jiang Yunshin. Seeing that they remained unmoving, Wen Zhuying assumed their dissatisfaction and immediately raised the stakes. If blood is insufficient, I can offer chunks of flesh. Bring me a knife, hurry. Her overzealous demeanor, shouting for a knife, was quite chilling, and her mental state appeared rather unstable. Jiang Yunshin tugged at his brother's sleeve, unconsciously adopting a dependent posture. Brother.
What did she say?
Jiang Shuiwei grasped Jiang Yunshin's collar, averted his gaze, and said, "Let us go." As they departed, Wen Zhuying grew anxious, attempting to escape through the window, only to be pulled back into her place by Bai Jingyu, who held her waist with one arm. Disappointment etched on her face. Her small features scrunched up. If they truly wanted a DNA test, I would have given them my blood. Why are they leaving? I am still waiting for my wealthy parents to find me. She harbored a dream, to be reunited with her affluent parents who had lost her. As she witnessed boundless wealth seemingly within her grasp, only for the two brothers to abandon the notion of blood. Her aspirations as the daughter of the rich shattered once more. Bai Jingyu gently closed his eyes, his exquisitely enchanting brows and eyes akin to deep, unyielding ink. Breathtaking in their beauty, his raven-black hair soft and alluring, his voice laced with a smile. If you truly have wealthy parents, they will inevitably find you. Wen Zhuying, inspired by his words, clenched her small fists, her gaze resolute. You are right, but I must also take the initiative. She prepared the knife, determined that the next time she encountered those two brothers, she would offer them her blood, ensuring they completed their subsequent tasks. On the third day of the prank show, the production team gathered everyone in a room, revealing nothing about the day as activities, merely stating that today's content would involve grouping. One male and one female per team. This time, the groupings were determined by a draw. Zhou Lan paired with Jiang Yu, Ding Rui with Bai Jingyu, and Wen Zhuying with Qi Fa. Each group then drew lots to determine the order of departure. The first to leave were Zhou Lan and Jiang Yu, while the remaining participants awaited their turn in the room. 15 minutes later, they brought Wen Zhuying and Qi Fa outside. The two were led to the base of a long staircase, which culminated in a viewing platform with a muddy pit lying beneath. The staff informed them, "Today, we have prepared blind boxes above. You need to ascend and retrieve them yourself." Wen Zhuying's curiosity was piqued, and she inquired, "What's inside the blind boxes?" The staff smirked, "Inside are treasures. You will know once you obtain them." After assigning the task, he departed, leaving multiple cameras trained on the two. Hearing it contained treasures, Wen Zhuying eagerly ascended the staircase. After a few steps, Qi Fa, seeing her unharmed, followed suit, grumbling, "Wen Zhuying, women should walk behind men. Do you not understand?" Wen Zhuying shook her head, "I do not." "Now you understand. Let me go ahead."
Qi Fa impatiently insisted.
Wen Zhuying, quite agreeable, slowed her pace. "Very well. You may go first." As they reached the midpoint, a large ball suddenly appeared at the top of the staircase, made of a plastic material and filled with water, rolling down towards them. Chapter 77. To each his own. The diameter of the water ball was slightly smaller than the width of the stairs, with walls on either side. Its sudden appearance catching them off guard. Should they be struck by this colossal water ball, they would inevitably tumble into the muddy pit below. The pit even bore measurement markings, poised to gauge the distance they would be flung within it.
Qi Fa reacted swiftly,
darting back down the staircase upon spotting the water ball. Upon reaching the bottom, however, he found the area still and had to look up. To his astonishment, Wen Zhuying had not budged an inch, standing mid-staircase, extending her right index finger to poke the water ball. With a forceful jab, the water ball soared upward. It slid down the stairs again with a thud, and with another poke, it ascended once more. A massive water ball capable of sending a person flying was being deftly controlled by a mere finger. This not only demanded extraordinary strength, but also precise angles. The audience erupted in laughter, bewildered at her playful antics. The previous group, Zhou Lan's, did not fare as well. They were both knocked into the mud pit when the water ball rolled down. Had I not witnessed the calamity of the last group, I might have thought this was exceedingly simple. If it were me, I would have been flung at least 10 meters away. What Wen Yi controls is no trivial water ball. She holds dominion over my heart. Wen Yi, grateful for the toys provided by the production team. Without Wen Yi, I cannot play. Only Wen Yi chooses not to play. This place is her paradise. Laughs and cries. Initially, many had insisted, how can Wen Bailian have fans? Who would support such a character? Now, the words they spoke were as flamboyant as they could muster, showering her with praises, with affectionate nicknames like Wen Bailian and Wen Yi becoming commonplace. There was no denying it. Wen Zhuying was irresistibly entertaining. Who could not be captivated? Even the act of poking the water ball was adorably compelling, exuding charm and charisma. Chi Fa, observing her in her element, felt reassured enough to ascend, striding leisurely, hands tucked into his pockets, and mockingly remarked from behind, "Pfft, I could tell right away that this water ball is light. It's just a playful diversion. You should be thankful I allowed you this opportunity. If I were in front, the water ball wouldn't have moved an inch. And you'd have no chance to show off." The audience retorted, "Aren't you the one who fled in terror when the water ball appeared? How dare you speak with such bravado now?" Wen Zhuying turned her head to glance at him, articulating clearly, "I do not wish to owe anyone a favor."
Chifa,
Wen Zhuying hoisted the water ball above her head, slowly turning to face Chi Fa, revealing a sincere, radiant smile. "Now, I return the opportunity to play with the water ball and to show off to you." Then, she slammed the water ball downward. The colossal water ball cascaded down the staircase, crashing onto Chi Fa. He soared into the air like discarded refuse, tracing a perfect parabolic arc.
Ah!
Chi Fa fell into the mud pit, achieving a distance of 8 meters. The staff erupted into laughter, their bellies aching. While the camera zoomed in on the muddy figure scrambling in the pit, they were professionals, typically unamused, unless unable to contain their mirth. The audience, too, found it impossible to suppress their laughter. Ha ha, this can be considered poetic justice. Laughing to the point my mother came at me with a stick, but I simply cannot help it. Ha ha, this is too hilarious. He was returned the opportunity to show off, but he couldn't handle it. Folks, I'm losing my mind with laughter, when you will set every pretentious person straight. Wen Zhuying clapped her hands, shrugging her shoulders in mock exasperation, casting a disdainful glance at the mud-covered Chi Fa, as if to say, "You couldn't handle that? How utterly useless." She turned and continued her ascent up the staircase, her mind and eyes set on the blind boxes awaiting her on the viewing platform. Suddenly, the staircase beneath her shifted, all the steps flattening into a smooth slope, causing her to slide down towards the muddy pit. Not wishing to fall, Wen Zhuying pressed her palms against the walls, stabilizing herself while carefully maneuvering her feet forward. In a brief moment, she ascended the staircase with ease, showing no signs of difficulty. The production team was hardly surprised by her agility. Upon reaching the viewing platform, she was greeted by 6 brown boxes, each obscured from view, only marked with numbers ranging from 1 to 6. Director Wu addressed her through a megaphone, explaining that each box contained various intriguing items, yet she was permitted to select only one. After making her choice, she was to press a small button in front of the box, which would reveal an elastic seam through which she could retrieve the contents. Whatever she managed to extract would be hers to keep. This announcement ignited her enthusiasm, prompting a polite thank you to the director. Wu, unfazed, simply instructed her to proceed with her selection. Choosing the auspicious number 6, she pressed the button, and the top panel of the box shifted aside, unveiling a seam that allowed her hand to slip inside. Meanwhile, the audience was treated to a clear view through a glass panel of the box's contents. To their dismay, they beheld 2 cockroaches atop a white cloth, each pushing a suspicious, dark yellow, round mass resembling a dumpling. The insects left a distinct trail as they moved across the fabric, and the sight alone was enough to induce a sense of nausea among many viewers. Even through the screen, I can smell the stench. The production team is audacious. Must they play such a disgusting game? I feel as if the odor could penetrate the screen and assault my nostrils. Do I really have to reach in? Truly? Oh, dear. What can I do to save you? In horror. If Wen Balian's hand touches it, I can't bear it. I'll come back later. I can't watch this right now. As the live stream audience dwindled by tens of thousands, Director Wu felt a pang of anxiety. Yet the broadcast had to continue. With high-definition cameras focused on Wen Zhuying, the staff instructed her to reach into the elastic seam to retrieve the item. Her nose twitched as she tentatively extended her hand. The elastic was indeed quite taut, leaving no space for her eyes to discern the contents within. Her fingers, delicate and pale with a hint of pink, hovered just above the dark yellow mass. At that moment, the viewers held their breath as she moved her fingers, only to quickly withdraw them. Simultaneously, the cockroaches and the 2 yellow masses vanished, leaving the white cloth pristine. This transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the audience bewildered. What just happened? They were there a moment ago. What occurred? Where did everything go? Replaying the footage at 0.5x speed reveals nothing. This inexplicable event left the viewers in a state of confusion, and Director Wu was equally perplexed. Wen Zhuying stood on the platform, blinking innocently, her lips forming a pout as she voiced her discontent. Director, There is nothing inside. Wasn't this supposed to be a mystery box? Wu, checking the surveillance screen, magnified the box and confirmed that indeed, its contents were no longer visible. He scratched his head, sensing something was amiss. Just moments ago, there had been items within. How had they vanished? Why not try another? He suggested, directing her to a neighboring box filled with writhing earthworms. Wen Zhuying complied, only to encounter the same bizarre outcome. Upon reaching inside, the contents disappeared yet again. This is utterly bizarre. Director Wu exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. How can this be? There was something there and now it's gone. Do I not know what was placed inside? Director, how could you deceive me? When Zhuying's wide eyes glared at him, her arms crossed defiantly, her expression one of indignation at being misled. Director Wu reveled in his penchant for orchestrating playful pranks, having a hand in nearly all the props. Those two heaps of excrement and the wriggling earthworms were placed there by him. They could not have simply vanished. Determined to prove the existence of the items, he set down the megaphone and approached the platform via another route, pulling Wen Zhuying to the other side and confidently stating, "There must be something inside. We can see it through the glass." Bending slightly, she pointed with her slender, fair fingers at the glass, sincerely retorting, "Is this what you call having something? The box is evidently empty." An awkward silence hung in the air, accompanied by an unusual scent that some began to detect. Does anyone else remember that river of cow dung from the show's premiere? A premonition of misfortune for Director Wu looms, excitement bubbling within. Perhaps there is nothing after all. How disappointing after such anticipation, when Zhuying straightened, adopting an air of magnanimity, seemingly unbothered. But Director Wu could hardly contain himself. He was a man who could not ignore such a challenge. Drawing a deep breath, he resolved to show her the truth. Rolling up his sleeves, he secured the box with both hands, shaking it side to side before lifting it, revealing the pristine white cloth underneath. Since they had already seen it, there was no reason not to lift it and take a look. As he pulled back the cloth, he revealed a thick layer, clean on one side but marred on the reverse by the unsightly traces they had witnessed on the live stream, exuding a foul odor. "See? I told you there was something." When Zhuying, standing a meter away, suddenly smiled, her eyes sparkling like sunlit water, exceptionally charming. She kindly reminded him, "Director, you might want to check your hand." "What is wrong with my hand?" Director Wu dismissed her concern with a glance. But upon closer inspection, his face darkened as he realized his once pristine palm was now stained a dark yellow, with a cockroach crawling from the cloth onto his hand. A wave of noxious odor invaded his nostrils. Director Wu hastily flung the cloth away, only for his other hand to inadvertently press against a mass on the table. The sensation was damp and sticky, accompanied by a pungent stench. As he lifted his hand, a long strand of viscous substance trailed behind. Beneath his palm lay the very earthworms he had personally placed to prank his guest, only to be pranked himself. What a predicament! Director Wu's composure shattered. Caught between shock and disgust, his face darkening to an inky hue, When Zhuying tilted her head slightly, sticking out her tongue playfully, and boldly declared, well, who told you to deceive me first, claiming it was something good when it was merely foul dung? Ha ha, my laughter has erased all virtue." The premonition came true. Director Wu hasn't learned his lesson from the cow dung river, and I can't stop laughing. Wu PD truly has a knack for falling into traps. Even we, the steadfast potatoes, have learned to be cautious, having been duped ourselves. I apologize, but this is just too hilarious, haha. Our esteemed Director Wu seems to be fated to encounter misfortune, whether it be cow dung or dog excrement. This sentiment not only elicited laughter from the audience, but also from the crew present, who, emboldened by Wu's presence on the stands, found themselves doubled over in mirth, unable to suppress their amusement. If gazes could manifest into tangible entities, then Wen Zhuying would surely have perished under the sharpness of Wu's scrutinizing stare. As the live broadcast pressed on, Director Wu made his way to wash his hands, scrubbing them vigorously, almost to the point of stripping away layers of skin. Yet, he remained haunted by the lingering stench of dog feces that stubbornly refused to wash away, no matter how many times he repeated the process. The final pair consisted of Ding Rui and Bai Jingyu. Ding Rui was nearly knocked off her feet by a water balloon, only to be rescued by Bai Jingyu, who deftly pulled her back by the collar of her shirt. With his tall stature, he lifted her as effortlessly as one might a chick, smoothly navigating the staircase with ease. Despite his frail appearance, he surprised the audience with his remarkable agility, winning their admiration. In comparison to other men in the entertainment industry who disdainfully critique female celebrities for their weight, he was indeed a breath of fresh air. Initially met with skepticism, he soon garnered a loyal fanbase among many viewers. Chapter 79. The fulfillment of womanhood. The morning's antics culminated in a humorous turn of events. The three guests, alongside the director, were the unfortunate victims of pranks, ultimately being propelled the farthest, and thus claiming the top spot. However, the first-place title came with no rewards. Director Wu continued his hand-washing endeavor, and the others dared not disturb him as the live stream continued. Bai Jingyu, experiencing some physical discomfort, deemed it unsuitable to continue the broadcast and retreated to the car for a respite. The staff, having witnessed the doctor attend to him, permitted his temporary exit. One staff member addressed the remaining 5 guests. This episode of pranking concludes here. We shan't bother you any further. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell on Wen Zhuying, his eyes betraying a hint of guilt as his speech slowed. Seeing that Wen Zhuying was not watching him, he regained his confidence and continued. However, for lunch today, everyone must prepare their own meals. We will not provide anything. After dining, we shall tidy up and depart. The kitchen is located on the first floor, where the staff prepares meals. Now, you may decide amongst yourselves who will cook and what will be served. Chi Fa was the first to speak up. What man cooks? That's women's work. Jiang Yu chimed in, supporting him. This task belongs to you 3 ladies. Ding Rui could not help but scoff, shrugging with nonchalance. I can't cook. We have maids for that. Chi Fa shot back. No wonder everyone says you have a princess complex. You have a whole entourage, even for cooking. Ding Rui retorted. I am a princess, after all. My parents and I earn plenty, and they want me to live like one. Besides, my assistants and maids earn 20,000 a month, plus commissions. They enjoy serving me. While the Ding family may not be among the elite, they are certainly a renowned affluent household. Is it wrong for her to live a life befitting a princess? Many were enlightened. Indeed. I never considered that Princess Ding possesses a princess complex, but she also lives a princess's life. I'm utterly envious. I wish I could have such a life. Princess Ding, I'm your long-lost assistant. I don't need 20,000 a month. I'd be content with 10. Yet, for every supporter, there were dissenters. A mere 20,000 a month? Others suffer, and you think having money gives you the right to treat people like servants? Money can't buy dignity. No matter how rich you are, you can't pay people to serve you. That's just futile. The atmosphere grew tense as Zhou Lan seized the opportunity to showcase her domestic skills before the 2 men, sweetly declaring, I'm quite adept at cooking, since childhood. I've prepared meals for my parents and brother. Now that I'm grown, they still love my cooking and ask me to make it often. Chi Fa's previously sullen expression brightened as he praised, a wife should be someone like you, who would want a delicate flower always needing assistance. Jiang Yu, shaking his finger disapprovingly, offered a sleazy grin. One should be courteous to beautiful women. I have no qualms about a dainty girl. Ding Rui felt a wave of nausea wash over her. These 2 were incessantly harassing the world. Approaching Wen Zhuying, she inquired with hopeful anticipation, Can you cook? No. Wen Zhuying replied, shaking her head, I only know how to eat. Ding Rui was taken aback. You don't have assistants or maids. What do you eat? Wen Zhuying shrugged, whatever is available. I'm not picky. Ding Rui, initially counting on Wen Zhuying, found herself in despair upon realizing she could not rely on her. Zhou Lan, having received compliments from Chi Fa and Jiang Yu, was grinning from ear to ear, covering her mouth in a feigned modesty. Oh, it's not that exaggerated. Everyone just says my food is good. Order whatever you like. I'll whip it up. Chi Fa and Jiang Yu wasted no time rattling off a long list of dishes. Ding Rui felt a bit embarrassed but, driven by hunger, mustered the courage to ask. Could Wen Zhuying and I join you for a meal? I'll pay for my share. Zhou Lan's smile vanished in an instant, her demeanor turning cold and biting. I'm not short on money. I own a villa in the Jiangdu 3rd ring. Who needs your cash? You can't even cook for yourselves. Starving would be your own fault. Ding Rui felt the sting of her words, her discomfort palpable. I was merely seeking your opinion. If you don't want to, that's fine. Besides, we're not the only ones who can't cook. Why don't you criticize them? I take pleasure in cooking for them. It gives me a sense of accomplishment, a source of confidence. Zhou Lan retorted, her pride evident. Ding Rui felt a surge of helplessness. With such exorbitant housing prices in Jiangdu's 3rd ring, could such a sense of achievement truly outweigh the satisfaction of cooking for a man?
Zhou Lan firmly counter.
Of course it cannot. Just think, after a day's work, There's a man waiting at home for you to handle the chores, to prepare meals. This is every woman's proof of being needed by their family. Truly hopeless. Ding Rui interjected. I have no need for such validation.
Zulan.
Equally convinced of Ding Rui's hopelessness, believed she knew nothing of what it meant to be a woman. The two exchanged glances, disdain brewing, and chose not to engage further. Since Zhoulan was unwilling to share her meal, Ding Rui resolved to attempt cooking herself. Although she had never cooked before, it couldn't be that difficult, could it? The three women were led by the production team to the kitchen, located on the first floor of their residence. Entering through the back, they found an expansive space filled with pots and pans, showing signs of prior use, confirming the production team had not deceived them. Meanwhile, Chi Fa and Jiang Yu were escorted to the lounge, where they settled in, preparing to pass the time on their phones as they awaited their meal. The staff provided them with 2 chairs. Jiang Yu, caught off guard, sat down first. The moment he did, he sprang up, clutching his rear in agony as he let out a yelp. The camera zoomed in to reveal several shallow plastic spikes on the chair, evidently having pricked him. The medical room was located nearby, and the staff directed him. He bolted towards the door, kicking it open, only to discover that it was merely a painted wall, ingeniously designed to appear as a door. His foot struck the wall with force, causing him immense pain as he tumbled to the ground, rolling in agony while cradling his leg. His genuine suffering brought genuine laughter from the audience. Chi Fa, witnessing the spectacle, realized the live broadcast was far from over and that the show continued, making him wary of wandering elsewhere. Standing for a while left him fatigued, and besides, one cannot remain standing indefinitely. He cautiously touched the chair. It was sturdy and, pressing down firmly, determined that it was secure before finally taking a seat. However, the moment he settled down, a deluge of ink cascaded upon him, leaving him chilled to the bone. The staff hurriedly suggested washing him off, but he merely wiped his face with his hand, revealing a visage so dark that only the whites of his eyes stood out, and he waved them off in a panic, insisting, "No, I shall remain here. I intend to go nowhere." Chapter 80. How can one be so dashing? In the kitchen, as Zhoulan entered, she immediately took charge, exuding the confidence of a seasoned cook. I will require that frying pan, the iron pot, and the stew pot. All of this area is mine, she declared, listing a plethora of items, leaving only a pot for boiling milk, an induction cooker, and a small patch of workspace for Ding Rui. Ding Rui found conversing with her utterly exhausting and had no desire to argue. Whatever she said would simply be accepted. Zhoulan continued her allocation, while Wen Zhuying settled onto a small stool at the kitchen entrance, her hands resting on her knees, sitting upright. Ding Rui, feeling bored, glanced at her and asked curiously, Wen Zhuying, "Why are you sitting at the door?" "I may not know how to cook, but I can keep watch," Wen Zhuying exclaimed, shaking her tiny fist, signaling her prowess in vigilance. She had no talent for cooking. When the apocalypse first struck, she had scavenged for food in trash bins, unable to compete with those more skilled until she met Sister Whale, who could indeed cook, albeit attracting zombies and mutated creatures in the process. Thus, she took up the role of lookout, a habit she maintained even now when others prepared meals. Such behavior was deemed normal in the apocalypse, yet here it seemed peculiar. Drawing quizzical looks, Zhoulan laughed upon hearing this, remarking, "Keeping watch? If you have nothing to do, just embrace it. There's no need to seek validation." Ding Rui retorted, "What is it to you? Such a temper for a young lady." Zhoulan muttered in discontent as she opened a cabinet. As soon as the cabinet door swung open, a cascade of flour poured down upon her, drenching her unexpectedly. Meanwhile, Ding Rui had just opened the milk pot when a snake suddenly sprang out, sending her into a panic, her body freezing in shock. Wen Zhuying, having swiftly dodged the falling flour, stood before Ding Rui, catching the snake with one hand. As the dust settled, Zhoulan exhaled sharply, flour spewing from her mouth, her eyes sluggishly rolling around, her false eyelashes adorned with flour. She turned to see Wen Zhuying gripping the snake, squeezing it until it deflated. Wen Zhuying then smiled at Ding Rui, shook her head gently, and flicked away a bit of flour that had clung to her hair, causing her neat bangs to sway. Beneath those bangs lay a lovely oval face, her eyes slightly crescent-shaped as she softly reassured, "Do not be afraid, it is merely a toy snake." Ding Rui, snapping back from her fright, found herself gazing into Wen Zhuying's comforting eyes, her heartbeat quickening involuntarily. Wasn't she supposed to be delicate and frail? A white lotus capable of causing chaos? How could she be so striking? From now on, Ding Rui resolved to seek boyfriends who met such standards. "Thank you," Ding Rui said in a soft, strained voice, as though she had exerted her utmost effort to express gratitude. It felt as if Princess Ding was expending all her strength to articulate her thanks. One was cool and composed, while the other was desperately trying to impress. Why is her partner so flirtatious? One by Jingyu isn't enough. Now there's Princess Ding too? There's a strong demand for a monogamous system. By Jingyu as the husband and Princess Ding as the wife. May the three of you live harmoniously. Unacknowledged. Zhou Lan snorted and let out a puff of flour from her nostrils. After a hasty cleanup, they cautiously resumed their cooking endeavors. Rice and vegetables posed no issues. Zhou Lan rummaged through the refrigerator and decided on 8 dishes for a grand feast. Ding Rui, on the other hand, discovered a large bag of instant noodles, containing 5 smaller packets, and prepared to boil some water while checking recipes on her phone. The first step posed a challenge, and she turned to Wen Zhuying. How much water should I use so that it just covers the noodles? Wen Zhuying blinked, uncertain, and replied, just enough to cover the noodles? Listening to one another's words was akin to listening to an oracle. The two finally got to work, gradually adding water. When Zhou Lan stirred up more chaos, she seized a bottle of seasoning. Upon opening it, cream erupted forth, and with quick reflexes, she aimed the nozzle at Ding Rui. Wen Zhuying instinctively grabbed a pot lid to shield them from the cream. Zhou Lan, still shaken, set down the seasoning and switched on the induction cooker, only to discover that it wasn't a true induction cooker. The moment she pressed the switch, it unleashed a spectacular explosion, filling the kitchen with black smoke, leaving all 3 of their faces coated in soot. Wen Zhuying had already pulled Ding Rui down into a crouch, and the two whispered in a corner. Do you still want to continue cooking? Wen Zhuying asked. It's likely that before we finish, Zhou Lan will blow up the kitchen, Ding Rui replied.
Well,
I no longer wish to cook, Wen Zhuying admitted. Coincidentally, I feel the same way, Ding Rui concurred. Wen Zhuying raised her hand, groped around the counter, and retrieved the large bag of instant noodles. Let us go. We'll just eat the noodles raw. The two of them scurried out of the kitchen, finding a tree beneath which to squat and divide the noodles. Wen Zhuying opened the large bag and handed a small packet to Ding Rui. One for you. One for me. One for you. One for me, she chanted. Ding Rui. Her face darkened and her hair a disheveled mess resembling a bird's nest after 3 days without care, clutched a packet of instant noodles and questioned the distribution system. Why do I get 1 packet while you get 4? Wen Zhuying had already begun munching, the crunchy noodles producing satisfying crackling sounds. Can you finish 1 packet? Ding Rui shook her head. I cannot. I must watch my weight. Then I shall eat it for you. Wen Zhuying reached for the noodles in Ding Rui's hand. Ding Rui quickly shielded her portion. I can finish 1 packet. Wen Zhuying reluctantly withdrew her hand. Very well. The two sat quietly, nibbling on their instant noodles, their faces smeared with soot, appearing rather pitiful. This sight endeared them to many, who seized the opportunity to capture numerous pictures, turning them into memes. Just when they thought Wen Zhuying and Ding Rui, with their charcoal-stained faces, eating instant noodles, were the most unfortunate, they learned that Zhou Lan's plight was far worse. The kitchen was a maze of chaos, and after the explosion, Zhou Lan, undeterred, continued to attempt cooking, emerging in a cloud of dust, having accomplished nothing. Thus, the 3 of them would go hungry that afternoon. Fortunately, shortly after 2 o'clock, Director Wu notified everyone that they were genuinely finished for the day. They could take the food they had brought and prepare to head home. The grueling variety show had finally concluded, and the guests all breathed a sigh of relief. Having filled her stomach, Wen Zhuying returned to her room to pack. Upon exiting, she not only carried her own suitcase, but also a large black bag, so substantial that its lower half dragged on the ground, making a crisp clattering sound as she walked. Chapter 81. The disappearing work staff. That black bag drew considerable attention. After a brief absence, Director Wu returned, addressing the group while casting a discerning gaze at Wen Zhuying. While packing, did anyone take something that does not belong to them? The others responded in scattered agreement, their expressions puzzled, while Wen Zhuying stood at attention, delivering a resounding no. Director Wu pointed at her. There are some individuals, whom I shall not name, who have made off with all of our work staff's belongings. Wen Zhuying kicked the black bag behind her with her foot, and a series of crisp, clanging sounds erupted from within. She shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum, insisting, It certainly isn't me. If not you, then who? Director Wu glared furiously, striding forward to unzip the black bag. Inside, a plethora of lifelike skeletons lay stacked, resembling a crime scene to the letter. Ding Rui, perplexed, whispered, What did you take this for? Her lack of understanding bore no respect. Wen Zhuying, feeling somewhat wronged, drooped her brows yet maintained a firm tone. I didn't steal it. I bought all of this. Bai Jingyu has already paid for it. The head of the logistics team hurriedly approached, pulling Director Wu aside to whisper, Director Wu, Bai Jingyu paid for it this morning while resting, saying it was alright for Wen Zhuying to take it back. I was too busy collecting things earlier and forgot to mention it. It was merely a misunderstanding. Director Wu, feeling awkward, apologized and explained, these props cannot be taken out. They are too realistic and must be processed uniformly. If you take them out, the police will detain you for questioning. Wen Zhuying, discontent, clutched the bag tightly, her eyes glistening with tears as she pleaded pitifully, I've grown fond of them. Can I just sneak them away? Grown fond of them? A chill ran down Director Wu's spine, and for the umpteenth time, he regretted inviting Wen Zhuying, for those brief 3 days would require a lifetime of healing. Sneaking them away is out of the question. I'll refund you. Whatever you took must be returned. Cold and unyielding as he was, his resolve remained unshaken. Reluctantly, Wen Zhuying bid farewell to her toys, dragging the black bag upstairs, glancing back every few steps. Director Wu, both vexed and amused, urged, hurry up, stop dawdling. Upon reaching the second floor, Wen Zhuying heard footsteps trailing behind her. Turning around, she found Jiang Yu. He casually shut the door and locked it, sweeping his hair back with a self-satisfied grin, his voice adopting a bubbly tone. You have too much stuff. I'm here to help you put it away. Wen Zhuying, feeling downcast, coldly rejected, no, I can manage by myself. With that, she averted her gaze and began to unpack the skeletons, arranging them meticulously. Jiang Yu, as if deaf to her words, stepped forward to assist. Yet, instead of tending to the skeletons, his hands reached for Wen Zhuying's. Remembering Bai Jingyu's warning, she promptly withdrew her hand, casting a displeased glance at Jiang Yu, warning, don't touch me. I want to touch you, because I find you beautiful. Jiang Yu's gaze lingered greedily on her face, unable to tear away. Wen Zhuying relished compliments, yet his words made her skin crawl, inciting a desire to strike him. She stepped aside, her irritation palpable as she warned, get out now, or I will hit you. Hitting is affection, scolding is love, as long as you like it. Hitting me is fine, Jiang Yu retorted, unabashedly revealing his lecherous intentions as he lunged towards her. Like a mindless creature driven solely by instinct, he pounced. Wen Zhuying bent down to evade, but he relentlessly pursued. With no other recourse, she decided to show him a thing or two. As Jiang Yu lunged once more, she seized his wrist and executed a graceful shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the floor. Simultaneously, she delivered a kick to his face, leaving a prominent footprint. Jiang Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he threatened, don't push your luck. You'll be mine sooner or later. If you don't comply, I'll ruin your reputation. And you won't be able to survive here. Wen Zhuying, undeterred, grasped Jiang Yu's ankle, using him as a makeshift weapon to smash around.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The scene was excessively brutal, the commotion loud enough to alert Zhou Lan, who was tidying up next door. She hurried to knock on the door, shouting angrily Wen Zhuying, what are you and Jiang Yu doing in there? Open the door this instant. Hearing the commotion, Wen Zhuying, fully engrossed in her assault, paid her no mind. Jiang Yu, battered and bruised, seized the opportunity upon hearing her voice, crying out help. Zhou Lan, frantic with concern, pounded on the door harder, even throwing herself against it. When her efforts failed, she rushed downstairs to fetch reinforcements, a crowd eventually crashing through the door. As it fell, the room lay in disarray, with Wen Zhuying standing atop Jiang Yu, a vase in hand, about to bring it down. Wen Zhuying, you're killing him.
Zulan Glai.
Rushing forward to push Wen Zhuying away and helping Jiang Yu to his feet, her voice trembling with anxiety, where are you hurt? Did she seduce you? How could the injuries be this severe? The crowd gazed at them with suspicion. Wen Zhuying clarified succinctly, I came up to put my things away. He insisted on helping despite my refusal and attempted to touch me. I warned him that if he continued, I would strike him, and he ignored my warning.
Which is why I acted.
Jiang Yu wiped the blood from his lip, his eyes flashing with intense rage as he falsely accused. You were the one trying to seduce me. When I refused, you lashed out in humiliation. Zhou Lan, upon hearing this, adopted a posture of vindication, pointing at Wen Zhuying and berating, so this was your intention all along. I knew your poor reputation online was justified. You're vile, attempting to seduce Jiang Yu. And when that failed, you resorted to violence. When Zhuying countered, I wasn't seducing him, He was the one being inappropriate.
Impossible. Dù Lan Edgalim.
Jiang Yu has said that I am the most beautiful woman he has ever met, and he could never be interested in someone like you. Ding Rui. Unable to endure Zhou Lan's obstinacy any longer, intervened. Zhou Lan, calm down. Jiang Yu is the type to take advantage of girls. You're all slandering him. He is not that kind of person. You're merely envious of him.
Dù Lan Phi Tô Sợ Tù Bờn.
Jiang Yu wore a victorious smirk, coldly sneering. Nowadays, female celebrities will do anything to climb the ranks, no matter how shameless. Chapter 82. Bad news. The live broadcast was not turned off. He spat towards Wen Zhuying. You'd better apologize to me in person, covering my medical expenses and compensation for emotional distress, or I'll make your life a living hell. And my fans will tear you apart. Wen Zhuying shook her head defiantly. I want to apologize or pay. You deserved it. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Jiang Yu's expression turned sinister as he pulled out his phone to call someone at his company, saying, buy some dirt on Wen Zhuying, claims she assaulted me. And put me in the ICU. I'll have her imprisoned. This was all Wen Zhuying's doing. Had she been more sensible, he wouldn't have gone to such extremes. What is going on here? Director Wu's furious voice cut through the chaos. He was supporting Bai Jingyu, who was moving slowly, perhaps feeling the chill. His pale skin appearing somewhat sickly, and his light-colored eyes concealed his anger, resembling a delicate and exquisite flower. He gestured for Wen Zhuying to come over. She immediately rushed to him, hiding behind him and tugging at his clothing, loudly reporting, just now, Jiang Yu tried to touch me and wanted to force himself on me. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Bai Jingyu's eyes as he asked, did he do anything else? Wen Zhuying smiled, shaking her head with a hint of pride, no. He was too weak to handle me. Bai Jingyu gently patted her fluffy head, a faint smile gracing his lips, his voice softening. Our littling is very capable and brave. Wen Zhuying shyly smiled back. Zhou Lan shouted angrily, you're lying. You are clearly the one trying to seduce Jiang Yu. He has me already. He said I'm the best woman in the world. He could never be interested in someone like you. Just wait to rot in prison. You will never see the light of day again. Jiang Yu, cloaked in perfect invisibility, crossed his arms and watched with delight as Zhou Lan defended him, a trace of barely concealed disdain flickering in his eyes. Ding Rui scoffed, such foolish words are only believed by you.
Dù Lan Phi Tô.
I cannot ascertain the truth of the statement, but I firmly believe that Jiang Yu is innocent. When Wen Zhuying is incarcerated, you will come to realize the depth of your misunderstanding regarding Jiang Yu. The two exchanged heated barbs, both seething with rage. Jiang Yu, feeling smugly triumphant, raised an eyebrow and declared, Wen Zhuying, I now grant you one last opportunity. Apologize to me privately, and I may reconsider sending you to jail. Silence. Director Wu shouted through a megaphone, pointing at the surveillance cameras in the room with a stoic expression. I apologize for deceiving everyone. The live stream has not been turned off and continues unabated. Like a thunderclap, this revelation shattered the atmosphere, plunging the scene into an overwhelming silence. The director had duped them yet again. He had claimed they were finished, yet the live broadcast was ongoing. Their spontaneous expressions had been laid bare before the audience. And Jiang Yu's expression morphed through various shades of emotion, his ominous demeanor unsettling. The live stream meant that every moment, from his harassment of Wen Zhuying to his petty triumph in demanding an apology, was witnessed by viewers. At that moment, the comments section erupted with fervor. Can Jiang Yu just die? He's utterly despicable. Wen Yi should have shown no mercy. A swift end would have pleased everyone. Seeing Jiang Yu fail to harass and then slander Wen Zhuying is the ultimate proof. I refuse to believe that anyone would still defend this rotten cucumber. His skill suggests he is a seasoned player. I call for physical castration of Jiang Yu. He is too lewd, and the title of perverted man is well earned. How can the entertainment industry harbor such a repugnant man as Jiang Yu? With such an ugly facade, does he really have fans? Unaware of Jiang Yu's actions, Zhou Lan felt a surge of joy upon hearing about the live stream. Jiang Yu, everyone is watching. You must not let that filthy bitch off the hook. Jiang Yu, his face contorted in anger, shoved Zhou Lan aside, causing her to tumble to the ground. She looked up at him in disbelief. You. Ding Rui sneered. Can't you see? Some people are feeling guilty. Even with the live stream, Jiang Yu appeared unfazed, striding out of the room with an air of confidence. Within 10 minutes, someone was already cleaning up Jiang Yu's mess. Despite Jiang Yu's live stream antics trending, his company bought more trending topics, twisting the narrative from black to white, and publicly sent a letter of legal notice to Wen Zhuying. The essence was as follows. Wen Zhuying had initially sought to climb the social ladder through Jiang Yu. When he rejected her advances, she devised a scheme to seduce him, deliberately staging a scene in the program to mislead the public about Jiang Yu. Her actions had caused Jiang Yu serious physical and psychological harm, and they would bring her to court. They also bribed numerous marketing accounts to fabricate dubious evidence of Wen Zhuying's supposed seduction of Jiang Yu, taking a considerable risk in doing so. In response, Wen Zhuying's company, perhaps having received some incentive, personally apologized to Jiang Yu's company and Jiang Yu himself. The official statement from Wen's Entertainment read, "Our company did not adequately assess the moral character of our artists during recruitment, thus leading to a negative public impact. We apologize to Jiang Yu and V-Star Entertainment for the trouble caused and pledged to rectify our approach, ensuring stricter oversight of our artists in the future." This effectively solidified Wen Zhuying's tarnished reputation as the party at fault in this affair. Those who previously viewed Wen Zhuying as innocent began to shift their perspectives. With this dual reinforcement, the scales in everyone's hearts tipped in favor of Jiang Yu. His fans rallied behind him, with some who had witnessed the live stream expressing sympathy for him. Wen Zhuying's company has issued a personal apology and with all evidence laid bare. Isn't it clear who is right and who is wrong? Jiang Yu is innocent. Longtime fans know that Jiang Yu has always been dedicated to his career, never involved in such trivial matters. Jiang Yu would never fall from grace. He must have crossed someone powerful to face this. It infuriates me. When Balian remains as malicious as ever, inflicting such severe harm on our brother. She deserves to rot in prison. Forget rehabilitation. For society's sake. Someone like Wen Zhuying should be crushed. Our Jiang Yu is focused on his career. Women throw themselves at him. For him to touch others? Absurd. He is merely a victim of other schemes. The narrative successfully shifted. With the same tactics and strategies, marketing accounts echoed the sentiments, transforming the victim into the perpetrator and vice versa. Chapter 83. Your family will reunite in prison. Wen Zhuying found it nearly impossible to cleanse her name. Prison was inescapable, and her life would be irrevocably marred. With a company adept at distorting truth and a powerful family backing him, Jiang Yu's confidence stemmed from a wellspring of support. Yet, he overlooked one crucial detail. While he had allies, Wen Zhuying had her own. At that moment, the headquarters of Jiang Yu's entertainment company was presided over by his grandfather, a man who doted on his grandson. Even upon learning of Jiang Yu's misdeeds, he continued to shield him. This woman was utterly ungrateful. It was a stroke of fortune for her that Xiao Yu took an interest in her. For causing him such harm, she deserved punishment, and it would be prudent to arrange for someone to watch over her in prison. This care was not of the ordinary kind. The chairman nodded repeatedly, but his secretary rushed in, exclaiming, "Chairman, the head of the tax bureau is here." Jiang Yu's grandfather, unperturbed, invited him to the tea room. "No need for that. The director has come personally," he replied, producing identification and flanked by others. "We have received reports of tax evasion and financial misconduct within your company, as well as connections to foreign criminal enterprises. We ask for your cooperation in the investigation." Jiang Yu's grandfather chuckled heartily. "Our accounts are undoubtedly in order. Who reported this? We should discuss this matter." He gestured subtly to the director, suggesting he had higher-ups to back him, but the director impatiently interrupted, stating, "By family from Kyoto, by Jingyu, has filed a formal complaint." This struck like a blow to the head. The smile on Jiang Yu's grandfather's face froze, and his previously confident demeanor vanished. The Bai family of Kyoto was not someone they could provoke. He had long sought to connect with them, yet had never been granted the opportunity, only to find himself on the receiving end of a formal complaint from that notorious scion. With the Bai family's involvement, even his powerful connections would not be able to protect him. Disaster loomed. Jiang Yu's grandfather's face twitched as he forced a smile. "Surely there is some misunderstanding. Let me have a word with young Master Bai." The director remained unmoved, motioning for the guards to escort him away. "There is no misunderstanding. We are enforcing the law." This marked the point of no return for him. The Bai family was intent on bringing them down. The disparity in power made it all too easy for them to achieve their goal. Jiang Yu's grandfather could no longer hear the director's words, his vision blurred, and he slumped to the ground, overwhelmed. How had they angered the Bai family? Even as he was taken away, he remained in the dark about the unfolding events. Not only has Elder Jiang been taken away for investigation, but numerous senior executives within the company have also been summoned, with armed police vehicles stationed outside, creating an imposing scene. Consequently, news of the Jiang family's illegal and criminal activities has swiftly ascended to the front page of commercial news. The intricate web of the Jiang family's connections is notoriously difficult to untangle, yet the tools employed for this excavation were forged from the most resilient diamond, unearthing the nefarious deeds the Jiang family has committed over the years, resulting in a decisive blow to their reputation. Meanwhile, another story has surged to the forefront of entertainment news, capturing the #1 spot on trending lists. A prominent gossip influencer shared a substantial post, consolidating evidence of the numerous women harmed by Jiang Yu over the years, meticulously organizing a timeline that included details of the harassment and the methods employed, with an unparalleled level of specificity. In the span of merely 5 years since his debut, Jiang Yu has reportedly victimized countless women. Any female celebrity who has had contact with him possesses nauseating records of his lewd conversations. The post concluded with a video recorded by Jiang Yu's agent, who, with tears glistening in her eyes and an expression of deep remorse, stated, "I apologize to everyone. Over the past 5 years, Jiang Yu has harassed more than 500 celebrities and 10 women have been victimized, as listed below. I regret my weakness. Out of fear for my safety and that of my family, I aided him in his wrongdoing. However, I can no longer bear it. I will turn myself in. But before that, I hope this villain Jiang Yu receives his just deserts." One by one, every misdeed has been thrust into the light, solidifying the evidence of Jiang Yu's malevolence. The Jiang family has been willing to invest heavily in marketing, and this blogger, an influencer of significant reach, has propelled the story to the top of trending charts, making it impossible for anyone to overlook. The first to respond were the victims themselves, who bravely united to denounce Jiang Yu's crimes. Each of their voices, though seemingly frail, resonated with immense courage. Many had been silenced by threats or had faced accusations themselves upon attempting to speak out. Yet, fueled by an unwavering hope for justice, they persisted despite the arduous path ahead. Countless brave victims stepped forth, demonstrating that even the smallest drop can coalesce into an unstoppable river. A sensational revelation erupted before the public, exposing the darkness that had long been hidden, finally laid bare to the sun. Fans who once believed Jiang Yu's downfall was impossible now realized that the foundation had crumbled entirely. During live broadcasts, they felt immense sympathy for Wen Zhuying. As both their companies released statements, they lamented Jiang Yu's fate. When the truth was fully unveiled, they recognized their own folly. Thus, sometimes it is prudent to allow the bullets to fly for a while. One can scarcely imagine the despair those victimized girls felt when Jiang Yu wielded his power to slander them. The greatest joke of the century, the blameless Jiang Yu. He has fallen. This wretched being has finally collapsed. Quickly tag his fans to witness what their innocent brother has done. Never having believed in Jiang Yu's marketing, defeating 99 of the nation. The malignant tumor of the entertainment industry has finally been excised, a cause for celebration. If he does not end up in prison, I shall never trust the laws of Huagua again, sobbing. The wait has been too arduous. Let us celebrate by giving away 10 gold necklaces as a top post on Weibo. May the scoundrel meet his end. May the scoundrel meet his end. May the scoundrel meet his end. With both testimonial and material evidence in abundance, all of Jiang Yu's accounts have been suspended, and the police have initiated an investigation. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yu remains in the dark about the unfolding events. As a group descends upon the foot of the mountain, preparing to part ways, fans of various celebrities are gathered behind the police cordon, cheering their heroes. Jiang Yu, brimming with arrogance, salutes Wen Zhuying mockingly and declares, "The next time we meet, it will be during your prison visit." However, as he turns, police vehicles halt before him, and several uniformed officers emerge to apprehend him, placing handcuffs upon his wrists. Dumbfounded, Jiang Yu protests, "You must be mistaken. I am Jiang Yu, the victim. Wen Zhuying is over there." Outside, his fans shout in anger, "Our brother could never commit such crimes. The culprits are others. Our brother is innocent. It is all the fault of those vile women. You have apprehended the wrong person." Yet the officers respond, "You, Jiang Yu, are charged with sexual assault, rape, defamation, and numerous other offenses. The evidence is irrefutable. We are merely executing our orders to arrest you." They usher him into the vehicle. Jiang Yu, still oblivious to the collapse of his support system, resists, shouting, "You are making a grave error. If you dare to arrest me, my grandfather and father will have you all fired, leaving you unable to find work again." One officer retorts coldly, "You will soon be reunited with your grandfather and father." Struck as if by lightning, Jiang Yu gapes in disbelief, stammering, "What do you mean by reunion?" The officer replies, "Your family will be together behind bars." Chapter 84. You are very brave with that, they forcefully escort Jiang Yu away. His entire family has been apprehended. No one remains to support him. Jiang Yu is instantly drained of strength, drenched in cold sweat. Dragged into the police vehicle like a lifeless dog, his face ashen. His mind buzzes with only 2 words. It's over. Meanwhile, reporters who have been waiting outside feverishly photograph his last desolate expression as the police car speeds away. Jiang Yu's fans, dizzy and disoriented, stand beneath the blazing sun yet feel their blood running cold. Their limbs numb. Initially, they believed the police had made a mistake. It was only when the officers explicitly stated that Jiang Yu was the one being arrested, listing an array of charges, that they grasped the gravity of the situation. The weight of the phrase multiple charges with irrefutable evidence echoed like thunder from the officer's lips. Jiang Yu was taken away in front of them. His grandfather and father were also arrested. Their entire family has collapsed. While witnessing the downfall of a celebrity is one thing, witnessing an entire family's demise is unprecedented. Zhou Lan, also a witness to these events, dropped her phone to the ground, her eyes vacant as she stared at the departing vehicle, murmuring, "The police have taken him away?" Ding Rui, observing her dazed demeanor, felt a surge of satisfaction. "Did you not hear? He is charged with rape, sexual assault, defamation, and more, multiple charges. And his family awaits him in prison, all together. How wonderful." This was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Even if Zhou Lan held onto a sliver of hope, she could no longer deceive herself. The words Jiang Yu had spoken to her were all lies. Instead, he had committed numerous crimes, and their family had been swept away completely. She crouched down, clutching her knees, her voice trembling with despair. "He was my first man. I am no longer pure, and other men will surely disdain me. Now that he is in prison, what am I to do?" Everyone quietly observed her, their expressions tinged with shock. In just 3 days, Zhou Lan had given herself to Jiang Yu. The speed of this development was astonishing. Ding Rui replied, "What can you do? You can visit him in prison." This was a boomerang thrown at Wen Zhuying, which ultimately struck Jiang Yu and, in turn, wounded Zhou Lan's heart. Zhou Lan collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "He deceived me. That liar, I should never have trusted him." Her cries were heart-wrenching, yet no one felt sympathy for her. As they watched her unravel, they merely sidestepped her, returning home to rest. Wen Zhuying, upon exiting, remained silent, quietly trailing behind Bai Jingyu, her footsteps soundless, resembling a mere shadow. What was she contemplating? Bai Jingyu gently tapped her on the head, bending down to look at her. She cradled her head in her hands, her thick lashes casting a shadow over her eyes. Grasping the hem of Bai Jingyu's shirt with great intensity and care, she hesitantly inquired, "Have I made a mistake?" After confronting the aftermath of her actions and witnessing the expressions of those around her, she began to realize that she had inadvertently stirred up significant trouble. Bai Jingyu's heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy stone, unleashing a sharp pang of pain. A person who has never been acknowledged from a young age possesses an inherently sensitive heart, always acting with caution, fearful of reprimand for any misstep. Like a turtle retreating into its shell, she meticulously observed her surroundings, taking an eternity to venture forth, yet instantly withdrawing at the slightest hint of danger. A decade had passed, enough time to alter her overly cautious habits, but upon returning and confronting the roots of her insecurities, those tendencies appeared to resurface. No one feared the transformation of Wen Zhuying back to her former self more than he did. Bai Jingyu exhaled heavily, placing his hands on her shoulders, his lips parting gently. "You." At that moment, a chorus of cheers interrupted his words. Outside, a group of people brandished signs that read "Wen Bailian, I love you," and "Welcome home, Wen Yi." They waved excitedly in her direction, a throng of girls exuding enthusiasm as they called her name, their smiles outshining the sun. Captivated, Wen Zhuying lifted her lashes and hurried toward them, curiously asking, "Are you here to welcome me?" "We are your fans. Of course we are here to greet you." The lively crowd presented her with handwritten letters and flowers. Experiencing what once happened to others was now a novelty for her. "I have fans now?" Wen Zhuying embraced the flowers, her large eyes wide with disbelief, feeling as though she were in a dream. "You certainly have fans. Wen Yi, you are incredibly brave.
We adore you."
"Yes, yes. When you confronted that lewd man, you were so courageous. If only all girls could be as bold as you in defending themselves. You're amazing. I was so worried for you, afraid you might get hurt, but you really know how to protect yourself." The crowd joyously chimed in, their eyes sparkling like a beautiful galaxy. all focused on Wen Zhuying. Surrounded by these kind stars, she felt an unprecedented warmth and confidence. Clutching the flowers, her smile was impossible to contain, and feigning modesty, she pressed her lips together, her cheeks flushed as she swayed slightly. "Oh dear, it's actually not that spicy." Someone whispered, "Why do I feel she's not that handsome anymore?" Another person covered their mouth. "She's still our favorite. Can't we just leave it at that?" When Zhuying pouted, ready to be upset, "Are you talking bad about me?" The fans chorused, "Not at all." From a distance, Bai Jingyu refrained from approaching. Watching the joy on her face, unable to suppress a soft chuckle, his lips curving into a gentle smile, more radiant than the peach blossoms kissed by raindrops in spring. Elsewhere, Sister Zhou observed Jiang Yunshin passionately broadcasting online, sensing his palpable aggression, which struck her as astonishing. There had been more explosive scandals in the past, yet she had never seen him this animated. Personally leveraging all her connections, she had gathered incriminating evidence against Jiang Yu, even spending a considerable sum to acquire special investigations and write press releases, all aimed at utterly dismantling him. What grudge could incite such fervor? Jiang Yunshin's fingers flew across the keyboard, the screen displaying his reports against those speaking on Jiang Yu's behalf, his gaze unwavering as he interjected, "You don't understand. That beast Jiang Yu deserves to be cast into the deepest abyss of hell." Sister Zhou truly did not comprehend, so she turned her attention to the seemingly irate Jiang Shuiwei beside her. He appeared to be quite angry, his expression neutral, yet exuding an aura of coldness and severity. Suddenly, Jiang Shuiwei opened his eyes, his face devoid of emotion as he asked Jiang Yunshin, "Has the protective umbrella behind Jiang Yu been unveiled?" Jiang Yunshin paused. "Yes, thoroughly. After I posted on Weibo, I attempted to contact my family for assistance, only to discover that they had all encountered trouble. Someone acted before us." Chapter 85. Personally pursuing blood. The two brothers exchanged glances, ready to discuss who had acted first, when a couple of knocks on the car window silenced their conversation. Sister Zhou lowered the window, revealing a bouquet of flowers. Behind the flowers emerged a round, cherubic head. Wen Zhuying, with her delicate features and radiant smile, stood in the sunlight, enveloped in a halo, her eyes reflecting the clarity of a serene lake. "So you two are indeed in this car." Her smile instantly melted the brothers' cold demeanor, transforming the tense atmosphere into one of ease. Jiang Yunshin quickly shut his computer and leaned forward, asking, "Haven't you gone home? I have business with you." Wen Zhuying pushed the bouquet into the front seat, then nimbly climbed into the car, her movements more graceful than a fish. In the spacious back seat, she retrieved a small knife from her pocket, its blade glinting coldly, mirroring her radiant smile. The unexpected gesture startled Jiang Yunshin, who leaned back in alarm, stammering, "What are you doing? Let us talk this out." Jiang Shuiwei instinctively reached out to stop her, but Wen Zhuying deftly evaded his hand. "Aren't you supposed to be collecting DNA? That night, I called you repeatedly but you ignored me and ran away. What else could I do but come find you myself?" Wen Zhuying adopted a helpless yet determined expression. She then produced an array of tools, disinfected her fingertip with an alcohol swab, pricked it with a small knife, allowing fresh blood to flow, which she collected in a small tube and handed to Jiang Yunshin. "Here you go. Hurry and test it. I'm looking forward to your good news." The entire operation left Jiang Yunshin bewildered, and he reluctantly accepted the tube. After completing the task, Wen Zhuying exited the car as swiftly as she had entered, like a fish slipping through the water. Jiang Yunshin shook the tube in his hand, asking Jiang Shuiwei, "Had we known it was this simple, why did we go to the filming site at night? If we had just asked, Wen Zhuying would have given us fresh blood without all the fuss." Jiang Shuiwei raised a hand to press his forehead, exuding a sense of exasperation as he chuckled. "As long as we have it now, let us send it to the testing facility as soon as possible." Fuyu had been waiting in the car for quite a while before Wen Zhuying returned, gently scolding her. "Where have you been? You made me wait so long." "Aunt Fu, I'm sorry, I want to do it again." Wen Zhuying attempted to charm her with a playful demeanor, arms outstretched for an embrace. But Fuyu quickly noticed the blood on her fingertips. "You're hurt?" Fuyu anxiously examined her fingertip before turning to fetch a first aid kit to tend to Wen Zhuying's wound. "Such a tiny injury. Why are you so flustered?" Wen Zhuying, held by one hand, smiled nonchalantly. "It's just a small cut. It will heal in no time." Fuyu shot her a disapproving glance, chiding her as she bandaged the wound, urging her to take better care of her health. Though not typically chatty, she found herself unable to restrain her words around the mischievous Wen Zhuying. Wen Zhuying nodded in agreement, her other hand reaching for the letters her fans had written. lifting them to show Fuyu and Fu, "Look. This is a letter from my fans. They wrote to you because they like you. Make sure to keep the letters safe." Fuyu felt a genuine joy for her and encouraged her to open the letters. Wen Zhuying shared the same sentiment, eagerly tearing open the letters, anticipating that her fans would have expressed their admiration within. The first letter. Wen Bai Lian, I have been your black fan for a year, having disliked you since your debut. However, the way you ride a pig is truly adorable. Wen Zhuying, feeling a wave of frustration, promptly set the letter aside, certain it was a mix-up, and sought another. The second letter. To Wen Zhuying, I used to think you were the most detestable white lotus in the entertainment industry. Now, I still perceive you as a white lotus, emerging unsullied from the mire. Wen Zhuying's eyes widened in disbelief, and she discarded this letter as well. She needed to find another. After perusing all the letters, she slumped in her seat like a salted fish, murmuring, "This is not quite what I imagined." Fuyu found it amusing. Having read through them all, she wondered about the expression on Wen Zhuying's face. Wen Zhuying, clearly fatigued, nodded weakly. Fearing Fuyu might glimpse the comments from her fans, she hastily shifted the topic. "Aunt Fu, I believe they harbor a misperception of me. Clearly, my career has not reached its zenith. I must dedicate myself to my work and reshape their understanding of me." "Very well. I have already scouted several promising scripts for you, including both television dramas and films, as well as a few variety shows. You may choose whichever you prefer. However," Fuyu then expressed a significant caveat, appearing somewhat troubled, "but all of this must wait until after the contract termination. Wen's entertainment is notoriously difficult to negotiate with. After several attempts, we finally settled on this weekend's anniversary celebration to sign the termination contract." Upon hearing that Wen's entertainment was hosting an anniversary celebration, Wen Zhuying perked up. "I want to go too." Given that it was the company's anniversary, Wen's parents would surely attend. Wen Zhuying had longed to witness how they conducted themselves at such a significant event, but they had always found various excuses to exclude her.
Now,
they could no longer control her. She simply wanted to catch a glimpse from afar without intruding. Fuyu contemplated dissuading her from attending, yet upon seeing her eager expression, she ultimately refrained. The 10th anniversary celebration of Wen's entertainment was grandiose, with an opulent venue rented specifically for the occasion, celebrating Wen Shuyao's achievement of becoming the first domestic actress to attain a Grand Slam in awards. Several prominent magazine companies were invited to cover the event. Entry required an invitation, and Fuyu handed her own invitation to Wen Zhuying while she herself proceeded to engage in discussions with the higher-ups of Wen's entertainment. The hall was resplendent, with glittering decorations and the air filled with the clinking of glasses. Numerous images of Wen Shuyao adorned the walls, exuding warmth and grandeur, illustrating the importance the Wen couple placed on her. To maintain a low profile, Wen Zhuying donned a mask and hat, yet she was soon recognized. Ding Rumeng and Ding Ruyi stood in her path. Ding Rumeng sensed trouble upon seeing her and confronted her with apprehension. "Wen Zhuying, what brings you here? Today is Yao Yao's celebration. You cannot cause any disruption." Wen Zhuying quickly waved her hands. "You've misunderstood. I am not here to create chaos." Chapter 86. Do they know each other? Ding Rumeng remained skeptical, interrogating her in a harsh tone. "Then what are you here for?" Wen Zhuying fidgeted with her fingers, her gaze sweeping across the opulent hall. "I merely came to take a look." "Please don't be like that," Ding Ruyi approached, pulling Wen Zhuying beside her. Having exited a prank show, Ding Ruyi had reverted to her usual elegant appearance, adorned in a meticulously crafted gown. Her hair elegantly styled, radiating the aura of a beautiful and noble princess. Ding Rumeng stared at Ding Ruyi in disbelief, exclaiming, "Aren't you supposed to be bitter rivals? Why are you defending her?" In their childhood, if Ding Rumeng loathed Wen Zhuying, Ding Ruyi's disdain was far greater, subtly harboring animosity and referring to Wen Zhuying as her arch-nemesis. The fact that Ding Ruyi was now defending Wen Zhuying was utterly surreal. Ding Ruyi's face betrayed a fleeting awkwardness as she glanced at Wen Zhuying, hastily clarifying, "What rival? We are not rivals, we are friends." Wen Zhuying was not focused on this exchange and did not grasp the words spoken. She merely nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes."
Ding Ruyi silently ihalet.
Her face softening into a relaxed smile, a hint of pride illuminating her expression, and she seemed to shed the tension entirely. "How absurd." Ding Rumeng scoffed internally. After a while, feeling parched, she commanded Wen Zhuying, "I want champagne, freshly poured. Fetch me a glass." "I'll pour it for you," Ding Ruyi volunteered, filling a glass and handing it to Ding Rumeng. Here, drink. The princess, like Ding Rumeng, who required service even for water, was unexpectedly served by Ding Ru-yi. Ding Rumeng accepted the glass, taking a delicate sip, exclaiming, "It seems sending you to that show has cured your princess complex." "Not quite," Ding Ru-yi replied. "Such pampered habits cannot simply be eradicated by a single show. That would be wishful thinking." She merely did not want Wen Zhuying to be treated as a servant by others. Ding Rumeng raised an eyebrow. "What did you say?" "Nothing." Ding Ru-yi dismissed with a perfunctory response, guiding Wen Zhuying to a soft chair where she sat beside her, the smile on her lips refusing to fade. Ding Rumeng was not keen on lingering with Wen Zhuying, hastening to join the celebration of Wen Shuyao. Wen Shuyao was delivering a speech, her face adorned with a gentle smile, expressing gratitude to everyone for attending the celebration amidst their busy schedules. Having just won a prestigious award, she had achieved a Grand Slam, becoming the first domestic actress to do so and the first Grand Slam actress from Wen's Entertainment. As a rising star, she was exceptionally talented and radiant. Even when faced with a barrage of cameras from reporters, she conducted herself with grace and poise, effortlessly capturing stunning candid shots. Thunderous applause resonated throughout the grand hall, echoing like rolling thunder. The faces of Wen's parents were beaming with joy as they gazed lovingly at Wen Shuyao, their words dripping with affection as they spoke to the reporters. "The 10th anniversary of our company pales in comparison to our daughter's achievements. Over the past year, we have set aside numerous business matters to spend more time with Yao Yao. In the future, we will gradually step back from the public eye and return to family life, providing Yao Yao with even more support." A reporter inquired, "Can you truly bear to relinquish the empire you built?" In unison, Wen's father and mother replied, "For Yao Yao, everything is worthwhile. Our intention is not for her to remember us or to repay us. We simply wish for her to feel the warmth of home. Her happiness is our happiness." A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience as they gazed adoringly at Wen Shuyao, as if everything else had become insignificant. Having lived in the Wen household for so many years, Wen Zhuying had never witnessed such warmth in her mother's smile. She was always stern, while her father, though gentle, rarely smiled. They had never brought Wen Zhuying to such public events, nor had they ever expressed pride in her. It turned out they were not inherently cold or incapable of love. It was simply that Wen Zhuying was not their child. A wave of emotion washed over Wen Zhuying, her nostrils tinged with bitterness, her eyes involuntarily reddening. It felt as though her chest was being compressed from all sides, leaving her in an uncomfortable state. She fixed her gaze unwaveringly on the stage, inhaling deeply to steady her emotions, muttering to herself, "I am not envious. I have Aunt Fu now. She delights in my fans and feels proud of the letters I receive from them. I am a child cherished by my elders." As the speeches continued, Wen's parents seemed to have an endless stream of words. Wen Zhuying diverted her gaze and quietly slipped away. All the doors appeared identical, and as Wen Zhuying was swept along by the crowd, she found herself in front of one of the doors and instinctively pulled it open. Beyond this door lies an expansive garden, teeming with a myriad of vibrant flora, alive with exuberance. With nothing pressing her, Wen Zhuying meanders along the stone path, hoping to find a way out. The garden stone walkway is circular, and after encircling it, she finds herself back at the starting point. Standing at the entrance, she contemplates whether to re-enter and seek another route when she hears hushed voices from the balcony. Upon glancing up, she is taken aback to see Wen Shuyu and Su Yang. Wen Shuyu is still clad in the striking red dress she wore during her speech, accentuating her enchanting silhouette, radiating a chilling beauty. Su Yang, dressed in a well-tailored suit, has shed his usual carefree demeanor, leaning casually against the balcony, exuding the air of a distinguished gentleman from a noble family. How do these two know each other? An inexplicable thrill courses through Wen Zhuying as she stands on her tiptoes to catch a better view, but the distance renders her unable to discern their conversation. It appears their dialogue is rather tumultuous, as Wen Shuyu abruptly pours her drink over Su Yang's head, drenching him thoroughly. Surprisingly, he shows no sign of anger. Instead, he shakes his hair to flick droplets of water onto Wen Shuyu. Infuriated, she tosses her empty glass at his feet, her face cold as she speaks with a mocking expression. Wen Zhuying's heart races. Their relationship seems more intricate than she initially perceived. What could possibly connect them? What has transpired? Isn't the male lead in the book named Song? Upon reflection, Wen Zhuying cannot recall any significant male character with the surname Su, leading her to suspect that Su Yang is likely a mere supporting character. Just as her curiosity peaks, her phone vibrates twice. Upon checking, she discovers a message from her family. If you do not come to collect your things, we will have no choice but to dispose of them in the trash. Chapter 87. She is the true culprit. Previously, Wen Zhuying had deliberately left all her belongings at the Wen family villa to increase her chances of returning, occasionally visiting to see her parents who had raised her. However, what she intended as a gesture of affection had become an annoyance in their eyes. Every person's patience has its limits, and it appears her family has finally reached theirs, issuing her an ultimatum. Wen Zhuying replies, "I will go today." When she looks up again, Wen Shuyu and Suyang have vanished. Well, there goes her chance to eavesdrop. She tucks her phone back into her pocket, sidling along the wall to minimize her presence, and finally finds the main entrance to exit. Once outside, she heads straight for the Wen family villa to gather her belongings. Wen Shuyu's mind is blank as she mechanically makes her way toward the lounge where her parents are. However, upon reaching the door, she suddenly lacks the courage to knock. Hearing Su Yang's voice, "You misunderstand. I am not here to pester you. I am merely inquiring on behalf of someone," who suggested that when sure entertainment acknowledge Wen Zhuying's character flaws. Her brain feels as though it has been struck by a blunt object. Just having returned from the award ceremony, she had hastily rushed to the company's 10th anniversary celebration, without even a moment to check online. Only from Su Yang does she learn that a sensational incident had unfolded online. She cannot fathom why Wen Sure Entertainment would directly admit Wen Zhuying's wrongdoing under such circumstances, effectively cornering her into a perilous situation. Had it not been for that gossip blogger revealing the truth later, Wen Zhuying would have faced a monumental online backlash and countless legal troubles. This amounts to a form of murder. When Shuyu registers none of Su Yang's subsequent words, her only desire is to confront her parents and demand answers. Fueled by anger, she stands at the door, yet an inexplicable fear washes over her. Her initial intent to knock falters, and instead, she quietly opens the door a crack. Inside, her parents and Mr. Liao are engaged in conversation, though their voices are muffled. Mr. Liao speaks grimly. The contract termination has been signed. Wen Zhuying has struck it lucky, encountering a benefactor. Our company has already acknowledged her fault, yet someone has intervened to help her turn the tide. Moreover, she has managed to hook up with Fuyu, bringing an entire legal team to confront me. If she does not sign the termination, she will sue us to the end. Wen's father remains silent, while Wen's mother reproaches him. This is all brought about by the misfortune you invited into our lives. We cannot rid ourselves of it. And it only serves to irk us. Her father removes his glasses, his expression fraught with irritation. The fortune teller clearly said she would achieve great things in the future. That she is blessed by the Ziwei star. Nonsense. She is nothing but a disaster, causing us trouble since childhood, and continuing to do so now. Wen's mother's voice sharpens. When Shu struggles to believe her ears. Such words come from her once gentle and caring parents. These parents feel utterly foreign to her, as if she has never truly known them. A tremor runs through Wen Shuyo's body, and she instinctively grasps the doorknob for support. The noise alerts the three individuals inside. "Yao Yao!" her father exclaims, his face betraying alarm as he rushes over to steady her, his demeanor awkward. "What brings you here?" When Shuyu coldly brushes off her father's hand, standing tall and meeting his gaze with an unwavering demeanor, her voice icy. "Father, please tell me truthfully. Was it your directive that led to Wen Zhuying being vilified online, left without opportunities, and now this incident?" Wen's father feels the weight of embarrassment. His lips tremble but no words emerge. Meanwhile, Wen's mother gazes at Wen Shuyu with a mixture of familiarity and affection, laced with a hint of malice. "This is all her own doing. Had she not targeted you, we would not have gone to such lengths." Wen Shuyo's head feels as if it is about to explode. A violent twisting pain surging in her stomach. In an instant, the discomfort engulfs her, as if every cell and organ within her has been mercilessly crushed and hurled from a great height. It is all because of her that they acted this way. She had sought to hold others accountable, only to discover that the true instigator was herself. Just days prior, when Shuyu dreamt of being an aloof and refined true heiress, while Wen Zhuying was the vicious false heiress, with everyone adoring her and eliminating the false pretender. At that time, she dismissed the notion, for she did not embody such grace. Instead, she often felt lonely and insecure, suppressing her desires to please others. Nobody knew that she had no desire to perform or engage socially, yet she would do so to bring joy to her parents. Conversely, Wen Zhuying was not malicious at all. On the contrary, she found her to be charming, genuine, and playful, so endearing that one would wish to offer her the best of everything. Surely, They would not suffer the tragic fate depicted in her dreams. Yet, certain elements of that dream have transformed into stark reality. In that narrative, she was merely a spectator, yet when the events unfolded, she found herself mired in a quagmire. Unable to extricate herself, a torrent of helplessness and resignation overwhelms her, submerging her entirely. A sense of confusion arises within her. She feels as though her life is being manipulated, like a story with a predetermined conclusion, leaving her to follow its course. Observing the anguish and bewilderment in Wen Zhuying's eyes, Wen's mother draws her into an embrace, soothingly whispering, "Yao Yao, this is not your fault. We are the ones responsible. We believe Wen Zhuying deserves this." After a lengthy pause, Wen Zhuying regains her composure, feeling hollow inside. She reaches for her mother's hand, unwittingly revealing her vulnerability. Her voice nearly a plea. "Mother, we are both your daughters. Isn't having two daughters a blessing?" Wen's mother, her face contorted with disapproval, retorts disdainfully. "We only have you. What is Wen Zhuying even worth?" Do not be deceived by Wen Zhuying. She has harbored deep thoughts since childhood and is adept at manipulation. With each utterance from her lips, Wen Zhuying's complexion pales further. "Enough," Mr. Wen interjects, swiftly halting Mrs. Wen. "Since the contract has been terminated, she is no longer an artist under our agency. As long as she does not provoke us, we shall not target her." Wen Zhuying listens quietly for a while, and once they conclude, she casually wipes away a tear from the corner of her eye and offers a faint smile. "I understand. You all take a break. I will step out for a moment." At the Wen residence, they have summoned Wen Zhuying to collect her belongings, allowing her entry without obstruction, directly leading her to the storage room where all her items are kept. The Wen family villa boasts numerous rooms. Yet her parents personally oversee the servants as they discard Wen Zhuying's possessions into the storage room.
Now,
They even find the items in the storage room to be an eyesore. Most of these belongings were purchased by the Wen family, and Wen Zhuying has not touched them. She rummages through the clutter and uncovers a box filled with numerous yellowed papers. Countless certificates of achievement lie within, accolades for ranking first in her middle school, first place in a military drill competition, and a special award for her theatrical performance. These treasures were all earned through her own efforts, and during the apocalypse, she often feared that the Wen family would dispose of them. Thankfully, they have not. Hearing footsteps at the door, Wen Zhuying assumes it is a servant come to urge her along, and she quickly closes the box and stands up, declaring, "I'm all packed." However, to her surprise, it is not a servant standing at the entrance, but Wen Zhuying. Wen Zhuying, clad in a striking red dress, adorned with the ruby Wen Zhuying had gifted her, appears with skin as porcelain as jade. Yet, she looks somewhat disheveled, her hair slightly tousled, beads of sweat on her brow, and her breathing unsteady. "I'm glad you haven't left," Wen Zhuying exclaims, her eyes bloodshot as she gasps for breath, her gaze fixed intently on Wen Zhuying. Wen Zhuying, perplexed, responds, "Aren't you supposed to be at the celebration banquet? Did you see it too?" Wen Zhuying inquires, raising an eyebrow in surprise, her expression generally cold, leaving her mood up for interpretation.
I did.
It was stunning. When you spoke, the light caught your dress, and it sparkled. Wen Zhuying animatedly describes. Wen Zhuying gazes at her with gentle eyes, finding her increasingly endearing and feeling an urge to draw closer. She unconsciously touches the ruby around her neck and suddenly speaks. "I'm sorry for all the grievances you have endured. It should be me apologizing. I was foolish to challenge you before. The fact that you are not angry is already a great relief." Wen Zhuying says, her brows knitting in distress, her face marred by regret as she reflects on her past misdeeds. "I'm not angry," Wen Zhuying replies, raising her hand to smooth Wen Zhuying's furrowed brow. But halfway through, she retracts it. After all, what grudges could persist between sisters overnight? Wen Zhuying promptly dons a smile. Stepping forward to take Wen Zhuying's hand in a playful gesture, "Let us make a pinky promise. For 100 years, you won't be mad at me. And I won't be mad at you." How childish. Only kids do such things. Wen Zhuying scoffs, yet her hands betray her as she engages in this juvenile game. Wen Zhuying, ever the opportunist, hooks her pinky around Wen Zhuying's sister. "You have a car. Will you take me home? If you refuse, I won't let go." Wen Zhuying, stifling a laugh, maintains her aloof demeanor and commands, "Wait here, I'll go fetch the keys." Before long, Wen Zhuying returns with the keys, leading her to the underground garage. The garage is filled with understatedly luxurious vehicles, all business class, expensive yet somewhat dated in appearance. As Wen Zhuying settles into the car, she curiously asks, "Sister, Why don't you own a car? Didn't you always like flashy ones? I thought for sure you'd buy one after seeing you so thrilled with the colorful sports car during filming. When Xiao has inserted the key but pauses at her words, her belongings typically reflecting a palette of black, white, gray, and muted tones, embodying the demure elegance of a refined lady. Everyone assumes this is her true taste. Yet, when Zhuying perceives her inclination towards the bold and exhilarating, in an instant, she withdraws her thoughts, perhaps warning herself or persuading herself as she murmurs, "Our parents disapprove."
Huh?
When Zhuying leans closer, pressing her ear to Wen Xiao's lips. Could you repeat that? When Xiao extends a finger to gently push her head away, her tone calm and unruffled, I said to fasten your seatbelt. When Zhuying, restless by nature, secures her seatbelt but, almost immediately, begins rummaging through the car, nearly dismantling it, all the while grumbling, "Your car is way too clean. Not even a snack or decoration, like it belongs to an old person." When Xiao feels a pulse at her temples, takes a deep breath, and replies with a somewhat grave tone, "Sit still and don't fidget." When Zhuying obediently retracts her hand and nods, "Okay." After terminating her previous contract. When Zhuying has signed with a company under the Fu family, where Fu has transitioned into a management role, representing only Wen Zhuying. The scripts she provides are all excellent, with no expectation for Wen Zhuying to become a major star, avoiding the creation of a public persona. Instead focusing on allowing her to enjoy her career while cherishing her reputation. Among the many scripts, Wen Zhuying selects a variety show personally crafted by Bai Yi, titled A Day at the Aristocratic Primary School, and Fuyu permits her to proceed. Bai Yi is a first-year student at the Beijing Film Academy, often busy with classes, assignments, and projects, yet occasionally participates in variety shows during his free time. This particular show serves as his midterm project, set in an elite primary school near the academy, featuring 3 artists and 3 primary school students. Each student pairs with an artist at the same table, experiencing the daily life of an aristocratic school. After discussions with the school, they have permission to broadcast live, provided it does not disturb the other students. The variety show is scheduled to commence in 2 days, during which Wen Zhuying has shot several magazine features and secured a few endorsements. Her efficiency leaves her with ample time, prompting her to visit Bai Yi. This Bai family is not Bai Yi's own but belongs to Bai Jingyu. Bai Yi's mother, devoted to her work, seldom tends to her child, and, concerned for his well-being, entrusted him to Bai Jingyu for supervision. Thus, Bai Yi has grown up in Bai Jingyu's household and continues to live there as though it were his own home. The Bai residence boasts a traditional Chinese architectural style, reportedly once the estate of a prince, complete with pavilions, rockeries, and flowing water, each element meticulously crafted. Upon entering, one is greeted by an enchanting atmosphere steeped in centuries of heritage, both understated and grand. When Zhuying is captivated, her eyes wide with wonder, completely oblivious to Bai Yi rushing toward her. "Big brother, it's been ages. I thought I'd perish from longing." Bai Yi's voice is dramatically mournful, with quick reflexes. When Zhuying misinterprets the situation and dodges, causing Bai Yi to tumble to the ground unceremoniously. He lands awkwardly, looking quite disheveled, with dark circles under his eyes and his hair in disarray, resembling a pitiful vagabond. "Big brother, you actually avoided me? It's only been a short while. Have you forgotten your little brother? No love left." When Zhuying quickly extends a hand to help him up, assuring him, "I haven't forgotten. You're still my little brother." As they make their way to the living room, When Zhuying can't help but inquire, "What have you been up to? Why do you look so scruffy?" Bai Yi displayed an expression of utter disillusionment as she plopped onto the sofa, cradling the little shadow in her arms and absent-mindedly stroking its fur. Her voice carried an air of profound weariness as she lamented, "Alas, the revisions to the plan have been arduous. It's that variety show, you know. My teacher criticized my previous efforts, asserting that even if it were completed, it would be mediocre at best, and there's a significant chance I might fail the midterm and have to retake it. I endured an entire sleepless night, crafting 10 versions, and finally, the teacher acquiesced." When Zhuying regarded her with sympathetic eyes, reflecting on the plight of university students. Indeed, the life of a university student is tough. Bai Yi offered a wry smile, continuing to groom the little shadow while exhaling a sigh, "The life of livestock." The little shadow swatted her hand away and leaped from her embrace into Wen Zhuying's arms, emitting a delighted purr. Wen Zhuying held it close, scratching its chin, as it squinted its eyes in comfort, producing a soft meow. The proud little black cat transformed into an adorable creature in an instant. Bai Yi's anger flared, And her words dripped with bitterness. The little shadow shows no gratitude. Who is it that feeds it treats? That would be me. Mind you. Yet every time you're around, it scurries to you. What a traitor. Not only was she resentful, but had Zhuying been present, he would have undoubtedly added his own sarcastic remarks. They always indulged the little shadow with delightful treats, yet it remained aloof towards them. Wen Zhuying had never even fed it. But the little shadow eagerly sought her out for affection. Wen Zhuying found herself utterly defenseless against the charm of such a fluffy darling. Lowering her head to plant a kiss on its head, her smile slightly mischievous. Perhaps our names are quite similar. One is called Little Shadow, and the other Little One. How could I resist? Bai Yi seemed to grasp a crucial insight and promptly declared, then I shall rename it Little Yi, and from now on, it will be affectionate towards me. With that, a proud expression spread across her face as she beckoned to the little shadow. From now on, you shall be called Little E. Come here and let your master hold you. The little shadow, however, paid her no mind, entirely absorbed in snuggling with Wen Zhuying, mewing adorably. Wen Zhuying internally lamented Bai Yi's foolishness and, to spare her little brother's fragile feelings, refrained from voicing her thoughts, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Less than a minute passed before she could no longer contain her curiosity, casually inquiring, "Where's Bai Jingyu? I haven't seen him since returning from filming the show. I messaged him, and he said he was at home. Is this truly a home?" Bai Yi detected an underlying motive, realizing that her inquiry was not directed at her, but rather at her brother. The truth unveiled, Wen Zhuying became flustered, staring at him wide-eyed, and retorted, "You dare question my intentions? Is this how you treat your little sister?" Bai Yi, confronted, found himself convinced of Wen Zhuying's sincerity. She was not there solely for Bai Jingyu, but to maintain their sibling bond, leaving him both touched and guilty. He apologized, and Wen Zhuying graciously forgave him, insisting he accompany her to find Bai Jingyu. Burdened by guilt, Bai Yi readily agreed. The Bai residence was vast, with Bai Jingyu's room situated deep within. As they approached the door, a figure emerged, a remarkably youthful middle-aged man, tall and graceful, with refined features akin to jade. He donned a sky-blue traditional robe, standing tall like a seasoned bamboo, exuding an aura of extraordinary gentility and elegance. The subtle lines around his eyes did not betray age, but rather lent him a unique charm. Bai Yi halted, respectfully greeting, "Hello, third uncle." Wen Zhuying followed suit, sweetly chiming in, "Hello, uncle." The unfamiliar visage effortlessly captivated attention, especially given its strikingly distinctive beauty. The man turned to Wen Zhuying, his smile gentle and alluring, possessing a depth that hinted at cunning, evoking thoughts of a venomous poison. His tone was cordial, "I am Xiaoyu's father. Are you here to see my son?" Up until this moment, Wen Zhuying had merely exchanged pleasantries without disclosing her identity or intent. Yet he directly inquired if she sought Bai Jingyu. This could only imply two possibilities. Either he possessed remarkable perceptiveness or he had encountered her before and was aware of her relationship with Bai Jingyu. Uncertain of which it was, Wen Zhuying raised her gaze, momentarily lost in thought as she scrutinized him, unable to recall if they had met previously. Perhaps it was the syringe he held that triggered an involuntary association with the researchers from the experimental base during the apocalypse, causing her to shudder involuntarily. The little black cat in her arms seemed startled, letting out a pitiful cry before scrambling away in fright. Wen Zhuying snapped back to reality, attempting to pursue the cat, but it had vanished without a trace, leaving her standing there in confusion. Bai Jinyan slightly bent forward, jesting, "No need to be afraid. Consider this place your home. Come often to play with Xiaoyu, and you'll grow accustomed to it." Bai Yi nudged Wen Zhuying with his elbow, assuring her, "Third uncle is very gentle and kind. Nothing like my brother's temper. There's no need for you to be scared." Wen Zhuying nodded obediently. "All right. Thank you, uncle." However, internally she mused that Bai Jingyu was, in fact, the one with the better temperament. Bai Jinyan said no more, departing with the syringe, followed by two individuals clad in white lab coats, one of whom was Dr. Qin. After they left, Bai Yi ushered Wen Zhuying inside, finding a spot on the sofa where he promptly fell into a deep slumber, his posture quite ungraceful, clearly exhausted. Bai Jingyu sat on the bed, lost in thought as he gazed at his arm. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows illuminated the room brilliantly, rendering his white shirt nearly translucent, making his figure appear slight, while his refined features became mere silhouettes. As the wind rustled, the sunlight flickered, casting his outline as if shattered into fragments. Wen Zhuying leapt onto the bed, bouncing playfully twice before attempting to startle him. "Hey!" True to expectation, Bai Jingyu was startled. instinctively pulling down his sleeves to conceal his arm. The fragmented silhouette reassembled, forming a visage as serene as a gentle breeze and bright moon. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What brings you here?" "I came to check on your health." Wen Zhuying climbed onto the bed, kneeling as she reached out to feel his forehead. Bai Jingyu allowed her to do so, and once she finished, he casually inquired, "So, how does my temperature compare to yours?" It seems you're doing better." Wen Zhuying nodded, a hint of lingering concern in her voice. "Your complexion during the filming was truly alarming. It frightened me." "Thankfully, you're all right now," Bai Jingyu replied. There was never a serious issue. It was merely the cold temperature in the mountains that caused a mild cold. Wen Zhuying chose to accept his explanation, putting aside the matter, and frowned as she relayed. "I encountered your father at the entrance." Chapter 90. You agree, don't you, Sister Whale? In that moment, a cold, mocking glint flickered in Bai Jingyu's pale eyes. Devoid of any emotion. It's best to limit your conversations with him." "Understood." Wen Zhuying obediently nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, a scent wafted through the air, brushing against her nostrils, leaving her momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning, her mind going blank. This scent? She suppressed her excitement, her nose twitching slightly as she inhaled deeply once more. It was indeed this scent. Though faint, her nose, as keen as a dog's, managed to detect it accurately. She had only ever encountered this fragrance on one person. That person was Sister Whale. The expression on Wen Zhuying's face transformed from astonishment to disbelief, culminating in unbridled joy. As her feet felt rooted to the ground, heavy and immovable, she abruptly turned her gaze towards Bai Jingyu, her mouth agape, at a loss for words. Her eyes brimming with unshed tears, the corners tinged with a rosy hue. Her gaze was so intense it seemed to sear Bai Jingyu's skin. In that fleeting moment, Wen Zhuying yearned to pose countless questions, yet was rendered mute by a sudden timidity. Perhaps this was the essence of being more timid when returning home. Time appeared to stretch infinitely, the sounds of the wind outside gradually fading, leaving only the two of them locked in a silent exchange. Bai Jingyu looked at her, his eyes soft, asking, "What's wrong?" Wen Zhuying inhaled deeply several times, finally releasing a heavy sigh, a fleeting glimmer of tears sparkling in her eyes, which she hastily wiped away with the back of her hand. "I mean, there can't be such coincidences in this world. How could someone look exactly the same and have the same personality? Unless they are the same person." She trembled with excitement, her fingertips tingling slightly, lowering her gaze. She suppressed the exhilarating thrill within her and nonchalantly shook her head. "It's nothing." A faint air of despondency lingered around Bai Jingyu, his thoughts drifting far away. He nodded, his gaze settling on the bag slung over Wen Zhuying's shoulder, which appeared to be bursting at the seams. "What did you bring?" he inquired. Wen Zhuying promptly placed the bag in front of him, unzipped it, and eagerly produced a box, urging him to open it. Inside were various certificates of achievement. Bai Jingyu picked up the first one and read aloud, "First place in the final exam for the 3rd year at Yutsai Middle School, 20XX. Wen Zhuying beamed with pride, exclaiming that it was an award earned through her own merit. He then picked up the second certificate, reading, "First prize in the Jiangdu City Biology Competition, 20XX. Her smile broadened, nearly stretching to her ears. "Just a first prize, it's quite easy to achieve." After perusing several awards, Wen Zhuying felt her pride swell, her face radiating with a sense of accomplishment and boastfulness. In her childhood, her mother would only offer her a faint smile when she achieved first place, instructing the servants to prepare a feast of meat for her. Her father would inquire about her preferences only before bringing gifts home, rather than buying what he deemed appropriate. She was acutely aware of the fragility of this hard-won familial affection, eager to do things that would please them, striving to be the exemplary child they desired. Thus, she studied diligently, consistently ranking first, and entered one of the top universities in Huagua, merely hoping to catch her parents' attention for just a moment longer. However, when Wen Zhuying was brought back, her parents' focus shifted entirely away from her, leaving her to feel as though her years of effort had been in vain. Yet, as she shared her past achievements with Bai Jingyu, she suddenly comprehended that regardless of her initial motivations, these accomplishments intrinsically belonged to her alone. "Xiaoying is surprisingly intelligent?" Bai Jingyu mused, playfully toying with her hair, watching her soft strands slip through his fingers like black silk winding around his knuckles. "Some things cannot be concealed from me," Wen Zhuying declared, her gaze unwavering as it pierced into Bai Jingyu's eyes, fervent and resolute. Her smile faded, and her expression turned serious as she asked, somewhat plaintively, Isn't that right, Sister Whale? Once the words left her lips, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. It was so quiet that they could hear each other's heartbeats. Bai Jingyu's heart raced, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Why was he feeling this way? Wen Zhuying pondered, perhaps it was because his facade had been shattered. After a prolonged silence, Bai Jingyu's expression shifted subtly, a fleeting glimpse of vulnerability hidden behind a blink, his lashes casting shadows over his eyes, as he sighed helplessly. I don't know what you're talking about.
Ha, you don't know?
You must know. In an attempt to alleviate her frustration, Wen Zhuying playfully squeezed his face, kneading it as though it were dough. Noticing Bai Jingyu's continued silence, she scoffed, leaned closer, and inhaled deeply, a knowing smile spreading across her face. This citrus scent. It's unique to you. In the past, when I couldn't sleep, I could only doze off by inhaling this fragrance. I might confuse other scents, but this one is engraved in my bones. I can always distinguish it. If her suspicions had merely been doubts before, today, upon encountering that familiar, reassuring citrus aroma once more, her doubts solidified into certainty. How could she possibly mistake this? Bai Jingyu's carefully constructed nonchalance began to crack. An urge to retch rising within him as he stifled the itch in his throat, a faint metallic taste lingering between his lips. A single oversight revealed itself through the scent that clung to him. Such a subtle fragrance that he wouldn't notice unless he concentrated. Yet Wen Zhuying had recognized him by it. The realization was enough to cause one's heart to seize. It was hard to tell whether he had disguised himself poorly, or if Wen Zhuying was simply too astute at times. Bai Jingyu furrowed his brow, coughing lightly, and in a last-ditch effort to maintain composure, he stammered, "Your sister Whale is a woman, while I am a man. There are distinctions between the sexes." Wen Zhuying pinched his cheek hard, a vivid red mark blooming on his fair skin, a form of exquisite torment. Finally feeling somewhat vindicated, she cupped his finely chiseled face with sympathy and understanding, gently assuring him, "It's all right, even if your gender changes, from woman to man. I would never discriminate against you. You will always be my closest kin." What on earth was she talking about? How did she leap to the conclusion of a gender change, expressing such sympathy? Bai Jingyu's lashes fluttered, his glassy eyes veiling their depths, staring intently at Wen Zhuying, his chest rising and falling noticeably, clearly agitated. "I have always been a man," he asserted. "I truly don't discriminate against you," Wen Zhuying retorted, as she kicked off her shoes and dove into Bai Jingyu's bed, revealing only her head.
Get out.
Bai Jingyu's emotions were restrained and simmering beneath the surface. "Weren't we always sleeping together before? I was wrong. It doesn't matter if you have a flat chest, I won't tease you again." Wen Zhuying babbled incessantly. But Bai Jingyu was only half listening, captivated by the sight of her rosy, plump lips moving, reminiscent of ripe cherries, tempting him to pluck. Bai Jingyu clenched his fist around her soft little hand, a surge of desire flooding through him, his gaze burning into her delicate lips. He couldn't quite catch her words, but he distinctly heard the frantic drumming of his heart, his warm blood boiling. As a dark voice in his mind urged him to claim this beauty, to kiss her, to ravage her, and to savor her entirely. Yet, more than anything, he longed to hear her confess her love for him. But she would never love someone inherently dark, a mere predator. No one would ever fall for such a person. He had to work even harder to conceal his shadowy side, transforming into the version she cherished. "What I said is true, more genuine than gold." When Zhuying concluded her statement with flair, Bai Jingyu leaned down, propping himself on the bed, enveloping Wen Zhuying in his embrace, a faint, mischievous smile gracing his lips as his smoldering gaze roamed over her face, the concealed beast lurking in his eyes biding its time, waiting for Wen Zhuying. "Do you know what kind of men and women sleep together here?" he asked. Wen Zhuying pondered for a moment before tentatively responding, "Couples? Spouses?" Bai Jingyu replied with a sound from his throat, his cool fingers gently caressing the contours of her cheek. The yearning for something unattainable began to ease with such physical contact. Yet it was far from sufficient. He was an insatiably greedy man, no longer satisfied with such simple exchanges. "So, do you wish to sleep with me because you want us to be a couple?" In Bai Jingyu's heart surged an infinite yearning and anticipation, akin to a devout believer awaiting divine judgment. "Yet, we are family." Wen Zhuying immediately squirmed like a maggot, extricating herself from the warmth of the bedcovers. If they could not share the same bed as a pair, then she would emerge instead. Crack. Bai Jingyu seemed to hear the sound of his own heart shattering as he sat up in bed, casting a cool, piercing gaze at Wen Zhuying. She smiled with carefree abandon, showing no sorrow over their separation for the night. To her, it mattered little. After all, Sister Whale had already been found. And there would be ample opportunities to meet in the future, rendering such trivialities inconsequential. Bai Jingyu lowered his eyelids, his fingers unconsciously rubbing together as the once searing blood within him gradually cooled. His lips pressed tightly together, a myriad of emotions swirling within, ultimately coalescing into a resigned smile. You should head back early. All right, then you rest early too. I heard from Bai Yi that you are to participate in this variety show. You mustn't fall ill again like during the last one. Wen Zhuying fretted, even contemplating advising him against participating. However, if she dissuaded him, she would not see him at all, so she refrained from such counsel, merely urging him to conserve his energy. Bai Jingyu nodded. Wen Zhuying turned back repeatedly as she waved goodbye. Sister Whale, farewell. Bai Jingyu, in a fit of vexation, countered with a smile. What did you call me? Wen Zhuying quickly corrected herself, cheerfully exclaiming Whale. Chapter 91. The DNA comparison results are out. This affectionate designation, laden with profound meaning, was uniquely theirs. With that single utterance, the unspoken love and the wild, untamed possessiveness that thrived like weeds finally found a haven. Bai Jingyu narrowed his eyes slightly, a light chuckle escaping his throat, rasping like paper brushing against one another, imbued with a fleeting mirth. He responded with a soft Wen Zhuying joyfully exited, but upon remembering Bai Yi still inside, hurried back to rouse her friend, who lay sprawled in slumber. Bai Yi rubbed away the non-existent drool, still half immersed in dreams. What is going on? Where's your room? I'll escort you back. Wen Zhuying grasped his arm, pulling him up. All right, big brother. Thank you. Bai Yi was overwhelmed with gratitude, adding, You're so good to me, big brother. His voice was too loud, and Wen Zhuying worried it might disturb Bai Jingyu's rest, so she dragged him out while exclaiming, Let us go, go, go. At the entrance, they encountered Bai Jinyan returning with a syringe. When he left, it had been empty. Now, it contained a half-filled orange liquid, reminiscent of freshly squeezed juice, filtered to perfection. Was this to be administered to Bai Jingyu? What was the liquid within? Wen Zhuying's gaze fell directly on the syringe as Bai Jinyan spoke softly. Xiaoyu is unwell. This is the medicine I prepared for him. The tenderness of his explanation made Wen Zhuying feel she had overstepped, and she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry. Bai Jinyan, with an air of benevolence, smiled gently and replied, It's all right. Would you like to stay for dinner? Xiaoyu has never brought friends over to eat. Since you're here, why not share a meal before you leave? His demeanor was warm and inviting, yet inexplicably exuded an unsettling chill, perhaps due to his dark aura or the environment itself. No, thank you. Wen Zhuying politely declined, hastily pulling Bai Yi away. Only after they had left Bai Jinyan's line of sight did she feel the chill begin to dissipate. Bai Jinyan stood at the doorway, unmoving, his eyes fixed on Wen Zhuying's retreating figure, his pupils swallowed by darkness, imbued with an inscrutable depth. After a long moment, he asked Dr. Qin, Old Qin, doesn't this girl resemble the little one who used to sneak away to find Xiaoyu, unfastening his chains and whisking him off? Dr. Qin squinted slightly, shaking his head. I don't think so. Besides, that little girl has been dead for many years. She would have grown up by now. Bai Jinyan did not respond to Dr. Qin's words, his lips curling into a smile, his gentle, entranced gaze fixed on the syringe in his hand, simply smiling. His son, like him, was a true romantic at heart. Jiang family. Jiang Shuiwa approached Jiang Yunshin, clutching 3 unopened test reports, his heart laden with trepidation. However, upon opening the door, he was met with a room full of people, so many that they nearly filled the space. Among them were his uncle Meng Shizhao and his cousin Meng Sigu, along with his mother Meng Tangyin and father Jiang Zhichen. It was a rare gathering of these typically busy individuals. What are you all doing here? Jiang Zhichen scoffed. We're here to await the results of the paternity test between that girl and your aunt. Jiang Shuiwa cast a cold glance at Jiang Yunshin. Hadn't they agreed to view the results privately? Why had it turned into a family gathering? Jiang Yunshin shrugged helplessly. I didn't leak anything. They found out on their own. They thought you were out there causing a ruckus, and went to the military testing center for the results. Jiang Zichen could not stand the two brothers' indecisiveness, and impatiently extended his hand. Let us see the results. The others could hardly contain themselves, their anxious eyes nearly boring holes into the test reports in Jiang Shuiwa's hands, wishing they had X-ray vision to glimpse the contents within. Although in their hearts they believed Shang Chongli had been dead for 20 years, investigations revealed that Wen Zhuying bore a striking resemblance to the young Meng Qingqing. Countless people bore similar appearances in the world, and with the advancements in modern cosmetic surgery, discerning the authenticity of a face had become exceedingly challenging. There was no guarantee that the two shared any blood relation. Yet even if there was but a 1 in a million chance, they were willing to hold on to that hope. On the surface, Jiang Shirui appeared calm, but internally he was just as anxious as the others. With perspiration beading in his palms and his fingers unconsciously tightening around the brown paper bag, he swiftly approached the coffee table, cautiously breaking the seal on the bag. Extracting the paternity test report, Jiang Yunshen was breathing heavily beside him, his voice trembling with tension. "Don't be nervous. There's no way such a coincidence exists. How could two people who resemble each other so closely not be related? I am not nervous. It's you who is anxious." Jiang Shirui shot him a cold glance, his expression both frosty and cheeky. "I can't stand you too." Jiang Zichen snatched the report from Jiang Shirui's hands, and the smile on his face froze instantly upon seeing the results. Why such a reaction? Jiang Yunshen's heart raced as he quickly stood up to catch a glimpse. Just that one glance mirrored the expressions of both Jiang Zichen and himself. Chapter 92. Shocked. Who is this little boy? Astonished, bewildered, and utterly disheartened. Jiang Yunshen opened his mouth, his pupils losing focus as he mechanically turned to Jiang Shirui, struggling to find his voice. Each word felt like an arduous endeavor. Wen Zhuying and Ant are not biologically related. With that, he slumped back into his chair, his heart sinking to the depths, akin to a traveler in the desert who, having spotted an oasis, arrives only to discover it was a mirage, all hopes dissipating into nothingness. How could this be? A paternity test must yield a probability of 99 or higher to confirm a biological relationship. Yet the report indicated that the likelihood of a relationship between the two was merely 95, insufficient for a definitive conclusion. Observing their expressions, Jiang Shirui felt a sinking dread, yet he clung to the last shred of hope, addressing them. 3 tests were conducted at 3 different laboratories to prevent any errors in the results. The others remained motionless. Their gazes were difficult to articulate, as they exchanged a glance that conveyed their mutual skepticism regarding the matter at hand. How many more blunders would it take before this farce reached its conclusion? With each passing incident, their fatigue deepened. Only Jiang Shirui appeared oblivious to their expressions, as he proceeded to unfasten the leather bag and extracted the other 2 test reports. His final glimmer of hope was utterly shattered upon the revelation of the identical results. The reports indicated, just as the first had, that the individuals involved in the paternity test were not biologically related. The atmosphere was so still one could hear a pin drop, thick with tension. Jiang Yunshi's disappointment was palpable, so profound that it brought him to the brink of tears. It was indeed a peculiar coincidence that, despite not being related, they bore such striking resemblances. He had dared to hope for a miracle, to believe that his beloved cousin, the charming little girl from his childhood, was still alive. Yet the stark reality was anything but. All of this had merely been a figment of their imaginations. The others fared somewhat better. Their sense of loss was overshadowed by a feeling of relief mingled with a tinge of indignation at being so cruelly teased. A person who had been laid to rest for many years would not suddenly return to life. It was merely the yearning of those who missed her that tormented them. They had truly had enough of these days filled with fleeting hopes that culminated in utter disappointment. Meng Tangyin was the first to shatter the silence. "If he is not my child and not my elder sister, then let it be. You two should refrain from making such a fuss in the future." With that, she opened the door and exited, Jiang Zichen closely trailing behind. As he brushed past Jiang Yunshi, he gave him a sharp slap on the back, warning through gritted teeth, "From now on, show some filial piety. Don't go around suspecting me or your mother of having an illegitimate daughter over trivial matters. If this happens again, I simply block you. I'll give you a good thrashing." Jiang Yunshi's words had affected their previously blissful marriage, and it was only after he vowed repeatedly that he dispelled his wife's doubts. One by one, the others departed, leaving the air thick with their barely suppressed sighs. Once everyone had left, Jiang Yunshi remained in his rigid stance, sorrow etched across his face as he sighed despondently. How could it not be true? I thought it was a foregone conclusion. Jiang Shirui placed a hand on Jiang Yunshi's shoulder, exhaling a heavy breath before breaking the silence. "It doesn't matter much. After all, you weren't drawn to her solely because she resembled your aunt." "You're right," Jiang Yunshi replied, rallying his spirits as the weight of disappointment lightened. He managed a smile, albeit faint, acknowledging that even if they were not related, they could still be friends. He swiftly sent the test results to Wen Zhuying, who received the news with remarkable composure, perhaps due to a lifetime spent navigating disappointment, rendering her somewhat immune to it. It seemed that, in this lifetime, she was destined to remain estranged from her parents. She swiftly moved past the matter, choosing instead to joyfully participate in director by E.S.A. Day at the aristocratic primary school. The filming location was at the prestigious school near the Beijing Film Academy. With a gathering time set for 7 in the morning, they convened in the corridor, where Bai Yi had already set up the cameras. Such a trivial variety show typically failed to pique the interest of the general populace. The current viewers in the live stream were primarily drawn by Wen Zhuying. Although Wen Zhuying had debuted later than many, her exceptional talent and the generous support of her family had allowed her to establish a foothold in the entertainment industry within just a few years, garnering a loyal fanbase. From the outset, she had set clear guidelines for her fans, treating them well while also strictly managing their behavior, prohibiting any form of harassment. Even amidst the uproar concerning the legitimacy of Wen Zhuying and Wen Zhuying's relationship, her fans refrained from attacking Wen Zhuying, making them some of the most respectable fans in the industry. Generally, in the comment sections of her shows or variety programs, the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious, which also contributed to her favorable reputation among the public. At 7 o'clock, many were still asleep, yet her fans eagerly awaited the live stream. I don't know why my sister is participating in this new variety show, but I'm here for her. Where's the aloof Yao? Why haven't I seen her? I heard this variety show also invited Wen Balian. I just hope that Lotus Flower causes no trouble. Amen. The camera shifted to reveal their cool and serious sister diligently styling Wen Zhuying's hair, just as they had disembarked from the vehicle. Wen Zhuying's hair had inadvertently gotten caught, and she found herself wrestling with the door. A hand reached out, rescuing her hair from its predicament, rubbing her sore scalp. Wen Zhuying pouted in gratitude towards Wen Zhuying. How clumsy to get her hair caught upon disembarking. Wen Zhuying stood on tiptoe, gently separating her hair. Relieved to see that her scalp had not reddened, she then removed a hair tie from her wrist and began to style Wen Zhuying's hair. With its soft and fine texture, her hair glimmered, prompting Wen Zhuying to adopt a gentler approach as she gathered the strands. Does it hurt? She inquired. Not at all. Wen Zhuying shook her head. It hadn't hurt initially, but the movement tugged at her hair, causing her to grimace in pain and exclaim, "It hurts so much." Wen Zhuying, unsure whether to be amused or annoyed, smirked and playfully admonished, "Stay still." Her fans found this scene extraordinary, leaving them pleasantly surprised. I can't believe I'm witnessing the aloof Yao smile so warmly in disbelief. My sister treats me the same way. She may complain, but her actions are so gentle. Seeing their dynamic, their relationship is clearly quite good. This is what sisters should look like. Aloof Yao, tone it down. It's just hairstyling for Wen Balian, yet you're grinning so widely, I hardly recognize you. Previously, many had assumed that Wen Zhuying and Wen Zhuying's relationship was fraught with tension, and given Wen Zhuying's temperament, a confrontation seemed inevitable. Yet, the opening scene revealed Wen Zhuying tenderly styling Wen Zhuying's hair, an unmistakable display of affection that could easily be mistaken for that of biological sisters. This only served to underscore one truth. They had been misled by unscrupulous marketing accounts. Their relationship was indeed harmonious, far from the cutthroat rivalry depicted online. Those unscrupulous accounts truly deserved condemnation. As Wen Zhuying finished styling her hair, the guests and the students arrived. Due to budget constraints, Bai Yi could not afford many celebrities. Both Wen Zhuying and Bai Jingyu participated out of friendship, without expecting any fees, merely requiring food and lodging. Wen Zhuying was the only celebrity among those invited who agreed to come, and she accepted only a nominal payment. The 3 students were also volunteers, 2 little girls and a boy, all 4th graders. The camera panned to the young boy, who introduced himself. My name is Meng Sigu. As in gazing at the bright moon above, thinking of my hometown below. Despite his tender age, he possessed a strikingly refined appearance, with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, smooth skin, and a charming smile that revealed a hint of baby fat, resembling a delicately crafted doll. The audience was instantly captivated by this precocious little boy. And many recognized Meng Sigu. What a beautiful little dumpling. Who would have thought this little one is a second-place winner in the National Primary School Mathematics Competition? I've seen him on a question-solving app. He's one of the problem creators. Who would have imagined such a soft and adorable boy is also a super academic achiever? If he were my classmate, I'd be smitten for life. I'm truly exhausted from being caught between the older and younger generations. At this moment, Bai Yi announced the rules. Boys would sit with boys, girls with girls, and each guest would pair with a student. Once teams were formed, they would proceed into the classroom, as class was about to commence. Meng Sigu, clad in his school uniform, stood erect, exuding a sense of maturity beyond his years. As soon as Bai Yi finished speaking, he immediately interjected, "Excuse me,
I have a request."
Bai Yi affixed the microphone to him and said, "I wish to share a desk with her." Meng Sigu raised his hand and pointed towards Wen Zhuying. This was indeed unexpected, as Meng Sigu did not strike one as the type to insist on any particular choice. Bai Yi did not respond immediately. Instead, she raised her brows and inquired of Wen Zhuying, "Do you agree?" Wen Zhuying, unable to resist the charm of the soft and adorable little boy, happily consented, extending her hand towards him. "Hello, little desk mate." Meng Sigu observed her wide, bright smile, a glint of derision flickering in his eyes, as the corners of his mouth curled into an enigmatic arc. Chapter 93. Why Du Sao's experienced postpartum depression. He did not take Wen Zhuying's hand and instead turned to enter the classroom. He had no desire to shake hands with a woman masquerading as his long-deceased cousin. Merely a deceitful woman. Wen Zhuying withdrew her hand, scratching her knuckles, thinking that this little fellow was rather aloof. However, it mattered not to her, for she did not share the same demeanor. Within the classroom, the single desks were movable, arranged in pairs for filming purposes. 3 desks were positioned by the window, with the taller guests seated there to avoid obstructing the view of the elementary students. Bai Jingyu sat at the first desk alongside a girl named Yao Yang, while Wen Zhuying and Meng Sigu occupied the second desk. And Wen Shuang and Zhang Yuechu sat at the third. The first lesson of the morning was English, taught entirely in English by a youthful female teacher, with the children responding in kind. Upon entering the classroom, Wen Zhuying felt a surge of confidence, vowing to relive the beautiful days of school and soak in the essence of youth. Yet, within 10 minutes of class, fatigue overwhelmed her. Her eyelids waged a fierce battle, opening one moment only to close the next. The teacher's words were as incomprehensible as ancient scripture, swirling around her ears without entering her mind. She propped her chin on her hand, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. The essence of youth eluded her. All she wished for was to sleep. The audience in the live stream shared her drowsiness, as if they had been transported back to school. It's evident that Wen Yi is struggling to keep his eyes open, but they simply refuse to cooperate. So hypnotic. "I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep." The teacher, aware of the morning lethargy, deemed interaction necessary to enliven the atmosphere and stimulate the students' engagement. The students, familiar with the teacher, were unafraid to answer questions, bravely standing up even if their English was lacking. The expressions of the audience reflected surprise, particularly Wen Zhuying, who seemed to think, "Are today's elementary students so impressive?" At that moment, the teacher posed another question, asking if anyone had a better insight, glancing towards Wen Zhuying, who immediately averted her gaze, avoiding eye contact. The flower on a high peak, it turned out, was just as ordinary as her classmates, fearful of being called upon. Just like me, when the teacher calls on someone, my first instinct is to avoid eye contact. At this moment, one must absolutely avoid the teacher's gaze. Absolutely. These kids are truly amazing. Unlike our generation, who would feign ignorance when called upon. The question posed was somewhat challenging, and 10 seconds passed with no one rising to respond. Meng Sigu tilted his head, glancing at Wen Zhuying, who was battling sleep, a shadow of mischief flickering in his eyes. In the next moment, he took her hand and raised it. The teacher's face lit up with surprise, gesturing for her to speak, kindly asking, "What insights does the student one have?" The camera zoomed in on Wen Zhuying's face. Reacting instinctively to being called, Wen Zhuying stood, her hands resting at her sides, standing upright. Her large, cat-like eyes blinked slowly, her eyelids heavy, squinting sleepily, her fair and delicate face displaying a look of confusion, utterly unaware of what was happening. This demeanor starkly contrasted with her previous spirited enthusiasm on the show. How adorably naive, how charming. Given the current situation, the audience could hardly suppress their amusement. They had been drowsy, but now they were wide awake. She was called upon before waking up. Wen Zhuying is so funny, ha. Where is my powerful Wen Yi? Her face looks so soft, I just want to pinch it. I think I understand why my aloof Yao was so captivated by her. Wake up. It's your turn to answer. When the teacher called a name, I was startled, thinking it was me. Thank goodness it was Wen Zhuying. The teacher, a patient individual, repeated, "What insights does the student have?" It was only then that Wen Zhuying comprehended her situation, her heart racing. She had been called to answer. Yet she had no idea what the question was. Under these circumstances, she urgently sought assistance from her desk mate. Quietly, she tugged at Meng Sigu's sleeve, whispering, "What did the teacher ask?" Meng Sigu responded in hushed tones. After hearing the question, Wen Zhuying's expression shifted, her face morphing through several emotions in a short span before ultimately revealing confidence. To her, it was a trivial matter. Thus, under the astonished gaze of the teacher, Wen Zhuying left her seat, approached the podium, and picked up the stylus, beginning to write on the screen. What she wrote was in English, a title, followed by neatly penned lines that flowed continuously, soon filling the entire screen. The handwriting, though bold, was overall tidy and aesthetically pleasing, with ample content. She exhaled deeply, placing the stylus down, and looked towards the teacher. The teacher, perplexed, questioned, "What is this?" Wen Zhuying slightly raised her chin, her demeanor proud, awaiting the teacher's praise. "This is my answer." The teacher's gaze shifted from Wen Zhuying's face to the blackboard, her expression transforming from confusion to astonishment, an attempt to stifle laughter evident on her face. The viewers were particularly curious about the teacher's reaction. They hastily utilized translation software to decipher what Wen Zhuying had inscribed on the screen. Upon translation, they too displayed expressions mirroring that of the teacher. What Wen Zhuying had written translated to, "Why do Sao's experience postpartum depression?" Seeing her write with such confidence, one might have expected profound insights, only to discover it was, "Why do Sao's experience postpartum depression?" Clearly, she had been misled by her little desk mate. The irony was compounded by her eager expression seeking validation after completing her answer. The viewers found it amusing, unable to contain their laughter. "I thought it was something profound, but it turned out to be this? I could laugh at this for a lifetime, haha." Everyone, feel free to laugh. All the merriment belongs to Wen Zhuying. Had I known it would be this funny, I would have gone out. I laughed so hard at home that my family thought I was unwell. Wen Zhuying, feeling quite pleased with herself, eagerly looked at the teacher and earnestly asked,
"How was that?"
The teacher, having struggled to stifle her laughter, initially managed to contain herself, but at this question, she burst into laughter. The students below could no longer hold back, erupting into a chorus of laughter. The teacher, leaning against her waist, laughed so hard she could hardly catch her breath, gesturing for Wen Zhuying to return to her seat. As she sat down, seeing everyone laughing, she couldn't help but poke Bai Jingyu, seated in front of her, with her pen, curious about what they were all laughing about. Chapter 94. Lying down to extort 38,000 Bai Jingyu reclined in his chair, his foot casually resting on the crossbar of the table, tilting his head to reveal his delicately chiseled jawline. His voice was low, laced with a hint of amusement as he teased, "The question posed by the teacher is, in fact, what animal do you all consider to be the most spirited?" When Zhuying's eyes widened in sudden realization, she had been deceived. She whipped around, glaring fiercely at Meng Sigu, her eyes nearly bulging with indignation. "I trusted you so much. Why did you trick me?" A faint smirk lingered at the corners of Meng Sigu's lips, and as Wen Zhuying turned to face him, his expression softened. And he nonchalantly replied, "Perhaps I misheard." "Really?" Wen Zhuying fumed, her chest heaving with anger. Meng Sigu wanted to assert that this was certainly not the case. But upon raising his gaze, he found Bai Jingyu watching him with an inscrutable expression. His light-colored irises glimmered like glass, his smile undeniably charming, yet provoking an unsettling sensation. When he looked at Wen Zhuying, his smile was genuinely warm and harmless, even somewhat indulgent. However, when his gaze shifted to Meng Sigu, an unintentional air of gloom and coldness emanated from him. Meng Sigu felt a shiver run down his spine under that gaze, his playful intentions abruptly subdued. He nodded at Wen Zhuying, conceding, "I must have misheard. All right then, I forgive you." Wen Zhuying declared magnanimously, choosing not to dwell on the matter any further. At the podium, the teacher, a person of great respect, after enjoying a good laugh, began to elucidate the merits of Wen Zhuying's short essay, his words overflowing with admiration. For an English teacher at an elite institution to sing praises, it was evident that the essay was masterfully crafted. Setting aside the content, the fact that it was spontaneously written showcases undeniable academic prowess. Wow. I thought Wen Zhuying was merely a jester? To write an essay so excellently, are you planning to pursue a master's, Wen? How is it that while I struggle to comprehend even a sentence in class, one can pen a masterpiece? The morning classes swiftly passed. Aside from feeling a bit drowsy during the first English lesson, the subsequent classes were quite engaging, leaving the trio of guests with expressions of lingering enjoyment during their lunch break. As soon as the bell rang, they followed the crowd to the dining hall. The meals were complimentary, prepared by a cadre of skilled chefs, offering both domestic and international cuisine. Even before reaching the serving counter, the tantalizing aromas wafted around them. Bai Jingyu walked alongside them but opted out of the dining hall fare, choosing instead a specialized nutritious meal delivered by Su Yang. There. Su Yang stood up from a nearby table, cheerfully waving, "I've saved you seats. Come over and eat together." Spotting an old friend, Wen Zhuying greeted him warmly. "Hello."
Suhe.
Su Yang gestured to two adjacent seats, eagerly helping to pull out chairs for them, ensuring Wen Zhuying was comfortably seated. "Come, sit here. Bai Yi will join you shortly. I'll go fetch your meals." In his eagerness to facilitate more time for Wen Zhuying and Bai Yi, the devoted shipper busied himself. Just as he settled them in and was about to leave, he bumped into Wen Zhuying, his expression subtly shifting. Despite his efforts to appear nonchalant, a trace of ingratiation seeped into his tone. "You should join us. I'll get your meal as well. Since I've already prepared one, it wouldn't hurt to make an extra." When Zhuying regarded him coldly, her eyes devoid of any extraneous emotion, completely unappreciative of his gesture, she said icily, "A person's tastes change. What once seemed delightful can eventually reveal itself as mere refuse, and thus, one naturally loses interest." Su Yang stood awkwardly, reluctant to depart, his expression fragmented as he stammered. If it truly was delightful, it wouldn't turn to refuse. Why not take a closer look? What I no longer want is, by default, refuse. When Zhuying retorted with a disdainful smile, her gaze sweeping dismissively over Su Yang as she proceeded to serve herself. Bai Yi had just taken the camera to the serving window, capturing a plethora of delectable dishes that left everyone salivating. Upon returning, she noticed Wen Zhuying's icy departure and was utterly perplexed. What had provoked her anger?
Wen Zhuying extended a finger, discreetly indicating Su Yang. Suhe.
What possessed you to provoke my guest? You really need to curb your loose tongue. If you scare her away, my show will lose its appeal.
Bai Yi chastised Su Yang in frustration.
Su Yang managed a wry smile, his face a picture of resignation. "I didn't intend to upset her." When Zhuying, her curiosity piqued, felt a surge of gossip brewing within her. She leaned in closer, about to inquire, when Su Yang raised a hand, playfully pushing her away, chuckling, "Little one. Don't ask too many questions. Go get your meal." Tempted by the delicious offerings, Wen Zhuying abandoned her pursuit of gossip, promptly rising to fetch her meal. In her haste, she inadvertently tripped over a leg that had protruded from beneath the table. Thud! She fell flat on the ground, pushing herself up on her hands. She glanced back to find the culprit, Meng Sigu, whose leg was still extended in an uncaring manner. Upon being discovered, Meng Sigu leisurely retracted his foot, a glint of mischief in his eyes, his youthful face openly challenging her, as if to say, "I did that on purpose." Well, this little rascal had deliberately tripped her. When Zhuying, fully aware of the situation, responded with a mix of fury and amusement, a mischievous smile forming at the corners of her mouth. The next moment, she lay back down, rolling her eyes dramatically and sticking out her tongue, feigning an expression of agony. Where she fell, she remained sprawled out. Bai Yi gasped in shock, exclaiming as she rushed to help her, but was halted by Bai Jingyu's hand. "Stay right there," he instructed, his expression unreadable. Bai Yi, confused, turned to Bai Jingyu. He then rubbed his eyes vigorously with his thumb, leaving red marks on his porcelain skin, as if he had been crying, and coughed a few times for effect. He squatted down, looking at Wen Zhuying with disbelief, his voice trembling. "What happened to you?" His demeanor radiated a pathological, endearing panic and fragility, evoking an instinctual desire to care for him. With Bai Jingyu's cooperation, Wen Zhuying became increasingly animated, covering her head with her hands, rolling her eyes and trembling while emitting pained cries. "It hurts. I'm in so much pain." Meng Sigu, being still a child, had initially intended only to teach a lesson and had not anticipated the situation escalating. Seeing Wen Zhuying in such a state, he turned pale, panic-stricken, rushing over in alarm. "Where did you hurt yourself? I didn't mean for you to get hurt. I'll take you to the infirmary." Wen Zhuying reached out, gripping Meng Sigu's calf, her hand steady now as she revealed a predatory grin, slowly uttering, "No need for the infirmary. I'll settle for 38,000. Chapter 95. Who's targeting you? Meng Sigu, taken aback, stared blankly at Wen Zhuying, slowly uttering, "Huh?" Upon witnessing the unfolding scene between Wen Zhuying and Bai Jingyu, the audience quickly grasped the situation. She had feigned her fall to extort a sum. Clever indeed. Ha ha, someone trips me, and I fall to demand 38,000. Two little actors. You made me think she genuinely got hurt. I'm dying of laughter. Little one, you're far too young to outweep my win. Ha ha ha. Hey, why did you extend your leg to trip her? Now look where it got you.
Pure gold.
You've got me laughing for no reason. Did she fall and hit her head?
Ha ha ha.
When Zhuying tightened her grip on Meng Siga's hand, her laughter tinged with menace as she threatened, apologize properly. Or pay up. Meng Sigu finally regained his composure from his earlier state of panic. Observing the antics of the two individuals, he realized he had been deliberately teased. Rising to his feet, he placed his hands at his sides, trembling with indignation. Indeed, she was a wicked woman. If his cousin, Zhang Chongli, were still alive, she would never engage in such behavior. Although he had never met his long-deceased cousin, he had gleaned from the elders' tales that she must have been an endearing and capable source of joy. Someone as coarse as Wen Zhuying could not compare to his delightful cousin. His chest heaved with indignation as he lowered his gaze to Wen Zhuying. Opting for the latter among apologies and monetary compensation, his expression frostily declaring, "Give me your account number, I shall transfer the funds." An apology was unnecessary if money was involved. Wen Zhuying released her grip, instead wrapping her arms around Bai Jingyu's neck, allowing him to lift her effortlessly. Her feet joyfully swinging for a moment. One of her shoes accidentally flew off, striking Meng Siga squarely in the face. He caught the shoe, his expression darkening with fury as he glared daggers at Wen Zhuying. Bai Jingyu, with one arm cradling Wen Zhuying, effortlessly retrieved the shoe from Meng Siga's grasp. Tall and elegantly built, with refined features reminiscent of an ethereal character from a comic, he spoke with gentleness and courtesy, offering apologies and thanks. With such politeness, who could dare to blame him? Meng Sigu found himself unable to express his frustration. The simple thank you lodged in his throat, forcing him to relent. Once the two departed, he silently concluded that Bai Jingyu was a man even worse than a wicked woman. However, netizens felt the pair were perfectly matched, each frame of their interaction more exquisite than a fashion magazine, akin to deities of ambience from ancient Greece. One-handed embrace, my goodness. He seems so delicate, yet possesses such boyfriend strength. There's an old saying in Huagua, not one family, do not enter the same door. He truly dotes on Wen Yi, appearing so refined and fragile, without a hint of idle pretense, effortlessly acting out the role. After the performance, he even takes responsibility for the mess. Surely, Wen Yi won to be coddled into foolishness. Due to Wen Zhuying's audacious maneuver, fans of Wen Zhuyu transitioned from criticism to admiration. Her act of feigning injury after being wronged became a textbook case, propelling this modest variety show to the trending list of the platform. Once trending, the show received promotional placement, leading to increased visibility.
Consequently,
it was not just Wen Zhuyu's fans who became aware of the show. Many curious onlookers filled the live stream, resulting in a surge of popularity. Bai Yi was elated, performing a gorilla chest-thumping display in the infirmary, exclaiming, "Wen Yi, you are my eternal deity. Having you is my blessing." Wen Zhuying found his lack of decorum bothersome, wishing to send him away, saying, "Go check if that little brat has transferred the money. I want to go. I refuse to leave." Bai Yi, like a clingy gorilla, insisted on remaining, becoming a nuisance. Bai Jingyu calmly praised him, "Your temperament has stabilized considerably. Your mother would be very pleased to see this." Bai Yi immediately switched from a boisterous demeanor to one of restraint, smiling modestly as he waved goodbye. "I'll step out now. You two enjoy your nap. And remember to report my glorious deeds to my mother." After he departed, Wen Zhuying gave Bai Jingyu a thumbs up. "This household cannot function without you." Bai Jingyu's gaze flickered as he regarded her smile, a wave of bittersweet feelings washing over him. If only they truly were family. The afternoon class was physical education, encompassing grades 4 to 6 with an elective system, featuring both younger and older students. The 3 selected students were enrolled in a cycling course, and the guests naturally participated as well. Today was a testing day, evaluating how well everyone had practiced, culminating in an outdoor competition to determine first, second, and third places. However, the fickleness of weather turned the sunny morning into a rainy afternoon, rendering the outdoor field slippery and muddy. "Should we forego the test today?" someone inquired. The physical education teacher, having discerned their reluctance to be tested, raised a finger and gently yet sternly stated, "Everyone has a raincoat. Go change into your cycling gear and put on your raincoats. The test shall proceed as planned." Groans of despair filled the air as they quickly made their way to the changing room. As for the three guests, the teacher provided them with raincoats prepared by E, along with adult-sized mountain bikes. They were not students there, so they could either ride or spectate, depending on their preference. As the students emerged, Meng Sigu, clad in cycling attire and a raincoat, noticed a large hole in the hood of his raincoat, rendering it ineffective against the rain. These raincoats were custom-made, and he doubted he could find another that fit him. He turned to Wen Zhuying, who appeared aloof yet was quite agreeable, and politely inquired, "Will you be cycling? If not, may I borrow your raincoat?" Before he could finish his sentence, Wen Zhuying interjected,
No borrowing.
"My sister has too many commitments. She must not catch a cold." In truth, Wen Zhuying could lend her raincoat, but since Wen Zhuying had said so, she nodded seriously in agreement. Meng Sigu then glanced at Bai Jingyu, knowing intuitively what he would say. Wen Zhuying scoffed, "That one is not for borrowing either. His health is too fragile. Even if he does not participate, he needs the raincoat to shield him from the wind." Bai Jingyu was indeed an accomplice to Wen Zhuying. Regardless of his actual frailty, he could maintain a straight face while supporting her claims. Left with no other option, Meng Sigu turned to Wen Zhuying, his expression tense. And finally, albeit reluctantly, said, "You need not target me so." With a punch, Wen Zhuying's fist struck a nearby rock, causing it to crack instantly. Her face contorted with intensity, she demanded, "Who are you accusing of targeting you?" Meng Sigu, startled, glanced fearfully at the fissure in the stone, his words faltering, Why you?" With another punch, the rock shattered further, one larger piece remaining while a smaller fragment tumbled down, rolling to rest at Meng Sigu's feet. Wen Zhuying's tone grew even more agitated as she shouted, "What have I done to you?" Meng Sigu stared at the rock fragment by his feet, trembling with fright. Yet unable to suppress his shivers, he swallowed hard. Life was paramount. He quickly replied, "I did not mean it." Wow, how terrifying. 2 punches shattered the rock. Even I, watching from the screen, am scared. Poor kid, what a tragic situation, huh? That fear looks genuine. He is truly frightened. Haha, what a pitiful little guy. Little guy, my fault. Wen Zhuying, hearing the response she desired, was satisfied and covered her mouth, smiling amiably. If you had been obedient from the start, it would have been much easier. Meng Sigu forced a smile, yet the memory of Wen Zhuying's earlier actions left him rattled. Thankfully, her fists had struck the stone, not his head, otherwise, he would have been left dazed. However, even his idol, Jiang Shuriwa, would likely not be able to effortlessly crush a stone with a punch. Did this mean Wen Zhuying possessed strength greater than Jiang Shuriwa? He wondered if she excelled in other areas as well. He had never encountered anyone who could rival Jiang Shuriwa in strength. In that regard, Wen Zhuying was indeed the first. Meng Sigu looked at Wen Zhuying, admiration unmistakably shining in his eyes. However, such emotions were fleeting, swiftly severed by his overwhelming rationality. Humph. Wen Zhuying was nothing more than a duplicitous woman masquerading as his cousin, utterly unworthy of his admiration. Everyone had changed into their sports attire when the physical education teacher announced, as per tradition, "We will start from the starting line. The first to arrive will receive a gift." This time, the prize was a grand bouquet of red roses. "Are we all excited?" The students responded with a resounding, "Not really." Even the students of this prestigious academy did not possess a particular fondness for sports, especially on rainy days. The sole voice of anticipation came from Wen Zhuying. The teacher, seemingly delighted to find a kindred spirit, looked at her with fervor and eagerly inquired, "This is an incredibly enjoyable sport, isn't it? You must love it." Wen Zhuying nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "I absolutely love it. I adore fresh flowers." During the decade of survival in the apocalypse, finding unmutated flowers was a rarity, only cultivated within the confines of the experimental base. However, that was time-consuming and of little use, as everyone prioritized growing food. The real world was far superior. Even if it were merely a fictional realm, there was no need to remain perpetually vigilant for combat, and one could indulge in a variety of delectable cuisine, with fresh flowers readily available at any moment. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I have great faith in you. The physical education teacher exclaimed thrice, then asked, "Do you have any questions?" Wen Zhuying queried, "As long as the vehicle and the person arrive at the finish line first, we can claim the prize?" The teacher, oblivious to the oddity of her question, nodded with a smile, kindly warning, "You have a formidable opponent. Meng Sigu has always secured first place in previous tests. No upperclassman has ever managed to surpass him. You must give it your all."
Understood.
Wen Zhuying glanced over, only to see Meng Sigu immediately turn away, adopting an aloof profile. At the sound of the starting signal, All bicycles surged forward simultaneously. Yet, Wen Zhuying stood beside her bike instead of mounting it. The teacher, perplexed, wondered why she wasn't getting on. With the other competitors already in motion, she was running out of time, rushing over. He barely took a few steps before Wen Zhuying sprang into action. She hoisted her bicycle onto her shoulder with one hand, then propelled herself forward, launching like a rocket. Roses, here I come. Her legs transformed into wheels of fire, moving with extraordinary speed, surpassing the velocity of the bicycles. In a blur, she overtook more than a dozen cyclists. Within half a minute, she had also surpassed the leading Meng Sigu. The teacher was left agape, standing in disbelief, uttering a stunned, "Ah?" The barrage of comments echoed, "Ah?" It turned out that Wen Zhuying's question about a simultaneous arrival of person and bicycle meant this. She was indeed fast and formidable, but why did it look as though she were a bicycle thief? I relate to this. Who can comprehend my sense of humor? Ha ha ha. For newcomers, is this beautiful girl really stealing a bicycle? Allow me to clarify, Wen is not a bicycle thief. She didn't steal a bike. The thievery vibe is too strong. If one didn't know better, they might think she's fled with someone else's bike in the dead of night. Facepalm. Ha ha ha. Wen never fails to amaze. Meng Sigu, overtaken and incredulous, marveled at his own cycling prowess, which had always left his competitors far behind. Today, however, who was this person who had surpassed him? With his body arched in an aerodynamic form, he instinctively glanced up at the figure ahead. Upon seeing her, his pupils dilated in shock. It was Wen Zhuying, sprinting while hoisting her bicycle? Was she out of her mind? In his astonishment, Meng Sigu failed to notice the large pit before him. His front wheel plunged into it, and by the time he realized, it was too late. The bicycle, already at high speed, nosedived, and the rear wheel lifted off the ground, launching him into the air. His body traced a large arc before landing just in front of Wen Zhuying. Forced to halt, she looked down at Meng Sigu, bent over to extend her hand toward him, her lips curving into a radiant smile. That smile was exceptionally enchanting, her delicate face adorned with crescent-shaped eyes. A soft smile gracing her lips, and a glimmer of light in her gaze, beautiful and pure, like an angel descended from the heavens. Meng Sigu lay in the mud, his emotions a tumultuous blend, instinctively reaching out. A sharp slap met his hand, reddening the back of it. Fantastic. Now that you've fallen, no one can contest first place with me. Her joy was palpable, laughter bubbling forth as she celebrated, hoisting her bicycle, her feet leaving the ground as she leapt over him, exclaiming, "Oh ho!" The movement was so vigorous that she inadvertently splashed mud all over Meng Sigu's face. Meng Sigu, confused, astonished, and infuriated, thought, "Why aren't you helping me? What are you stopping for? How outrageous!" Wiping the mud from his face, which was now smeared entirely with dirt, he struggled to rise, his usually composed demeanor shattered, and he muttered, "Wretched woman." Chapter 97. Why wasn't he included? The outcome was indisputable. Wen Zhuying triumphantly claimed first place, while Meng Sigu, who had always been first, barely managed to secure fifth. Wen Zhuying set down her bicycle and skipped over to the physical education teacher. Her sparkling eyes fixated on him as she eagerly inquired, "Teacher, where are my flowers?" Her enthusiasm was irresistible, and the teacher quickly presented the roses, a magnificent bouquet, freshly picked, with glistening droplets adorning the petals, vibrant and alluring. "Thank you, teacher," Wen Zhuying exclaimed as she received the bouquet, then hurried over to Bai Jingyu, her voice ringing with cheer as she offered him the flowers. "The most important person gets to choose first. I allow you to take the most beautiful one." Bai Jingyu's previously drooping gaze suddenly brightened, a spark of vitality emerging from his despondency. He handed her the hot milk tea he was holding, saying, "Here, have some to warm your body." Holding the bouquet with both hands, Wen Zhuying tilted her head back, extending her neck, gazing at him with longing eyes. "I can't hold it. You feed me." Accustomed to being pampered by her sister, she expected to be fed whenever she felt even slightly fatigued. Bai Jingyu brought the cup to her lips, his gaze inadvertently drifting downward, suddenly pausing as a profound glimmer spread across his eyes. To drink the milk tea. Wen Zhuying stood on her toes, stretching her neck gracefully, resembling a swan. Her body leaned forward, the angle revealing tantalizing glimpses of her delicate curves, partially concealed by her collar. As she swallowed the milk tea, her throat moved, subtly teasing the heartstrings of those who beheld her. The sound of rain faded, and the world grew quiet, as if only the sound of her sipping milk tea remained. This sound transformed into a silent allure. Bai Jingyu's gaze deepened, and with a slight motion, he lifted the cup a bit higher. Wen Zhuying strained to rise on her toes, leaning further forward. Had it not been for the bouquet obstructing their proximity, they might have been enveloped in each other's warmth. Hey, sister, you've finally reached the finish line. Wen Zhuying spotted Wen Zhuyu and immediately straightened up. Licking her lips to savor the remnants of milk tea before plucking a rose from the bouquet to hand to Bai Jingyu. She then dashed over to Wen Zhuyu, bouquet in hand. Suddenly, an emptiness enveloped him as Bai Jingyu's fingers tightened around the stem of a rose, his knuckles pressing down firmly until the stem shattered into two pieces within his grasp. Meanwhile, Wen Zhuyu removed her raincoat and exchanged her soiled shoes, effortlessly seizing the arm of the rushing Wen Zhuying, her brow furrowing slightly in concern. Be careful, she admonished, if you fall, who'll take responsibility? Wen Zhuying plucked a flower from the bouquet, extending it toward Wen Zhuyu. A beautiful flower for a beautiful lady, he proclaimed, teasing her with a hint of mischief. It's not a rare treasure. Look at you. Wen Zhuyu feigned disdain, yet the upward curve of her lips was nearly impossible to suppress. With the flower aimed at the camera, she declared, "This is a gift from my sister." The online viewers were treated to an amusing spectacle. I see it. I see it. I'm not envious at all.
Truly.
Her words betray her true feelings. The aloof Zhuyu is clearly smitten. It's just a flower. Yet look at how precious it is to her. Sister Bao is simply adorable. I wish I could have Sister Bao's flower too. After gifting Wen Zhuyu a flower, Wen Zhuying proceeded to distribute the remaining blooms among others, ensuring everyone shared in the joy. Each student who received a flower beamed with delight, showering Wen Zhuying with sweet praises, lifting her spirits immensely. Eventually, she approached Meng Sigu, and the two exchanged glances. Wen Zhuying hesitated, her hand clutching the flower momentarily still, awaiting a compliment. However, Meng Sigu, muddy-faced, refrained from calling her beautiful sister, instead emitting a derisive snort. Humph. In response, Wen Zhuying also scoffed, turning away with the flower in her arms. Meng Sigu watched her depart without a trace of compassion, a twinge of resentment gnawing at him as he stomped his foot in frustration. Why was it that every other student received flowers, yet he did not? Why hadn't he, Wen Zhuying, bestowed a rose upon him? Yet, the thought of shamelessly approaching her for one was utterly unthinkable. Bai Yi, observing the flower distribution, rushed forward, exclaiming, "Big brother, I want one too." Wen Zhuying promptly handed all the remaining roses to him, saying, "Here, take them." Bai Yi, overjoyed, cradled the flowers and shouted, "Big brother, you're the best." Meng Sigu's gaze followed Bai Yi with envy, muttering to himself, "What is so great about it? It's not special at all." As the day's filming concluded, the small, struggling variety show had unexpectedly ascended to the recommended page of humorous videos, shedding its anonymity. Bai Yi's teacher, also an avid follower of the show, messaged to praise his talent, encouraging him to pursue it diligently. With this midterm performance, passing seemed assured. And if the coming days of filming went well, a score of 90 was not out of reach. It was well known that this teacher was notoriously stringent, with countless students failing under his watch. He was a veritable nightmare for all, even for the most famous stars. The fact that such a demanding instructor appreciated their show was a testament to its quality. Elated, Bai Yi insisted on treating several stars to barbecue, declaring that free food was too good to pass up. Wen Zhuying was the first to agree, and naturally, the other two followed suit. The barbecue venue was located within Bai Yi's school, and was indeed quite delightful, bustling with patrons even in the early evening. Wen Zhuying, indulging in the feast, relied on Bai Jingyu to carry one bag and Wen Zhuyu for another, while she herself focused on savoring the food as they walked, resembling a pampered young master flanked by obedient handmaidens. They passed through an area resembling a small plaza, teeming with university students, all of whom appeared quite normal, yet moved in an oddly peculiar manner. They crawled, twisted, and writhed in the shadows of the square, creating a surreal scene reminiscent of a psychiatric ward. Wen Zhuying, intrigued, pulled a passerby aside while munching, inquiring, "Have they mutated?" The passerby rolled their eyes, impatiently explaining, "No. The director is casting for a zombie film and is scouting for extras here at the university. It's cheap, and they're dedicated." The passerby then invited her. "You're a student here too, why not give it a try?" Enchanted by the idea, Wen Zhuying nodded in agreement, thinking it could be an exciting opportunity. Then, turning to see Wen Zhuying's face, a look of surprise spread across her features as she exclaimed, "It's you, Xiaowen."